Ring. The class bell rang. Lao Lu, stop sleeping, the homeroom teacher is here. Class monitor, don't push, I'm awake. Lu Yuan opens his eyes under the class monitor's shove, lifting a hand to rub at his eyes, which for some reason feel both sore and burning hot. Seeing that he is awake, the class monitor withdraws his hand and sits back down in the seat beside him. Still half-dazed, Lu Yuan lets his gaze sweep around the classroom, finally landing on the podium, where the homeroom teacher is standing. The homeroom teacher follows the small commotion with his eyes and looks over at him. Unexpectedly, there is no scolding. Instead, his tone carries a rare gentleness. Lu Yuan, how are your eyes? Do you still need to go to the infirmary? Clearly accustomed to the treatment given to a good student, Lu Yuan calmly shakes his head. Seeing that he truly seems fine, the homeroom teacher finally lets the tension in his heart ease. Class, we've been together for 3 years and today is probably the last day I'll be with you. You all know very well what day it is today, though I don't need to say more. So I won't waste words. Class monitor, come up and hand out the second aptitude evaluation report for the department choices. The class monitor takes the thick stack of forms and begins distributing them one by one according to the names. Lu Yuan receives his own sheet and lowers his head to glance over it. Department aptitude evaluation, rank 1 highest, rank 5 lowest. Warrior department, rank 3, upper tier, excellent physique, but lacks talent in martial techniques. Spell department, rank 2, upper tier, exceptional meditation and elemental perception, close to rank 1. Mechanical department, rank 5, completely unsuitable. Psychic department, rank 3, lower tier, average mental strength. Elemental affinity test. Death affinity, rank 1, mid-tier, extremely rare. Fire affinity, rank 3, lower tier. Wood affinity, rank 3, upper tier. Other elements, water, wind, lightning, earth, etc. Rank 4 to rank 5, a lower tier, almost no affinity. Special constitution, none. Comprehensive recommendation, spell department, strongly preferred, warrior department, as secondary choice. Lu Yuan's gaze sweeps quickly over the form. It differs little from the results of the first evaluation. It's already been 15 years since I crossed into this world. Who would have imagined that a frail patient who lay in a hospital bed for years would die only to transmigrate to another world? Clutching the form in his hand, he cannot help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, Lu Yuan is a transmigrator, his point of origin naturally being that so-called mystery of the universe, center of the world, pinnacle of life, Earth. The world he arrived in is called Blue Star, its developmental trajectory almost carved from the same mold as Earth, replicated nearly 1/10. The only divergence appeared a century ago, when games descended into reality. After that, Blue Star was cut twice at once. Outside, alien races watched like hungry predators. Inside, newly empowered lunatics, who had just obtained transcendent power, no longer remembered their own names. The world nearly failed to withstand it, and almost collapsed. Fortunately, the nations reacted swiftly, temporarily setting aside old grudges between countries, hastily forming the Blue Star Alliance, and barely enduring that first wave. Once the situation stabilized, Blue Star turned wholeheartedly to development. The primary focus, of course, was the transcendent system. Researchers of the Alliance burned through countless sleepless nights, taking what had once been a matter of sheer luck, the awakening of transcendence, and forging it into a standardized process. Now, to obtain transcendent abilities, there are only 2 steps. First, choose your department. Second, enter the game world and complete a job change quest according to the department you selected. Once you complete it, you receive a class. From that moment, you are a transcendent. There are 4 departments in total: warrior, spell, mechanical, and psychic. Among these 4, assuming sufficient knowledge, the spell department is generally a tier stronger than the other 3. The problem is, its job change quests are absurdly difficult. After all the forms are handed out, the homeroom teacher's expression suddenly turns solemn. This is my final piece of advice for you. Do not choose the spell department. Even if your spell aptitude is extraordinary, as long as you have talent in any other department, do not touch spells. Ring. The end of class bell rang. At the doorway, the homeroom teacher pauses, then turns his head to look at Lu Yuan, who is still seated at his desk. Lu Yuan, come to my office for a moment. Lu Yuan rubs his still aching eyes, rises to his feet, and follows. Inside the office. Lu Yuan, do you know why I called you here? Because of the department selection, I suppose. Behind his workstation, the homeroom teacher nods and leans slightly forward. Exactly. Your department aptitudes are beautiful, especially for spells. You're just a step away from rank 1. Of all the cohorts I've taught, you are the most gifted. But the problem is the spell department. And given your... Lu Yuan does not refute him. Instead, he directly picks up the thread. Given my situation as an orphan, it is virtually impossible for me to complete the job change, isn't it? Right? The homeroom teacher lifts his head, meeting Lu Yuan's gaze. The face is still that of a 15-year-old with the youthfulness one would expect, yet what resides in those eyes is utterly different from the muddled innocence of his peers. In the instant their eyes meet, the homeroom teacher can almost read from those eyes how he has step by step walked through these past years. The teacher's lips move, a brief hesitation flickering in his tone, but in the end his voice hardens. Yes. Lu Yuan, do you know why I don't want you to choose the spell department? Or rather, do you know where exactly the difficulty of the spell department's job change lies? Lu Yuan does not hesitate, he nods. Core knowledge. But my situation involves more than that, doesn't it? It is also because my primary affinity is the element of death. Exactly. The teacher taps a finger against the desktop. For someone who has never systematically studied spellcraft, trying to chew through a single piece of core knowledge within those few short days inside the game world is almost impossible. Let alone that for any slightly better class you need to master at least 2 core knowledges. Add to that your affinity for the death element and your path is locked even tighter. You can only choose Necromancer. Yet the core knowledge of the necromantic branch is strictly forbidden for private trade by the authorities. How are you supposed to obtain it? Under these circumstances, are you planning to choose some lowest tier mage just to muddle through? Or will you grit your teeth and forsake the death element, turning instead to a fire mage or perhaps a wood mage? Under this barrage of questions, Lu Yuan falls silent. Looking at him, the homeroom teacher sighs, his tone softening. So Lu Yuan, choose the warrior department. You're first in liberal studies and first in martial classes. For you, the warrior job change won't be difficult. You can first become a knight, then later shift toward death knight, or choose swordsman and follow the path toward magic swordsman afterward. Lu Yuan still does not speak. The homeroom teacher stares at him for a few seconds, then finally shakes his head. Think it over slowly. This isn't only my opinion, it's also the principal's. The department selection will begin shortly. Go to the playground and line up. Lu Yuan rises in silence and walks out of the office. The homeroom teacher watches his back as it disappears through the doorway, his own thoughts unknowable. After leaving the office, Lu Yuan quickly joins his class's line, heading all the way to the playground. The procedure is the same. As always, the principal takes the stage to speak, and when he finishes, the department selection ceremony officially begins. Array masters sent by the authorities draw the formation on the ground, then take their place at the front to preside over the ceremony. Lu Yuan and the others, arranged in a random order, stretch into a long line. Lu Yuan's luck is decent. He stands fairly close to the front with only about a dozen people ahead of him. The first to step onto the stage is a male student with a large build. Under the array master's guidance, the boy walks to the very center of the formation. The array flares with light, and above it appears a 3-dimensional sword and shield emblem, the warrior department. Several more students go up one after another. Most often the sword and shield appears, occasionally a wrench or a cluster of chaotic lines manifests corresponding to the mechanical and psychic departments respectively. Only the book that represents the spell department never once appears. Student after student steps up, yet Lu Yuan's heart gradually calms. Only his eyes burn more and more fiercely, and the homeroom teacher's words continue to echo in his mind. At the rear of the department selection ceremony, the principal stands there watching the students in line from afar. Beside him stand 2 homeroom teachers, one of them Lu Yuan's teacher Laoli. Shally, you've tried to persuade that boy Lu Yuan, haven't you? Laoli nods, though his expression is far from pleasant. I've tried, but what he'll choose in the end is really uncertain. The principal waves his hand. I've met Lu Yuan, he's sharp. On something this important he won't do anything. Then he turns to the other homeroom teacher. Xiao Wang, what about your side? Xiao Wang's face instantly blooms with a smile tinged with an ingratiating air. Rest easy, principal. Lu Wei's strongest aptitude is in the warrior department, rank 3 at the very top. He'll certainly choose warrior. And his family conditions are quite good. Though not a transcendent family, his father made a lot of money in business years. After I spent a great deal of effort persuading them for a long time, his father finally nodded, willing to put out a large amount of money to equip Lu Wei. When he completes his job change, he'll surely be a warrior class transcendent they can proudly present. The principal listens, very satisfied, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Lu Wei is indeed a good student. Although in martial classes, he can never beat Lu Yuan, always ranking second. That's not his fault. Lu Yuan's physique talent is genuinely excellent. If not for nearly no talent in martial techniques, his physique alone could be rated at rank 2, upper tier. The reason the principal keeps his eye on both Lu Yuan and Lu Wei is simple. These 2 are the achievements he'll present as he climbs upward. He only needs one final shove. The years he has endured in this position have worn him thin. The Lu Wei they keep mentioning is queued slightly ahead of Lu Yuan, and now he is already standing on the array. Light flashes, and the emblem that appears is exactly what everyone expected, the sword and shield. As Lu Wei steps down, he passes right by the still waiting Lu Yuan. Turning his head, he glances at Lu Yuan, lets out a soft derisive snort, then strolls away at an unhurried pace. Lu Yuan pays him no attention. The homeroom teacher's words still circle in his mind, nailed there. His eyes burn ever more fiercely. It feels as though a ball of fire is pressing outward from his eye sockets, as if something is about to break free at any moment. Next, Lu Yuan. The array master's voice pulls him back into reality. Lu Yuan draws a deep breath and steps onto the array. Light surges up and 4 options arise in his mind: sword and shield, wrench, book, abstract lines. The homeroom teacher's words echo through his thoughts, and his hand instinctively reaches toward the sword and shield. But just as his fingertips are about to touch, his eyes flare with sudden heat, as though a branding iron has been pressed against them. At the same time, deep within, a vague premonition stirs. If he chooses warrior, he will lose something crucial to him. His hand hangs in midair, his whole body freezes. The array's light continues to shine, yet no emblem appears. Whispers begin to ripple among the students behind him. He grits his teeth, curses silently in his heart, and then his hand shifts sideways and slams down on the book emblem. Above the array, a heavy tome slowly rises into view, radiating a soft blue glow. For a heartbeat, the entire field falls silent, then erupts into a low buzz of discussion. Lu Yuan walks down from the stage, ignoring every gaze. He can feel that the burning deep within his eyes is no longer painful. Instead, it feels as though something within has finally come alive. Standing at the back of the line, watching everything unfold, the principal kept his expression steady, yet in his heart, he was already cursing Lu Yuan over and over. This foolish boy has truly gone mad. Just because he ranked first in liberal arts a few times, he really thinks he can chew through core knowledge in such a short span of time. Everything I arranged was for his own good, yet he repays me like this without the slightest appreciation. The principal sighed, shook his head, and turned away. He knew all too well what level the remaining students were at. Staying any longer would not bring him any pleasant surprises. The homeroom teacher's face, however, remained remarkably calm. He had long foreseen this outcome, and when he spoke there was only regret in his tone. This child is far too stubborn. I only hope he won't regret it in the future. At the back of the line, Lu Wei was standing with his arms crossed, waiting for his own brother. A younger follower beside him leaned in, lowering his voice. Liuga, isn't that Lu Yuan? Why did he choose the spellcasting branch? Lu Wei's lips tugged, slightly, not quite into a smile, more like a hint of weary relief. Who knows, maybe his brain just short-circuited. He withdrew his gaze, his tone flat and indifferent. Choose the spellcasting branch. Who does he think he is? In this miserable place of ours, how many commoners have managed to change class into the spellcasting branch over the past decades? Let alone taking the path of a necromancer that road the authorities have outright forbidden. The younger boy scratched his head. But hasn't his grades always been higher than yours? What if? There is no what if. Lu Wei cut him off, his voice not loud, yet utterly certain. What class change depends on resources, on core knowledge. He's an orphan. Where is he supposed to get any of that? From today onward, he and us will no longer be walking the same road. It's a pity. I had originally planned to defeat him fair and square after we both changed class. The younger boy nodded, half understanding, then asked softly, so, should we go over and mock him a bit? Just to vent. Lu Wei shook his head, his gaze already shifting to the next classmate being tested upon the magic array. His tone lightened. No need. To fixate on someone destined to fall behind would only drag me down to his level. He patted his follower's shoulder and strode a few steps forward. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he glanced back in the direction where Lu Yuan had disappeared, a faint, almost imperceptible smile curling at the corner of his mouth. In the future, I'll be leading my family upward step by step. As for him, he'll only be able to grind away his life doing menial labor at the bottom. Lu Yuan had already dashed out of the school gate long ago and naturally heard none of this. Yet even if he had heard it, he likely would not have taken it to heart. The reason was simple: they had no idea what he had awakened. As a transmigrator, how could he possibly be without a golden finger? He had waited a full 15 years, and at last it had arrived. At that thought, his steps grew even faster. He practically sprinted toward home. The door hinges creaked as Lu Yuan pushed open the slightly rusted iron door and slipped inside. The room was small, yet contained all the essentials: a master bedroom, a bathroom, and a kitchen. A standard single-occupancy apartment. There was nothing remarkable in the bedroom: a bed, a desk, a few crude workout implements he had hammered together by hand, and a pile of books stacked high in the corner. Lu Yuan tossed his school bag onto the bed and headed straight into the bathroom. He moved directly to stand. The mirror reflected the face of a 15-year-old youth. He stood a little over 1.80 meters with a broad frame and thick shoulders and back. Dressed in a loose black hoodie, the muscles beneath were hidden from view. His skin was a healthy shade of white, neither sickly nor effeminate, cleanly setting off his features. His short black hair had been tousled by the wind as he ran home, a few stray strands hanging over his forehead, adding a touch of youthful vigor. There was none of the usual adolescent confusion between his brows, only a calmness far too mature for his age. And those muscles, anyone who saw them would blurt out in shock, "This guy is 15. He stared into his own eyes in the mirror. The originally pitch-black pupils had already transformed into a pure silver white. It was not the lifeless pallor of death, but more like molten silver moonlight with a faint radiance flowing. Looking deeper, find concentric rings spread outward from the center like ripples upon water or some ancient set of markings, layer upon layer nested together as though measuring something unfathomable. Lu Yuan blinked. The silver faded and blackness flowed back into place. Yet those rings remained merely retreating into the depths as though they had never appeared at all. So this is the pure white eye, he murmured, touching the corner of his eye, feeling nothing tangible beneath his fingertips. He pondered briefly, then actively tried to look into the mirror once more. Silver white flooded his pupils once again. This time he saw clearly. The rings were not static, but slowly turning. Each circle rotated at its own speed like gears within a precision instrument or some compass engaged in silent calculation. With a thought, Lu Yuan summoned his status panel. Name Lu Yuan. Race Humani. Age 15. Class None, Spellcasting Branch. Alignment Absolute Neutral. Level LV1, Unranked, Experience 0-100. Health 70-70, Physique 7, Racial Coefficient 110. Mana 100-100, Level LV1, Experience 0-100. Armor 7. Attributes Physique 7 related to health, strength, physical defense, carrying capacity, etc. Agility 4 related to movement, speed, attack, speed, evasion, bodily coordination, etc. Intelligence 5 related to casting speed, spell potency, learning, efficiency, mana, regeneration, speed, etc. Spirit 5 related to mental resilience, perception, range, control, precision, spell strength, etc. Charisma 3 related to negotiation and presence, etc. Luck 1 hidden attribute influencing random events. Talents none, not activated. Special Constitution Pure White Eye. Subprofessions Student LV4 F Experience 53 Athlete LV3 E Experience 3. Specializations none. Skills Class Combat LV3 E possesses solid close quarters fighting. Racial skills none. Spells Basic Meditation Cantrip Mastered Eclipsing Bolt Cantrip Mastered Deathly Shroud Cantrip Mastered Mage Hand Cantrip Proficient Ignite Cantrip Proficient Vine Whip Cantrip Proficient. Professional Knowledge Constructology LV0 not activated. Symbology LV0 not activated. Elementology LV0 not activated. Manipulation Studies LV0 not activated. Ecology LV0 not activated. General Knowledge Linguistics LV2 Experience 43. Power of Existence not activated. Events none. Equipment none. After the panel, further details would only be displayed after each world he experienced. For now, this was all. Lu Yuan studied the panel and raised an eyebrow slightly. The pure white eye had been classified as a special constitution rather than the talent he had originally imagined. That was unexpected. In addition, after the pure white eye manifested, his long stagnant spirit attribute had actually increased by 1 point. A small pleasant surprise. But none of that was the main point. He directly opened the description of the pure white eye. Pure white eye effect. Once activated, it will continuously consume energy, increasing the speed of thought, thereby greatly enhancing learning speed, memory capacity, and comprehension efficiency. Remaining energy 100. Soul energy 0 can be used to supplement energy consumption. So that's all it does. To be honest, it looked a bit ordinary. And this so-called great enhancement of learning ability, just how great was it supposed to be? Lu Yuan decided to test it first, and then judge. He acted as soon as the thought arose. Turning back to the bedroom, he rummaged through the pile of books in the corner and pulled out several he had yet to read, then sat down at the desk. Come on, pure white, I show me your limits. Pure white, I activate. Lu Yuan's dark pupils instantly turned pure white, and the concentric rings in their depths began to spin faster. You engage in a period of deep study. Subprofession student gains 312 experience. An hour later, the stack of books beside Lu Yuan had already grown to half his height. He wiped at the non-existent sweat on his brow and let out a long breath. That was one exhilarating bout of study. Lu Yuan clenched his fist, the corners of his mouth lifting uncontrollably. His gamble had paid off. The reason he thought so was the prompt floating before his eyes. Subprofession student experience is full level increased to LV5 max. The following prompts are obtained: basic reading upgraded to LV5 max, reading speed increased by 5. Intelligence attribute 2. Ding. Class change conditions detected as fulfilled. Convert subprofession student F into subprofession junior scholar E. Lu Yuan's lips curled upward. Yes. Ding. Class change complete. Junior scholar LV1E. Professional skill basic reading max F, learning LV1E. Learning LV1E, learning speed increased by 10. And all of this advancement had cost him only an hour of time and 5 of the pure white eye's energy. If this was the efficiency he could maintain, his upcoming class change would be no problem at all. The only obstacle now was that he still could not get his hands on Necromancy Constructology core knowledge. Lu Yuan had always been the type to plan 3 steps ahead for every step he took. After his first talent assessment, he had already worked through every possible class change route for his future. It was common knowledge that a person could change class at most 6 times in an entire lifetime. a fixed limit. These 6 included the very first time one obtained a profession. Lu Yuan's original inclination had actually leaned toward the warrior branch, first changing into a knight, then continuing along the path toward Death Knight. The knight's grade was E. Do not underestimate that E. The rank divisions were F, E, D, C, B, A, beyond that he did not yet know. Aside from F grade, each rank was split into minor tiers of minus and plus. Given that the first class change could at best reach grade, an E Knight was truly no weak profession at all, something many commoners did not even dare to dream of. The Knight's class change requirements were merely to possess a mount with a racial rating of at least E, and be able to sign a symbiotic contract with it. Taken together, these 2 conditions cost 20 source crystals. Source crystals were the currency used for transactions between professionals. 20 source crystals weren't much for a professional family, but for ordinary households they were enough to cover several years of expenses. Moreover, even after spending that money, success was not guaranteed. If Lu Yuan had not dominated the exams and taken first place time after time, earning a reward each time, he would never have been able to save up those 20 source crystals. Yet under the same conditions, those 20 source crystals were only enough to purchase a single set of first-tier symbology core knowledge on the spellcasting side. That was the foundational threshold for spellcasting professions. No matter which casting profession one sought, symbology core knowledge was a compulsory study. But if one learned only symbology core knowledge, the profession obtained at the end would be nothing more than an F-grade mage. The profession Lu Yuan truly had his eyes on was the A-grade Necromancer. Its class change requirements were twofold: first-tier Necromancy Constructology core knowledge plus first-tier Symbology core knowledge. With the pure white eye, he had ample confidence in mastering both. The problem was, he simply could not buy first-tier Necromancy Constructology core knowledge at all. Of course, he had considered other avenues. The black market, for example. Places where everything could be found: banned potions, dubious equipment, and from time to time leaked core knowledge. Though Necromancy core knowledge was tightly monitored by the authorities, there were bound to be a few bits slipping through to the black market. Yet Lu Yuan had already gone there several times and found nothing. Then there were the game worlds. After branch selection was complete on the second day, the authorities would provide one or several game worlds for students in the region to enter together for class change. However, the world entered was entirely random and students had no right of choice. Naturally, they could choose not to enter and remain ordinary people for life. According to information publicly released by the Alliance, certain specific types of game worlds did indeed have a chance of yielding necromancy knowledge, and there were precedents of people becoming necromancers via such worlds. Yet such worlds were rare to begin with, and the worlds officially selected for class change were filtered through layer upon layer of screening. It was highly unlikely that they would throw students into worlds with excessively high danger. Lower danger in turn meant the rewards would not be too generous. Therefore, the probability was pitifully low. Lu Yuan shook his head and ultimately crossed that option off. He sat at the desk for a long time without moving. In the end, he tossed the pen onto the desk and stood up. Forget it, I'll gamble once more at the black market. Even if I still don't find it, I can at least buy the symbology core knowledge first. At worst, I waste one class change opportunity, change into a mage first, and become a necromancer later. Painful, yes, but better than being stuck entirely. That way he would only be missing a few professional skills at most. In the end, spellcasting professions depended on knowledge accumulation. With the pure white eye, he would never lose to other spellcasters on that front. On that point, Lu Yuan felt secure. As for future sources of knowledge, so long as he earned a strong evaluation in this class change world, he could enter one of the 4 top academies, the Spellcasting Starfall University. It was one of the few places capable of obtaining necromancy core knowledge, and it even housed an entire necromancy. With his upper second-tier spellcasting talent, so long as his game world evaluation reached grade admission, there would be all but guaranteed. Thinking this through, Lu Yuan pushed open the door and stepped out, heading toward the black market. The next morning, I'm so hungry. Lu Yuan crawled out of bed after staying up all night, washed his face, checked the items he needed to take into the game world one by one, and then ran towards the school. After a busy night in the black market, Master Lu ultimately decided to purchase the core knowledge of first-level talismans, analysis of basic talismans. As for why he didn't buy the core knowledge of necromancy construction, do you think it was because he didn't want to? He spent another entire night sacrificing the remaining 27 energy of his pure white eye, thoroughly digesting this core knowledge, while also applying it to his existing spells, essentially reconstructing the spell model with runes. Analysis of basic talismans essentially covers the fundamental shapes, pronunciations, and meanings of runes, along with the simplest rules for combining runes. To use an analogy in English, it's like teaching you letters, words, and some basic grammar. The reason spells are called spells is that they are so easy to cast that any ordinary person with a bit of talent can use them effortlessly. Even the few spells taught at school didn't even use runes. They relied purely on mental strength to forcefully guide the elements. Because of this, Lu Yuan had the opportunity to optimize his own spells, making them more than just simple elemental guidance. The apartment Lu Yuan rented wasn't particularly close to the school, but who was he? A pure athlete. In about 10 minutes, he jogged to the school gate. A long line had already formed at the entrance, filled with students ready to enter the game world. They had to sign a life and death agreement at the door before being allowed inside. Lu Yuan arrived relatively early and didn't wait long before it was his turn. He glanced over the life and death agreement he received, confirmed it was fine, and signed his name. A staff member stepped forward and handed him a token explaining, "This token will record all your experiences in the game world and present them as points at the end. These points are crucial for your future admissions to various colleges." Additionally, the points accumulated in the token can be exchanged for internal school points at a 10-to-1 ratio, which can be used at the school exchange to obtain various items, knowledge, and equipment alike. So classmate, keep it safe. Hearing that it could be exchanged for good items, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly grabbed the token, assuring him, "Okay, teacher, I'm here, and the token is here." After making the promise, he tightly gripped the token in his left hand while holding a spear in his right and stepped into the school. To be honest, it wasn't that Lu Yuan lacked ambition, he was genuinely afraid of being poor. The meager earnings from working in the library combined with the rewards from the school made him reluctant to spend a single cent carelessly. However, Lu Yuan wasn't blinded by the rewards. He was currently carrying a golden finger, pure white eye, and he was genuinely worried that this token might have some special recording function that would document his pure white eye, drawing unwanted attention. So he firmly decided that after entering the game world, he would first thoroughly investigate this token. After all, when it came to eye-related golden fingers, it immediately reminded him of the Sharingan of the guy next door. Moreover, after conducting experiments all night, he discovered that activating the pure white eye not only accelerated his learning speed. If he simply kept it activated, the energy consumption wasn't significant and could greatly enhance his vision and similar abilities. This could also be quite beneficial for combat. While pondering this, Lu Yuan arrived at the school playground. The array master was still there, setting up the selection array. He had already cleared a sizable area in the center of the playground and was crouched down drawing the array. Lu Yuan didn't rush over to watch, but instead squeezed in among the other students. He chose to check his gear and items one more time. A 2-meter-long spear crafted with modern techniques. The spearhead was made of regular steel while the shaft was made from modern composite materials. Overall, it wasn't heavy. With Lu Yuan's physique of 7 points, he could easily wield it with one hand. A 20-centimeter-long dagger strapped to his calf, used for close defense and cutting things, easily drawn. A modern anti-stab vest, which he painstakingly selected and bought, was the most expensive item, costing him 3 months' worth of earnings. Worn underneath, a loose black hoodie zipped all the way up, concealing his entire torso. At first glance, no one would notice the muscles beneath. The rest consisted of 3 days' worth of dry food and drinking water, along with a simple first aid kit, all stuffed into a small bag on his back, not interfering with movement. In the side pocket of the backpack, there was also a pure white hard mask, smooth on the surface with only 2 eye holes. He bought it for $20 at a stall outside the school, thinking it might come in handy if he needed to conceal his identity. After finishing his inventory check, Lu Yuan quietly slipped into the student crowd and secretly activated the pure white eye, focusing on the array before him, hoping to glean some insights. However, he couldn't discern anything. It wasn't that he couldn't see, but he simply couldn't understand. Nevertheless, Lu Yuan meticulously memorized the array's patterns, as they might come in handy later. As the array neared completion, Lu Yuan saw the array master conjure a rusty pocket watch out of thin air. A space-type item. No one could answer his question. After the pocket watch appeared, the array master tossed it into the air above the array. The watch didn't fall, but instead floated in midair. Then the array lit up with a light blue glow. Under the illumination of the array, the pocket watch seemed to be eroded, like it was weathered, its sheen peeling away layer by layer until it turned to dust in the air. Just at the moment the watch was completely eroded, a massive door abruptly materialized above the array. This door had no frame, standing quietly with gray mist swirling around it. A boundary marker. Lu Yuan finally recognized it. The item the array master had pulled out was called a boundary marker. A boundary marker serves as a coordinate, allowing entry into the game world it marks. He didn't recognize it at first, because boundary markers don't have fixed shapes. Their appearance usually relates to the items of the game world they record. Moreover, boundary markers are single-use. After being used, typically only the user can enter, or an entire group surrounding the user can be pulled in. However, what the array master created this time was clearly not for single use, but rather a boundary gate that could cover the entire school. Unlike boundary markers, boundary gates are not single-use. Once created, they can allow repeated entry and exploration of the same game world. However, there is a time interval for each entry and exit. This interval is not specific to any individual, but pertains to the world itself. After one use, a certain number of days must pass before the world can be reopened. However, creating a boundary gate is extremely expensive, and it's certainly not something that the array master, who appears to only possess third-level strength, could create alone. Thus, the door before him was a temporary boundary gate. Sure enough, after the array master circled the array a few times, he immediately shouted, "Stop gathering around here, to watch, hurry up, and line up to go in. This boundary gate can only last for an hour. Don't worry about being trapped inside once it closes. The tasks in the game world will naturally expel you once completed." With that command, the students immediately sprang into action. Lu Yuan had arrived early, and as he was positioned near the front during the previous observation, he found himself in a relatively forward line. Soon it was his turn. Looking at the gate that was puffing gray mist, Lu Yuan did not hesitate. He had long prepared himself, mentally gripping the spear tightly in his right hand and stepping through. As soon as he entered, everything went dark. Not the ordinary kind of darkness, but a complete void of light. Following that, he felt as though he had been tossed into a washing machine, beginning to spin uncontrollably. After an unknown amount of time, the dizzying sensation finally subsided. Lu Yuan's feet landed firmly, and he almost lost his balance, feeling a bit nauseous, but he managed to control it. Stomach, I want to release a non-chanting acid-type spell. Lu Yuan, no way. After negotiating with his stomach, Lu Yuan ultimately managed to hold it in. This was his victory. Then Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Everything around him was dim. Not dark like night, but like an eternally overcast day. The air was filled with a damp, moldy smell mixed with the scent of aged wood and a faint hint of sweetness. He found himself standing in an abandoned house. The walls were gray and mottled with rotting furniture piled in the corners. The windows were covered with old newspapers, letting in a hazy light. A thin layer of gray mist seeped through the cracks of the door and windows, slowly drifting along the ground, as if alive. Outside was eerily quiet, so quiet that he could hear his own heartbeat. Lu Yuan tightened his grip on the spear, holding his breath and refraining from rushing outside. After a few seconds, a prompt for the game world indeed popped up before him. World: the city of fog erosion. Type: survival. Size: city. Level LV1 LV6. Overview: an abandoned city shrouded in gray mist, which continuously erodes the mind, inhabited by humanoid monsters that are weaker during the day but stronger at night. Though, can you really tell the difference between day and night? Quest: survive for 3 days. Lu Yuan's gaze quickly scanned the information before him. The city of fog erosion. He hadn't expected to end up in this world. Every year, the official list of worlds available for students to change jobs is released, providing free official intel on the worlds discovered. And this city of fog erosion happened to be on that list. Having done his homework, Lu Yuan immediately recalled information regarding this world. What luck! If this is the case, maybe I can really complete the Necromancer's job transition task. Lu Yuan couldn't suppress the smile creeping onto his lips. However, after that brief moment, he quickly composed himself and shifted to a battle-ready demeanor, because he heard footsteps approaching from outside. He attempted to calm his heartbeat, focusing all his attention on his hearing. The footsteps were light but chaotic. From the disarray of the sounds, it didn't seem to be just one person, at least 3. No, wait, these aren't human. Human footsteps aren't that dragging, more like something scraping along the ground. If these sounds aren't from humans, they likely belong to the monsters described in the overview. Moreover, the footsteps were clearly heading toward this room. Lu Yuan held his breath, tightening his grip on the spear. In his mind, the spell model of his trick began to rapidly construct itself. His muscles tensed inch by inch as he stealthily moved toward the door without making a sound. And the footsteps outside grew closer. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Now he could no longer worry about whether the token would be exposed. The footsteps outside grew closer, and Lu Yuan had quietly activated the pure white eye. His eyes transformed into a pure white hue, concentric rings appearing deep within his pupils, his gaze firmly fixed on the wooden door before him. This thin wooden door could not hinder the probing of the pure white eye. Lu Yuan's vision pierced through, clearly revealing the monsters outside. There were 3 of them. Their skin was grayish-white and rotten, with long limbs and joints bending backward, their faces only featuring a circular mouth filled with sharp teeth devoid of eyes, ears, or a nose. Standing at a height between 1.5 to 1.8 meters, these humanoid creatures hunched over. This appearance instantly brought a name to Lu Yuan's mind: Gray Slaves. According to official intelligence, the average level of Gray Slaves ranges from LV1 to LV3, but their racial ranking is only F grade. This means their racial coefficient is between 0.5 and 0.8. Although their level is higher than Lu Yuan's, their actual combat power does not match his. However, this race has a troublesome feature: they can sense enemies through gray mist. The gray mist serves as their eyes. At this moment, the gray mist had already enveloped Lu Yuan completely, meaning they already knew he was lying in ambush behind the door. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan hesitated no longer. He leaned forward, his leg muscles tensing sharply, and delivered a powerful kick to the wooden door. Bang! With the full force of his 7-point physique, the fragile wooden door was kicked away, crashing toward the closest gray slave, toppling both the door and the monster to the ground. The gray slave was knocked onto its back, letting out a sharp hiss, like a mouse whose tail had been stepped on. The other 2 gray slaves turned their heads simultaneously, their mouths opening and emitting a low hiss sound, and the surrounding gray mist swirled more violently. They exerted their bodies, forcefully lunging toward Lu Yuan. But with the pure white eye already activated, Lu Yuan's reaction was incredibly swift. He merely stepped back, lightly causing the 2 lunging gray slaves to miss their target. The 2 gray slaves that missed lost their momentum and crashed to the ground. Dark erosion bullet. Lu Yuan would not give them the chance to rise. A dark gray elemental sphere rapidly coalesced before him, and then shot toward the head of one fallen gray slave. That was its weak point. Hiss. The struck gray slave let out a miserable scream, rolling frantically on the ground in pain, but after a few rolls it ceased to move. At the same time, Lu Yuan's spear lunged forward, sharply aimed directly at the chest of another fallen gray slave. That was also a weak point. Puff! The spearhead pierced through the gray slave's fragile skin, plunging deep inside. The gray slave barely had time to let out a short shriek before its body convulsed twice and fell silent. At that moment, the gray slave that had been knocked down by the wooden door had already scrambled back to its feet, screaming as it charged at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan exerted his strength to pull out the spear, but the spearhead got stuck in the gray slave's bones. Without hesitation, he released the spear and swiftly drew a short knife strapped to his calf. Death's grasp. Lu Yuan sidestepped to evade the last gray slave's lunge, following up with a side kick that sent it crashing to the ground. The short knife wrapped in Death's energy then stabbed downward, sinking into the gray slave's head. The last gray slave couldn't even scream before its breath ceased. Notifications popped up in succession. You have killed a gray slave, LV1, gaining 15 experience points and 5 soul energy. You have killed a gray slave, LV1, gaining 13 experience points and 4 soul energy. Lu Yuan did not stop to rest. Although the 3 gray slaves had not inflicted any substantial harm on him, the real trouble was not them, but the pervasive gray mist throughout the city. The introduction made it clear the gray mist would continuously erode one's spirit. Having just completed a battle, Lu Yuan already felt that the mental fatigue was more intense than the physical. According to the official information, there are only 2 ways in this world to avoid the influence of the gray mist. One is to find a sanctuary called Place of Faith, where there are methods to resist the erosion of the gray mist. The second is to use a tool called a mist lamp. When ignited, it emits a special spectrum that disperses the gray mist within a 5-meter radius. The fuel for the mist lamp is heart-corroding core, and the heart-corroding core must be obtained from monsters. Lu Yuan crouched down, pulling the short knife out of the gray slave's head and flipping the corpse over. Ignoring its ugly face, he used the short knife to slice open the gray slave's chest and quickly felt a walnut-sized dark red bead inside, the heart-corroding core. He did not stop there and successfully extracted 2 more cores from the corpses of the other 2 gray slaves. Afterwards, Lu Yuan rummaged through the room and found a rusty iron can, tearing off a strip of bandage from his backpack. He smashed the collected heart-corroding cores with the knife handle, pouring the powder into the can and stuffing in the cloth. Ignite. A flame ignited on the cloth strip, casting a dim yellow glow, and the surrounding gray mist seemed to be pushed back by something retreating 5 meters away. The mist lamp was successfully made. Indeed, the method was that simple. Otherwise, how could ordinary people survive in this world? As for how Lu Yuan knew the production method, it was clearly stated in the official information. He rummaged through the room again for a length of hemp rope and secured the mist lamp to his body before pushing the door open and stepping outside. He could not stay here long. The most urgent matter now was to find a map, but he had just searched the room, and fortunately one thing eased his mind. He had initially worried that the gray mist would obstruct his vision, but after activating the pure white eye, the impact was minimal. During the brief encounter with the 3 gray slaves, the energy of the pure white eye was only diminished by 1 due to the short duration. He had gained 4 soul energy. However, now was not the time to ponder how much energy could be exchanged for this soul energy. Lu Yuan decided to find a safe place to rest. He casually chose a direction and stepped out. As for the token, he had also taken a look while searching the room earlier. This token was a pure magic-based creation, not the mechanical item he originally thought it to be. To be accurate, it should be a child end of some mother array. The mother array was likely set up in a school or some official location over there in Blue Star, responsible for receiving all the data transmitted back from the tokens. The token itself only recorded a few basic things: the number of enemies killed, task completion frequency, and duration of stay, at most capturing some energy fluctuations. As for what spells were cast or the color of one's eyes, it recorded none of it, lacking both functionality and capacity. In short, it was merely a counter that could count. This is also quite reasonable. How many students transition into the game world every year? Hundreds of millions, perhaps even more. How could the authorities possibly invest so much to provide each person with a device that could record complex data, just to gamble on whether you awaken your golden finger this year? Even if the token was not a disposable item, every year there are numerous lost in the game world along with students who die inside. Moreover, this item inherently has a risk of being lost. If it were made from overly precious materials, the losses for the authorities would be too great. Lu Yuan traversed between the housing areas for more than 10 minutes. This was what he had counted in his mind. To conserve energy and avoid the gray slaves and the local indigenous people, he kept his speed very slow. On the way, he also used the basic meditation technique taught by the school to recover some mana. He had burned 30 points of mana in the recent battle, and it was essential to replenish it. Sitting there consumed quite a bit of time. The pure white eye could not remain open indefinitely. The energy consumption was too great. During this time, Lu Yuan experimented a bit and found that the current soul energy provided a decent recovery for his pure white eye, with 1 point of soul equating to 2 of energy. Nevertheless, he could only activate it at critical moments and turn it off immediately afterward. As a result, he encountered 2 gray slaves hiding in rooms along the way. Due to not having his eyes open, he failed to detect them in advance and ended up engaging in 2 unexpected battles. Fortunately, these 2 gray slaves were not particularly strong, and he resolved them swiftly, making little noise and avoiding further trouble. While his body was on the move, his mind was also active. He could actually directly change his class to a mage now. However, he had refrained from doing so because there was a possibility of obtaining first-tier necromantic structural knowledge in this world. Though called a possibility, it was merely a guess from the exploration team that had acquired the world marker. However, the information was quite sufficient and the likelihood was not low. Lu Yuan wanted to take this gamble. The point of obtaining the core knowledge was in a special place in this world, a lost church hidden deep within the gray fog. In the church's archive, there was a high probability of finding this knowledge. Moreover, besides the core knowledge, it was said there were other opportunities as well. However, to find that church, he first needed to locate a person, Ambrose. Ambrose was a priest not exceptionally powerful, but highly esteemed, recognized as the leader in the sanctuary. According to official information, Ambrose himself also wished to enter the lost church, seemingly to retrieve something inside. However, due to his insufficient strength coupled with the fact that the lost church was located deep within the gray fog and had certain restrictions, even gathering a large number of people would not allow them to enter. Therefore, he was currently recruiting skilled individuals. To join this team, strength was one aspect, but gaining Ambrose's trust was also necessary. In gaming terms, this meant he had to raise his favorability. There were many methods to increase favorability, but most were not suitable for Lu Yuan the outsider. Only one path was readily available. Lu Yuan walked leisurely along the street. At each intersection, he activated his pure white eye to scan the area, both to defend against enemies and to search for items. After moving forward for another 10 minutes, boom, sounds of battle erupted from the housing area on the right. Lu Yuan paused, his right hand swung sharply, and a vine shot out from his palm, snapping onto the eaves. Using the force, he pulled himself up onto the roof. As soon as he steadied himself, he opened his pure white eye again and looked in the direction of the sound. Below, a dozen figures were tangled together. On one side were the gray fog monsters. In addition to about 10 gray slaves with gray-white skin and hunched forms, there was one particularly eye-catching creature. It was a humanoid being towering over the surrounding gray slaves by a considerable height. Lu Yuan estimated it to be around 2 meters tall, covered in gray-white bone armor. At the ends of its arms were not hands but massive bone blades, its leg muscles were knotted, and just standing there exuded an overwhelming pressure. Gray Sentinel. The name sprang to Lu Yuan's mind immediately. Gray Sentinels were born warriors significantly stronger than gray slaves. Their levels generally ranged from LV3 to LV5, and their race level had reached E, on par with humans. In fact, their physique coefficient was 1.2 times that of the A-level peak, and in a direct clash humans of the same level would not be able to withstand it. Moreover, Gray Sentinels possessed intelligence. If gray slaves were more akin to beasts, Gray Sentinels had at least reached the level of upright apes. They could hunt in packs with gray slaves, and besides being fierce in close combat, they could also shoot bone spikes from their arms, which were quite formidable. Lu Yuan shifted his gaze to the other side. There stood a group of humans, 6 individuals in total. 5 of them wore armor, clearly guards, forming a protective circle around a small, frail figure, a young boy. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan couldn't help but smirk. It wasn't that he had some perverse hobby wanting to witness a blood sacrifice to a blood deity. It was that the path he had been searching for in this wretched place had finally presented itself to him. In front of him, the task panel popped up. Temporary task triggered. Task name: escort the priest's grandson. Task difficulty: D. Task summary: Ambrose's grandson Elliot was surrounded by a horde of gray slaves led by a gray sentinel, while out, with only 5 accompanying guards struggling to hold on. You must safely bring Elliot back to the church sanctuary. Warning: gray sentinels are powerful. Oh, do not engage in prolonged combat. Retreat is the primary objective. Task objectives: 1. Ensure Elliot survives. 2. Ensure the guards survive. Optional: 3. Successfully return to the church sanctuary. Basic rewards: 1. Physique: 2. Agility: 1. Charisma: 1. 2. Increased favorability with Priest Ambrose. 3. Source Crystal: 50 extra rewards. Based on task completion, additional rewards will be enhanced. Lu Yuan didn't think twice and directly selected accept. He had been wandering in this housing area for so long precisely for this purpose. As for how he knew about this task, every world would likely reset after the open period ended with only a few exceptions. This world had clearly been reset, and this escort task was precisely what the exploration team had triggered upon obtaining the world marker. The task details and triggering conditions were clearly documented in the official information. With adequate preparation, how could Lu Yuan not take this chance? The battle below had already begun with the sounds of clashing swords and the roars of monsters blending together. Lu Yuan pressed his body down against the roof, not rushing to jump down. Charging in now would be foolish. Not to mention that he would easily become a target for both sides. He also couldn't reach the task objective, that little boy. He needed to wait. To wait for a suitable opportunity, a moment when he could appear as a savior rather than an intruder for delivering aid in times of need, was the greatest kindness. He lay still on the roof, his eyes fixed on the battle below. Patience was never something he lacked. The situation below was becoming increasingly dire. The defensive line formed by the guards was repeatedly charged by the gray sentinels and gray slaves. Each time a bone blade came down, it was accompanied by a dull thud. Bang, bang, bang. The front guard's shield already bore 3 deep grooves, and his arm was trembling. The gray sentinel did not rush to reap. Instead, it took half a step back, letting out a low growl. The surrounding gray slaves seemed to receive a command, simultaneously flanking from both sides, their movements unnaturally coordinated for beasts. The guards could only tighten their formation, encircling the boy even more closely. One of the guards had just turned to block a gray slave's bite when his back was exposed. The gray sentinel moved. It kicked off the ground, sending a small patch of debris flying, and its 2-meter-tall body crashed forward with a rush of wind. The bone blade swept across. Clang. The guard barely managed to turn in time to block, but he was forced back 3 steps, his palms bleeding from the impact. Little Elliot shrank in the midst of the crowd, his face pale as paper, his legs trembling involuntarily, yet he did not cry out like other children, for he knew it would affect the guard's battle. Lu Yuan squinted. It was still not the right time. The gray sentinel retreated once more like a cat playing with a mouse. It was waiting for the guards to exhaust their strength. Carl, get Master Elliot out of here now. The guard at the front of the formation, bracing against the gray guard's assault, twisted his head and bellowed toward the man nearest to Elliot. As he spoke, the bone blade slashed down once more. A sharp clang rang out. The shield bore a fresh gash, and his entire arm trembled violently. Captain, Carl had just fended off a gray thrall. At those words, his body froze mid-motion, yet his feet instinctively shuffled half a step toward Elliot. No more damn hesitation. The captain whipped his head around, eyes bloodshot and blazing. Do you want Master Elliot to die here? Carl clenched his molars until his jaw ached. Without another thought, he swept Elliot up in a single fluid motion, cradling the boy tightly against his side. He spared no concern for the boy's comfort. Twisting his torso, he delivered a decisive slash that forced back an on-rushing gray thrall, then seized the fleeting opening and bolted. Captain, you must hold the line. I'll bring reinforcements. I swear it. His voice faded into the mist, growing fainter with every stride. The captain only shook his head, a quiet, sorrowful smile playing on his lips. My apologies, brothers. I've asked you to stay and die with me. Don't speak such nonsense, Captain, panted the guard beside him, tightening his grip on his blade. Father Ambrose will guide us back into the light. We are ready. For this we have long prepared. Aye, Captain. For Father Ambrose. Clad in half-plate armor and clutching a child beneath one arm, Carl ran. Not like a warrior, but like a man racing death itself. After 100 meters, his body reached its breaking point. He was no professional, merely a man forged by uncommon resilience and surging adrenaline. Gray thralls closed in from both sides, herding him into a deadened alley. The mouth of the alley was sealed. Hunched figures blocked the exit, their hollow gazes fixed unblinkingly upon him, throats rumbling with guttural, rasping breaths. Fear flickered across Carl's face, but when he spoke, his voice was startlingly calm, resolute. Master Elliot, stand behind me. Elliot's organs churned from the violent jostling, nausea coiled in his gut, and icy dread poured over him like freezing water. Tears welled unbidden at the corners of his eyes. He pressed his lips together, forcing the tears back, and silently retreated behind Carl. Then, the gray thralls surged forward as one. Without a gray guard to command them, their coordination collapsed utterly. They piled into the narrow entrance, tangling limbs and tripping over one another, unable to maneuver. 3 sets of claws struck simultaneously. Carl did not retreat. Behind him stood Elliot. He could not yield even a single step. He raised the small round shield strapped to his left forearm to guard his temple, taking the full force of all 3 raking strikes squarely across his chest. Shrieck. Claws scraped across his half-plate, emitting a grating metallic screech. Fortunately, they failed to pierce. Seizing the split-second gap as their attack fell short, Carl drove his longsword forward with brutal precision. The tip aimed straight for the lead thrall's face. It tried to evade, but flanked on both sides by its own kin, it had nowhere to go. A wet, sickening thud echoed through the alley. The blade pierced its skull clean through. Before the corpse even slumped, another thrall vaulted over its fallen comrade, stepping onto its back to fill the void. One man cannot prevail against many. Stroke after stroke, Carl thrust outward. His arms grew leaden, his breath ragged and labored. Another thrall crumpled. "Carl, brother, above you." Elliot's shrill cry exploded from behind. Carl jerked his head upward, and there, scaling the alley walls with terrifying agility, a gray thrall launched itself from above. A gray-white blur descended, reeking of decay, hurtling straight toward them. It was over. The thought had barely formed when a low, resonant voice cut through the air. "Umbral corrosion shot." A gray sphere arced down from the rooftop, striking the airborne thrall dead. Boom. The impact wrenched the thrall sideways midair. It slammed hard into the wall, rebounded onto the cobblestones, convulsed twice, and lay still. Carl and Elliot both looked up. A lone figure stood atop the roof, silhouetted against the ashen sky, face obscured, features indistinct. Then a vine unfurled and dropped down before them. "Grab the vine. I'll pull you up." His voice was quiet, yet carried with crystalline clarity through the narrow alley. Carl jolted, alert, whirled, and parried another thrall's lunge. "Master Elliot, go first." Before the words left his mouth, Elliot had already looped the vine around his wrist and tugged hard twice. His small hands trembled, but his movements were swift, precise. Carl seized the vine immediately after. With effortless strength, Lu Yuan hauled them both onto the rooftop in quick succession. Whenever a thrall lunged for the dangling vine, it met instant annihilation. A single precise umbral corrosion shot silenced it before it could close the distance. Thrall corpses slid down the brickwork, striking the ground with dull thuds and raising plumes of dust. Once the two were secure, Lu Yuan casually extended a hand downward, using Mage's hand. An invisible force seized the hardcore embedded within the corpse, drawing it noiselessly into his pocket. The motion was so swift Carl didn't even notice. Carl gasped for breath, sinking to one knee on the tiled roof. His first instinct wasn't to check his wounds, but to pivot and shield Elliot completely behind him. Only then did he lift his gaze to meet the stranger before him. A stark white mask covered the man's entire face. Through 2 oval eye slits gleamed silver-white irises, cold and unwavering. In his right hand rested a long spear, his left still held the vine. He wore an oddly tailored shirt, and a bulging pack slung across his back. No face, no expression. Those silver eyes swept calmly over the remaining thralls below. Instinctively, Carl tightened his grip on his sword hilt. "Who are you?" "Mogwichan." The stranger lowered his gaze, voice flat, uninflected. "A passing. You serve Father Ambrose, do you not?" "I'll take the boy, return, and deliver word." "What?" "Your presence would only slow us down." Lu Yuan offered no elaboration. His tone remained level, emotionless. "Alone, my odds of getting him to safety are far greater." "Then how do you know I serve Father Ambrose?" Carl demanded, voice urgent. Lu Yuan's gaze drifted downward, settling on Carl's armor. A faint, weary exasperation flickered in his eyes. "Your armor?" Carl glanced down. There, emblazoned clearly on his breastplate, was Father Ambrose's unmistakable sigil. He fell silent, but his mind raced. This man had extracted them both from the midst of thralls effortlessly. His power dwarfed Carl's own. If he truly served Father Ambrose, Elliot would be safer under his protection, and Carl could draw pursuit away. If not, resistance would likely end in execution. This Mogwichan, though seemingly unremarkable in close combat, wielded magic lethal enough to kill a man with a thought. Better to let him carry Elliot. Should he prove loyal, Carl's diversion would aid the mission. Should he betray them, Carl alive meant Father Ambrose could still mount a countermeasure. Carl gritted his teeth and rose to his full height. "Very well. I'll lure the thralls west, take the boy east. The cathedral lies closest that way." Lu Yuan gave a single terse nod, then swept Elliot up under one arm and leapt toward the far edge of the rooftop without another word. Carl watched as the figure vanished into the mist within 3 bounding leaps. He drew a deep, steadying breath. then vaulted onto the adjacent roof and sprinted in the opposite direction. As he ran, he roared into the fog, voice raw and defiant, "Come on, you beasts!" And behind him, the thralls' guttural shrieks swelled like a rising tide. Lu Yuan leaped across the rooftops with Elliot in tow. Gray mist surged beneath his feet, but due to the fog lamp, the mist was unable to wrap around his body. Occasionally, a gray slave would pounce from the side. With his magic power nearly depleted, he refrained from casting spells, and instead thrust his spear directly forward, using his momentum to impale the gray slave. Elliot kept his eyes tightly shut, too afraid to look. He only felt himself swaying up and down with the sound of rushing wind in his ears, his stomach churning. "How far is the stronghold?" Lu Yuan's voice came through the wind, calm and devoid of emotion. Elliot struggled to open his eyes a crack and glanced ahead before retreating. "To the right. About 10 more minutes." The child's voice trembled significantly. Lu Yuan tilted his head to glance right. At that moment, a gray-white shadow suddenly darted out from under the eaves on the left. Left side." Elliot screamed. Lu Yuan didn't turn his head. His pure white eye had remained active from the beginning. The trajectory, landing point, and speed of the gray slave were all dissected cleanly within the depths of his pupils. He halted, suddenly coming to a complete stop. The gray slave's claws grazed the back of his head, tearing through the air and missing their target. Lu Yuan lowered his body, gathering strength in his right leg, and kicked straight at the gray slave's side. Before the creature even hit the ground, it was kicked sideways, rolling twice on the tiles, before plummeting off the rooftop, disappearing into the gray mist with no sound. Lu Yuan withdrew his leg, not sparing it a second glance. "Go!" He tightened his grip on Elliot and continued leaping to the right. The gray mist surged momentarily behind them, but no pursuers followed. Lu Yuan jumped down from the rooftop, and the impact as his feet hit the ground made Elliot's face turn pale. "No!" Just as the child opened his mouth, the churn in his stomach surged upwards. Lu Yuan reacted swiftly, lifting him from under his arms and moving him away just in time to avoid the mess. "Throw up somewhere else." Elliot bent over, bracing himself on his knees, and vomited violently, tears and snot covering his face. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached from the direction of the stronghold's gate. Carl rushed out from the doorway. Lu Yuan noticed several new claw marks on his armor, breathing heavily like a bellows, his undershirt soaked through and clinging to his body. He had clearly been there for a while, standing guard at the entrance. Young Master, Elliot." He rushed forward in a few quick steps. Elliot suddenly turned, opened his mouth, and accurately splattered Carl's chest. Carl froze. He looked down at the filth on his chest plate, then back at Elliot, his mouth opening and closing without a sound. Lu Yuan's gaze shifted slightly. This guy actually ran faster than he did, even while wearing that armor. Judging by his sweaty face and trembling legs, he must have run back at full speed. Carl was quite the character. "It's fine, as long as the young master is okay." He expressionlessly tore a piece of cloth from his waist and wiped his armor clumsily. Once Elliot had completely cleared his stomach, Carl reached out to steady the child's shoulder and turned to walk inside the gate. "Follow me." Lu Yuan followed behind, stepping into the stronghold's entrance. Behind the door was a main street. Surprisingly clean. The ground was paved with gravel, and although the houses were low, they were neatly arranged, showing no signs of the chaos one would expect in a post-apocalyptic world. Occasionally, residents passed by, their figures thin and clad in patched clothing, yet their eyes held an indescribable glimmer. Almost every household had palm-sized idols displayed at their doors or windows. The material was rough, and some were even just roughly carved outlines of wood. As he moved deeper, the houses gradually grew taller. The walls were painted with gray-white lime, and stone slabs covered the entrance. Lu Yuan caught a glimpse through a half-open door. Inside was a half-man-high idol, remarkably well-crafted, with fresh food laid out in front of it. The people living on this street were neatly dressed and wore calm expressions. So calm that it was almost numb. When they saw Carl pass by, they would slightly lower their heads and greeting, their eyes scanning Lu Yuan without curiosity or vigilance. "Who are these?" Lu Yuan casually asked. "The families in the city," Carl answered without looking back, his pace unchanged. "They had their businesses before the disaster and donated most to Father Ambrose afterward. The rest is enough for them to live decently. They are also very loyal to Father Ambrose." Lu Yuan responded with a sound of acknowledgement, no longer asking further. The scene here truly showcased what it meant to be a place of faith. Frankly speaking, the exploration team that acquired the marker didn't have a deep understanding of this shelter. The task of acquiring the marker had little to do with this place. All Lu Yuan had seen from the official information were merely dry descriptions. The leader of the shelter is Ambrose, and the faith atmosphere is strong. Only upon entering did he realize what strong truly meant. It was overwhelmingly strong. From the entrance until now, the only person he sensed genuine humanity from was actually Carl, who was leading the way. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment and began to understand the reason. The gray mist constantly erodes people's spirits. Those who can't withstand it eventually transform into gray slaves. To resist the erosion of the gray mist, one either has to possess strong enough spirits. Like him, after activating the pure white eye, the gray mist's effect on him was no longer severe. Or one must rely on fog lamps. However, the materials for the fog lamps come from hunting gray slaves. Although gray slaves are not particularly strong, they are fearless and swarm together, making them impossible for ordinary people to hunt. Most likely for this reason, this shelter uses faith to help people resist the erosion of the gray mist. To survive, there's nothing to criticize. It is human nature. And the one who proposed this solution and managed to establish a shelter in this post-apocalyptic world, Ambrose, is definitely not simple. Be cautious. As he thought this, Carl led him to a house. All right, brother Mo Guachin. Carl stopped and turned around. Father Ambrose arranged for you to stay here for the night. I won't disturb you further, you must be tired. With that, he turned and left. After taking a few steps, he turned back. Brother Mo Guachin, thank you for saving my life. I will definitely repay you. Just as he was about to turn and leave again, Carl seemed to remember something and returned, handing Lu Yuan a note. Oh right, if you need anything, you can find me at the place on the note. I will definitely help with what I can. After saying this, he hurriedly left. Lu Yuan shook his head and walked straight into the room. The door closed behind him. The room was nicely arranged, even better than the noble houses he had seen along the way. It seemed that his displayed strength had drawn Ambrose's attention. Lu Yuan sat down by the bed and opened the temporary task: escort the priest's grandson, settlement completion, Elliot's survival, completed, guard survival, Carl completed, 15, successfully returned to the church shelter, completed, evaluation, exceeded expectations, basic rewards, issued 1. Stamina 2, agility 1, charisma 1, 2. Favorability with Father Ambrose, increased 3. Source crystal 50 extra reward, exceeding expectations, stamina 1. The prompt for task settlement vanished from sight. A wave of warmth suddenly enveloped his entire body. The increase in attributes had been completed out of thin air. His physique attribute had surged directly from 7 to 10. Lu Yuan looked down at his hands, fingers curling together into a fist. The joints made subtle cracking sounds, and the muscles in his palms were noticeably firmer than before. Feeling intrigued, he turned and walked over to the wooden table in the room. With his right index finger, he hooked the edge of the table and gently pried it. Crack! The 1-inch thick corner of the table broke cleanly, the surface appearing as if it had been sliced by a knife. Lu Yuan stared at the piece of wood in his hand for 2 seconds, unable to suppress a smile. However, after laughing, he felt it was somewhat strange. As a mage, why was his physique attribute increasing continuously? But he also understood that this was beyond his control. To allocate points freely, one needed free attribute points. Free attribute points could only be obtained through leveling up, with the amount given per level depending on the job rating. Since he had not yet changed professions, he could only gain 4 free attribute points from leveling up directly. And grade job also yielded this amount. Hence it was said that grade jobs were weak. 4 grade 5 points could be obtained per level. In the evening, someone brought food. The food looked fine, but Lu Yuan still did not touch it. He chewed a few bites of dry rations and drank a couple of gulps of water just to get by. After nightfall, he sat cross-legged on the bed and began to meditate. He did not sleep. He sat like this for the entire night. The next morning dawned. Lu Yuan exhaled a breath of stale air and opened his eyes. His level 2 spellcasting talent was indeed strong. Meditating for a whole night had directly accumulated half of the experience needed for his mana level. In a good mood, he rolled off the bed, gathered water elements to wash up, quickly tidied his clothes, and pushed the door open to step outside. Carl was already waiting outside the door. He was wrapped in bandages, his expression looking almost the same as yesterday, still wearing that cheerful demeanor. However, there was a shadow of gloom between his brows, not deeply concealed. Lu Yuan noticed it immediately. He had probably received news of a teammate's death. Brother Mo Guachin, good morning. As soon as Lu Yuan stepped out, Carl immediately wiped away the somber look on his face, hastening over with 3 steps and 2 strides, handing Lu Yuan a rolled-up item. This is the map you asked me to find for you. Lu Yuan took it, unfolded it, glanced at it, and casually tossed it into his backpack. Thanks. What's with the thanks? Carl waved his hand, then leaned in a bit closer, his eyes sparkling. Oh right, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Come, I'll treat you. I know a place where the food is absolutely delicious. His enthusiasm was hard to refuse. Lu Yuan had no choice but to follow. After walking a few steps, Carl turned back, lowering his voice and adding mysteriously, by the way, brother Mo Guachin, don't rush off after breakfast. There's a good show this morning, let's go watch it together. The two of them sat down in the restaurant. It was clear that the owner was familiar with Carl, who shortly after ordering the food was served. Carl grabbed a spoon and stuffed several mouthfuls into his mouth, cheeks bulging, mumbling as he spoke. Brother Mo Guachin, did you know? Father Ambrose is recruiting recently. Lu Yuan did not respond immediately. He first used his pure white eye to scan the food twice, ensuring it was safe before he began to eat. Taking a few bites, he found the taste to be better than he had expected. Is that so? Yes. Carl lowered his voice even more, leaning forward slightly. You might not know this since you just arrived here, but Father Ambrose has found a lost church, and it is said that a powerful Grey Watcher is lurking inside along with something the Father wants to reclaim. He previously sent several groups of people, and all of whom perished. This time Father Ambrose is pulling out all the stops, selecting an elite team from various experts, offering rewards in wealth and extraordinary items, and even promising a favor in return. He paused, looking up at Lu Yuan with evident anticipation in his eyes. A favor from the Father. If this trip is successful, you'll never have to worry about food and drink after you come out. Brother Mo Gui-chun, with your skills, why not? Give it a try. The Father never mistreats those with talent. Lu Yuan swallowed the food in his mouth before asking. When Oi. After we watch the show this morning, I'll take you to sign up. The Father's men will arrange a test. If you can fight, you can join. However, there will be quite a few people signing up. I heard there are several professionals among them. This was his original goal for coming here, but he couldn't reveal it directly, so Lu Yuan pretended otherwise. His face showed no expression, just a nod, his tone bland. Alright, let's go see then. After finishing the meal, Carl led Lu Yuan to the place he mentioned for watching the show. It was a square. In the center stood several wooden posts, each tied to a person. There were men and women, old and young, all wearing white coarse cloth clothing, their hair disheveled over their faces, mouths tightly bound by strips of cloth only able to emit muffled whimpers. A deacon in a black robe stood on a high platform, unrolling a piece of parchment and shouting. His voice was hoarse, yet it reverberated throughout the square. Blaspheming the divine, betraying compatriots, colluding with the Grey Mist, inciting the Grey Watchers to attack the Father's grandson. Each time he announced a charge, a low murmur arose from the crowd below. It created an atmosphere of morbidly pure bloodlust among the spectators. After finishing the recitation, the deacon threw the parchment down into the pile of wood beneath the posts. To be executed by fire, to purify their sins. The flames burst upward with a whoosh, licking up the dry wood, quickly enveloping the posts. At the moment the cloth strips were seared by the flames, screams burst forth from their throats, sharp as iron spoons scraping against the bottom of a pot. Yet just moments ago the residents, resembling fearful devotees, now displayed an unusual piety. If not for the painful screams of the burning individuals above, passers-by might have truly thought this was a place of fervent prayer. At this moment there were no gasps, no laughter. Everyone clasped their hands together, eyes closed. Their lips moved as they prayed in unison. Silver-white holy light poured out from each person, slowly converging into the flames at the center of the square. The fire blazed even fiercer, its color shifting from orange to a ghastly white. Screams and prayers intertwined. Blood and fire mingled with holy light, an indescribable solemnity, an unspeakable ferocity. Lu Yuan stood at the back of the crowd, quietly observing all of this. His pure white, I could see the expressions on each face. Piety, fervor, even a hint of enjoyment. He withdrew his gaze with only one thought lingering in his mind. The people here were not quite sane. Even Carl, who had seemed the most human companion during their journey, was now also with eyes closed, hands clasped, lips moving, praying devoutly like everyone else. Once again Lu Yuan understood why this place was called the Land of Faith. It also made him see clearly the methods of Father Ambrose. In just one night these traitors had been uprooted, and the faith energy pulsating within each resident was truly insane. After the execution by fire, the devotees gathered around, poking at the ashes with sticks. They carefully collected the holy ash into small glass bottles, hanging them around their necks as talismans kept close to their bodies. Someone reached out to catch the splashing sparks, their palms scalded red, yet their face bore a smile, muttering something about being purified. A child squatted beside the ashes, dipping a finger into the ash and tasting it. The adult nearby did not stop them, instead showing a look of approval. This scene reminded Lu Yuan of a picture. Early morning at 6 or 7 o'clock at the market, a group of aunties frantically snatching freshly displayed steaming pork. This was the first time he had seen such a scene filled with the vitality of living people since entering this sanctuary. Just as he was thinking, Carl squeezed back through the crowd. He had a thin layer of sweat on his face, a beaming smile, and handed over a small glass bottle. Inside was the holy ash he had just snatched back. Brother Mo Gui-chun, this is an excellent talisman. He stuffed the bottle into Lu Yuan's hand, then cheerfully added, "Oh right, I just pray to the great deity for you, hoping for your victory in the upcoming battles." Lu Yuan glanced down at the amulet forced into his hand. Although it was essentially the ashes of a traitor, he displayed no extra emotion about it. In truth, he was somewhat curious about this object. While burning those people earlier, his pure white eyes were open, allowing him to see a certain special energy emanating from the devout worshippers. Not knowing what to call it, he temporarily named it the power of faith in his mind. However, this was not the time for research, so he casually stowed it away in his backpack. Thanks. No need to thank me. Carl patted his shoulder and pointed towards the side of the church. Come on, Imogoachin, let's sign up now. The registration area was located at an old schoolyard beside the church. The ground was covered with gravel surrounded by a wooden fence that enclosed an open space with a simple arena in the center filled with sand. Several torches were stuck beside the arena, burning not with ordinary flames, but with mist lanterns. The gray mist was kept outside the fence, and the flames remained motionless, illuminating the entire schoolyard. Quite a few people were already standing in the yard. Some were wearing local guard armor, while others like Lu Yuan were dressed in various styles as outsiders. As soon as Lu Yuan stepped into the schoolyard, a dull thud echoed from the arena. Bang! A burly man over 2 meters tall stood in the center of the arena, holding a hammer, looking down at his fallen opponent. He grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth, and shouted at the audience below, "Little guys don't come up here to seek suffering. The last few opponents had their ribs all broken by me. You still have time to roll away now." Opposite him stood a slender man. He was not very tall, holding only a thick wooden stick wrapped in iron, his figure dwarfed by the burly man. Anyone with eyes could see that the outcome of this match was not in doubt. The lean man did not respond. He held the wooden stick with both hands, slightly bent forward, and performed a bow. The referee stood at the edge of the arena and waved his arm. Start. The burly man talked tough, and his movements were decidedly unambiguous. He pushed off the ground, swinging the hammer in a wide arc aimed at the slender man's chest. The sound of the hammer slicing through the air was extremely dull. The slender man sidestepped his body, turning to avoid the hammer head that grazed past his clothing. With momentum, he flicked the wooden stick upward. Crack! The tip of the stick accurately struck the burly man's wrist where he held the hammer. The hammer flew from his grip, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Before the burly man could react, the wooden stick had already tapped his chin. There was a crisp crack. The burly man leaned back and fell heavily. The slender man flicked the wooden stick outward, knocking him off the edge of the arena. The battle was over. It had only taken 2 breaths. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted into buzzing discussions. Lu Yuan stood outside the arena, watching calmly. He was not surprised. That slender man was a professional, warrior-class A-rank monk. The burly man was just an ordinary person. No matter how strong, he couldn't possibly be a match for a professional. If the challengers were all of this level, there was indeed nothing to worry about. Carl leaned in, lowering his voice. Imogoachin, don't underestimate them. That burly man may look intimidating, but he is actually the weakest among the challengers. There is a true powerhouse among them, reportedly a professional and also an outsider. He paused, a hint of respect in his tone. That person arrived just yesterday, a bit earlier than you. Father Ambrose heard about him and directly appointed him as a challenger. I heard he is a warrior class. Imogoachin, although you are a mage with formidable spells, if that kind of warrior class professional gets too close to you. Carl did not finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. On the surface, Lu Yuan merely hummed in response. However, he felt a heightened sense of vigilance within. The two of them made their way through the crowd to the registration area. Behind a wooden table sat a clerk in a gray robe, not lifting his head as his pen scratched rapidly across the paper. Name: Imogoachin. Profession: Mage Apprentice. The clerk raised his head, glanced at him from top to bottom, then lowered his head to jot something down. You're up next. There are no equipment restrictions, you just don't kill anyone. Lu Yuan nodded and turned to leave. Shortly after, the referee's voice rang out. Next match begins, both sides to the stage. A young man stepped out from the back of the crowd, heading toward the arena. The crowd automatically parted to make way. The young man wore a dark gray leather armor with a slender western sword hanging at his waist. His face could be considered handsome, with a slight smirk that carried an air of arrogance. He walked at a moderate pace, gazing straight ahead, without looking at the people on either side. A nearby clerk leaned in and asked quietly, "Is this the professional assigned by Father Ambrose yesterday? What do you think?" The bandaged contestant replied, "Incredibly strong. His speed is beyond comprehension. I almost got diced up as soon as I entered the arena." A contestant who had just returned from registration said, "If it were me, how much of his strength could I match?" The clerk replied, "You'd probably be kicked to the side like a roadkill." Carl's expression changed as he recognized the newcomer. "It's him." He grabbed Lu Yuan's sleeve and spoke in a very low voice. "Imogoachin, this is the professional arranged by the priest. I heard his speed is particularly fast. Those who faced him yesterday didn't even have time to react before being taken down." He sighed to himself. "I prayed to the great deity, why are you still so unlucky facing him in the first round?" Imogoachin, listen to me. If it's truly impossible to win, just admit defeat, don't force it. It's no shame to skip this round and sign up again later. Lu Yuan ignored Carl's words. He grasped the hem of his black hoodie, lifted it off, and casually draped it over his backpack. A gasp rippled through the crowd. It was not a mage robe lacking the flowing hems. Lu Yuan's upper body was left only in a tight dark gray short-sleeve shirt tightly stretched over his torso by his muscles. His pectoral muscles, abs, and arms were distinctly outlined under the fabric resembling a walking sculpture. You say you are a mage. Carl's voice changed pitch. Lu Yuan ignored him and stepped towards the arena. His confident voice echoed in the air. If it's him, I will win. Lu Yuan ascended the steps to the arena. The young man with the sword had already taken his position, standing over 10 steps away from him. The moment he clearly saw the man's face, the worry that had lingered in Lu Yuan's heart dissipated. But only for a moment. He quickly raised his vigilance again. The reason was the familiar face standing opposite him. It was none other than his longtime defeated foe. And that person was the challenger, Lu Wei. The referee raised his arm, announcing loudly. And his opponent is Mage Apprentice. Upon hearing the words, Mage Apprentice, Lu Wei slightly raised his eyebrows, curiously sizing up the person in the white mask across from him. Mage Apprentice. He chuckled lightly. Give me a name, at least let me know who my opponent is. Lu Yuan slightly cupped his hands, his tone unremarkable. I am Mo Guichen. Mo Guichen. I don't recognize you. Lu Wei shook his head, a hint of regret in his tone. But speaking of mages, I do know a spell-based person. That person had decent talent, was skilled in martial arts, and had defeated me several times. Unfortunately, he was an orphan with a poor mind, choosing to pursue spellcasting instead of the steady warrior class. He scoffed. He's probably still struggling to transition classes somewhere right now. Lu Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Beneath the mask, his originally pure black pupils quietly transformed into silver. Indeed, he replied calmly. Transitioning to spellcasting is truly difficult. The referee glanced at both of them, raised his arm, and brought it down sharply. Begin. The referee's voice had not yet faded. Wind, spirit, possession, obsidian bullet. A layer of light blue radiance surged around Lu Wei, wrapping his entire body like a translucent armor. He swayed slightly as if being dragged by the wind, sliding sideways. The obsidian bullet shot by from Lu Yuan, grazing his shoulder and crashing into the edge of the arena, exploding into a cloud of gray-black fragments. Lu Wei's figure flickered in place, leaving only an afterimage, and he had already darted 3 steps away. The western sword in his hand shimmered with a blue light, the tip aimed directly at Lu Yuan's chest. Lu Yuan's pupils constricted. Lu Wei's movements were all captured by the pure white eye, the trajectory clear as day. But his agility could not keep up. Ding, 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 ding. The western sword stabbed into Lu Yuan's chest 5 or 6 times. No blood. The sensation of the sword tip was not like piercing flesh, but rather like striking a steel plate, each jab producing a crisp sound that made Lu Wei's palm tingle. Lu Wei was momentarily stunned. Lu Yuan seized the opportunity, twisting his waist and sweeping out a kick. The wind generated by the kick was as heavy as a hammer. Lu Wei stepped back, deftly dodging. The residual force of the kick hit the arena with a bang, sending yellow sand splashing 2 meters high, raining down on the front row spectators. Someone in the crowd shouted at the referee, "That guy on the stage, he's a mage." Lu Wei steadied himself with only one thought flashing through his mind. Is this a human? He stared at the figure opposite him, wearing a white mask, feeling an indescribable awkwardness rising in his heart. So familiar. This attacking style, this hard-hitting approach was too familiar. A shadow that had loomed for many years surfaced from the depths of his memory, and he couldn't push it back. Lu Yuan also understood Lu Wei's background from this exchange. Wind Chaser, Swordsman Warrior. The skill he had just used was called Wind Spirit Possession, which greatly enhanced movement speed and attack speed, with the only drawback being that reaction speed could not keep up. There was another weakness. This class had only this one skill. But because of that, this skill had no cooldown. Once used, it could be used again. Stacking Wind Spirit Possession provided exponential gains. Conversely, the physical toll would also increase exponentially. Lu Yuan was not surprised. Lu Wei's level 3 warrior class talent was primarily focused on fighting spirit. His fighting spirit naturally carried the wind attribute, so it was strange for him not to take this path. 0-tier combat skill, Wind Step. A flash of blue light appeared beneath Lu Wei's feet, and he was propelled as if blown by the wind, leaving a faint blue trail behind him. In the moment he disappeared, he had already circled around to Lu Yuan's back. 0-tier combat skill, Wind Stab. The blue light on the western sword surged the tip, transforming into a dense array of light points accompanied by a sharp whoosh as it descended toward Lu Yuan's back. Lu Yuan didn't even turn his head. After years of rivalry, he knew this routine, even with his eyes closed. He twisted his waist and thrust backward with his spear, forcing Lu Wei to retract his sword mid-strike to block. Following that, Lu Yuan spun around to sweep the spearhead, swinging around to strike the sandy ground, kicking up a cloud of yellow sand that enveloped Lu Wei. His vision was cut off by the dust. Lu Wei instinctively squinted. But Lu Yuan's pure white eye was unaffected. Through the dust, Lu Wei's outline was clear to him. With a flick of his wrist, the spear stabbed straight out. The wind reached Lu Wei first, brushing against him. A smirk appeared at the corner of Lu Wei's mouth. He chuckled softly and activated Wind Step, again flashing behind Lu Yuan. The fighting spirit on his sword reignited, preparing to stab down. The spear's handle arrived first. The spear's tail struck Lu Wei's abdomen solidly, producing a dull thud like a drumbeat. Lu Wei staggered back 4 or 5 steps, a sweetness rising in his throat, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He clutched his stomach and looked up at the person he had stabbed a dozen times, who was not even bleeding. Only a few red spots appeared on his shirt, as if he had been bitten by mosquitoes. Lu Wei's mind buzzed as he realized what had happened. That last stab was a feint. He wiped the blood from the corner. Moreover, why does he always guess that I will dodge behind him? And why is this devious tactic so familiar? A flood of thoughts crashed in Lu Wei's mind, leaving him in a muddle. He looked up stunned. Lu Yuan had pulled the spear out, driving it straight into the ground. The spear was still too heavy for him, and he could not use it with full force lest he accidentally kill Lu Wei. His hands free, he performed a starting gesture. That posture was too familiar to Lu Wei. Then 2 clusters of ghostly gray flames ignited from Lu Yuan's fists. Death Chi entanglement. The gray flames danced between his fingers, contrasting with the white mask, exuding an inexplicable sinister aura. Lu Wei's pupils shrank to pinpricks. His lips moved, but no sound came out. Instead, a name surged in his heart. Lu Yuan. All the memories of past defeats surged up uncontrollably. The one he could never defeat. He had thought that since Lu Yuan had chosen the magical path, his fear of him would. But when this figure stood on the arena again, performing that familiar starting gesture, fear poured down over him like ice water, unstoppable. The crowd clearly felt it. The momentum around Lu Wei was diminishing. The aura of impending defeat could not be suppressed. The bandaged contestant murmured, "Could it be that Lu Wei is about to lose here?" No. The steward's voice was heavy, carrying an undeniable certainty. The moment he finished speaking, images flashed through Lu Wei's mind. Before entering the game world, his father's entrustment as he patted his shoulder. His mother stood at the door, her eyes red with worry. His brother pulled him aside, stuffing an amulet into his hand as encouragement. His little brother looked up at him, eyes full of admiration. And these people below, the trust of those who believed he could win. I cannot succumb to fear here. He gritted his teeth, forcing the words out one by one. I will conquer my fear. I will conquer him. Lu Yuan tilted his head, his tone laced with undisguised disdain. Have you rekindled your fighting spirit, Lu Wei? No, or rather, challenger. Lu Wei raised his head. The pride returned to his face, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth, his eyes shining brightly. Don't get it wrong, you are the challenger. Double Wind Spirit Possession. Activate. Lu Wei took a deep breath and a surge of blue light erupted beneath his feet. Light blue fighting spirit swirled up from his feet, wrapping around him layer by layer. That layer of translucent armor shadow became more solid, its outline clear, resembling a suit of armor made of wind that fastened around him. Then he almost broke free from the capture of the pure white eye. When he reappeared, Lu Yuan struggled to capture his figure. The sensation of stabbing was relentless. Ding 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 ding. And the surrounding blue light. Those were the afterimages left by Lu Wei as he moved one yet to dissipate, before another stacked on top. Is that all you've got, Lu Wei? Lu Yuan's voice came from behind the mask, calm and unhurried. Lu Wei, the shadow behind him was gradually solidifying. The breathing of everyone in the audience stopped for a moment. A single thought exploded in everyone's mind. Breakthrough in the heat of battle. He actually comprehended a new combat skill at such a moment. Lu Yuan's fist swung. The death key entangled gray flames left trails in the air as he threw punch after punch, trying to break Lu Wei's rhythm. But it was futile. Lu Yuan understood he could no longer stop the birth of Lu Wei's new combat skill. The shadow behind Lu Wei completely solidified, transforming into 3. 3 blue clones unfolded behind him like 3 shadows sculpted from the wind. First-tier combat skill, Wind Spirit. As the clones formed, the attacks came crashing in from all directions. The piercing speed that surged once more finally broke through the limits of his physique. The sword tip stabbed and pulled out, leaving a streak of blood. For the first time, blood emerged from Lu Yuan. The bandaged contestant stared blankly at the large cloud of dust stirred up in the arena, his lips trembling. That masked man was breached. A newly registered contestant blurted out, and Lu Wei is still in perfect condition, which means. The steward took a deep breath. That's right, Lu Wei has won. Before the words even finished, Lu Wei's sword stabbed out once more, and just as he attempted to move again, then something gripped his ankle. He looked down, and it was a vine that had suddenly emerged from the sand, wrapping around him, immobilizing him. Lu Yuan's mask was now in front of him, less than a fist's distance away. Are you finished? Lu Wei's pupils dilated, the fear within him surged uncontrollably, reflected in his eyes. The fist wrapped in gray flames rose from below, crashing into his chin. Everything happened in an instant. As the dust began to settle, a figure stood in the center of the arena. It was Lu Yuan. The white mask bore several scratches and the cuffs were torn, seeping faint blood. Yet he stood tall, breathing steadily, as if he had not fought at all. Beneath him a vine silently extended from the sand, the other end tightly coiled around Lu Wei's ankle. Lu Wei lay on the ground. His left cheek was deeply caved in, as if hit directly by a cannonball on the cheekbone. His consciousness was gradually fading, his eyelids heavy, unable to hold on. The entire arena fell silent. The bandaged contestant opened his mouth, his voice squeezing out from his throat. How could this be? He was clearly being suppressed just now. The steward's face turned pale, his lips moved for a long time, but not a single word came out. Lu Yuan glanced at his fist. The layer of ghostly gray flames on the back of his hand had not completely extinguished, flickering gently in the wind. What a boring battle, Lu Wei. His voice was not loud, but in the dead silence of the arena, everyone heard. I will probably forget you by tomorrow. Lu Wei lay on the ground hearing these words. His consciousness completely plunged into darkness. Lu Yuan turned around, walking toward the edge of the arena. He casually pulled out the spear embedded in the ground, the tip tracing a shallow line in the sand. He did not look back. Behind him, Lu Wei's face lay buried in the shallow pit created by the impact, motionless. Only the sound of the torches crackled in the arena. As Lu Yuan stepped down from the stage, Carl approached him. He forcefully stuffed the backpack and coat back into Lu Yuan's hands. Lu Yuan scanned the backpack with his pure white eyes, confirming that its contents had not been tampered with before he put the coat back on. The fabric wrapped around him concealed the exaggerated muscle lines beneath. Carl watched in disbelief as that muscular physique disappeared into the coat, swallowing hard, but ultimately unable to contain himself. Mogochen, are you really a mage apprentice? Lu Yuan replied without lifting his head. Yes, I am merely a weak mage apprentice who has yet to complete my transition. Carl automatically filtered out the word weak. Weak. That physique could hardly be called weak, others would likely be labeled as disabled. He scratched the back of his head and asked again, then why didn't you choose the warrior path? It's hard to train. Hard to train. Carl looked confused. Then why not use the time you saved from not training as a warrior to train as a warrior? Lu Yuan paused his actions. He lifted his head, gazing at Carl's earnest and eager face, and fell silent for quite a while. Then he reached out and patted Carl's shoulder heavily. Carl, you must have the potential to become a high-tier warrior. Carl smiled, not being modest, and grinned as he replied, Father Ambrose said the same to me. Oh right, Mogochen, you defeated Lu Wei, so now you are the champion taking his place, but you'll need to fight a few. However, looking at the current time, it should only be 2 or 3 rounds at most. Given the strength you displayed earlier, others will probably surrender as soon as they step onto the stage. If there are any that don't, you must not let your guard down. Just as Carl finished speaking, a task prompt popped up in front of Lu Yuan. Temporary task, defend the championship difficulty, target maintain champion status until the selection ends. Reward physical 2 failure penalty, unable to receive subsequent tasks. Lu Yuan glanced at it. An unexpected delight. However, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Physical. Again with the physical. This damned system was determined to push him down the warrior path. A few more matches followed, and soon it was Lu Yuan's turn again. The next round begins, both sides to the stage. Champion Mage Apprentice, Mogochen. Challenger. The referee's voice echoed across the arena. Without a moment of mourning for Lu Wei's defeat, the next contestant was. A participant who had just registered suddenly stood up from the crowd, pointing at himself, his voice trembling. I'm fighting Mogochen. Is this for real? The contestant beside him, wrapped in bandages, patted his shoulder earnestly. Bro, just surrender when you get up there, don't suffer. The young man swallowed hard, stealing a glance at the figure on the stage wearing a white mask, then looking down at his own thin arms, he nodded vigorously in agreement. That makes sense. After a long while, the previously lively young man was carried back on a stretcher, 1 person on each side. His body was entirely wrapped in bandages, exposing only his eyes, and his mouth was nowhere to be found. The bandaged guy who had earlier advised him to surrender leaned in, sizing him up and giving a heartfelt thumbs up. Bro, you're strong. You managed to take 3 hits from Mogochen without surrendering. Though defeated, you still hold your honor. I'm not as good as you. The injured man emitted a muffled whimper, writhing violently on the stretcher. The resentment emanating from him was almost palpable. The nearby medical staff immediately handed over paper and pen. The injured man trembled as he grabbed the pen and wrote a line on the paper with such force that it nearly pierced through. Bullshit. I wanted to surrender as soon as I stepped onto the stage, but I was a second late, and that bastard hit me with a vine before I could say a word. The bandaged guy glanced at the words on the paper and shrank his neck. Then, you should run. The injured man jabbed the pen at the paper with force. Do you think I didn't want to run? As soon as my leg moved, the second whip struck my leg. The bandaged guy fell silent for a moment, then mustered the courage to squeeze out a few words of comfort. It's okay, that golden cicada escape technique you used was quite good, see, you're fine. Upon hearing the words golden cicada escape, the injured man's eyes widened like copper bells, and the pen tip nearly pierced through the paper. Fine. You call this fine? Did you not see all these bandages? Also, that wasn't the golden cicada escape. It was him punching me away, and all that's left is a piece of clothing hanging on the stage. The bandaged guy was completely silent. After a while, the injured man seemed to recover a bit, lowered his head, and the pen tip returned to the paper. This time the handwriting was surprisingly calm. Not because he had come to terms with it. Rather, he had no other option. However, I think Mo Guichin is quite suitable for teaching blood magic. How so? He can punch someone into a blood mist, and claim to have taught them how to use blood escape techniques. The bandaged guy opened his mouth, but couldn't produce any sound. In the next 2 matches, Lu Yuan didn't even have to raise a hand. As soon as his opponents stepped onto the stage, they knelt down and surrendered, their movements so smooth that Lu Yuan didn't even have time to react. Standing on the stage, he gazed at the 2 figures who had surrendered so easily, and couldn't help but sigh. They couldn't compare to the earlier young man. Their strength was lacking, but they had grit. They endured 3 full-force hits without uttering a word. Stronger than Lu Wei. Lu Wei took just 1 full-force hit, and was put to sleep immediately. Sigh. Indeed, there are countless heroes in this world. Lu Yuan lamented as he stepped down from the stage. Just as his feet touched the ground, a task completion prompt popped up. A familiar warmth surged through his body. His physicality increased by 2 points. He glanced at his hands, remaining silent for a second. Forget it, it's still an unexpected delight. Just as he muttered this, Carl came up to him holding a cloth bag. Mo Guichin, the items you asked me to buy are all in here. Lu Yuan took the cloth bag and peered inside. 2 vials of potions lay side by side. One vial contained a semi-transparent grayish-white liquid with a label that read Mist Crystal Essence, which restored mana. The other was milky white, labeled Holy Nectar, which restored health. Lu Yuan confirmed everything was correct and stuffed the 2 vials into a quickly accessible compartment of his backpack. Carl then took out a slender glass vial from his pocket and handed it over. The liquid inside was light gray and slightly luminescent, resembling the surrounding gray mist, but purer. This is a bonus gift from the Merchant Association after they heard you were the one buying things. The shopkeeper said this is an extra thank you for saving young Master Elliot. Lu Yuan received the vial, and a panel popped up immediately. Spirit's Breath, rank white, rating 1010, effect Spirit 1-2. Drinking has a low chance of granting the trait Clear Spirit. Description: extracted from high concentrations of gray mist essence, stimulating the boundaries of the spirit. Side effects have been eliminated, non-toxic. Full score. Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. In terms of price alone, a full score white quality item is worth more than an ordinary green quality item. This potion not only increases attributes, but also has a chance of granting a trait. Its price must be several times higher. It seems this is the true hidden reward for the escort, the priest's grandson task. So generous. He could actually gain up to 6 attribute points. He pulled out the cork and downed it in one go. The grayish-white mist flowed down his throat, exploding into a cold sting the moment it entered his body. His mind felt as if it had been filled with ice, numbing his scalp. Countless gray-white phantoms flashed before his eyes, pricking him to the point where he instinctively wanted to close his eyes. The pain felt 3 times stronger than usual gray mist erosion. But the panel showed that his health had not dropped. He knew this was the potion stimulating his spirit. After a few moments, the icy pain gradually faded. Instead, he felt an indescribable clarity in his mind, as if a foggy mirror had a corner wiped clean. Spirit 1, you have gained the trait Clear Spirit type, trait effect Spirit Resistance 10. It really worked. Lu Yuan's lips curled slightly. His spirit only increased by 1 point, but that trait was indeed an unexpected delight. Such probabilistic things are a gain if you can get them. He put away the empty vial and nodded at Carl. Thanks, bro. The final match on the stage concluded. Lu Yuan rubbed his still slightly throbbing temples and glanced toward the arena. Next, he should go see his teammates this time. Lu Yuan arrived in front of an unremarkable house. This was the rendezvous point designated by the priest. After entering, he found several people already inside. They all turned to look at him, eyes filled with scrutiny and curiosity. Lu Yuan's gaze swept over them, finally resting in the center of the room. There, an elderly man dressed in priestly attire was conversing with a few team members. The old man had white hair and beard, his face lined with wrinkles, yet his back remained straight. Upon seeing Lu Yuan enter, the expression on the elderly man's face softened slightly as he approached him. You must be Mr. Mo Guichin. Thank you, child, for saving my grandson. The old man's voice was warm, carrying a soothing strength. Lu Yuan slightly inclined his body. You flatter me, priest. It was just a small effort. He scrutinized the elderly man before him. On the surface, he appeared very kind and amiable. However, those eyes were clear and profound, revealing an unapproachable majesty when he inadvertently cast a glance. This was the aura accumulated over many years by someone in a high position. Ambrose seemed to see through Lu Yuan's thoughts, merely smiling. All right, everyone is here now. He glanced around at the people in the room. I want to disturb you young people from getting to know each other. After saying this, he turned and slowly walked out of the house. The door was gently closed. With Ambrose's departure, the atmosphere in the room became somewhat delicate. No one took the initiative to speak. Seizing this moment, Lu Yuan quietly activated his pure white eye. He needed to confirm whether the environment here was safe. A silvery light flashed deep within his pupils. The furnishings of the room were simple, with nothing unusual. However, when his vision penetrated through the floor, he saw something different. Directly beneath the house, a massive magical array was etched into the ground. The intricate and complex patterns of the array emitted a faint white glow, slowly rotating. A gentle energy spread from the array, filling the entire room. This energy was very familiar to Lu Yuan. It was strikingly similar to the power of faith that surged from the believers at the Pyre Square. This magical array was likely designed for healing and restoring one's spirit. Lu Yuan could feel the fatigue left from his battle with Lu Wei on the arena, as well as the small wounds on his body healing at a visibly rapid pace. The mental weariness was also swept away. What a grand gesture! Lu Yuan secretly sighed in his heart. He closed his pure white eye and began to discreetly observe the others in the room. These were his teammates. There were a total of 5 people, making 6 with himself. First was a man leaning against the wall wearing a gray trench coat with an old scar on his face and 2 pistols hanging at his waist. He appeared calm. A young girl with blonde hair and blue eyes dressed in a pure white priest robe clasped her hands nervously in front of her. A tall woman with icy blue hair tied back, her features stern, held a staff in her arms, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. A bald, muscular man dressed simply in monk's robes held a staff almost as tall as himself, eyes closed, as if in a light slumber. He was the one Lu Yuan had first noticed upon entering. A figure huddled in the corner, dressed in shabby clothing, face covered with a hood pulled low, making it difficult to see their appearance, and seeming quite inconspicuous. His gaze finally paused for a moment on the blonde priestess. A rich energy surrounded her. It was similar to the power of faith emitted by the believers at the square, but much weaker. If one did not pay close attention, they might subconsciously overlook it. Lu Yuan slightly squinted his eyes. The priestess belonged to a mental-type profession, and the source of her power should be her own spiritual strength. Such a dense external force of faith accumulated on a low-tier priestess was evidently illogical. He remained expressionless, closing his pure white eye. At that moment, the man with the twin pistols broke the silence. He crossed his arms over his chest and scanned the crowd. All right, since everyone is here, let's stop pretending to be mute. Let's introduce ourselves. He'll go first. I'm Victor, but you can call me Viper. I'm the captain of this operation. Just as he finished speaking, the blonde priestess let out a short gasp. Ah. She covered her mouth, her eyes wide as she looked at Victor. You are the famous mercenary Viper. Victor raised an eyebrow, seemingly indifferent to the title. It's just a nickname. He openly acknowledged his identity. The others reacted differently upon hearing the name, but none voiced any objection to his captaincy. It appeared that Viper's reputation was indeed significant enough to command respect. Very well. Victor nodded, satisfied with the outcome. Next, after Victor introduced himself, his gaze turned to the blonde priestess. She lifted her chin. Leah, a priestess personally chosen by the priest. Her tone carried an innate pride as her gaze swept over everyone. I will fulfill my duties. Just don't hold me back. Next was the woman with icy blue hair. Her voice was as cold as her demeanor, devoid of any warmth. Selena, an ice mage skilled in crowd. Her words were concise, not willing to waste even a single extra word. Lu Yuan noticed that she seemed more familiar with Victor and Priest Ambrose. Next, the bald, muscular man opened his eyes, stood up, and pressed his palms together. I am Marcus, a professional monk. I will do my best to protect every practitioner present. His voice was loud and strong, giving off a very reliable impression. Finally, everyone's gaze turned to the small figure in the corner. That person seemed shy, shrinking further into the corner, their voice barely audible. Rain, a thief. Am not good at direct combat, but I excel at reconnaissance and gathering intelligence. His voice dwindled until it was almost inaudible. Victor frowned slightly, but still spoke up. Don't be nervous. A good scout is as valuable in a team as a strong damage dealer. Now only Lu Yuan remained. All eyes were focused on him. He stood in place, his tone flat. Mo Guachin, an apprentice mage. Selena turned her head, sizing him up. I saw your performance in the arena. You have an affinity for death and wood. Lu Yuan nodded. Noticing his acknowledgement, Selena took a small step forward, her gaze sharpening. Do you have any undead with you? As soon as this was said, no one in the room spoke again. The others' gazes fixated on Lu Yuan. In this world shrouded in gray mist, the situation for professions related to the undead wasn't as dire as one might think. After all, the materials for casting spells didn't necessarily have to be of the same kind. The numerous gray mist creatures' corpses scattered everywhere were far more useful than human bodies. But this place was different. This was the land of faith controlled by Ambrose. Here faith was the only pillar for ordinary people to survive. For this group that constantly spoke of light and sanctity, a necromancer who desecrated corpses was indeed an outlier. Lu Yuan looked at Selena. He did not answer the question, not even feeling inclined to refute. After all, he had already realized that no matter how he answered, she would continue to make things difficult for him. Seeing this, Victor reached for the grip of his gun at his waist and cleared his throat. All right, he was chosen by Priest Ambrose. Having passed the trial, he is our teammate. As long as he can deal with the things in the Lost Church, the means don't matter. Victor spoke to smooth things over. Selena stared at Lu Yuan for 2 seconds. She slightly frowned, withdrew her gaze, and ceased to pursue the matter further. Lu Yuan was too lazy to waste time with them. He turned around and walked to the most secluded corner of the room, leaning against the wall and sitting down. He then crossed his arms over his chest and closed his eyes. He adopted a pose of resting and refusing to engage. The others exchanged glances and found their own places to sit down and rest, waiting to depart. As they settled down, whether it was the aloof Selena or the Captain Victor, everyone unconsciously shifted their chosen seats were all somewhat distanced from the corner where Lu Yuan sat. The entire room was invisibly divided into 2 halves. On one side was them. On the other side was Lu Yuan. Victor glanced out the window. Let's go. The ritual is about to begin. He pushed the door open and stepped outside first. The others followed silently. Lu Yuan walked at the end of the line, his gaze calmly scanning the surroundings. The group crossed the street, returning to the square where the execution by fire was to take place, led by Victor. The square was now filled with people. They were no longer frenzied spectators, but devout followers. Everyone was dressed in simple, clean clothes, holding candles, or merely clasping their hands in prayer. No one was noisy, no one whispered. The square was enveloped in solemn silence, occasionally interrupted by the sound of wind rustling the flags. A solemn and sacred atmosphere permeated the air. Victor did not lead them through the crowd from the front, but instead circled to the side of the square, ascending the high platform via an inconspicuous stone staircase. Atop the platform, Father Ambrose was already waiting. He had changed into a more formal white ceremonial robe with intricate golden threads embroidered along the edges. He stood at the edge of the platform, looking down at the densely packed followers with a compassionate and solemn expression. Upon seeing the entire team assembled, he nodded slightly, and then turned to face the entire square. He spread his arms, his voice amplified through some kind of sound-enhancing magic, reaching every corner of the square clearly. My lord's lambs. His voice was so gentle, as if he truly were the shepherd of the Lord. Today we gather here to witness the hero's journey. The followers below became even more fervent upon hearing this excitement evident on their faces. For a long time the filth of the gray mist has eroded our homeland, and the minions of evil lurk in the darkness, coveting our souls. But our Lord has never abandoned us. Now our Lord has bestowed upon us guidance. Ambrose pointed to Lu Yuan and the others behind him. This team, composed of heroes, will follow the will of the divine and venture to the forgotten lost chapel. They will reclaim the lost glory for us and retrieve the holy relic of our Lord. They will cleanse the impurities along the way with their swords and spells, forging a path to the light for us. Ambrose's speech was filled with the power of faith, each word striking the hearts of the followers. His voice grew more passionate. Let us pray for the heroes. Let us offer our faith for the divine, for our shared future. Just as the speech reached its climax, an abrupt change occurred. The air above the platform began to warp. A gigantic, transparent apparition slowly materialized. It was the outline of a deity remarkably similar to the statue Lu Yuan had seen in the sanctuary, though its features were indistinct and unclear. It hovered quietly in the air, emanating a soft yet majestic white light. A miracle. It is a miracle. The divine has descended. The followers below erupted upon witnessing this scene. Tears streamed down their faces as they knelt, beginning to chant softly, praying devoutly. Buzzing. The prayers of countless people converged, forming a deep and sacred resonance. Lu Yuan quietly activated his pure white eye. In his vision, the entire world transformed. A vast array of shimmering power of faith, like a galaxy of stars, surged forth from each follower below. These milky white light points gathered into streams, which then coalesced into rivers, ultimately flowing continuously into the divine apparition in the sky, like 100 rivers returning to the sea. The apparition, having absorbed the immense power of faith, became somewhat clearer. It slowly raised its hand, pointing into the distance. In the direction indicated by the apparition, a small cluster of golden flames appeared out of thin air. The flames were small but so bright that they were blinding. They radiated no heat, merely burning quietly. The golden flames drifted down slowly, passing through the platform, and finally landed lightly on the left shoulder of the priestess Leah. The tip of the flame pointed steadily in one direction, unmoving. The prayers in the square grew more fervent. After completing this, the divine apparition gradually faded, ultimately dissipating into the air, as if it had never appeared. Father Ambrose descended from the platform and approached the team. His expression was gentle and full of encouragement. "Child, there is no need to panic," he said to Leah, who seemed somewhat bewildered by the flames on her shoulder. "This is the divine grace fire, and it will guide you to the lost chapel." He scanned everyone, his gaze lingering for a moment on each face. "One of your tasks is to protect this flame. You must not let it extinguish. When you return after completing your mission, it will also guide you home." The priest's gaze finally settled on the team. "Go now, children." He offered his final blessing to everyone. "May you have great success in your endeavors." Just as Father Ambrose finished speaking, a task panel popped up before Lu Yuan. Task triggered: Divine Guidance difficulty. See summary. Father Ambrose entrusts you to escort the Divine Grace Fire to the Lost Chapel, defeat the Grey Wardens that occupy it, retrieve the Holy Relic from the basement, and bring it back to the sanctuary. Task objectives: 1. Protect the Divine Grace Fire from being extinguished. If extinguished, the task will fail immediately. 2. Reach the Lost Chapel. 3. Defeat the Grey Wardens inside the chapel. Optional: 4. Retrieve the Holy Relic from the basement and return it to Father Ambrose. Task rewards: 1. Body 1, Agility 1, Intelligence 3, Spirit 3, Charisma 2. 2. Significant increase in Father Ambrose's favorability. 3. Significant increase in Faith Land Reputation. 4. Random green rated equipment 1. 5. First level spell knowledge 1. Random 6. 200 source crystals. Additional rewards: obtain extra rewards based on task completion. Warning: Grey Wardens are highly likely to mutate. The flame will continuously attract nearby gray mist creatures, leading to dense attacks along the way. It is recommended that the team maintain a tight formation, prioritizing the protection of the flame. Failure penalty: none, but if you betray, favorability and reputation will significantly decrease. Lu Yuan's gaze swept quickly across the panel. Ultimately, he firmly remembered the warning in the panel. Just as Victor was about to step out of the sanctuary, he turned around to face everyone. His expression gradually grew serious. "All right, listen up. We are an impromptu team, and I don't care what your previous identities or habits were. From this moment on, once we step through this door, we are one entity. My orders are absolute." No one voiced any objections. Victor scanned each person. "Rain, you will maintain a distance of 50 meters ahead of the team, scouting the way. Remember, your task is only to scout, do not engage." Rain nodded, taking the fog lamp fuel Victor handed him, and his figure silently melded into the front, soon disappearing into the mist. Victor then turned to Marcus, approaching him and patting his shoulder as he spoke. "Marcus, next I need you to take the front, attracting all the firepower. Thank you for your hard work. Take these vials of recovery potions, use them without hesitation. When we return, I will request an increase in your rewards from Father Ambrose." Marcus said nothing more, merely nodding solemnly. "Selena, Mo Guachin, you two are responsible for the rear of the team, protecting Leah." Selena did not speak. She calmly walked to her designated position, deliberately moving a bit closer to Leah. Leah, however, frowned. She did not hide her disdain as she shot a glance at Lu Yuan. "Captain, can he really protect me, being just a mage apprentice? Moreover, he is a necromancer. Who knows if he might stab me in the back at a critical moment?" Victor's expression darkened. "I'm not blind. His physique is reliable enough for this position." Lu Yuan stood aside, lacking the interest to retort. Instead, he felt quite pleased. Being assigned to this position suited him perfectly, sparing him from exerting himself at the front. He just needed to keep an eye on this foolish priestess. With that thought, he refrained from approaching her. He shifted back a bit, gradually positioning himself toward the back of the team, keeping a distance from those few people. "As for me," Victor patted the long object wrapped in thick canvas on his back. "I will be responsible for the firepower support within the team." He carefully removed the object from his back and laid it across his arm. Then he slowly unwrapped the canvas straps in front of everyone. A fearsome metallic giant rifle appeared. The gun was dark silver, significantly longer and sturdier than a regular rifle, covered with intricate and dense runes, although they currently lay asleep. The stock and grip had been meticulously modified, wrapped in special non-slip leather. The entire gun emanated a dangerous and powerful aura. Lu Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. This gun was an enchanted weapon. Moreover, its quality was not low, at least green grade. Victor gently wiped the gun's surface with a soft cloth, his movements tender, as if caressing a lover. "My companion." His voice carried pride. "A custom-made weapon specifically designed to deal with those tough-skinned creatures. Last time a Grey Warden thought its bone armor could withstand everything." He gestured. "But with just one shot it was blown apart, pieces flying everywhere. You all have not seen that scene." A hint of fervor flashed in Victor's eyes. How beautiful that was. The atmosphere within the team subtly shifted due to his words, even though his statement was somewhat mad. The tension eased somewhat. A powerful output capable of single-handedly taking down a Grey Warden was enough to become the most solid support for this team. Victor was very pleased with the team's reaction. He carefully rewrapped the rifle in the canvas and secured it on his back. He glanced at the swirling gray mist outside the sanctuary and took a deep breath. All right, enough idle chatter. It's time to earn our hard-earned pay. He turned around facing the door, his elevated mood causing his voice to rise suddenly. Let's go. The last gray slave's chest was pierced by the spear. Lu Yuan gasped as he pulled the spear tip from the monster's corpse. The dark gray blood on the spear dripped down, forming a small puddle on the ground. On the abandoned street, the bodies of gray slaves lay scattered. Priestess Lia was softly chanting prayers, a milky white light enveloping monk Marcus, healing his wounds. Gunslinger Victor crouched among the pile of corpses, skillfully looting the spoils. Ice Mage Selena leaned against a crumbling wall, meditating with her eyes closed, recovering her spent mana. Lu Yuan glanced at the cluster of steadily burning golden flames on Lia's shoulder. It had been an hour since they left the land of faith. This divine grace fire acted like a lighthouse in the night, continuously attracting nearby gray slaves. They had already encountered no less than 3 waves of attacks. Even with a physique of level 12, the continuous battles had left him feeling noticeably fatigued. He opened the panel to take a look. The experience bar was full, but he did not plan to level up now, as he wanted to reserve the free attribute points for after changing jobs to maximize benefits. His soul energy reserves had increased significantly, reaching 31. For points, the battles along the way had helped him grasp the patterns. The soul energy gained from personally killing was far greater than that obtained from assists. At that moment, Lu Yuan's pupils abruptly contracted. The instant his pure white eye activated, he caught sight of a small red signal flare bursting on the rooftop of a distant building, vanishing in an instant. That was the signal from Thief Rain. Enemy attack. Lu Yuan's voice was swift and urgent. Almost simultaneously, Victor, who was looting, also jerked his head up toward the direction of the signal flare. Alert! His shout followed closely. Bang! A loud explosion erupted as the wall of a 3-story building beside the street was blown apart. Amidst the flying debris, a gigantic figure burst through the wall. The creature stood nearly 2.5 meters tall, its entire body covered in thick, grayish-white bone armor, with a fierce bone sword at the end of its arms, followed by a large group of howling gray slaves. Gray Sentinel. It ignored the others who were resting its hollow eye sockets fixating on the core of the team, Priestess Lia. With a powerful push of its legs, the ground cracked beneath it, and its massive body transformed into a gray heavy projectile charging directly toward Lia. Abomination. Monk Marcus shouted angrily and stepped forward. The iron rod in his hands was infused with all his strength as he swung it from below, striking fiercely at the waist of the charging gray sentinel. Clang! The iron rod collided with the bone armor, emitting a dull thud. The gray sentinel's forward momentum was abruptly halted, but the armor only cracked in a few places while its body remained unharmed. Instead, Marcus felt his arm go numb from the tremendous recoil, almost tearing his palm. How tough! A chill ran through Marcus' heart as he immediately realized that he could not take it heeding. He shifted his footing, dodging the heavy slash that followed the gray sentinel. The bone sword sliced past his nose, striking the ground and creating a deep pit. Marcus dared not be careless and began to circle around the gray sentinel, looking for gaps to attack. He seized an opportunity during one of the gray sentinel's attacks, striking its joint with the iron rod in a flash. The effect was subpar. At that moment, 2 gray slaves silently lunged out from the side, their claws aiming for Marcus on both sides. The gray sentinel seized this opportunity and swung its bone sword down from above in a heavy slash. Marcus had nowhere to evade and could only grit his teeth and raise the iron rod to block. In a critical moment, a bullet entwined with runes whistled through the air, striking the gray sentinel's left shoulder with precision. Boom! The bullet exploded, and the powerful impact shattered the gray sentinel's left side along with its armor, forcing its massive body to stagger backward. In the distance, Gunslinger Victor retracted his massive rifle, whistling softly. Pretty tough, he commented. This guy is probably level 5. Marcus seized the opportunity to sweep away the 2 gray slaves flanking. Marcus, hold it off. Victor's voice came from afar, calm and decisive. He'll find a good position to hit it. Mo Guachun, protect the priestess. As soon as the words left his mouth, he drew his pistol from his waist and fired 2 shots, accurately killing the 2 gray slaves that had gotten too close to Marcus. Lu Yuan said nothing, simply stepping forward to shield Lia behind him. A gray slave bypassed the front, attempting to launch a sneak attack from the side. Lu Yuan shook the spear in his hand, the spear tip transforming into a cold gleam, instantly piercing through its skull. Without even looking at the corpse, he flipped his wrist, reversing the spear, and with a swift motion, he pinned another gray slave that had quietly approached Lia to the ground. Meanwhile, on the other side, another attacker had just leapt up when a shard of ice shot through the air, piercing its body. Ice Mage Selena withdrew her staff, her expression devoid of emotion. The battle fell into a brief chaos. The Gray Sentinel, with half its body blown off, showed no signs of weakness. Instead, it became even more ferocious. It abandoned defense, swinging its bone sword like a whirlwind, launching a frenzied assault on Marcus. Under the continuous frenzied attacks, Marcus ultimately exposed a flaw. The Gray Sentinel kicked him in the chest. Crack! Marcus was sent flying like a kite, with its string cut, crashing into the wall and sliding down to the ground unconscious. Lia's face turned pale as she quickly retreated. The Gray Sentinel did not pursue, but abruptly turned toward Lia. A crack opened in the bone armor on its chest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several sharp bone spikes shot out from the crack, targeting the priestess. Watch out! Victor shouted angrily from a distance, raising his gun to shoot. The bullets accurately intercepted some of the bone spikes, but it was ultimately a moment too late. The remaining bone spikes were already within reach. Lia gritted her teeth and hastily raised a holy light shield, but this shield appeared as thin as a cicada's wing against the bone spikes. At that moment, a thick ice shield suddenly materialized in front of her. Bang! 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 The bone spikes all impaled the ice shield, failing to penetrate. Fall back! Selena's icy voice came from not far away. Lia had just breathed a sigh of relief and was preparing to retreat. Crack! The ice shield in front of her suddenly shattered without warning. A massive claw burst through the broken ice crystals, reaching for her face. The Gray Sentinel's figure had unknowingly closed in. The bone spikes were a feint. Its true killing move was to use the cover of the bone spikes to charge in at high speed. The massive bone sword was raised high, accompanied by a whistle that tore through the air, and it swung down violently. In Lia's pupils, only the ever-enlarging blade remained. It's over. Bang! A deafening roar erupted. Lu Yuan's figure appeared in front of her at some point, holding the spear in both hands, straining to block this fatal blow. The immense force pressed his arm muscles to bulge the stone slabs beneath his feet, shattering inch by inch. But in the end, he managed to block it. However, the spear in his hand let out a mournful cry of being overburdened, snapping in two. Lu Yuan's expression hardened, and instead of retreating, he pressed forward. Using the immense force from the Gray Sentinel's downward strike, he crouched low, sliding into the Gray Sentinel's embrace, evading the subsequent force. Then he suddenly sprang up. The half of the spear, entangled with death chi, plunged like a black poisonous thorn into the wound created by Marcus beneath the Gray Sentinel's helmet. The Gray Sentinel's movements froze suddenly. Now's the time. Frost Nova Selena's chant was perfect. Countless sharp ice spikes erupted from the ground beneath the Gray Sentinel, piercing its massive body and firmly trapping it in place. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out again. Victor's specially made armor-piercing bullet reached at that moment, accurately hitting the bone armor on the Gray Sentinel's back. With a thunderous sound, the hardback armor was completely shattered, blowing the entire body into a mass of debris. The Gray Sentinel's gigantic corpse collapsed with a crash, raising a cloud of dust. Before Lu Yuan, a line of prompts slowly appeared. You have gained 6 points of soul energy, announcing the end of this battle. The battle has come to an end. Lu Yuan stood still, gazing at the long spear in his hand, now broken in two. A weapon of gray quality, its endurance until now could be deemed an overachievement. What a pity. He casually tossed the broken spear aside and began to ponder his next combat strategy. A mage, yet always rushing into melee combat. What is this? An elbow master? He inwardly scoffed. The current necromantic spells indeed lack direct and effective means of inflicting damage. The power of the Dark Erosion Bullet is too weak, and the Death Chi entanglement leans more towards enchantment and sustained damage. To quickly resolve the battle, he still had to rely on physical attacks. Lu Yuan's gaze swept across the battlefield, finally landing on the massive corpse of the Gray Sentinel. More precisely, it fell upon its intact right arm. A new idea slowly formed in his mind. Meanwhile, in the ruins, the gunslinger Victor helped the monk Marcus, who had already taken the potion out from the pile of rubble. Marcus' face was pale, but his breath had stabilized significantly. The cleric Lia overcame her fear and hurried forward, hands clasped together. A soft, milky white light radiated from her palms, enveloping the wounds of Marcus. Just then, hurried footsteps approached. The rogue Ryan ran back, breathlessly, from a distance. When he saw the massive Gray Sentinel's corpse on the ground, he froze, shock evident on his face. I was caught up with a group of gray slaves and couldn't return in time. He hurriedly explained, his voice tinged with guilt. Enough, Victor interrupted him. Your signal flare has already served its purpose as a warning. You did well. He patted Ryan's shoulder, his tone calm as he offered comfort. The ice mage Selena approached, glanced at Victor, and raised the corner of her mouth slightly. The famous rattlesnake has become so gentle. Victor did not turn around, but simply replied with indifference, "It is the captain's duty." Lu Yuan paid no heed to the commotion behind him. He crouched down, beginning to carefully examine the Gray Sentinel's right arm. Unlike humans, the arm of the Gray Sentinel was nearly integrated with its bone sword structure. A sharp bone blade extended from the forearm, with an exceptionally robust skeletal structure at the elbow and wrist, naturally forming a grip that was suitable for exerting force. This structure resembled the sleeve blades he had seen in a game in his past life. It was simply a perfect weapon prototype. Lu Yuan no longer hesitated and immediately took action. He drew a short knife from his side, carefully starting to remove the still rotting flesh and fascia from the arm. His movements were focused, the blade gliding precisely along the gaps in the bones, peeling away the attached soft tissue piece by piece. After treating Marcus' injuries, Leah stood up and looked toward Selena. "Selena, thanks to your ice shield earlier." She exchanged a few pleasantries with Victor and Marcus. Then she turned around, her gaze falling in Lu Yuan's direction. She seemed to want to say something casually. But as soon as she saw Lu Yuan's current actions, her expression instantly changed. Lu Yuan was squatting beside the Gray Sentinel's corpse. He held the short knife, methodically removing the flesh from the arm along the gaps in the bones. The scene was gruesome. Leah frowned in disgust, instinctively taking half a step back, memories of rumors about necromancers desecrating corpses flooding her mind. Nausea and disgust surged simultaneously, and she involuntarily blurted out, "Necromancers really can't change their ways." With that, she left without even a word of thanks. Lu Yuan paused with the short knife in hand. "Idiot," he cursed inwardly. If he hadn't withstood the Gray Sentinel's heavy strike, this woman would have been split in two long ago. However, he quickly calmed down. The cleric's attitude was unusually arrogant. Why would the priest specifically arrange for such an annoying person to join the team? Lu Yuan set down the short knife and quietly activated the pure white eye. A silvery light flickered deep within his pupils. Through the ruins obstruction, he fixed his gaze on Leah, not far away. His vision penetrated the surface. The power of faith emanating from her was even more intense than when he first saw her in the room. However, he withdrew his gaze after only a short while. With his current knowledge, he simply could not comprehend what mechanism this was. But this was definitely abnormal. He instantly heightened his vigilance to the maximum. To prevent any unforeseen events, he needed to enhance his own strength. He picked up the short knife again, lowered his head, and more swiftly began to remove the bones in his hands. Lu Yuan quickly finished processing the flesh from the Gray Sentinel's arm. He extended his hand, placing his palm against the rough bones. A faint stream of death chi flowed from his fingertips, wrapping around the entire arm bone. Sizzle! The last remnants of flesh and dirt clinging to the bones were thoroughly cleansed under the erosion of the death chi. A massive, bone-white, great sword appeared before his eyes. The sword was approximately 1.2 meters long, retaining the original menacing curve of the bone blade, the spine thick, while the edge shimmered with a dangerous cold light. The part that originally belonged to the forearm bones was magically carved into a perfect sword grip by Lu Yuan's spell. He extended both hands and lifted the great sword from the ground. It was lighter than he had imagined. He weighed it in his hands and found it to be about the same as the composite long spear he had before. As for its hardness, Lu Yuan pressed the tip of the short knife firmly against the sword body. It left only a faint white mark, far surpassing steel. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The Gray Sentinel, truly a naturally gifted combat race. Lu Yuan wielded the bone sword with one hand, casually swinging it a couple of times. A dull sound of air being sliced through echoed. He channeled his mana, a strand of death chi spreading along the sword grip. Upon the gray-white bone, a ghostly gray flame instantly ignited. Bone materials naturally resonated with death elements. The death chi clung to it for more than double the time compared to that long spear. Lu Yuan was exceptionally pleased with this new toy. He casually named it the Bone Greatsword. Yes, this name sounds very much like that of a necromancer. After a brief rest, the team set off once more. The next leg of the journey was surprisingly smooth. They did not encounter any more groups of gray slaves, allowing everyone to recover their stamina significantly. Lu Yuan walked at the end of the line. The sense of being deliberately isolated was becoming increasingly apparent. Yet he did not even furrow his brow, forcefully suppressing that slight discomfort within. For the sake of the core knowledge to come. For now he would endure. Guided by the grace of divine fire, the team finally came to a halt. There was no path ahead. Blocking their way was a wall entirely composed of condensed gray mist. If it weren't for the pure white eye activated, Lu Yuan would not have been able to discern it from ordinary gray mist. He stepped forward and placed his hand against the wall. The texture was hard. This wall had completely materialized, though when he pressed his hand against it, his body did not sink in at all. Even more bizarre was that the ordinary gray mist wandering around upon contact with this wall was like water meeting rocks distinctly separated and unable to merge. The silver-white halo in Lu Yuan's eyes had reached its limit. His vision could not penetrate, nor could he see an end. Marcus frowned, using an iron rod to forcefully scrape at the base of the wall. There was no soil. What extended beneath was still a part of this gray wall. Even the light from the mist lanterns on the others seemed to be abruptly cut off, unable to penetrate at all. The only thing that could disperse this gray wall was the cluster of divine fire on Leah's shoulder. This bizarre sight was something no one in the group had ever witnessed. Victor was the first to regain his composure. He clicked the gun's bolt, his expression tense. Everyone stay alert. There might be unexpected dangers behind this wall. Let's move. He stepped forward, leading the way into the wall. There were no obstacles whatsoever. There was no repulsion from the materialized gray mist. Lu Yuan and his companions simply passed through the gray-white wall. However, the sight behind the wall stopped everyone in their tracks. Inside the gray wall, the mist was exceptionally thin, nearly non-existent. In front of them stood an extraordinarily grand structure. Its towering spire pierced the gray, hazy sky, and the mottled walls were covered with unknown vines as if draping it in a gray-green shroud. The enormous arched windows were reduced to hollow frames resembling the eye sockets of a giant beast, exuding a sense of lifeless emptiness. On either side of the church's main entrance there should have been two massive stone statues of winged angels. But at this moment the angel on the left had lost its head. The severed neck was covered in black mold. The angel on the right had its wings broken at the roots. Its hands were clasped together on its chest, a posture that should have conveyed pious prayer. Yet due to erosion from the elements and some unknown force, its fingers were reduced to uneven stone stubs. From below, that action no longer resembled prayer. It looked more like it was writhing in pain. At that moment, grandeur and decay reached a bizarre equilibrium. In this strange atmosphere, the cleric Leah unexpectedly halted. She gazed at the dilapidated, yet still massive silhouette, her hands clasped together, eyes closed. She stood there directly beginning her prayer, completely forgetting that she was deep within a ruin. Victor frowned. He pulled the gun's bolt with a click. The sharp sound of metal clashing was exceptionally jarring. Enough. Prayers can wait until we return. He interrupted Leah without hesitation. Rain, go scout the perimeter. Everyone else stay alert, do not scatter. The others nodded in response and began to patrol around the church. 1 round. 2 rounds. 3 rounds. Nothing at all. No wandering monsters. No corpses of adventurers. Not even a single living insect. Only piles of rubble and dry rotting wood. Lu Yuan turned the power of the pure white eye to maximum, sweeping his gaze over every corner of the ruin. The result was still nothing. This unusual cleanliness was even more unsettling than encountering a horde of monsters. Rain's hand trembled unconsciously around the dagger. His knuckles turned white from the strain. Selena simply crossed her staff in front of her chest, the spell model already faintly forming at her fingertips. Marcus spun the prayer beads in his hand at twice the usual speed, softly muttering incantations. Lu Yuan silently moved a few steps forward, getting closer to the team. If anything were to happen, these experienced individuals would serve as natural shields. Leah did not show her usual disdain for Lu Yuan's proximity this time. Her face was pale as she closely followed Selena. Victor sensed the tension in the team reaching its peak. He lowered the barrel of his gun slightly and chuckled dryly. No need to be so tense. Perhaps those 2 groups ahead have already dealt with the Grey Guardians inside. Maybe we're just in time to finish them off. No one responded. The joke was not funny at all. After all, everyone was well aware of how low the chances were. Victor did not care, reaching out to pat the gun stock. Since we're here, let's take a look inside the church. We won't know what dangers lie within unless we see for ourselves. It's just a Grey Guardian. Didn't we kill one on our way here? Among the recorded gray mist creatures aside from that special king, the highest level is only 5. Victor spoke while raising his rifle, directing the team to move into the church. The church's main door had long since disappeared. The interior was devoid of light, appearing exceedingly dim. Upon stepping inside, a strong earthy smell mingled with a sweet rotten odor surged forth. Dampness. Walking inside, their feet sank into soft muddy ground, producing a sticky sound. It did not feel like they were within a sacred building. Rather, it felt as if they had accidentally entered the mouth of some enormous creature. The divine grace fire on Leah's shoulder emitted a faint glow, illuminating the scene ahead. On either side of the hall stood rows of neatly arranged redwood benches. The benches had rotted away by more than half. But what was chilling was that nearly every row of benches had several white skeletons seated upon them. They all maintained a uniform posture. Kneeling on the floor, their upper bodies leaned forward, their foreheads pressed tightly against the backs of the benches in front, their hands clasped together. The gaps in these bones were filled with thick black-green mold. The mold completely fused their skeletons with the rotting wood, merging them into one. as if they had never stood up since they knelt down hundreds of years ago. Looking upward, there was a massive stained glass window at the top of the church. Most of the glass was shattered. The remaining image depicted a deity reaching out to the believers. However, that section of the deity's face was entirely missing. The gray mist outside slowly seeped in through that dark, gaping hole. In the weak light, it resembled a giant monster with a gray-white hollow face lying against the window and gazing down at everything below. Lu Yuan directly maintained the pure white eye in its maximum state. At this moment, he could not afford to care about the energy consumption. If he didn't see clearly what was around, he wouldn't even know how he might die. As he walked, Lu Yuan's gaze swept past a row of collapsed stone columns on the left, capturing an unusually protruding outline. Left side. There's something, he called out to alert the others. Victor immediately signaled, guiding the team to close in on that side. Upon getting closer, aided by the faint firelight, everyone saw the true nature of that object. It was a corpse, a long-dead male human corpse. He was clad in heavy metal armor. In the center of his chest armor was a conspicuous, massive, penetrating wound. The edges of the metal displayed irregular twists and curls. This was a fatal blow. Leaning against the left side of the corpse was a gigantic shield the size of a door. The shield was not shattered, but its surface was riddled with deep and shallow gashes. Victor stared at the shield for a while. His voice instantly grew somber. Burton. The unyielding copper wall Burton. Hearing this codename aside from Lu Yuan, everyone else's expressions changed. Leah covered her mouth. The unyielding copper wall. He died here. Rain's voice trembled, cracking slightly. That's impossible. He had just taken a mission to rescue people in the Gray Tide. Though the mission failed, but he was a tough guy who fought his way out through the entire Gray Tide. Except for that top-tier creature called the Gray Lord. Who could have killed him in one blow? Lu Yuan stood aside, having heard the term Gray Tide. He didn't know how strong this Burton was, but the intensity of the Gray Tide was documented in official records. This made him feel a shock in his heart. Gray Tide. As the name suggests, it was a monster frenzy composed entirely of gray mist creatures. In such an environment, everywhere he looked there were densely packed monsters. Although the vast majority were low-level gray slaves, the probability of high-ranking gray guardians appearing would also significantly increase. Even more terrifying was that within the Gray Tide there would invariably be a top-tier existence, known as the Gray Lord. Although the Gray Lord's level limit was locked at 6 by the world's rules, its actual destructive power was certainly beyond level 6. Its racial level was a solid D rank. Just as everyone was in shock, a strange sound came from the dark corners deep within the church. Hiss, hiss. It was the sound of some creature struggling to breathe, air flowing through a shattered windpipe, producing a sound reminiscent of a broken bellows. Lu Yuan and his companions instantly turned into startled birds. Weapons were all aimed at the direction from which the sound came. Lu Yuan activated the pure white eye to its fullest, his gaze piercing through the dim light. A gray sentinel. It's half dead. Lu Yuan spoke, his tone laced with deep skepticism. Victor found it hard to believe. If the information given by the priest was true, there was indeed only one gray sentinel here. Was it really a situation where the clam and the heron fought, allowing a fisherman to profit? Victor did not fully trust Lu Yuan's words. He reached for his left eye and forcefully pried off the mechanical prosthetic. He casually tossed the prosthetic away. It spread its tiny wings midair and silently flew towards that direction. Selena also closed her eyes. She pressed close to Leah, forming hand seals. An invisible ice-based detection spell spread across the ground. The other three did not move. After a moment, Victor's mechanical eye flew back and re-embedded itself in the eye socket. He gasped. It really is a half-dead gray sentinel. Selena opened her eyes and nodded. They had confirmed it. This creature was definitely not pretending to be dead. Its lower half had completely vanished and blood continued to flow from the wound. Even if they did nothing, this gray sentinel would bleed to death within a day or two at most. Let's go check it out. The team slowly approached. The gray sentinel lay at the foot of a shattered statue of the Virgin Mary. Faced with the approaching humans, it had no strength left to struggle, only able to emit meaningless gasps. Victor raised his rifle, the dark muzzle pressed directly against the gray sentinel's shattered head. No one spoke to stop him. Bang! A flash of fire erupted. The immense power of the bullet was unleashed in an instant. The gray sentinel's remains were blown into fragments, leaving only 2 severed arms and a shattered skull scattered on the ground. There was absolutely no possibility of a zombie. Rain lowered the dagger in his hand. Is this over? Victor slung the gun behind him and nodded. Indeed, it should be over. After all, Father Ambrose's information is notoriously accurate. I never expected it to end like this with a whimper. Selena, whose body had been tense since entering the church, finally relaxed. The ice crystals swirling around her gradually dissipated. Leah patted her chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. Thanks to Father Ambrose's guidance, we can finally return with the relic. The others in the shelter will be better off too. Her tone was filled with hope for the future. Even the usually stern Marcus revealed a rare smile. The others in the shelter will be better off too. Her tone was filled with hope for the future. Even the usually stern Marcus revealed a rare smile. He had no blind trust in that priest. His mind replayed the scene he had just witnessed. The dead great. Its severed torso had a smooth cut. This evoked a strong sense of familiarity in him, prompting him to compare and ponder in his mind. Ultimately, he recalled the human corpse from earlier, Barton. The penetrating wound on Barton's chest armor. The characteristics of the cut. The force of destruction. Why? Why would a gray mist creature and a human have such consistent fate? This was definitely not a wound caused by infighting among the Gray Sentinels. It was a presence that could instantaneously kill Barton and also took out this Gray Sentinel with ease. There was a third party. Just as Lu Yuan deduced the final answer, a strange sound suddenly erupted from hee hee. That was not laughter. It was a harsh physical friction sound produced when an incomplete vocal cord tried to mimic human speech, squeezing the throat. It sounded like a baby just beginning to learn to speak, uttering a hoarse babble. Cold sweat instantly drenched Lu Yuan's back. He swiftly turned his head towards the sound. His pupils contracted to the extreme. Even through the mask, he could feel the rigidity of his facial muscles from sheer terror. Less than 5 meters in front of him stood a stooped figure nearly 3 meters tall. It was completely different from the Gray Sentinels covered in heavy bone armor. Its body was only covered with a few bone-white plates at critical points, and it held a grotesque, terrifyingly large scythe upside down. Its form exuded a grotesque characteristic of human. It had a pale face with no eyes, and the upper half of its face was smooth pale skin. The lower half of its face resembled a vacuum cleaner mouth, filled with countless sharp teeth. Tiny teeth writhed at the edges of the mouth. After letting out a few hoarse, strange cries, its mouthpiece violently contracted. In a twisted tone, it spoke human language as a gray mist creature. Human. Your eyes. So special. Before it could finish, it did not give Lu Yuan any time to react. The enormous scythe, accompanied by a piercing sound, swept horizontally at him. It was too fast. So fast that Lu Yuan's body could not keep up with the predictions of the pure white eye. He barely managed to block with the bone greatsword at his side. In the next moment, the blade of the scythe struck heavily against the sword's body. Lu Yuan felt as if he had been hit by a speeding heavy truck. The disparity in power between them was like a chasm. His arm bones cried out under the unbearable strain. He was directly thrown away by this terrifying force. Bang! His body crashed through the brick wall behind him. A cloud of debris and dust instantly engulfed him. The 5 people in front, who had been enjoying themselves, had just turned their heads. Their smiles had yet to fade. Lu Yuan was already lost to the realm of life and death. The sky was filled with shattered bricks and dust erupting violently. The immense shockwave compressed Lu Yuan's internal organs into a chaotic mass. He was firmly pinned beneath the collapsed wall. A dull sound echoed from his chest as his bones struggled under the burden. He felt as if his entire skeletal structure was about to disintegrate. A metallic taste surged in his throat. He turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. His vision began to waver. Consciousness was slowly slipping into the abyss of darkness. No, he couldn't sleep. Lu Yuan cursed himself fiercely in his mind. He bit down hard on his tongue. The intense pain jolted his nerves, forcibly pulling his fading consciousness back. He struggled to move his right arm, which was pinned under the rubble. Bit by bit, he pulled his hand free from the crevices of the ruins. The muscle fibers made a slight tearing sound as they rubbed against each other. He groped for the backpack at his waist. Thankfully, Carl was reliable. The containers for the potions were made of high-strength, specially crafted glass. Moreover, he had previously stuffed soft clothing inside the backpack as cushioning. The 2 life-saving potions remained intact. His fingers brushed against the cool surface of the glass vials. He pulled out the stopper. Tilting his head back, he poured the recovery potion, named Holy Word Nectar, directly into his mouth. The milky liquid flowed down his throat. A warm current instantly swept through his body. His dislocated internal organs were returned to their original positions by an invisible force. The torn muscle fibers began to reconnect rapidly. Lu Yuan took a deep breath. His consciousness finally regained clarity. He lay among the rubble, not rushing to get up. Through the gaps in the debris, he cast his gaze towards the open ground ahead. Pure white eye was still operational. His brain began to frantically analyze the data from the previous strike. It was too strong. Just from that simple, unadorned sweep, the creature's physique was at least 17 points. And it could close distances and launch attacks in an instant. Its agility was definitely not low either, likely around 13 points. However, one detail didn't add up. This creature could speak. It possessed primitive intelligence. A rare record from the official data repository flashed through Lu Yuan's mind. A mutated being with intelligence capable of speaking human language. This was not an ordinary Grey Sentinel. This was a damn Grey Lord Juvenile. Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. The intelligence report was very clear. The so-called juvenile did not mean it was truly in its infancy. Instead, in the evolutionary chain of the mist creatures, it had already acquired the absolute qualifications to compete for the Grey Lord throne in this area. During this special metamorphic phase, to accumulate the terrifying energy for evolution, they would hunt and devour their kin madly. This explains why there was a normal Grey Sentinel corpse bisected in the church hall. After a brief tremor, Lu Yuan forced himself to calm down quickly. He stared intently at the towering figure in the distance wielding a massive scythe. The true Grey Lord had a racial level that was definitely great. That was not something he could contend with at this moment. But since this monster still needed to rely on devouring each other to evolve, it indicated that it had not truly crossed that threshold. Its racial level absolutely had not reached grade. At most, it had only attained the limit of E level. As long as it hadn't reached grade, then it could still be fought. Lu Yuan decided to stay hidden in the ruins for now. He would observe the attack patterns of this Grey Lord Juvenile before formulating a plan. After Lu Yuan was sent flying, the 5 people ahead finally snapped out of their extreme shock. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood. The Skinner did not look at Lu Yuan in the ruins. It turned its hollow face towards the crowd. The tiny teeth spun rapidly like a washing machine, emitting a spine-chilling grinding sound. Even though it had no eyes, the priest Leah still felt as if she were being closely watched. It was a sensation of being locked onto by a The Skinner's harsh hoarse voice rang out again. Human. Mother. Hello. So fragrant. Skinner wants to eat you. As soon as the words left its mouth, the Skinner's massive body lunged forward suddenly. The muscles in its legs swelled instantly. The stone slabs beneath its feet shattered. It charged forward like a grayish-white cannonball. The huge bone scythe in its hand sliced through the air with a piercing whistle aimed directly at Leah's waist. If this strike landed, Leah would be instantly severed in two. Fall back. Monk Marcus shouted angrily. He had already prepared for this since the monster spoke. His 10 points of physique erupted fully. He strode past the line, charging forward. His hands gripped the thick wooden stick wrapped in iron tightly. He did not attempt to take the blade of the sharp scythe hidden. Instead, he aimed the top of the wooden stick precisely and forcefully towards the connection between the scythe's long handle and its blade. That was the weakest point of the scythe. Clang. A dull impact sounded. This strike was indeed effective. The immense physical resistance caused the trajectory of the scythe to deviate significantly. The blade skimmed past Leah's clothing. It worked. This thought surged in Marcus' mind. He quickly analyzed the situation before him. The monster's weapon belonged to a category of oversized heavy weaponry. Its inertia was enormous. It was extremely difficult to stop once swung, as long as he found the right point of force to disrupt its attack trajectory. Then, Marcus' thoughts were not yet complete. His pupils suddenly constricted to their limits. The creature known as the Skinner did not attempt to retract the swung scythe at all. Instead, it continued to utilize the massive inertia of the scythe. With its hands as the axis, it formed a perfect pendulum rotation beside its body. There was no pause. The scythe, now carrying even more terrifying kinetic energy, swept back towards him. It was too fast. 13 points of agility combined with 17 points of strength. This was not conventional martial arts. This was a living physical meat grinder. Marcus had nowhere to evade. He violently turned the wooden stick upside down behind him, bracing it firmly against his back. He attempted to block the rear assault of the scythe's blade. Bam! The thick spine of the scythe crashed heavily against the wooden stick. The massive reaction force from 17 points of physique erupted instantly. Crack! Marcus felt his arms go numb instantly. The flesh at his palms split open, blood spraying. The iron-wrapped wooden stick which had been with him for many years was smashed into 2 pieces under this blow. Marcus took the opportunity to drop to the ground. His body pressed firmly against the floor. The scythe's blade, accompanied by a fierce wind, swept past over his head. He evaded the deadly follow-up attack. But before he could catch his breath, the Skinner's body, using the spinning force, turned back towards him again. The third swing of the scythe, with a devastating might, came crashing down towards Marcus, who lay on the ground. This time Marcus had no path of retreat. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Fire! Victor's roar rang out. Bang! The gun's muzzle spat flames. Selena's ice crystal also shot through the air simultaneously. They attempted to use ranged attacks to force back the Skinner, providing cover for Marcus. But the Skinner's reaction was astonishingly swift. In its high-speed rotation, it merely relied on instinct to slightly tilt its body. The ice crystal shattered against its bone armor. The bullet struck its hard shoulder plates, bouncing off. It did not pause for even a moment. The trajectory of the scythe's attack remained unchanged. Thud! It was the dull sound of a sharp blade penetrating flesh and bone. Marcus didn't even have time to let out a scream. His body lying on the ground was brutally severed in two by that enormous bone scythe at the waist. Warm blood gushed out instantly. Internal organs mixed with chunks of flesh spilled everywhere. Just like that, he transformed from Marcus into a mere corpse. In just a few breaths' time, a professional of 2 levels higher, the sturdiest meat shield in the team, was dead. There was no room for any resistance. Fear. Like a solidified ice water, it instantly drowned out Ryan's reason. Since entering the church, the fluctuations of that mindset had been tormenting his nerves. And now, looking at Marcus' tragic state on the ground, he completely broke down. His hand gripping the dagger trembled like a leaf. He couldn't win. Absolutely couldn't win. He screamed frantically in his heart. Even the bulkiest Marcus in the team was instantly killed. That mysterious Mo Guachin had also been thrown away. The next one to step up would be him. He didn't want to die. He absolutely couldn't die here. His agility was the highest in the team. He just needed to run. Yes, run. As long as he could let the remaining 3 hold the monster off. He might just be able to escape. As long as he could survive and bring the information back to Father Ambrose. The priest would definitely not blame him. Thinking of this, Ryan, who had been crouched at the back of the group, did not hesitate. He took advantage of the others still being in a state of shock. He directly activated his professional skill. Sprint, his leg muscles tensed. In an instant, he transformed into a black shadow leaping over the corpses on the ground. He recklessly sprinted toward the church's main door. 10 meters. 20 meters. The light from the door. In the next moment, a voice that struck fear into his heart exploded in his ears. The sound was so close it felt like it was right against his scalp. Human. Where do you think you're running to? Ryan's eyes bulged in disbelief. He dared not believe and glanced back out of the corner of his eye. That creature. Its agility was even faster than his after using the professional skill. It was like a gray ghost instantly crossing dozens of meters. It was tightly pressed against his back. A massive shadow completely enveloped Ryan. The scythe was raised high. With a whoosh, another dull, tearing sound echoed. Running, Ryan was struck by that menacing bone scythe. From his head down to his waist, he was cleaved in two, symmetrically becoming Ryan. The two halves of his body were propelled forward a few steps due to inertia. Only then did he crash to the ground. Blood quickly spread across the dark stone slab. The gruesome deaths of 2 people plunged the remaining Victor, Selena, and Leah into deeper despair. But Victor was ultimately a battle-hardened mercenary. He bit down hard on his tongue, forcing the pain to suppress the fear rising in his heart. "Don't panic," Victor shouted loudly. "Falling into fear will only lead to its trap. Spread out. Selena, wait for the chance to control it. I will try to kill it with one strike. Leah, protect yourself and find an opportunity to heal us." His mind raced rapidly. Marcus' death made them all subconsciously overlook one thing. The one who had been flung away, Lu Yuan, still had a chance of survival. The Skinner stood beside Ryan's corpse. It did not rush to attack. Its vacuum-like mouthparts spun rapidly with tiny teeth, reflecting its extreme excitement and bloodlust at that moment. "Run. Run. Struggle. As much as you can. Human." As it emitted a hoarse voice. Its chest, covered in bone armor, suddenly cracked open. Whoosh. 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 Several sharp bone spikes shot directly from its mouth. They aimed at Selena and Victor. The speed of the bone spikes was extremely fast, forcing both to roll away, scattering their formation at once. The Skinner's footsteps suddenly surged forward. Using the cover of the bone spikes, its massive body charged directly towards Leah, who stood at the back. In the rubble, just standing up from the broken bricks, Lu Yuan's heart sank. There was no time to delay. He cursed inwardly. He had to take action. Moreover, he had to unleash all his strength. But his current attributes were insufficient. He could not withstand its attack. Creature. He had to take action. Moreover, he had to unleash all his strength. But his current attributes were insufficient. He could not withstand its attack. Lu Yuan's gaze swept over the panel. Earlier, while watching and killing the gray slave, his experience points had already reached the limit. In order to maximize his benefits, he had been holding off on leveling up. But now there was no more time to worry. What good were the free attribute points if his life was at stake? Level up. He silently chanted in his heart. Level increased to LV2, gained 4 free attribute points. He was still an unpromoted mage apprentice. But according to the growth standards of class professions, he had gained 4 points of free attributes. He allocated all of it to his physique. Physique 1216. His bones emitted a slight cracking sound. His muscle fibers became firmer. Power surged within him. Even though it still could not compare to the Skinner's 17 points, it was enough for him to have the qualification to contend Heroine. At this moment, at the center of the battlefield, watching the Skinner which charged at her like a demon, Leah's fear reached. She trembled as she raised her hands. Lord! Holy light! A blinding white light shot from her hands, striking directly at the Skinner's face. This was originally a weapon against the gray mist creatures. But for this Skinner it had no effect at all. It merely tilted its head slightly and easily dodged the beam. Or perhaps it casually swung its scythe, directly shattering the light beam. In less than 2 breaths the Skinner had already reached Leah. Its massive body blocked out all light. The bone scythe in its hand whipped up a gust of foul wind, violently slashing inward. Leah closed her eyes, tears silently streaming down. Just as she thought she would meet the same fate as Marcus, a loud whoosh. A gigantic, gray-white bone sword with a chilling sound of slicing through the air spiraled out from the side rubble like a cannonball. The spine of the sword slammed heavily into the Skinner's left rib. Bang! The tremendous physical impact caused the Skinner's massive body to lurch. Its forward momentum was abruptly interrupted, and it was forced to retreat 3 or 4 steps uncontrollably. The skeletal greatsword smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit. Before the Skinner could stabilize itself, a thick vine shot out from the shadows, tightly wrapping around the hilt of the greatsword. With a sudden pull, the greatsword was yanked back toward the dark corner. This sudden change made everyone's heart. Even though the name of that person involuntarily popped into their minds, their gazes remained fixed on the shadows. Tap, tap. Steady footsteps echoed. Lu Yuan dragged that enormous skeletal greatsword, slowly emerging from the shadows. His shirt was torn in several places, his coat had been casually discarded, and those exaggerated muscles were once again exposed. Half of his white mask was shattered, revealing half of his face. In the hearts of everyone present, only one thought remained. He didn't die? How could he possibly survive that level of impact? Leah slumped to the ground, seemingly wanting to say something. Get back there. Lu Yuan's cold voice interrupted her, not giving her a chance to speak. Heal me. The moment the words left his mouth, both sides moved simultaneously. The Skinner reacted extremely quickly, its tooth-filled mouth parts opening once more. Several bone spikes shot forth faster than its steps, directly sealing off Lu Yuan's path. However, under the full power operation of the pure white eye, everything seemed to move so slowly. The trajectory and landing points of the bone spikes had already been calculated clearly by Lu Yuan. He did not slow down. Despite having extremely low agility, he merely tilted his body at a few minuscule angles. Those deadly bone spikes grazed his shoulder and thigh, narrowly missing him in a thrilling yet perfect manner. The Skinner never expected these bone spikes to harm the human before it. They were merely to restrict his movements. During the half-second, Lu Yuan dodged the bone spikes. The Skinner charged at him like a heavy armored vehicle. It gripped its long handle tightly, raising the massive scythe, high, carrying terrifying momentum. It swung directly towards Lu Yuan's neck. This move was treacherous. If Lu Yuan had struck the handle like Marcus to change its trajectory, the Skinner could easily transform the attack aimed at the neck into a waist slice, or continue to use the force to launch an endless series of pendulum strikes. Retreating was certain death. Blocking was utterly futile. Silver light flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. He did not retreat, but advanced, slamming his right leg into the ground as he dove into the Skinner's inner circle. The bone greatsword in his hand did not block the sharp blade. Instead, it came up from below, precisely wedging the broadsword body tightly into the angle between the scythe's handle and the vertical blade. Crack! The harsh sound of friction erupted. The principle of leverage in physics was maximized at this moment. The scythe's subsequent swing was firmly held in place by the greatsword. This exquisite positioning dragged the ensuing battle between both sides into the purest strength contest. The Skinner let out an angry roar. Its arm muscles swelled violently, unleashing the terrifying power of 17 points of physique towards Lu Yuan without reservation. It believed that the human it had just sent flying would be crushed by this force. However, what the Skinner did not expect was the unyielding resistance coming from the other end of the greatsword. Lu Yuan's feet sank into the stone slab, his muscles bulged under his short sleeves, and veins popped out. With 16 points of physique combined with the greatsword's precise angle, he actually withstood the Skinner's terrifying pressure, engaging in a contest of equal strength. This completely exceeded the Skinner's calculations. Its body momentarily froze in surprise. In that instant of stillness, he seized the opportunity. Lu Yuan's left fist clenched tightly. A ghostly gray flame erupted around his knuckles. Death chi entanglement. He hesitated not for a moment, his left arm compressing like a spring. A powerful straight punch landed solidly on the Skinner's pale face. Bang! The immense impact caused the Skinner's head to snap back violently. Its smooth forehead was dented from the punch. The gray death chi surged through the cracks frantically in good opportunity. From a distance, Selena seized the moment. Frost Nova. An extreme chill erupted beneath the Skinner's feet. Dozens of sharp ice spikes burst forth from the ground, piercing deeply into the Skinner's legs, pinning it firmly in place. Victor's follow-up attack came swiftly. He had been aiming for a long time. The armor-piercing bullet engraved with intricate patterns shot forth with a long flame from the Skinner's right flank, aiming straight for its waist. Hit! The ecstatic thought surged in both Selena's and Victor's minds. But at the moment the bullet was about to penetrate flesh, an unexpected change occurred. The bone-white armor plates that originally covered only the critical areas of the Skinner's body began to writhe, as if alive. In a fraction of a second, they rapidly slid to the right, completely covering its side. Ding! The sharp sound of metal clashing. The armor-piercing bullet capable of shattering half of a gray sentinel's body lost most of its kinetic energy after penetrating layer upon layer of bone armor. It ultimately only lodged into the Skinner's superficial muscle. It did not cause a fatal penetrating wound. Roar! The Skinner let out a furious roar. The enraged monster completely abandoned its stalemate with Lu Yuan. Its leg muscles swelled explosively, unleashing terrifying force. Crack, crack. The ice spikes covering its legs were torn apart. Its upper body twisted violently to the right. Following the immense force of this rotation, the scythe wedged in the angle of the greatsword was forcefully pulled free. Immediately afterwards, it did not pause at all. It directly used the violent inertia of withdrawing the scythe to swing the massive weapon in a circular sweep like a windmill. Without the blade, it swung the thick handle of the scythe like an iron rod towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's pure white eye had long since given warning. He pushed off hard from the ground, his body retreating at great speed. The long handle of the scythe brushed past his chest, the wind pressure stinging his face. The Skinner's assault had just begun. It did not stop. It used its entire body as a pivot, leveraging the terrifying centrifugal force to begin spinning wildly. And during the spin, its hands quickly slid down, gripping the very front of the scythe's handle tightly, drastically shortening the entire swing radius of the weapon. This was a clever and deadly alteration. Shortening the attack range meant the rotation frequency of the scythe would increase exponentially. It also meant that Lu Yuan could no longer find a suitable opportunity to wedge the greatsword into that critical angle. At this moment, the Skinner had completely transformed into a high-speed spinning gray-white terrifying top. Its entire body along with the scythe formed a circular cutting band with no blind spots. It charged straight towards Lu Yuan, its green vines rising from the ground, attempting to entangle its legs. But as soon as they touched the rapidly spinning cutting band, they were instantly shredded to pieces. Selena once again unleashed Frost Nova. But as soon as the ice spikes emerged, they were cut down to the root by the terrifying rotational force, turning into a flurry of ice shards. Lu Yuan had nowhere to retreat. Behind him was the ruined load-bearing column of the church. He could only grip the bone greatsword tightly with both hands, positioning the broad blade horizontally in front of him. Clang, clang, clang. The dense, deafening sounds of weapons clashing echoed wildly in the church. Each spin and strike from the Skinner felt like a heavy hammer crashing down on Lu Yuan's sword. Sparks flew. Despite having 16 points of physique, Lu Yuan still felt stretched thin under this relentless pressure. The skin on his palms had already split open. His body was continuously pushed back, his back slamming heavily against the stone pillar. Gaps appeared in his defense. The sharp edge of the scythe occasionally grazed the line of defense formed by the greatsword, leaving deep grooves that could see bone on Lu Yuan's arms, shoulders, and sides. Blood flowed continuously, staining his shirt red. Fortunately, Leah behind him was no longer dazed. Holy healing! Waves of milky white light fell accurately upon Lu Yuan. The torn wounds quickly stopped bleeding and scabbed under the holy light. He couldn't keep this up. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth. His stamina was greatly depleted. He would definitely run out before this monster. He tried to find a flaw, wanting to wedge the greatsword back into the scythe's gap. But the Skinner was gripping the short handle near the blade. That scythe now resembled a crescent moon knife with no angle whatsoever that would allow him to insert it. With no other choice, Lu Yuan could only use the reaction force from the collision to retreat, attempting to create distance. However, the skin peeler's agility was astonishingly high at 13. It was like a maggot burrowing into bone, spinning closely around Lu Yuan, leaving him no opportunity to catch his breath. Just as Lu Yuan was preparing to forcibly ignite the death energy within his sword for a last-ditch effort, the skin peeler's spin suddenly experienced an unnatural pause. It was changing tactics. With its hands gripping the short handle of the sickle, it abruptly released one of them. The other hand swiftly slid backward, retreating directly to the end of the long handle. The originally shortened attack range was stretched to its limits in that instant. Lu Yuan, who had been keeping the pure white eye activated, saw its intention clearly the moment that hand was released. As usual, he predicted the skin peeler's move. It was going to slash horizontally. Lu Yuan did not hesitate to thrust his greatsword fiercely to his side, attempting to protect his exposed waist and abdomen. However, that elongated massive sickle suddenly changed its trajectory midair. Its target was not Lu Yuan's. Instead, it plummeted downwards, aiming for his lower body. Crack! The sharp inner barbs hooked onto Lu Yuan's right ankle. The skin peeler's arm muscles contracted violently. An irresistible, violent pulling force yanked Lu Yuan towards it. The ground beneath him was instantly destroyed. He didn't even have time to adjust his center of gravity. He was violently pulled down and crashed heavily onto the cold stone slab. Hee hee. The skin peeler with its toothy grin let out a sharp, piercing cackle. It had finally caught the flaw in this human. Using the immense inertia from the previous pull, it did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, it drew a perfect figure-8 shape with the sickle along its side, accumulating kinetic energy to its peak. Immediately after, it gripped the long handle tightly with both hands, raising the massive bone sickle high above its head like a judgment descending from the Grim Reaper aimed at the fallen Lu Yuan. It struck down with tremendous force. Lu Yuan's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. At that moment, his skeletal great sword was pinned firmly beneath him due to the earlier fall. There was no time or space to draw it out for defense. Vine's Lu Yuan frantically tapped into the last remnants of his magical power. Above, from the decaying dome of the church, several thick green vines rapidly descended, entangling tightly around the descending long handle of the sickle. But this was merely a futile struggle. Under the wrath of a 17-point physique's devastating strike, the vines could not withstand even half a second. In just a moment, they shattered into pieces. The blade of the sickle loomed larger in Lu Yuan's vision. In this moment of despair, bang! A colossal gunshot echoed throughout the entire church, exploding forth. Dust from the dome began to rain down. Victor had fired. The skin peeler's combat instincts were sharp. The instant it heard the gunshot, it immediately summoned all its bone armor, frantically gathering it around critical areas such as its chest and head, attempting to withstand this fatal blow. However, Victor's specially crafted bullet inscribed with intricate runes was not aimed at its torso or head at all. Instead, at its right arm, which was raised high, gripping the sickle and exerting force. That arm had no bone armor covering it in pursuit of ultimate power. The sound of flesh. The specially designed armor-piercing bullet penetrated the skin peeler's thick arm muscles without obstruction, triggering a violent explosion within its bones. Crack! The entire right arm of the skin peeler was directly broken by this horrifying kinetic energy, along with the blood-soaked massive sickle. Both flew far away, crashing into a corner of the wall with a muffled sound. The skin peeler let out a retch. Its body swayed uncontrollably to one side due to the intense pain and loss of balance. Lu Yuan did not let this fleeting opportunity slip by. He did not retract his hooked right foot. Instead, he exploded with all his strength from his uninjured left leg, executing a fierce rabbit kick. It struck hard against the already unbalanced knee joint of the skin peeler's right leg. Crack! The crisp sound of the joint bending in reverse echoed. The massive body of the skin peeler could no longer support itself and was directly kicked to the ground. Lu Yuan gave it no time to react. Taking advantage of the immense recoil from that kick, he slammed his left hand against the ground. His waist suddenly exerted force, and he spun wildly on the ground, leaping up. As he stood up, the skeletal great sword that had been pinned beneath him was swung into the air by the force of his spin. It came to rest above his head. Lu Yuan gripped the sword hilt tightly, and a glint of fierce cold light flashed in his pure white eyes. Death energy entwined the remaining magical power, surged violently. The ghostly gray flames, like a greedy beast, instantly enveloped the entire broad blade. Death energy entwined the remaining magical power, surged violently. The ghostly gray flames, like a greedy beast, instantly enveloped. He plunged the death energy-covered great sword deep into the sharp-toothed, screaming maw of the skin peeler. The blade easily pierced through the soft interior of its mouth. Lu Yuan let out a low growl, gripping the sword hilt tightly as he forcefully pushed down. The heavy great sword, like a massive cleaver, cut through the skin peeler's mouth, tearing apart its throat. It sliced open its chest cavity. Finally, from its abdomen, a large mass of entrails and dark blood was violently pulled out. Splash! The stench of blood and shattered organs instantly filled the ground. The skin peeler's massive body twitched violently twice, and finally collapsed completely to the ground, no longer showing any signs of life. The ghostly gray death energy still quietly burned upon its wounds. Lu Yuan gasped for breath, the great sword in his hand tilted towards the ground. Blood dripped from the sword tip, splattering onto the stone slab. At that moment, before him, a faint blue prompt box slowly appeared. You have killed the skin peeler Gray Lord Larva LV5, gaining 328 experience points, 56. 7 soul energy experience points are full. Do you wish to level up? No. Lu Yuan silently contemplated, marking the end of this battle. The massive body of the skinner collapsed entirely onto the ground. Blood spread through the cracks of the stone slab. Lu Yuan drew his great sword. He did not linger to catch his breath. Ignoring the pain in his body, he turned around and walked straight towards Leah. Leah was still slumped on the ground, staring blankly at the dismembered gray creature not far away, her entire being in a state of extreme stupor. Taking advantage of this moment, Lu Yuan quickly stepped to her side. He was close enough that he could slice her throat with a mere lift of his hand. He had to do this. Since joining the team, the malice directed at him had not been light, especially now that he had demonstrated even greater strength. Victor and Selena were certainly no kind-hearted individuals. In the face of immense profit and unknown threats, it was entirely normal for mercenaries to stab their teammates in the back. Thus he needed a hostage. Or rather a talisman. Leah herself was not important. What mattered was the golden flame burning on her left shoulder. The fire of divine grace. Lu Yuan did not know if Victor and the others could escape this lost cathedral after it was extinguished, but Victor probably did not know either, otherwise he wouldn't be protecting Leah so closely after entering. But Lu Yuan believed that Victor would not dare to gamble. Therefore, as long as he held the flame in his hands, Victor and the others would not dare to act recklessly. Heal me. Lu Yuan looked down at her with a stern tone. Leah suddenly snapped back to her senses. She raised her head and met Lu Yuan's gaze. There was no emotion, no fluctuation. Leah swallowed nervously. She scrambled to her feet, nodding repeatedly. With her hands clasped together, a milky white light quickly enveloped Lu Yuan's body. As the pain from his wounds began to subside, hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor behind. Victor approached with a long gun, followed closely by Selena. Victor's gaze swept over the corpse of the Skinner. Then he looked at Lu Yuan, who was standing beside Leah. The wariness on his face instantly transformed into a bright smile. Well done, brother Imo Guachin. You truly opened our eyes today. You even managed to kill a great. When we return to the refuge, Father Ambrose will surely reward you handsomely. He especially favors talented individuals like you. Victor chattered on. Lu Yuan listened, feeling no ripples of emotion inside. It was all nonsense. This old fox was merely testing his limits with such flattery, trying to stabilize the situation. He didn't even bother to nod in acknowledgement, simply pulling out a bandage from his backpack and wrapping it around his wrist. Seeing that he didn't engage, Victor showed no signs of embarrassment. He waved his hand and began to search the interior of the cathedral with Selena. Minutes later, they found a hidden door behind the statue of the Virgin Mary. Behind the door was a straight stone staircase leading down. There was no light source. A thick, musty smell wafted from within. According to Ambrose's information, this was the underground archive of the lost cathedral. Everyone stood at the entrance of the corridor. Victor turned his head to look at Lu Yuan. Marcus is no longer here. Brother Imo Guachin, you are now the strongest in the team. The situation in this corridor is unknown. I need you to lead the way. Don't worry. Once the mission is over, I will ensure that Marcus and Rain's share of the reward goes entirely to you. He painted a rosy picture. Lu Yuan glanced at him, but did not move. No, I need to protect Leah closely. The fire of divine grace on her shoulder is too important. What if it accidentally goes out? None of us knows if we can escape this gray mist. The muscles at the corner of Victor's mouth twitched unnaturally. He took a deep look at Lu Yuan, and then at Leah, who was tightly pressed against him. He understood the meaning behind the All right, Selena, you go in front. Victor turned to the ice mage. Selena had no objections. She raised her staff, gathering a sphere of ice blue light at her fingertips, and led the way down the stairs. Victor followed closely behind. Lu Yuan and Leah brought up the rear. The corridor was very dark. Lu Yuan reopened his pure white eye. The concentric rings deep within his pupils rotated slowly, allowing him to avoid two hidden tripwire traps in advance. The team safely reached the end of the corridor. A heavy, rusty iron door stood in front of them. Victor stepped forward and fiddled with the lock for a moment. Click. The iron door slowly pushed open. As the door opened, oil torches on the walls automatically lit up in sequence, illuminating the entire underground space with a dim yellow light. It was a spacious circular warehouse. Rows of tall mahogany bookshelves were arranged in a radiating pattern. It was not as tidy as one might have imagined. Many bookshelves had collapsed, and parchment and heavy tomes were scattered across the ground. A few rusty metal boxes were piled in the corner. Victor frowned at the chaotic scene before him. Let's split up and search. The holy relic the priest wants should be in a black box. He turned his head, intending to give Lu Yuan a few instructions, but found that Lu Yuan had no intention of listening to his nonsense. Lu Yuan firmly grasped Leah's arm. Pulling her, he walked straight towards the leftmost row of bookshelves. Victor opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his words. Lu Yuan had his back to them, his steps unceasing. He was not afraid of Victor attempting a sneak attack. His 16-point physique was there. Victor's gun wouldn't be able to take him down in an instant. But as long as the gun fired, he was confident he could twist Leah's head off in the first moment. The air in the underground archive was filled with the smell of moldy paper. Lu Yuan walked straight along the left side of the bookshelves without rummaging through them. The silver-white halo of the pure white eye rotated deep within his pupils. His gaze penetrated through the thick wooden boards and disordered parchment. Soon his gaze locked onto a pile of clutter at the deepest part of the left side. Lu Yuan quickly walked over and kicked aside the broken wooden planks on top. A heavy leather-bound ancient book lay quietly on the ground. The core knowledge of necromancy at the first level, basic soul fire structure. Lu Yuan bent down to pick up the book. The rough texture on his fingertips made him catch his breath. Speculating was one thing, actually having it in hand was another. With this, the final hurdle to transitioning to a necromancer was completely cleared. A flicker of joy flashed in his eyes as he quickly stuffed the book into his backpack. Meanwhile, on the right side, Leah was standing up from behind a half-collapsed bookshelf. She was carefully holding a palm-sized black metal box. She stifled her excitement and was about to quietly hide it when a hand reached over from the side, unceremoniously snatching the black box away. Leah was stunned. Following the hand, she turned her head and immediately saw Lu Yuan behind her. Lu Yuan ignored her gaze. He directly opened the box. Inside lay a bone piece that was neither metal nor jade with an overall grayish-white color. At the moment he saw the bone piece, a corresponding panel popped up before Lu Yuan. The Martyr's Sin-Eating Bone Piece Type Job Transition Item Ritual Medium Quality World Special Rating Unable to Assess Effect Records An Ancient Transformation Ritual that transcends the boundaries of life and death, serving as an ultimate container that forcibly accommodates and purifies extremely chaotic energy. Description: legends say that some would absorb the sins by consuming the food from the chest of the deceased. And this bone piece belonged to a saint who tried to swallow the sins of the entire world. After reading it, a line of pale blue system prompts followed. Prompt detected, preconditions met. After learning basic soulfire structure, you can use this item to transition to a higher level necromancer profession. Lu Yuan looked at the summary and hints, his mind racing with possibilities. A higher tier necromancy profession. His original goal was merely to become an E-level necromancer, but this card had directly elevated the upper limit. As for Ambrose, the energy surging from the residents of the sanctuary could tentatively be called faith by Lu Yuan. However, this thing was clearly not a good thing. And now Ambrose was going to great lengths to find this card belonging to the rules of necromancy. Could it be that the old man has truly gone mad absorbing that energy and now unable to control it, wanting to use it to transform himself into some sort of monster that is neither human nor ghost? Just as Lu Yuan thought of this, a panel prompt popped up in front of him again. Warning: if you refuse to return the Martyr's Sin card to Father Ambrose, the temporary quest Divine Guidance will be automatically determined as a failure. Lu Yuan stared at the panel, his brain working quickly. Logically, the safest choice now would be to take the card back to Ambrose. He could obediently acquire that generous quest reward, not only smoothly completing his job transition, but also avoiding offending that unfathomable mad priest. This was undoubtedly the safest route to clear the quest. But this was a mindset of a fool. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Since he had seen this thing, then it rightfully belonged to him. With a snap, Lu Yuan decisively closed the black box, uninterested in the old man's schemes. Mo Gui-chun. Leah's voice rose several degrees. She watched as Lu Yuan stuffed the box into his backpack, her face filled with incredulous anger, so much so that she forgot the disparity in strength between them. Give me back the holy artifact. This is the hope that Father Ambrose has for saving the citizens of the sanctuary. Without it, everyone will be consumed by the gray mist. How can you keep it for yourself? Lu Yuan ignored her barking, not even glancing at her. His gaze, however, passed over Leah, looking into the depths of the shadow on the right side bookshelf. Don't hide. You too. Boom. No superfluous words. Behind that tall row of bookshelves on the right, a blinding flame suddenly erupted. The deafening gunfire exploded in the basement. Bullets ripped through the air, heading straight for Lu Yuan's chest. In the moment before the gun fired, Lu Yuan's pure white eye had already locked onto the trajectory of the bullet. Without hesitation, he dove to the right. Bang! The bullet grazed his shoulder, blasting a huge hole in the stone wall behind him. Debris flew everywhere. A missed shot. Victor's figure slid out from the shadows, already armed with dual pistols. The moment Lu Yuan landed, he firmly grasped a heavy, collapsed rosewood bookshelf beside him. With a forceful motion from his waist, he lifted the heavy bookshelf and hurled it towards Victor's position. Victor fired, continuously splintering the bookshelf into wood chips, while immediately tossing out a black smoke bomb. A thick gray-white smoke wall instantly erupted. Selena! Victor's shout echoed through the smoke. Frost Nova! A wave of bone-chilling cold burst forth from within the smoke. Countless sharp ice spikes spread rapidly towards Lu Yuan. Victor, gun in hand, quickly moved towards Selena's position. Is she dead? He asked in a hushed voice. Whoosh! The smoke was forcibly torn apart by a broken bookshelf panel carrying terrifying kinetic energy spun out from the depths of the smoke, smashing towards the faces of both of them. A thick ice shield instantly formed before them. Boom! The panel smashed into the ice shield, shattering it. Victor quickly leaned out from the side of the ice shield, firing his guns continuously, thoroughly dispersing the smoke ahead. In front of the ice shield there was no one. Both of their breaths halted simultaneously. Snap! A pair of strong hands unexpectedly extended from behind their necks, pressing down on their shoulders. An unusually cold voice rang out. enjoying the ambush. Victor's hair stood on end. He suddenly tried to turn his gun to retaliate. The close-quarters strangulation of 16 points of physique would not give the prey time to struggle. Lu Yuan's hands tightened inward, exerting force in a twist. Crack. The sounds of two cervical vertebrae breaking overlapped. Victor and Selena's heads drooped limply. Their bodies slid to the ground. Leah stood a few meters away. She looked at the corpses on the ground, then at the turning Lu Yuan. Extreme fear finally burst from her throat, and she let out a piercing scream. "Don't kill me. Please." Leah feared and retreated until her back pressed against the wall, yet she kept backing away. Lu Yuan looked at her. In the vision of pure white eye, the cluster of divine flame on Leah's left shoulder and the force of faith within her body were on the verge of a highly unstable explosion. This was a powder keg that could explode at any moment. Lu Yuan had no intention of approaching her. Dark erosion bullet, a grayish energy sphere whistled out, striking Leah's chest. Bang! The element of death pierced through her fragile body. Leah's eyes lost focus in an instant, her body sliding down limply. At the moment of her death, the strange energy suppressed within her body completely lost its restraint. Beep, beep, beep. The harsh energy buzzing rose sharply in the air. That cluster of golden divine flame suddenly expanded, instantly turning from gold to black, morphing into a highly compressed destructive energy. Lu Yuan's pupils constricted. His leg muscles tensed up, and with a full burst of 16 points of physique, he dashed away from Leah. Boom! A violent explosion erupted in the basement. The shockwave swept away debris and wood chips, instantly engulfing the entire space. The heavy rosewood bookshelves were torn to shreds, as if made of paper. Though Lu Yuan had bolted in advance, the blast radius was simply too large. The terrifying shockwave slammed hard against his back. Bang! He was sent flying, crashing into a sturdy supporting pillar before falling to the ground. Cough! Lu Yuan's throat felt sweet, and he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal fragments. The pain in his back almost made him faint on the spot. He felt that several of his bones had definitely broken. If it weren't for having boosted his physique to 16 points, and if it weren't for pure white eye capturing the danger in advance, this explosion would have definitely caused him to be severely decomposed. Struggling, Lu Yuan propped himself up with his elbow, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn, that old man indeed left behind a dying curse. But it wasn't over yet. The aftershocks of the explosion had just dispersed. Lu Yuan felt a chill at the back of his neck, a sense of extreme coldness instantly enveloping him. It was as if something was fixated on him. He turned his head sharply, looking towards the center of the explosion. In the vision of pure white eye, a blinding golden light sphere was emerging in a place that appeared empty to the naked eye. The moment the light sphere appeared, it directly locked onto Lu Yuan. It transformed into a streak of light, shooting straight towards his forehead. It was too fast. This was a mental-level attack. Physical evasion was meaningless. Lu Yuan's heart raced. He had no means to deal with mental attacks, so he could only rely on instinct, trying to enter a meditative state to solidify his spirit. But it was utterly useless. The golden light sphere ruthlessly tore through his mental defenses, crashing directly into the depths of his consciousness. Immediately afterward, Ambrose's voice exploded in Lu Yuan's mind. I didn't expect it. I truly didn't expect it to be you, this mage apprentice. That was a mental imprint that crossed space directly into his mind. The voice bore no hint of anger, only a sense of detached lament and indifference. I will only ask you once. Are you willing to bring that card back to me? Before Lu Yuan could react in his Ambrose's voice rang out again, laced with lofty mockery. What a greedy brat. Your emotions have completely negated my words, you know. As his words fell, the golden light sphere deep within his consciousness suddenly surged with brilliance. Yet Lu Yuan felt no substantial destructive force from it. This light sphere felt more like a conspicuous target. A target shouting fire at me. Coordinates. This was a spatial coordinate lock. Lu Yuan instantly realized. But he had no means to resist, only passively feeling as this coordinate was madly guiding and charging some terrifying long-range strike. A sense of despair just began to rise from the depths of his heart. But at that moment a sudden change occurred. Pure white eye seemed to sense the host's life-threatening crisis, and its defense mechanism was immediately fully activated. In Lu Yuan's consciousness space, a silver-white energy descended from nowhere, directly crushing towards that golden light sphere. There was no elaborate entanglement. The silver-white light turned into a substantial pressure, instantly suppressing the golden light. That originally perfect coordinate light sphere was brutally reduced by more than half, becoming battered. In the outside world, the solidification of the coordinate was forcefully interrupted. But the cost of forcibly activating the external aid was horrific. Lu Yuan let out a muffled groan. His vision was suddenly plunged into absolute darkness. He could see nothing. Fortunately, Lu Yuan sensed that this was not physiological blindness caused by damage to the structure of his eyeballs, but rather his eyes were instantaneously drained of energy, falling into an extremely overloaded stasis state. He only needed to infuse soul energy. Lu Yuan's mood shifted from gloomy to bright, because he clearly sensed that after the golden light sphere had been weakened by more than half, the destructive strike it guided had been significantly delayed. He summoned the system panel directly in the darkness. The panel was a product directly connected to the soul. Even with his eyes blinded, he could still clearly see the data pulsating above in his consciousness. His gaze fell on the task countdown. Still 6 hours left. That's enough. Without any hesitation, Lu Yuan poured all the accumulated soul energy from the panel into pure white eye madly. As a massive amount of soul energy filled in, his parched eyes felt like they were quenched after a long drought. The darkness receded like a tide. His vision was restored, albeit a little blurry, but it was enough. Lu Yuan took a deep breath. He needed to immediately master the core knowledge and complete his job transition. Pure white eye activate. Show me your limits. Beishan Middle School. In the principal's office. It has been 3 days since the students entered the game world. The principal sat at his desk flipping through documents with a hint of irritation. Bang! The office door was pushed open. The secretary hurried in. The principal frowned, his tone stern. Young man, why are you so careless in your work? Is there anything that can't wait a moment? No, principal. The secretary swallowed hard, pointing towards the outside. You need to see the rankings. Rankings? What is so interesting about our rankings? Isn't it just that? The principal shook his head impatiently. Ever since Lu Wei's points suddenly stagnated the morning after he had lost interest in even checking the school rankings. No, it's the school rankings, but this is the provincial ranking, and it's the top 10. What's so interesting about the top 10 of the provincial ranking? Aren't they all the sons and daughters of those big families who forcibly climbed the ranks with resources? Despite saying this, seeing the secretary's horrified expression, the principal reluctantly grabbed the keyboard and opened the real-time provincial points leaderboard. He scanned from the top down. First place, Li Ting. Warrior category profession Dragon Vein Warrior, E-level points, 612. World Wasteland Wilderness. Second place, Su Shui. Magical category profession Ice Elementalist, E-level points, 589. World Realm of Winter. The principal curled his lip. As expected, he shifted his gaze to the third line. Third place, Lu Yuan. Points, 567. Magical category profession None. World Fog, Eroded City. The principal froze. He reached out and rubbed his eyes vigorously. His gaze was fixed on the screen. No profession. 567 points. He turned sharply to look at the secretary. Is this the same name? Impossible, principal. The secretary's breathing grew rapid. The world suffix indicates that he is from the beginner world selected for our school. He is the Lu Yuan from our school, and he still has no profession, yet he has stubbornly made it to third place in the provincial rankings. The principal slumped back in his leather chair. His mind was buzzing. A mage apprentice surpassing a bunch of geniuses who have already completed their class transitions to take third place. Principal, what should we do now? The secretary leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Should we take all the rewards and resources originally prepared for Lu Wei and give them to Lu Yuan instead? After all, Lu Wei's points have been stuck for over a day now, so it is. Fool. The principal suddenly stood up, pointing his finger at the secretary and scolding him. I see you have been living too comfortably. Your brain is rusting. The secretary was stunned by the reprimand. Lu Wei's points may be stalled, but as long as he survives, he will definitely be an E-level wind sword master. The principal paced swiftly around the desk, his eyes gleaming with sharpness. He has that nouveau riche. You want to touch his resources? Do you not think we have already offended enough people? The principal stopped tapping the table. Lu Wei's rewards will be distributed as planned without any deductions. It must be done beautifully, and we need to appease his family. As for Lu Yuan, the principal's voice dropped a few notches, but it was laced with an uncontrollable excitement. Third in the provincial rankings, this is the strongest bargaining chip for my transfer to the Municipal Education Bureau. If the funds in the school's account are not enough to buy high-level magical resources, then I'll withdraw from my private account. This is called investment, do you understand? The principal took a deep breath. Immediately go to the city's Commerce Association. No matter the cost, get me the best magical equipment and potions. Calculating the time, Lu Yuan will be coming out soon. Go do it right away. Yes, principal is brilliant. The secretary reacted quickly, nodding repeatedly before turning and leaving in a hurry. Meanwhile, in the central province at the hall of the official joint admissions office, the large virtual screen was filled with staff from various universities. Among them, the most conspicuous were 2 middle-aged men, the law system mentor from Tsinghua University and the combat system mentor from the Titan Academy. Titan Academy is the combat school among the 4 top institutions. Just a moment ago, a name suddenly appeared in the third position. No profession. The people staring at the list in the hall almost exclaimed in unison. The scoring token must have malfunctioned, someone said. Nonsense. The person next to him immediately retorted. That token has been improved for 50 years. The probability of you dying from falling on a flat surface is greater than the probability of a token malfunction. The law system Minter fixed his gaze on the name of the world suffix on the screen. City of Mist Erosion. He turned to his student assistant following behind. Isn't that the world our academy handed over to the official last year? Yes, Minter. The student adjusted his glasses and nodded. That was the world we explored together with Titan Academy last year. 4 third-year seniors and 6 second-year juniors entered. In the end, only 1 senior from our academy and 3 juniors made it out alive. Hearing this, the combat system Minter, who was standing nearby, also came over, his brows furrowed into a knot. So many people died. 3 third-year and 3 second-year students died in a world with a first-tier limit. The combat system Minter did not hide his shock. Even if they were suppressed in a lower-tier world, their high-tier combat experience wouldn't change. How could they die in such numbers? The student nodded but remained silent. The law system Minter fell silent for a few seconds, also recalling that intelligence. So it was that world. Speaking of which, those people were indeed unfortunate. They offended that crazy priest named Ambrose while trying to find a boundary marker. Moreover, on the last day, a scythe-wielding Grey Master larva directly ascended to a true Grey Master, even with a racial level above that of an ordinary Grey Master, ranking as a true D level, and thus caused a Grey Tide. The human race has only an A-level racial foundation, and when their values are suppressed, they certainly cannot compete with the Grey Master. It's a pity if a 4th tier had entered, it wouldn't have turned out this way. The combat system Minter immediately interrupted him. Since it's so dangerous, why was this world chosen as this year's novice transition world? Has the official lost their mind? See, you're getting anxious again. The law system Minter waved his hand. This world is actually quite special. It's quite polarized. He pointed at the screen. According to the batch of surviving students' speculations, as long as you enter, you can find that sanctuary of faith and kill a few lowest-level gray slaves as a token of allegiance. Then you can hide inside and bow every day as a believer, and you can directly survive for 3 days with 0 casualties. Moreover, that place has an E-level profession in the mental system, the path of the priest. The law system Minter paused. In order to increase the number of extraordinary civilians, the officials released it as a welfare measure. To prevent students from being foolish and running out to die, they deliberately concealed most of the dangerous information about this world, such as the Grey Masters, only allowing them to hide in the sanctuary. However, following the law system Minter's words, he made a turn. Of course, to test talent, even though most information about the Lost Cathedral has been hidden, if students are willing to deduce, they can still figure out the Lost Cathedral based on the deliberately left clues. After hearing this, the combat system Minter's gaze returned to the screen. If that's the case, how could this student named Lu Yuan possibly accumulate over 500 points? Moreover, his points didn't just increase slightly, they surged dramatically after a period of time. The law system Minter continued. That means he definitely wasn't hiding in the sanctuary. He must have gone out and accomplished great deeds. Could he have killed that Grey Master? The law system Minter shook his head. Impossible. He doesn't even have a profession. He definitely couldn't kill a Grey Master. But if it was just a group of Grey Guards, or that Grey Master larva, it is indeed possible. The timing matches, but that point total is certainly still insufficient. The combat system Minter's eyes widened slightly. So he also offended that crazy priest named Ambrose. What a damn eccentric. The combat system Minter suddenly realized a blind spot. Wait a minute. He's currently a spell system student without a transition. At this stage, he only knows a few harmless basic tricks. How could he possibly kill monsters of higher levels? The student behind him immediately raised a tablet. Teacher, I just checked his file. Spell system talent is level 2. Death element affinity is level 1. However, his physical talent is at the 2nd tier pinnacle. It was just that he had no fighting spirit talent at all, which lowered his overall score, making his warrior talent only level 3. As soon as his words fell, the combat system Minter coughed twice and immediately turned around. The law system Minter pressed down on his shoulder. Where are you going? Cough, cough, just going to the restroom. The combat system Minter's gaze wandered. Well, I happen to need to go too, so let's go together. The law system Minter smiled with a hint of mockery. Forget it. It's fine, I'll just accompany you. The two walked side by side out the door. Just as they reached the corridor, you went the wrong way. The restroom is on the left. Why are you heading toward the right door? The law system Minter spoke coldly. The combat system Minter cleared his throat. You see my memory, I took a wrong turn. The two quickly walked to the restroom door. Neither of them stepped inside, just standing at the door looking at each other. They held their ground for half a minute. The combat system Minter finally couldn't maintain his facade. Boom. He suddenly exerted force in his legs, and the terrifying physical power erupted instantly. He smashed through the thick wall of the restroom, and shot up into the air, racing directly toward the direction of Beishan Middle School. "Old man, do you dare to snatch people?" The law system mentor quickly followed his body, glowing with a blue light as he chased after him. "That Lu Yuan is from our spell system. Why are you running? What's wrong with the spell system?" The combat system mentor shouted back angrily in midair. "That kid has a second-tier pinnacle physical talent. Using tricks for close combat is a waste if he doesn't become a warrior. Having no fighting spirit doesn't matter. Our Titan Academy isn't lacking in magic warriors and Death Knight routes." In midair, both of their speeds increased again. They produced two piercing sounds tearing through the sound barrier. For hours passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Yuan shakily climbed up from the stone slab. The pure white eye did not disappoint him. Without any regard for energy consumption, he had thoroughly dissected the basic soul fire structure. Moreover, the book contained a few delightful surprises, including corresponding branch knowledge. However, now was not the time to study this. He casually stuffed the book back into his backpack. Next was the main event. Lu Yuan flipped his hand and took out the gray-white martyr's sin-eating bone token. The interface promptly popped up a prompt asking whether to use it. Without any hesitation, he directly clicked yes. The token transformed into a gray-white stream of light in his palms, swiftly darting up his arm and into his body. There was no excruciating pain tearing at his soul as he had imagined. Instead, this power felt like a deep, thorough rejuvenation. After the light settled, Lu Yuan sensed his body anew. It felt as if nothing had changed. Yet inexplicably, there was an additional coldness that only the dead would possess. However, he could clearly feel that he was still alive, though deep within there was indeed an indescribable something at. Then a series of prompt sounds rang in his mind. Ding. Job transfer conditions have been met. Congratulations, you have obtained a first-tier profession, Gravedigger D. Before he could even call up the interface to check his attributes, a new prompt appeared. Due to the use of a world-class quality item, you have acquired a new specialty. Specialty, Sin-Eating Void, unique growth type. Effect, open and absolutely hidden void within your body. Current capacity is 3 slots. It can forcibly contain corpses for purification and nurturing, suppressing the residual sins and aura of the bodies. Capacity can be expanded continuously by devouring sins. Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Wow, there's even such a pleasant surprise. Although he didn't have time to study the specifics of this thing now. As long as he knew this thing could hold corpses, even if it was only 3 slots, he was already relieved. He had been worried about how to move the 3-meter-tall corpse of the Skinner. Now everything was easier. A huge profit. Lu Yuan dusted off his clothes and swiftly got to work. Next came the thrilling time of looting. He started with the gunslinger Victor. This old trickster was unusually fast. Lu Yuan found a palm-sized spatial item on him. It looked like an ordinary bullet magazine. No wonder he seemed to shoot so enthusiastically before, yet he didn't bring much spare ammunition. This spatial item had a small internal capacity, at most 1 cubic meter, making it the most basic type of spatial equipment. It couldn't hold large items, but it was more than enough for small things. The modified flintlock rifle, though it had taken some damage in the explosion, was still mostly intact. Selling it in the black market for 20 or 30 source crystals would be no problem. He collected it. He couldn't let go of 2 ordinary handguns either. They wouldn't fetch much, but a mosquito leg is still meat. If there's no room, he could throw them away. Finally, Lu Yuan pried the mechanical eye out of Victor's eye socket with his bare hands. Now that he had transitioned to the undead type, who cared about such trifles? Next was Selena. Lu Yuan had been eyeing her ice-type staff for a long time. That woman's spell-casting level was on par with his, but her spell power was far stronger, all thanks to the amplification of this staff. However, upon obtaining it, Lu Yuan felt a bit disappointed. Not only was the staff broken in the explosion, but even worse, it only enhanced ice-type spells and didn't affect other elements. The only value was the ice blue crystal at the top of the staff, which was still relatively intact. Lu Yuan pursed his lips. Well, at least it could be sold for a decent amount. Tisk, for such a big person, she was truly a poor beggar. But thinking about it, it's understandable for a mage to be poor, though it was a pity that none of the knowledge Lu Yuan wanted was in her possession. As for the spatial item, he could forget about it. This ice mage was evidently much poorer than that gunslinger. There was no need to search the body of Priest Leah. The explosion originated from her. Now it was likely evenly spread across every corner of the basement. Next, Lu Yuan rummaged through the basement for quite a while. Under some collapsed bookshelves, he unearthed a few books related to the undead, which were scanned out by his pure white eye. Although they weren't core knowledge, and he didn't know if they counted as branch knowledge, having space allowed him to be this reckless, he packed them all up. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly tripped over something underfoot. Clang! A strangely shaped dull blade was kicked across the ground, sliding half a meter. The instant the great sword scraped against the ground, a faint glow unexpectedly emerged. Lu Yuan halted. When he had conducted a static scan with the pure white eye earlier, this thing had shown no energy fluctuations at all. Moreover, its appearance was quite pitiful. The blade was nearly broken in half, and looked as if it had been bitten by a dog riddled with pits. In the wide spine of the sword there was a severely deformed metal slot embedded with some unidentified black hard chunks at the bottom. The entire sword was pockmarked with dark sooty scars from either sun exposure or battle. Tossed in the ruins, it was essentially just a piece of scrap iron that even a junk collector would disdain. Lu Yuan had only glanced at it before and hadn't taken it seriously. But now why did it glow the moment he touched it? He crouched down and carefully felt the sword's body. The material was neither gold nor iron, incredibly heavy and definitely not ordinary material. Lu Yuan shook his head, not understanding when it was rare and rarity equated to value. He tore off 2 sturdy spare nylon straps from his backpack. He tightly bound the heavy piece of scrap iron to his back. Taking it away, this thing once seen was destined to be his. After confirming there was nothing else left in the basement, Lu Yuan hurriedly made his way back up the stairs to the church hall. The bodies of Monk Marcus and Thief Lane were still lying there. Lu Yuan searched them, finding nothing at all. This was quite in line with his stereotype of low-tier warrior types. Poor. However, Marcus's physical condition was decent. With a thought, Lu Yuan directly stored the 2 parts of the monk's corpse into the first slot of the sin-eating void. As for the body leaning against the giant shield, the so-called unyielding Barton, Lu Yuan initially thought to accept it. However, after a brief analysis using the structural knowledge he had just learned, he abandoned the idea. It had been dead for too long. The spirit of the muscles and bones had faded away, and using it to create the undead wouldn't yield much strength, especially when there were better options available. However, his heavy armor and giant shield were quite nice. Unfortunately, the 1 incubator spatial magazine couldn't hold them, and the void slots could only hold corpses. He had to bear the pain of parting. Lu Yuan walked to the other side of the church. The half-body gray guard's corpse was still lying here. He directly stored this into the second slot. Finally, the true main event. The corpse of the 3-meter. This was a rare gray master juvenile. Lu Yuan stepped forward and steadily placed it into the third slot. Throughout the process of collecting corpses, Lu Yuan did not remain idle. He continuously mimicked the energy circulation trajectory from earlier when the pure white eye protected its master, firmly pressing on the coordinates in his conscious space. He managed to delay the arrival of that fatal blow. Although the delay wasn't long, there wasn't much time left anyway, and it was enough. Survival for 72 hours, task completed. Would you like to exit the current world immediately? Yes. Before the prompt tone had even fully faded, Lu Yuan was already screaming in his mind. It seemed that this troublesome system heard his thoughts as it glitched for a moment, the screen freezing oddly for 2. It was those deadly 2 seconds of delay that allowed Lu Yuan to see the dawn of the attack approaching through the church's dilapidated dome. Damn it, hurry up. Lu Yuan cursed in his heart. Just a second before the beam of light descended, the sense of weightlessness finally came, and Lu Yuan's figure vanished into thin air. In the very next second after he disappeared, the terrifying attack that the coordinates had summoned finally arrived. The beam of light barely touched the gray wall that felt as solid as reality. The gray wall disintegrated instantly like fire meeting ice, unable to withstand even a moment. A towering fireball shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire ruins. Within a few kilometers, the gray slaves didn't even have time to scream before being completely vaporized in the aftermath of the attack. After the fire dissipated, there was no longer any sign of the lost church at the site, only a bottomless pit of 100 meters remaining. When Lu Yuan opened his eyes again, he found himself in a pure white space. In front of him, a light blue settlement panel lit up. Settlement of the city of fog erosion completed. World type survival. Duration 72 hours. Main objective survival completed. Comprehensive evaluation C. Settlement rewards distributed. 1. Attribute point reward intelligence 4, spirit 4, physique 1, agility 1. 2. Source crystal 260. 3. Ring of whispering gray fog. 4. Experience 350. Ring of whispering gray fog. Quality green. Rating 910. Effect spirit 2. When a spell hits a target, there is a 30% chance to attach a layer of whispering gray fog that causes mild mental confusion for 6 seconds. Up to 3 layers can be stacked on the same target, and when fully stacked, the next mental interference is upgraded to moderate interference, clearing the layers. Watching the magical attributes on the panel finally start moving, Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. This broken system had finally done something useful. Finally, he didn't have to force himself to become a melee fighter. He put on the ring that glowed with a green light. Although it hadn't been tested in actual combat yet, just looking at the panel's effects, it might be of average effectiveness against mindless monsters. But for internal strife, it would be a powerful means of mental interference. Next, Lu Yuan summoned his personal panel. Name Lu Yuan. Level LV3. Occupation Gravedigger level. Base attributes physique 17, agility 6, intelligence 11, spirit 12, including equipment bonuses charm 4, luck 1. Free attribute point 6. Lu Yuan glanced at the 6 free attribute points. After defeating the Grey Lord's juvenile form, his experience bar was filled. After successfully changing jobs in the basement, leveling up became meaningless, and he naturally advanced to level 3. Level occupation grants 6 free attribute points per level, which is decent. He thought for a moment before starting to allocate points. Intelligence 4. Spirit 2. Intelligence must be increased. It is the foundation of spell power. As for increasing spirit, the memory of Ambrose's final mental lock still sent shivers down Lu Yuan's spine. That feeling of being utterly powerless and just waiting to die was something he did not want to experience again. Moreover, in the future, he needed to guard against the enemy's mental control and more intricate operations of the undead. The spirit attribute was an absolute necessity. Point allocation completed. A warm sensation circulated throughout his body. Lu Yuan clenched his fists, feeling the newfound strength within. He initially wanted to check the newly acquired occupational skills, but suddenly a sensation of weightlessness overwhelmed him. He was kicked out of the settlement space. Outside the playground of Beishan High School, the principal had long been waiting with a group of school leaders. Surrounding them were layers of students who had been eliminated or had failed their tasks. The news of the 3rd place in the provincial rankings had spread, and everyone was staring intently at the center of the playground. In midair, a blue light suddenly illuminated. Lu Yuan's figure appeared out of thin air. The severe after effects of spatial teleportation combined with the exhaustion from 72 hours of extreme survival caused his stomach to churn. He could not stabilize himself in midair. Bang! With a muffled sound, Lu Yuan crashed heavily down, landing on one knee on the rubber track. Propping himself up with his right hand on the ground, he opened his mouth and retched, expelling a mouthful of sour water. Although Lu Yuan looked quite disheveled, now the surroundings fell silent. No one gasped and no one commented. All the onlooking students, upon seeing Lu Yuan's ghastly appearance, were suddenly rendered speechless. Lu Yuan took a couple of deep breaths, forcibly suppressing the dizziness in his head, and unsteadily. His jacket was long gone, and the deep, gray, tight-fitting short sleeve was tattered like a rag, clinging to his sweat and blood-soaked muscles. Half of the mask on his left face was shattered. A strong smell of earth and blood clung to him. Most noticeable was the giant sword strapped to his back, with 2 nylon straps. The blade was broken, covered in dark scorch marks, and the blade slot was filled with the blackened blood of his defeated foes, looking quite heavy. Paired with his emotionless eyes, he resembled someone who had just emerged from a life-and-death battle rather than a high school student who had just completed a novice task. In this oppressive atmosphere, the principal rushed over with a beaming face. Behind him followed 2 unfamiliar men with strong auras. These 2 stood to either side, their energy fluctuations so profound that they were difficult to perceive. An instinct told Lu Yuan that they were definitely high-level professionals. Congratulations, classmate Lu. The principal rushed forward, his voice booming. 3rd in the province. You've truly brought honor to our school. Lu Yuan was taken aback. 3rd in the province. Seeing his bewildered expression, the principal directly handed over a tablet. You just came out, take a look at this. The final ranking list from the province. Lu Yuan took the tablet and scanned down. 1st place, Li Ting. Points 631. 2nd place, Su Shui. Points 611. 3rd place, Lu Yuan. Points 604. Spell type occupation. Lu Yuan's gaze shifted slightly. 604 points. While this score was much higher than he expected, could it be that the Grey Lord's juvenile form and that Ambrose were so valuable? As for the occupation, that was quite interesting. The scoring token could sense that he had changed jobs, yet it couldn't decipher what Gravedigger was. It seemed that the official database had no records of this occupation. Lu Yuan returned the tablet to the principal, his mind clarifying his current situation. Originally, he wanted to develop cautiously, but after snatching something from Ambrose and then defeating the Grey Lord's juvenile form, he had inadvertently put himself in the spotlight. Alright, it was done now, and he would just have to deal with it. The principal had just taken back the tablet when the 2 high-level professionals stepped forward simultaneously. Lu Yuan, I am Shunned, Yunhai, a mentor from the spell department of Xingli University. 4th tier spellcaster. Zhao Tieshan, mentor from the battle department of Titan Academy. 4th tier warrior. The 2 4th tier auras clashed invisibly on the playground. Xin Yunhai pushed up his glasses, his gaze evaluating Lu Yuan from head to toe. To achieve over 500 points without job transfer bonuses indicates your keen combat instincts. More critically, your job transfer information is unknown. Xin Yunhai's tone held the rationality and pragmatism unique to academic circles. This means you've acquired a job inheritance not included in the official records. You have no predecessor's experiences to reference. Come to Xingli University. I can directly approve a level special recruitment agreement for you. The 1st tier knowledge base of the Necromancy department at Xingli University is open to you for free. Zhao Taizhan snickered from the side, interrupting him. He stepped in front of Lu Yuan, his gaze sweeping over Lu Yuan's muscular contours. Lu Yuan, don't listen to this old scholar's empty promises. With your physique, the battle system can unlock its maximum value. Since your occupation has spell attributes and can also enhance your physique, coming to our Titan Academy is the right path. We also offer a level special recruitment agreement. The databases for Death Knights and Magic Swordsmen at Titan Academy are open to you. I can directly approve the highest quota for first-tier and second-tier body refining magical beast blood. The surrounding students gasped at the mention of level special recruitment, a top-tier cultivation contract that typically only the children of prominent families could secure. Lu Yuan stood there comprehending everything. A fourth-tier mage and a fourth-tier warrior. The conditions offered by these two were indeed generous, but the underlying meaning was an exchange of value. What they valued was his ranking among the top 3 in the province and the worth of his hidden occupation. This was a standard venture capital scenario. Instead of feeling pressured, Lu Yuan's mindset calmed down. It was not the other party's motives that frightened him, but rather a lack of desire. Since it was a business deal, it meant negotiations were possible. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the two fourth-tier mentors, speaking politely, yet calmly. Gentlemen, there are too many people here. If we are to discuss the specifics of the agreement, let's find a quieter place to sit down and talk slowly. On the playground, Zhao Taizhan and Xin Yunhai stood before Lu Yuan. It's fine. Xin Yunhai pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Let's go to the principal's office. It's quiet over there. Third floor. Principal's office. The principal had a keen sense. He personally poured 3 cups of warm water into paper cups and placed them on the coffee table, then exited the room under the pretext of checking some materials, closing the door behind him. Lu Yuan sat down on the single sofa. He did not touch the water cups on the table, directly seizing the initiative in the conversation. Both of you mentors have come personally. I am very grateful that 2 top-tier institutions value me so highly. Except for that knockless occupation that ranked 3rd in the province. More likely it's for that hidden class that hasn't shown any information. Xin Yunhai neither confirmed nor did. Zhao Taizhan held the water cup, drinking quietly. They were all waiting for Lu Yuan to reveal his cards. Lu Yuan did not beat around the bush. My occupation is level magic system. Gravedigger. At the instant the words fell, Zhao Taizhan's drinking motion visibly paused. Xin Yunhai's pupils slightly constricted and his fingers gripping the paper cup involuntarily tightened. A dent appeared on the edge of the cup. A level class obtained right at the start. Even in the 100-year history of the game's arrival, such a beginner-level profession is quite rare. However, they were both fourth-tier professionals. The facial muscles of the two quickly regained their calm. Lu Yuan observed their subtle reactions closely. He never intended to hide this occupation. Concealing information was for self-preservation. Yet even if the whole world knew about this profession, the impact on him would not be significant. His real trump card was the pure white eye. In the official published information, the first-class profession level is a dividing line. A person can change classes a maximum of 6 times in their lifetime. The foundation established during the first transition nearly determines the ceiling for future growth. E and D levels may seem only a fine line apart, but the growth attributes appear minimal. However, the strength of the skills is completely different. And do not underestimate that slight difference in attributes. As levels increase, a significant gap will eventually emerge. Moreover, the transition from 3rd to 4th tier will bring about a qualitative change. The better the foundation, the greater the extra rewards obtained during this transformation. This entirely new high-tier occupational path. For these monopolistic academic factions, it is an invaluable treasure. Since it is a treasure, it must be sold at a good price. I have checked the official database. Lu Yuan's gaze swept across the faces of the two. There is no information about this occupation. This is a unique specimen. As long as I enter your esteemed institution, I am willing to provide the initial class transition conditions for this profession to the school's core database, including the new class information and all evolution data I obtain when I advance to the second transition. As these few sentences were thrown out, the two fourth-tier mentors could no longer maintain their calm expressions. The complete upgrade data for an exclusive new profession. This was not just a great gift. It was a strategic resource that could allow the school to use it as a template to derive countless lower-level substitute professions, directly opening a new research group. Moreover, with this level class transition information, it would attract many talented individuals who had not completed their transitions directly into the school or family science. Xin Yunhai's breathing became heavier. He spoke first. If it is as you say, Lu Yuan, Tsinghua University is willing to raise your conditions to an A-level special recruitment agreement. The first-tier necromancy knowledge base will be fully open to you. The core knowledge of first-tier necromancy that you currently need, I will personally arrange to be brought to you. Stingy. Zhao Taizhan sneered directly. He slammed the water cup on the coffee table, producing a muffled sound. Lu Yuan, come to our Titan Academy. I will give you an A-level special recruitment agreement. The allocation of first-tier and second-tier body refinement blood will remain unchanged. I also have a life and death friend. He follows the Death Knight route 4th tier. He will definitely be very interested in you. Zhao Taizhan paused for a moment, leaning forward. I know what you are hesitating about. After all, you are from the magic system. You use mana, and unlike us warriors, you cannot use fighting energy to enhance your body, nor can you use combat techniques. But mana also has its advantages. Its plasticity is the strongest among the 4 systems. Although our Titan Academy primarily focuses on the warrior system, we are not lacking in depth. The school library has a C-level meditation method. It can allow your mana to carry the characteristics of fighting energy without losing the elemental compatibility of the mana itself. With it, you can definitely follow the dual cultivation path of magic and martial arts. As he said this, Zhao Taizhan threw out his final trump card. Additionally, if you need, I can use my authority to take out a first-tier core knowledge from the warrior system for you to borrow and reference. Core knowledge from the warrior system. Although this cannot be directly cultivated by the magic system, for a mage with research abilities referencing the underlying logic of other systems is also valuable nourishment. Zhao Taizhan's chips were all laid out. How to choose is up to you. Lu Yuan's heart raced violently twice. He admitted he was indeed very tempted. C-level meditation method. Core knowledge of the warrior system. All are valuable things that cannot be bought with money. If Shen Yunhai cannot present a better offer, he would definitely go with Zhao Taizhan. Lu Yuan turned his head, calmly glancing at Shen Yunhai. Shen Yunhai pushed his glasses. He stood up from, Lu, please don't rush to make a decision. Excuse me for a moment. I need to step out for a call. Lu Yuan nodded. He was certainly not in a hurry. He was hoping Shen Yunhai would bring reinforcements and attract more investment. 10 minutes later, Shen Yunhai walked back in. His steps were noticeably quicker than before. He sat down and looked directly at Lu Yuan. A level special recruitment agreement. The comprehensive opening of the first-tier necromancy knowledge base remains unchanged. All the remaining first-tier necromancy core knowledge is included. Shen Yunhai spoke quickly. When you advance to the second tier, you can freely choose 3 courses from the second-tier core knowledge in the school library. For the meditation method, we can provide a level magic system meditation method. At the same time, the meditation library for level and below is fully open to you for borrowing and reference. As he said this, Shen Yunhai shot a glance at Zhao Taizhan beside him. Lastly, with my strong recommendation, a veteran 4th-tier necromancer in the Institute is interested in taking you as a disciple. He has been promoted to 4th tier for 10 years. His depth cannot be compared to those who have just broken through to 4th tier. Zhao Taizhan sat beside. His facial muscles tightened, and he did not voice any objections. The office fell silent. After a long while, Lu Yuan slowly turned to look at Zhao Taizhan. I'm sorry, Mentor Zhao. Zhao Taizhan waved his hand, showing little surprise. After all, Lu Yuan was from the magic system. Although the conditions offered by their Titan Academy were hard enough, the relevance to his specialty was indeed lacking. He stood up, preparing to leave. Mentor Zhao. Lu Yuan called out to stop him. He took paper and pen from the table and quickly wrote down a string of numbers, handing it over. This is my contact information. If the deal doesn't go through, we can still be friends. Let's keep in touch. Zhao Taizhan was taken aback. He took the note, looking at the teenage boy before him, and suddenly chuckled twice. All right, you kid is to my liking. He patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder and strode out of the office. After the door closed, Shen Yunhai looked at Lu Yuan and unexpectedly praised him. You handled the social niceties quite well. As he spoke, he took out a pure white parchment contract from a miniature space item. There were no complicated magical patterns. Shen Yunhai, in front of Lu Yuan, wrote down all the terms they had just agreed upon one by one. Finally, he pushed the contract in front of Lu Yuan. If everything is correct, please sign. Lu Yuan lowered his head and scanned it. Each term was precise with no loopholes. He took out a pen and signed his name at the end. The contract transformed into a stream of light, splitting into 2, merging into the bodies of both individuals. Shen Yunhai put away the pen and looked up at Lu Yuan. A Noclis ranking 3rd in the province. This achievement is too dazzling. You are an orphan with no background protection in this small city. Staying here is too dangerous. Blue Star is currently not peaceful. Those hidden factions that have descended love to crush geniuses like you, who come from common backgrounds. Would you like to come back to Tsinghua University with me directly? This suited Lu Yuan perfectly. He couldn't wait to leave this novice village. Sure. Hearing his agreement, Shen Yunhai nodded. However, there are still 2 months until the official start of the semester. This time is enough for you to digest the resources of Mist Erosion City. As for the teacher assigned to you, he is currently conducting an experiment, and you are unlikely to meet him in these 2 months. But you can settle down in the academy first and interact with other apprentices under him. Shen Yunhai stood up. Is there anything you need to go back and pack? Lu Yuan thought about the orphanage rental room that had nothing but a broken bed. He shook his head. No. Shen Yunhai adjusted his collar. Flying across domains is too conspicuous and requires effort. Let's take the floating train over. Given your current state, it's just right for you to take a good sleep on the way. In the corridor, Lu Yuan and Shun Yunhai had just exited the principal's office. The principal of Beishan Middle School had long been standing outside like a guardian deity. Upon seeing the two emerge, he immediately approached them. His usually stern face was now smiling with wrinkles that could squash a mosquito. He slightly bent his waist, holding a delicate wooden box in both hands, presenting it to Lu Yuan. "Student Lu," he said, "thank you for bringing honor to the school. This was a special award predetermined by the school for the top 3 in the provincial rankings." Lu Yuan paused in his steps. He glanced at the wooden box, and then at the principal's expression, which resembled that of an eager puppy. He did not immediately reach out to take it. Shin Yunhai beside him caught a glimpse of a corner of parchment peeking out from the box. "It's a one-time spatial scroll." Shin Yunhai explained casually, his tone indifferent. "From the energy fluctuations, it appears to be handcrafted by a second-tier spatial mage. While the scroll itself is not impressive, the contents inside should be beneficial for you at this stage." Upon hearing Shin Yunhai's assessment, the principal, far from feeling belittled, straightened his back instead. The smile on his face was blooming. "Indeed, Mentor Shun has a keen eye. This was something I arranged through connections specially sourced from the city's Chamber of Commerce. I hope it can assist student Lu on his future cultivation journey." A prominent second-tier professional. Before the casual remark of a fourth-tier mentor, he was as excited as a model student receiving an award. Lu Yuan observed this scene. He extended his hand and accepted the wooden box. "Thank you, principal," he said, nodding politely. The two brushed past each other. Lu Yuan's gaze lingered on the principal's slightly bent figure for a second. A few days prior, this second-tier principal had seemed an unreachable figure in his eyes, but now it felt as if only a world had passed. This person had already resorted to such a nearly obsequious demeanor to please him, a first-tier mage apprentice. Is this the true nature of the extraordinary world? The manifestation of class and value was starkly. 2 hours later, a silver-white floating train pierced through the clouds. This was the special shuttle bus of Tsinghua University, exclusively for transporting high-ranking officials and special recruits. In the lavish carriage, there was only Shun Yunhai, Lu Yuan, and 2 senior classmates. Lu Yuan took a shower in the train's washroom. He changed into a brand new, loose-fitting black casual outfit. The bloody and earthy scents that had lingered in his nostrils for 3 days were finally washed away. He settled into the spacious leather seat, watching the sea of clouds and the ground racing past outside the window. Shin Yunhai sat opposite him, holding a steaming cup of coffee. "Is this your first time leaving the North region?" Shin Yunhai sipped his coffee and casually asked. Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze and nodded. "The game has been around for 100 years. The current Blue Star is completely different from what was written in history books decades ago. The concept of a nation has long been a mere formality. Now there is only the Alliance." He extended his finger, tracing a massive circle in the air. "The surface of Blue Star no longer has those fragmented plates and islands. It has become one enormous supercontinent, divided into 5 major regions: east, south, west, north, and central." "Tectonic movements?" Lu Yuan asked without thinking. Shin Yunhai chuckled, shaking his head. "It's land reclamation. Or rather, those at the top use sheer brute force to forcibly piece together and fill in the scattered continents." "You find that hard to believe?" Lu Yuan's breath paused for a second. "To forcefully join several continents. To fill in the oceans?" Shin Yunhai adjusted his glasses, looking at Lu Yuan. "Right now, as a first year, you might not grasp the concept. If a fourth-year professional unleashed their full potential, the destructive power would undoubtedly be a natural disaster sweeping across the entire region. Moving mountains and filling seas is merely a matter of spending more time and effort." Fourth tier, natural disaster. These 2 terms struck heavily in Lu Yuan's heart. What kind of scenery awaits at the end of the path of the extraordinary? Lu Yuan looked out at the sea of clouds. His expression deepened. A thing called ambition was wildly sprouting in his heart. The fatigue that had lingered for several days finally surged up at this moment. In this yearning for power, he gradually closed his eyes and dozed off against the seat. In the evening, at Tsinghua University's special student dormitory area. "Junior, this is your dormitory," said a senior with 2 large dark circles under his eyes, leading Lu Yuan to a standalone 2-story building. He pulled a black and gold card from his pocket and handed it over. "This is your student ID. Drip a bit of your mana into it, and it will bind to your aura. The card contains an illusion spirit." The senior pointed to the card. "Do you know what an illusion spirit is, eh?" Lu Yuan shook his head. "You can think of it as an AI butler created by the mechanical department. It is driven by runes and mental power. Moreover, it has a physical form, but I personally prefer it as an energy entity. It can help you manage chores in the dormitory, check school resources, and even act as an auxiliary calculator when you cast spells." At this, the senior suddenly leaned in closer and lowered his voice. "The most important point, the appearance of the illusion spirit can be completely customized. Voice, body shape, personality, all can be adjusted. However, The senior patted Lu Yuan's shoulder, speaking with a tone of someone who had been through it. As a senior, I must remind you it's best not to do anything strange with it. After all, it is merely an illusion. Not only can it harm your body, but getting too immersed can severely hinder your meditation progress. Lu Yuan finally reacted. He lifted his head, looking at the deeply sunken-eyed senior with fervent eyes. Senior, I want to join your research. The senior was taken aback. Have you heard of our story? No. Lu Yuan shook his head. Senior, your face tells a story. The senior cleared his throat a couple of times to conceal his embarrassment. He smiled and patted Lu Yuan's shoulder. Junior, you are still too young. You can't handle it. He turned to leave, but paused to remind him once more. By the way, remember to regularly recharge mana into the card. Otherwise, the illusion spirit will go into sleep mode due to lack of power. And don't lose the card. Without it, you won't be able to enter classrooms, laboratories, or the library. Replacing it will cost 10 credits, which is quite painful. With a beep, Lu Yuan infused mana into the card and unlocked the dormitory door. In that instant, he stood at the entrance, stunned for 2 seconds. The small building looked small from the outside. Yet inside, the space was astonishingly spacious, featuring not only a private bedroom, but also a huge bathroom. There was even a large living room, over 50 square meters, and a fully soundproof meditation training room. The decor was minimalist, yet every corner exuded a lavish aura made from money. Is this the living condition that comes with the A-grade agreement? Lu Yuan recalled his previous life in a cramped rental where turning around was a struggle, and the hard wooden bed in the orphanage. He felt like a complete bumpkin freshly arrived in the city. However, this feeling was actually quite pleasant. After washing his face and changing clothes, Lu Yuan heavily sank into the soft sofa in the living room. The surroundings were quiet. With his eyes closed, he began to contemplate what to do next. There were still 2 months until the official start of classes. The 4th-year mentor arranged by Shun Yunhai was still engaged in experiments, and Lu Yuan couldn't meet him for the time being. 2 months was ample time for him to convert the resources he had salvaged from the first world into solid combat power. His current level was 3. However, his mana level was still 1, leaving him with a pitiful 100 points in the blue bar. Thus, acquiring knowledge was now of utmost priority. Shin Yunhai had promised that the first-tier necromancy knowledge base would be accessible to him, and the remaining 3 core subjects would be delivered soon. He had to digest all the core knowledge before entering the next world. At the same time, he needed to exchange for some useful branch knowledge from the school library. More importantly, he hadn't learned a single legitimate spell yet. He couldn't possibly confront enemies wielding a large bone club in hand. What kind of mage would he be then? Plus, there were those 3 high-quality corpses lying in the void of sin. The Ashen Guardian and the Ashen Lord's juvenile form. Once he mastered the anatomy of flesh and bones, he had to turn them all into powerful undead minions, learning spending money and summoning troops. This was the entirety of his rhythm for the upcoming month. 7 days. Lu Yuan had almost established a direct route between his dormitory and the library, truly becoming a punctual NPC. Shin Yunhai was quick in his actions, sending over the remaining 3 core knowledge books the very next day. They were elemental studies, principles of negative energy synthesis, manipulation studies, constructing mental links, environmental studies, negative energy structuring, along with basic soulfire structure that he had obtained in the first world, and fundamentals of rune literature that he had purchased at the beginning. The first-level foundation for a necromancer had been thoroughly solidified. Moreover, within basic soulfire structure was an unexpected bonus, an auxiliary knowledge branch, osteology. With it, Lu Yuan could bypass the most basic resurrection of a corpse. He could directly unlock the advanced undead of the skeletal type, the skeleton soldier. This week of study also allowed Lu Yuan to gain a clearer understanding of the spellcasting system. If we were to illustrate with the simplest, addition and subtraction core knowledge is akin to teaching you what addition and subtraction are, along with the concepts of numbers. Branch knowledge teaches you how to use parentheses, change symbols, and so forth, leading to a deeper application of addition and subtraction. As for the so-called spells, they are akin to the mathematical problems you formulate after grasping this knowledge, much like 112. The result of 2 derived from this process represents the effect of the spell. Of course, during these 7 days, he did not completely shut himself off from the outside world. The 4th-level mentor that Shin Yunhai had arranged for him was still conducting experiments. Thus, he visited the only senior in school under Shin Yunhai, a sophomore named Chunin. Chunin was a pure academic type with darker bags under his eyes than the previous senior in the dormitory. A 2nd-level practitioner grade, he was a typical academic mage. After becoming familiar with each other, Chun and casually pointed out a few tips regarding the construction of skeleton soldiers. Lu Yuan understood the principles. The rest was up to practice. At Tsinghua University, within a dedicated underground laboratory for magic, Lu Yuan stood before the cold laboratory table. Lying on the table was the corpse of the monk Marcus. The corpse had been severed at the waist, the cut already pieced together by Lu Yuan. His 10 fingers flew quickly, sketching several simple rune arrays in the air. His fingertips traced ethereal, gray magical trajectories. A wave of death energy surged through his fingers, precisely penetrating Marcus' corpse. The flesh and blood remaining on the corpse quickly began to wither and fade. This was not mere decay. Guided by the spell, the flesh was transformed into pure nutrients, seeping effortlessly into the depths of the bones. The originally pale bones began to thicken and strengthen at a visible rate. Lu Yuan's finger movements did not pause. Magic energy surged once again. The bones, stimulated by the energy of flesh and blood, should have grown wildly, without any pattern. However, under his precise control, the bone material began to extend towards the fractured lumbar vertebra. In no time, the bisected wound was completely stitched together by the newly formed bones. The original tiny cracks and defects in some bones were also perfectly filled. A skeleton standing at a height of 1.80 meters with a robust frame comparable to that of an ox lay quietly on the table. The first step, the shaping of the skeleton, was complete. Lu Yuan took a deep breath. He raised his right hand palm up. The surrounding elements of death rushed madly toward his palm. After utilizing the core knowledge from principles of negative energy synthesis, these frenzied particles were compressed to an extreme degree. Eventually, they transformed into a swirling mass of grayish-white, resembling dense fog of pure death energy. He pressed this mass of death energy into the skull of the skeleton. Next, he swiftly formed several complex shaping seals with his hands. Several glowing runes were successively inserted into the hollow eye sockets of the skeleton. For an ordinary necromancer, reaching this point would signify the end of the ritual. Next, one would simply wait for the soul fire to ignite automatically. But Lu Yuan was different. He was a grade gravedigger. Lu Yuan hefted the heavy skeleton and walked to the corner of the laboratory. There he had long since dug a 2-meter square deep pit. He tossed Marcus' skeleton into it. Next, he dragged out a corpse of an ordinary, otherworldly creature that he had purchased from the school and threw it into the pit as well. This served as the additional material to act as a racial catalyst. He picked up a shovel. Shoveling the soil back, and he compacted the grave. Phantom Spirit 0. Lu Yuan dropped the shovel and brushed off the dirt from his hands. In the air of the laboratory, a blue light and shadow distorted. A semi-transparent holographic projection resembling a butler in a tailcoat emerged. "I am here, Mr. Lu Yuan." Increased the concentration of death elements in the laboratory environment, focusing them over this grave. Understood. With Zero's operations, the ventilation openings above the laboratory slowly closed. A miniature energy gathering array lit up. Grayish-white mist began to visibly gather above the grave. Lu Yuan pulled over a chair and sat down quietly, watching the freshly turned soil. 2 hours later. Crack. A stout metallic-colored skeletal hand suddenly pierced through the soil without any warning. Following that, a sound of earth being broken echoed. A tall skeleton soldier forcefully clawed its way. It stood close to 1.80 meters tall. Its bones were no longer ghostly pale, but exhibited an extremely dense gray-white color. Within the skull, a grayish-white soul fire was quietly burning, flickering. On the skull, the excess bone material absorbed underground had formed a thick natural bone helmet. In its right hand, it gripped a sharp 2-meter-long bone spear. Extending from the ulna of its left forearm was a small but sturdy bone shield. It stood still, scanning the surroundings with the soul fire in its eye sockets. Then it received a preset command from the depths of the soul fire. It took heavy steps forward, approaching Lu. Its right knee bent. Kneeling on one knee, the tail end of the spear thudded heavily against the stone slab. It lowered its head, performing a standard knight's oath of loyalty. The soul fire in its throat trembled violently. As the death energy rubbed against its bones, it produced a sound devoid of any fluctuations, a mechanical synthesized tone, transcending life and death, obeying the decree of death. Where my blade points, there lies my master's territory. In the laboratory, only the mechanical voice of the phantom spirit echoed without any fluctuation. Lu Yuan stood in place, gazing at the imposing skeleton kneeling before him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Finally, unable to contain himself, he burst into laughter. The first one. He finally had a subordinate. He no longer had to wield a sword like a berserker to engage in melee. However, after laughing for a brief moment, Lu Yuan's voice dwindled. He looked at the skeleton still holding the knightly posture, and then glanced at the expressionless butler phantom spirit beside him. His toes could no longer help but dig into the soles of his shoes. When he wrote this control code, he thought the phrase sounded incredibly cool. Now, paired with the sound of the bones grinding, it was utterly embarrassing, making him want to find a crack in the ground to hide in. This stage of the skeleton had no self-awareness. It was akin to having written a cringeworthy pop-up and forcing the computer to read it aloud to oneself. "All right, rise now." Lu Yuan coughed twice, forcibly concealing his embarrassment, and summoned up the panel for this skeleton soldier. Undead creation, skeleton soldier, race skeleton soldier, bone type branch, race level F. Each level up grants 2 to physique and 2 to agility, race coefficient 0. 5 level LV2 basic attributes physique 9, agility 9, spirit 1, intelligence 1, charm 1, luck 0, template skeleton soldier, strength coefficient 0. 1 speed coefficient 0. 2 armor coefficient 0. 1 resurgence of the undead race coefficient 0. 5 race skills undead creature. Spear proficiency. Lu Yuan looked at the race coefficient on the panel that totaled up to 1. 0, feeling quite satisfied. This data was truly miraculous. Although the race was still at the lowest level of F, its actual combat performance was undoubtedly not inferior to those level undead creatures, and creatures of that level typically required at least a second-level Necromancer to create. His occupational skills were truly divine. To be honest, the first time he saw this occupational skill, he knew it was a miracle, at least for him in the present. Ordinary people might not comprehend what a 0.5 racial bonus signifies. This meant that grade undead's actual combat power was only slightly less than that of a true A-grade combatant, differing by just a fraction gained from each level up. In other words, the power of this skeleton soldier had directly upgraded from a gray slave to a gray guard. It might not be as formidable as a gray guard, but the difference was negligible. That is to say, Lu Yuan's undead were equivalent to professional practitioners of the same tier. All of this was thanks to the skills of the gravedigger profession. Grave digging DLV1 consumes 300 mana to create a grave on the ground. The resurrection time for the undead placed in the grave will be extended by half, but they will gain the cursed soil minion template racial coefficient 0.5. Current grave creation limit 1 increases by 1 for each skill level up. Living corpse body DLV1 a fixed increase of 20 to death element resistance. Pain receptors are significantly dulled, maintaining basic perception to prevent fatal injuries, but ignoring the negative rigidity caused by excruciating pain, and for each skill level up the basic health limit increases by 50 points with 5 affinity to death elements. Tombstone DLV1 erects a tombstone that immediately generates 3 skeletons and thereafter generates 1 skeleton every 5 minutes. Grade no soul fire level matches skill level. The tombstone lasts for 2 hours, and when destroyed the skeletons will vanish within 1 minute with a maximum of 1 tombstone existing simultaneously increases with skill level 1 per level. Corpse handling DLV1. Consuming mana, it can gather the bodies of fallen undead allies, yielding remains essence, which can be used to enhance or create other undead with quantity and quality determined by the deceased undead. No skill is without value. This D profession is practically tailor-made for a war machine. After successfully creating the first skeleton soldier, Lu Yuan did not rest and dragged out the corpses of gray guards and gray lords. 12 hours later, 2 even taller and more imposing skeletons stood before Lu Yuan. One was level 3 and the other was level 5. They did not differ much from the first skeleton soldier. Their statistics were identical, but their bones were sturdier and denser. They still wielded white bone spears and shields. First tier undead lack souls. They cannot inherit martial skills from their past lives, retaining only pure physical attributes. Designing overly complex weapons for them would actually reduce combat efficiency. Simple and crude spears and shields are the optimal solution. Lu Yuan looked at the 3 guards standing side by side and let out a sigh of relief. He glanced at the billing device. Damn it. The laboratory charged by the hour compounded with the cost of the spiritual gathering array. In just half a day's time, 5 credit points were gone. If it weren't for the A agreement that exempted most of the rent, he would undoubtedly be bankrupt now. I say this school is nothing but a bunch of crooks. Is there anyone who understands? Dragging his weary body, Lu Yuan returned to the special student dormitory. The door swung open. Welcome back, master. Dinner is ready. A crisp female voice echoed at the entrance. Accompanying this voice was a strange clack-clack sound. Lu Yuan looked up. Standing at the entrance was a girl dressed in traditional Japanese white lantern pants and a loose-fitting Japanese shirt. Her long hair reached her waist. Most striking were the 2 massive white wings extending from either side of her face, obscuring much of it, like a mask, revealing only the corners of her upturned mouth. Her limbs were adorned with pitch-black rings, and her arms were wrapped in bandages of different colors. Above her head, a golden magical ring was slowly rotating. The author claimed there was a picture. Clack clack. This was the spirit from Lu Yuan's student card. Her current form was a skin version of a girl created by Lu Yuan based on some memory of a creature called Makuro, a dung monster from his past life. As for why he created this, firstly, this little thing was indeed eye-catching. Secondly, it looked quite formidable. A single word from her makes the magic ring spin a full circle, which is something the original Makuro cannot achieve. Lu Yuan stepped forward and rubbed this Makuro on the head. The golden magical ring immediately responded, spinning frantically for 4 circles. Clack, 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 clack. In truth, it couldn't adapt to anything. It was merely a battle-inept AI designed to help with household chores. The 3 skeleton soldiers followed in with heavy steps, standing in the corner ready. Lu Yuan sat down at the dining table, and began to devour the meal prepared by Makuro. The cooking was indeed good, and the nutritional balance was very scientific. Over the next 20 days, Lu Yuan completely entered a grind mode. He was either in the library or locked in the meditation room of the dormitory. His pure white eyes' spiritual energy was nearly depleted. To leave a buffer for emergencies, he did not activate any abilities. His learning speed plummeted, although under the bonus of the junior scholar subprofession, it was still much faster than an ordinary mage. But this made Lu Yuan, who had experienced rapid download, feel as though he was watching a video on a 2G network. It was painful. To ensure efficiency, during these 20 days he focused solely on one branch of knowledge: death energy materialization and bone shaping in elemental studies. This was the absolute cornerstone of bone-based spells. Having mastered it, Lu Yuan directly revamped the previously lackluster trick Shadow Erosion Bullet. He discarded the loose energy ball form. He wrapped the death energy around the bone powder he carried, instantly shaping it into a sharp, solid bone spike. He rebranded it as Bone Spike. Not only was the casting speed extremely fast, but it also possessed terrifying physical penetration and death energy corrosion. With the foundation in place, he devoured 3 practical spells from the first-tier spell library: Control Skill Death Bone Shackles, Area Effect Spell Corpse Explosion Technique, Defensive Skill Bone Shield Technique, and the acknowledged peak single-target output spell of first-tier Undead, Pale Spear. However, this was not a spell from the spell library. It was obtained through points exchanged at the exchange facility. This was the ultimate replacement for the Bone Spear, requiring intricate release, extremely high mental focus, hand seal guidance, and brief incantation assistance. But its power was off the charts, guaranteed to kill on impact, corroding to the bone. On the 26th day, late at night, Lu Yuan leaned back on the sofa and called up his panel. Name: Lu Yuan. Race: Human. Age: 15. Profession: Gravedigger D. Alignment: Absolute Neutral. Level: LV4. Experience: 12. Health: 220200. Physical Strength: 171. 0. Racial Coefficient: 1050. Living Corpse Body. Mana: 400400. LV4. Experience: 99. 9. Armor: 22. Attributes: Physical Strength: 17. Agility: 6. Intelligence: 17. Base: 15. Equipment: 2. Spirit: 16. Base: 14. Equipment: 2. Charm: 6. Luck: 1. Talent: none. Special Physique: Pure White Eye. Remaining Energy: 100. Subprofessions: Junior Scholar, LV3. Experience: 89. Athlete, LV3. Experience: 5. Expertise: Devourer of Void. Unique: Clear Mind. Occupational Skills: Living Corpse Body. Degrade: LV1. Spells: Bone Spike, Trick Master, Death Bone Shackles. First-year Proficient Corpse Explosion Technique. First-year Proficient Bone Shield Technique. First-year Proficient Pale Spear. First-year Beginner. Occupational Knowledge Construction Studies, LV4. 34. Symbol Studies, LV3. 12. Elemental Studies, LV4. 55. Manipulation Studies, LV2. 80. Ecology, LV120. General Knowledge Linguistics, LV5. 38. Otherworldly Biology, LV2. 10. World Ecology, LV15. Materials Science, LV12. Potion Studies, LV11. Equipment: Ring of Whispering, Gray Mist, Green Pale Grimoire, Green Night Owl Robe, Green. Lu Yuan examined the 2 newly acquired pieces of equipment. Pale Grimoire was a magical artifact he exchanged with points in the school repository, increasing the power of undead spells by 10. Night Owl Robe was the top-tier item obtained from that scroll given by the principal, adding not only 5 points of armor and all attributes, but also granting an excellent operational skill. Night Owl Leap allows swapping positions with a shadow within 10 meters, cooldown of 5 hours. And he just leveled up to 4, granting him 6 points of free attributes. He still followed the old routine, allocating 4 points to intelligence and 2 points to spirit. Lu Yuan closed the panel. This was everything he had achieved in the past month. As a cost, aside from the basic supplies allocated monthly by the A agreement, he had completely depleted the small fortune earned from ranking 3rd in the provincial list. Spell experiments were too expensive. If it weren't for the meditation potions provided by the A special recruitment, he might even need to buy meditation potions himself, which would cost him more points. As for meditation methods, his meditation speed wasn't weak, so the basic meditation method was sufficient. Regarding the choice of meditation method, he wanted to wait a month to consult with his mentor, while the quality of grade meditation methods was too low. Using them now would require him to disperse his energy and retrain, which was not worth it. Lu Yuan reached out and absent-mindedly rubbed the head of Makuro, who was sitting on his lap. The magical ring above her head spun rapidly for dozens of circles. So mainly he was out of money. Lu Yuan sighed and lifted Makuro off his lap, placing her aside. He could only venture into the next game world to stock up. He needed to find some corpses to make some extra money. However, given the current situation, entering alone would require points for the dimensional gate, which he did not have. Thus he still needed to check the mission hall. Find a reputable employer with high rewards, preferably one who also brought along a stellar compass. Hitching a ride into a dungeon would save money and be safer. Lu Yuan stood up and stretched. I truly am a good family man. Early in the morning, a chill lingered in the air. Lu Yuan stepped out of the special enrollment dormitory heading towards the task hall. He did not bring the 3 skeleton soldiers. Walking around the school with 3 1-meter-80 skeletons would attract too much attention. As for how to store a first-tier necromancer does not possess a dedicated undead space that can only be constructed with the core knowledge of a second tier. What he currently uses is the clumsy method taught by Senior Chen and reverse summoning, planting a mental anchor in the soul fire of the skeleton soldiers. After cutting off the magical tether to the present world, the undead will be repelled by the fundamental rules of the world, automatically sinking back to the shallow layer of the undead realm. When needed, he can consume mana to forcibly pull them back using the anchor point as a coordinate. This method has many drawbacks. Firstly, it is expensive. Cross-realm summoning costs 30 mana points for an entire skeleton soldier. 3 of them would require 90 points. Secondly, it is slow. Opening a portal takes at least 2 to 5 seconds. This means that if he is ambushed at close range, he cannot instantly summon a meat shield to block the attack. Lastly, there is risk. The undead realm is fraught with danger. Dire skeleton soldiers left to roam, there have a high probability of being crushed by passing high-tier undead. If the anchor point breaks, the undead are lost permanently. Of course, there is a very small chance that they might find high-tier bones or absorb pure death energy, leading to mutations. It's akin to a high-risk blind box. However, for Lu Yuan at present, this is the only and most practical means of storage. As he walked, he probed his consciousness into the microspace cartridge he had taken from Victor. In the corner, 4 bottles of potions were neatly arranged. 3 bottles of basic mana recovery potion. 1 bottle of basic life recovery potion. Next to them lay a battered old sword. It is the piece of scrap iron he brought back from the basement of the Lost Cathedral. The appraisal office did not recognize the material. Lu Yuan had tested it in the laboratory. This item heats up dramatically with intense friction. When heated to the limit, it can even unleash a powerful fiery shockwave. He temporarily named it Flame Rock Greatsword. However, the sword is too damaged, feeling like it could shatter at any moment, so he dared not take it out for combat. It wasn't sold purely because the material is rare, his collecting habit just kicked in. Lu Yuan reached back to touch the bone greatsword made from the arm of a gray guard securely strapped to his back with nylon. This sword feels particularly comfortable to wield. In the event of an emergency, he could swiftly draw it and deliver a couple of strikes, definitely giving those who underestimate a mage's physicality a lifelong, unforgettable surprise. Lu Yuan blinked. The concentric circles of his pure white eyes were covered by a layer of specially made invisible contact lenses. Wearing a fake pupil maximizes the prevention of revealing the anomalies caused by his enhanced pupils. Unless confronted with extremely high-tier detection methods, it is absolutely undetectable. After a while, the outline of the task hall appeared in his sight. At the task outpost of Tsinghua University, countless students come here every day to accept tasks. Lu Yuan had come to check it out a few times in the past few days. Either the task rewards were too low or the team configuration requirements were too peculiar. Plus, he still had some provisions on hand, so he hadn't rushed to accept any tasks. He walked up to the task board. His gaze quickly scanned the rolling task information. A red highlighted recruitment notice instantly caught his eye. Exploration task: unknown micro-world medium, required star trail, compass lock, tier first tier, discovered entries, extreme cold underground, or veins. Goal: ensure the team passes through with a minimum rating of D or above. Recruitment requirements: strong frontline or extreme firepower positions to follow orders. A deposit of 50 source crystals is required as a breach penalty. Reward: 50 credit points. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up at the sight of the 50 credit points. Though the 50 source crystals deposit looked daunting. However, the exchange ratio of source crystals to credit points at the academy is 5 to 1. Moreover, credit points can buy many regulated resources that source crystals cannot. This deal is foolproof. Fortunately, he foresaw this and saved a portion of source crystals, just enough to cover the deposit. Otherwise, he would have to apply for a campus loan. Lu Yuan decisively took the task voucher. He walked to the front desk and deducted 50 source crystals. The staff member in charge of reception checked the deposit and led him to the private room area on the second floor. Just as he reached the door of room No. 3, 2 students in second-year uniforms pushed the door open and came out. Their faces were dark and they were muttering curses under their breath. Lu Yuan glanced over. From just their aura, he could feel that one was at level 6 and the other at level 7, likely A-tier professionals. Their strength was not weak, yet they were still brushed aside. It seems this employer not only has money but also possesses discerning taste. Lu Yuan ignored their gazes and directly pushed open the door to the private room. The private room was not large. There were already 4 people sitting inside, 2 men and 2 women. In the center single sofa sat a remarkably beautiful girl. Her demeanor was as cold as ice, her features exuding a sense of distance. She was dressed similarly to a first-year student. With just a glance, Lu Yuan could tell she was an ice mage. The chill emanating from her was far stronger than the previously deceased Selena. This was most likely the employee. On her left side sat a man and a woman. The man was tall, his school uniform stretched tight over his muscles, leaning on a sturdy rock staff. He exuded a heavy earth elemental aura. The girl beside him looked gentle with shoulder-length hair and carried a mild water elemental fluctuation. On the right side of the employer sat a smiling boy who had delicate features and radiated a pure natural wood elemental energy. At that moment, he was lazily lying on the table, poking at two small mushrooms that could run. The sound of the door opening drew everyone's attention. For pairs of eyes simultaneously fell upon Lu Yuan. Level and specialization. Na Frostaline girl standing at the center spoke first, her voice as cold as her demeanor. And she did not ask for specifics. In the world of the transcendent, this was an unspoken rule for forming parties. Lu Yuan stood by the doorway, calm and composed. In level 4. Necromancer. At the words, Necromancer, the burly man on the left instantly furrowed his brows. He raised his head and scanned Lu Yuan up and down. In how many summons? Ni's voice rumbled like distant thunder. Lu Yuan offered no reply. With a mere thought, 90 points of arcane energy vanished from within him. 3 gray-white circular summoning arrays flared to life across the narrow chamber floor. An icy wave of death essence surged forth from them at once. The room's temperature plummeted. And click-clack, click-clack. 3 skeletal warriors emerged, nearly 180 centimeters tall, with dense, thick-set frames and hollow eye sockets burning with ashen soulfire. They stepped forward with deliberate gravity. The chilling pressure radiating from their bones sent shivers down spines, a far cry from the feeble, half-decayed revenants typical of novice necromancers. Yet the burly man shook his head again, disdain unmistakable in his gaze. And he turned toward the girl at the center. Shui Jr. sister. His summons are not low-tier revenants, but bone-class skeleton warriors. That alone is unexpected. And their cultivation tiers are notably high. His tone carried the quiet certainty of a seasoned veteran. Still, they remain skeleton warriors, and their racial tier is merely F, the lowest possible. In high-pressure dungeons, they'll shatter upon contact with monsters of equal rank. Worse still, he commands only 3. And you know the universal weakness of necromancers: once their summons fall, their own frail bodies offer little resistance. Taking him would burden the party, requiring constant vigilance and protection. I recommend disqualification. Nit was the most logical choice. The fairest, and the most entrenched prejudice among mage circles. Lu Yuan remained motionless, uttering not a single word in rebuttal. For now, necromancers truly were exactly as described. To reveal that his summons possessed a 0.5 racial coefficient bonus would mean exposing his hidden identity as a grave digger. Too great a risk for a mere 50-credit mission. Better to return to the main hall and seek another compatible party. Lu Yuan turned hand, closing. What is your name? Nsu Shui, who had remained silent until now, spoke unexpectedly. By convention in the assembly hall, this was the final verification step before formal team registration. Lu Yuan did not turn back. Lu Yuan. At that name, Su Shui's downcast eyes snapped upward, sharp and alert. Wait. Lu Yuan, the provincial prodigy who as a non-specialist had clawed his way to 3rd place on the province's official ascension rankings. He ranked directly behind Su Shui herself, the 2nd-place ascendant. Her gaze swept over Lu Yuan with practiced speed of freshman level 4 necromancer, name matched. The oppressive aura of death emanating from those 3 skeletons far surpassed even what Renew had. It might not be him, but the odds were staggeringly high. Naviri Major Clan had long been fascinated by this sudden meteoric rise to 3rd place. Since fate had brought them together, why not test his mettle firsthand? Under the guise of this very team formation. You're accepted. Those words froze Renew's rugged features mid-expression, his eyes widened in disbelief. Yet he was merely a paid frontline shield. The final authority rested solely with the employer. His mouth opened, then closed again, no protest issued. Even Lu Yuan paused, mildly surprised. Moments ago he'd been calmly subjected to dismissal analysis. Now acceptance was declared outright. So she enjoyed mental acrobatics, did she? Though inwardly amused, Lu Yuan released the doorknob and returned to the table, pulling out a chair to sit. 3 towering skeletons stood behind him like silent statues. Now that we're assembled, Nsu Shui rose to her feet. The compass permits 5 members maximum. Brief introductions. State your precise vocation. I am Su Shui, a 1st stage frost elemental adept. Rank E. Renew straightened his broad frame. Renew. 2nd year. Stone shaper. Rank E. Primary tank. and the girl beside him spoke softly. In Buying. Second year. Aqua Healer, rank E. In responsible for healing. Chu Feng. And cheerful young man raised his hand pointing to 2 hopping mushrooms on the table. In first year. Druid, rank E. These are Goo Goo and GAGA. And they enable long-range telepathic communication and reconnaissance. I suppose you could call me a roaming support. And finally all eyes settled upon Lu Yuan. And leaning back in his chair, expression unflinching, he delivered a carefully crafted falsehood. Lu Yuan. And Necromancer, rank E. Su Shui glanced at him, then chose silence, leaving the truth unspoken. Introductions concluded. And without hesitation Su Shui withdrew a parchment-like contract from her pocket. The party pact. Once signed, it bound all signatories as teammates for a fixed duration. It could not prevent subtle betrayal, but it did ensure no blade would strike openly from behind. Su Shui signed first at the top, and she passed it to Renew, and finally to Lu Yuan. Then he accepted it, his pure white eyes scanning the text twice, confirming no concealed clauses or linguistic traps. With decisive strokes, he signed his name and handed the contract back. Pact ratified. Su Shui tucked it away, the frost in her expression softening, just slightly. From this moment onward we are comrades in the next realm. Each fulfills their role. Each trusts the other, in cliched words, yet effective in easing tension. She then retrieved a palm-sized artifact from her robes, neither metal nor wood, shaped like a compass. Its face bore no needle, only etched constellations, miniature and precise. The stellar compass. Lu Yuan observed it, memory surfacing. Entering a game world occurred through only the first stable gateways or boundary markers, safe and predictable. In the second, pure random. True randomness imposed no constraints, no cooldowns, no temporal or spatial limits. None. Blink one breath, and you might awaken in a land brimming with treasures, or vanish into the maw of a mythic entity. You wouldn't even know whether that world ranked above or below your own. Not only the desperate, the divinely favored, or the utterly reckless, chose this path, or the foolish. The second method employed the stellar compass, and still randomized, but vast. For the moment of its creation, its tier was permanently sealed. Tier 1 compass admitted entry only to Tier 1 worlds. Moreover, before activation, it displayed several stark environmental descriptors, offering minimal but vital forewarning. Colloquially known as betting on tags. As Lu Yuan reflected, the stellar compass was already extended toward him, and he pressed a fingertip to it. A thread of arcane energy flowed in. A faint spiritual marker bloomed in his consciousness, and he tossed the compass back to Su Shui. Anything else to prepare? Su Shui surveyed the group. All shook their heads in unison. Without further pause, she channeled a surge of arcane energy into the compass. The engraved star paths blazed with searing cerulean light. Whoosh. The 5 of them, and the 3 skeletal warriors, vanished from the chamber without trace. The violent sensation of teleportation struck him as if he had been tossed into a washing machine for 10 minutes. Then Lu Yuan was unceremoniously kicked out of the teleportation passage by an irresistible force. Bang! He landed on his feet, his body swaying slightly. This feeling was truly unpleasant. Fortunately, he had anticipated it, so he did not collapse and retch like an ordinary person. Quickly adjusting his breathing, Lu Yuan steadied himself and scanned his surroundings. He was not outdoors, he found himself in a mining tunnel. The light was dim. The rugged walls were covered with a thick layer of dark blue ice crystals. The chill seeped through his pores, drilling into his bones like needles. This was an underground vein completely frozen by extreme cold. In the next moment, a faint blue panel appeared before his eyes. World Frostblood Mine type survival slaughter exploration, size miniature world level LV2 LV7 introduction. This is an abandoned mine cursed by extreme cold. In the depths of darkness, an unknown presence was continuously awakening the dead miners, transforming them into an endless tide of frost corpses, devouring all living things. Clearance conditions satisfy anyone. Survive the onslaught of frost corpses and clashes with other players until only 5 teams remain. Clearance evaluation will be secretly calculated based on survival time and damage taken. Beheading: identify and kill the hidden guardian responsible for the monster tide. The team that achieves the kill will immediately receive the first place privilege, clearance, and a high evaluation. Other teams will be forcefully eliminated. Current surviving teams, 2020. Lu Yuan looked at the panel. He was the only one. It seemed that the initial mechanism of this survival dungeon was to randomly disperse teams throughout the mine. Just as he was reading the panel, a soft footstep sounded behind him. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan spun around. 3 skeleton soldiers beside him stepped forward in unison, their spears aimed ahead. "Don't do that, friend. It's me." A slightly carefree, male voice rang out from the shadows. Lu Yuan focused his gaze. A boy emerged from the corner of the mining tunnel. It was Chu Feng, the druid who enjoyed playing with mushrooms. Lu Yuan's eyes swept over him. On his left shoulder, only the white mushroom, named Gugu, remained. The black mushroom, named Gaga, was nowhere to be seen. At the same time, a faint signal from the team contract reached him. It was indeed him. Chu Feng did not feel like a druid who loved nature at all. Instead, he resembled a carefree jester. He was not shy at all, directly approaching and circling around the 3 towering skeleton soldiers. His eyes sparkled with evident excitement, as if he had spotted a rare treasure. Wow, it's... Chu Feng spread his arms as if to give Lu Yuan a big hug. Lu Yuan remained expressionless. Don't come closer. Chu Feng immediately halted, clutching his chest and feigning extreme sadness. Friend, has your heart changed? You weren't like this before. Lu Yuan coldly stared at him. Are we that familiar? Chu Feng shook his head seriously. Though we are not very familiar, we have known each other for 11 minutes and 31 seconds so far. It's been so long, why hasn't your favorability level gone up? Lu Yuan didn't even blink. Because I am an unapproachable target. After saying that, Lu Yuan turned his head, putting on an expression that suggested he did not want to deal with someone dim-witted. He issued commands to the skeleton soldiers through a mental link and began walking deeper into the mine. There was no time to waste. He needed to find Su Shui first. If the employer died, who the hell would give him those 50 academic credits? Seeing this, Chu Feng immediately squeezed through the gaps between the skeleton soldiers and came up close. Friend, don't leave me behind. I have no combat ability. In the upcoming battles, I still have to rely on the big brother skeleton soldiers. Lu Yuan continued to ignore him. Chu Feng didn't feel awkward at all, smiling as he followed closely beside him. Friend, you are looking for our employer, right? Lu Yuan stopped and looked at him, nodding. Chu Feng's playful expression instantly vanished. He pointed to a fork in the path on the left. That way. Lu Yuan looked at his suddenly serious expression and recalled the missing black mushroom on him. Out of the last shred of trust in the team contract, he nodded. With a slight mental push, the 3 skeleton soldiers raised their spears and marched towards the left tunnel. In the pitch-black tunnel, only a small ball of fluorescent light glowed at the tip of Chu Feng's finger. How much longer? Lu Yuan, wearing a deadpan expression, asked from behind. Soon. Just ahead. Chu Feng replied casually, without turning his head. Lu Yuan silently counted in his heart. This was the 13th soon that Chu Feng had said in the past 10 minutes. However, this time he was not lying. They turned the corner of the narrow tunnel ahead. His vision suddenly opened up. This was a rather spacious underground mine junction. Su Shui stood in the center of the junction, holding a staff, her breath turning into frost in the low temperature. At her feet lay several monster corpses sprawled haphazardly. Lu Yuan's eyes swept over those corpses. They had a humanoid outline with severely deformed bones. Their skin exhibited a sickly pale hue, as if it had not seen daylight for a long time. A layer of fine frost coated their surface. These were the frost corpses mentioned in the introduction. Lu Yuan took a look and assessed in his heart that their racial level was only F, with a level likely around 2 to 4. Their bones were brittle, and their muscle fibers had frozen into a fragile state due to the cold. They were pure garbage for making undead. Clearly, these low-level corpses posed no threat to Su Shui. Hearing the footsteps, Su Shui turned her head, and seeing it was Lu Yuan and Chu Feng, her tense shoulders relaxed slightly. Where are Reno and Bai Ying? Lu Yuan stepped forward and asked. Su Shui shook her head. I haven't seen them. Lu Yuan's gaze swept. He did not see Chu Feng's black mushroom, named Gaga. They have already arrived. Chu Feng smiled and pointed to a mining tunnel on the right. As soon as he finished speaking, heavy footsteps echoed from the depths of the tunnel. Reno, wielding a sturdy rock staff, emerged, with Bai Ying following closely behind. Leading the way in front of them was the black mushroom, Gaga, bouncing along. The 5 gathered. They exchanged mental signatures, confirming that the team contract was still intact. The air, filled with mutual wariness, temporarily dissipated. You've all seen the world introduction on the panel, right? Su Shui glanced at everyone. The group nodded in unison. What should we do next? Any ideas? Su Shui, as the nominal team leader, spoke up to inquire. Reno was the first to step forward, slamming his rock staff heavily on the ground. My idea is very simple: defense. The environmental elements here, ice and earth, are quite abundant. This is practically a home court designed for me and junior sister Su Shui. He turned to Chu Feng. Junior brother Chu Feng, describe the terrain we just saw. Chu Feng shrugged and casually replied, on the way here there was an abandoned blind den mine. There was only one entrance, and it was very narrow. Backed by a solid basalt vein, excavating from the rear would be quite challenging. Reno continued, his tone filled with confidence. As long as we retreat into there, I will use rock to seal off most of the entrance, and junior sister Su Shui will reinforce it with frost. Bai Ying will provide healing from behind. That would be a solid defensive stronghold. As long as this junior undead mage doesn't drag us down and cast a few long-range spells. Outlast 15 teams to secure a top 5 clearance spot, it shouldn't be too difficult. Bai Ying, standing behind Reno, gently echoed. I agree with Reno's perspective. That terrain is indeed a treasure trove. This plan is the most stable. Su Shui pondered for a moment. Racing and slaughter had never been her strong suits. Seeking stability was indeed the best approach for now. She nodded. Rena's strategy is sound. The three reached a consensus. Their gazes naturally fell on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan looked at these three, occupying the natural geographical advantage relying on a complete team composition. Turtling in defense and outlasting the opponent was indeed the best option for him at this moment. But this is the thinking of a waste. He shook his head. I oppose it. Or rather I oppose sticking to it stubbornly. Rena's brows instantly knitted together. Lu Yuan ignored him and continued to state the facts without emotion. Since our arrival until now, have you noticed that the temperature around us is slowly decreasing? Although there is no explicit countdown on the panel. But this constantly lowering temperature is the imminent threat. Lu Yuan looked at Su Shui. With the fragile physique of a magic class profession, even if you are an ice elementalist with the highest ice resistance, how long do you think you can hold out in this dead angle? Su Shui closed her eyes to sense the temperature changes around her. Her face slightly changed and she finally nodded. Therefore taking the initiative is the only way to survive. Lu Yuan summarized. Wandering in the mine and eliminating other teams is the way to speed up the clearance. By the way, the evaluation at the end will be much higher. Of course he didn't reveal his true thoughts. Eliminating other teams was just a secondary goal. What he really wanted was to find the creature that triggered the hidden boss and take it down. And to collect some decent high-level corpses. These Flevel Frost zombies scattered on the ground don't even qualify to be stuffed into the void of sin. Absurd. Reno was directly amused by anger. He looked at Lu Yuan with the eyes of someone watching a fool. It's written clearly in the introduction, each team has 5 to 10 members. We only have 5 people, which is the minimum number. Where do you get the confidence to wander and eliminate those fully staffed teams? Lu Yuan looked at him. Because I am strong. Reno was taken aback for a moment. Then he burst out with a sharp cold laugh. You are strong. An E-level necromancer with 3 Flevel skeleton warriors, and you tell me you are strong. I can crush those 3 skeletons with just 3 rock stabs. At most they are only fit to deal with those low-level corpses on the ground. Lu Yuan took a deep breath. He couldn't be bothered to argue with this fool whose head was full of muscles. He didn't know if he had been taken down by the Necromancer, or if he was raised by the Necromancer after dying performing in front of him, and he didn't want. His hatred for Necromancers was inexplicably deep. Think whatever you want. Lu Yuan was too lazy to waste words. The 3 of you combined, tank, mage, healer. The system is already complete. Since I am a burden, it is of no use to stay. I will go wander around. Even if I die outside, you don't need to worry about me. Reno opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to ridicule him further. Swish. Lu Yuan drew out the bone greatsword from his back. The wide and menacing sword clanged heavily against the rocky ground, producing a dull thud. Rena's eyelids twitched, and he swallowed the words he was about to say. This thing certainly doesn't look like a mere ornament. Su Shui stepped in between the two. All right, stop arguing. She cast a deep glance at Lu Yuan. Rationality told her that keeping someone who could rank 3rd on the provincial leaderboard in the team would definitely have more benefits than drawbacks. Even if his summons were just skeleton warriors, they couldn't possibly be as useless as Reno claimed. But the atmosphere had already become unbearably tense. If they forced Lu Yuan to stay and a real fight broke out, the pressure could cause the team to collapse from within, which would be even riskier. Moreover, the iron triangle defense of tank, mage, and healer truly didn't need him. Then let's split up. Su Shui finally issued the command as the captain. She turned her head to look at Chu Feng, who had been watching the show from the side. This guy looked like he was about to grab some sunflower seeds and enjoy the show. What about you, Chu Feng? Huh. Me. Chu Feng immediately put away his playful expression. He slipped over to Lu Yuan's side naturally. Of course I am going with Brother Lu Yuan. After all, Brother Lu Yuan is right. Your defense system is already perfect. As a fragile one, staying behind will only waste Senior Bai Ying's mana. Chu Feng said as he pushed the black mushroom towards Su Shui. But I will leave the Gaga for you guys. In a critical moment, it can unleash a powerful 1st-level wood-type area spell. After that, he took out a few bottles of green potions from his pocket and stuffed them into Su Shui's hands. These are my own brewed recovery potions. Their effects are average. I hope they can help you. Looking at Chu Feng providing enough contribution, Lu Yuan, adhering to the principle of mutual independence in transactions, looked at Su Shui. I can also leave 2 skeleton warriors for you. No need. Reno snorted coldly. Keeping 2 skeleton warriors here would just be a nuisance. Su Shui shook her head as well. As a necromancer, your summons are your lifeline. It's more dangerous for you to wander. Just take them with you. Lu Yuan no longer insisted. Since the offer had been rejected, it was no longer his concern. He turned around decisively. The greatsword was placed back on his back. With a slight thought, 3 skeleton warriors marched heavily, surrounding him, as they stepped boldly into the dark tunnel. Hey friend, wait for me. Chu Feng squeezed through the encirclement of skeleton warriors like an eel sticking closely to Lu Yuan's side. I chose you, aren't you moved? So next you have to protect me. Well, ooh, I really have no fighting power at all. The figures of the two soon disappeared at the end of the tunnel. In the darkness, Chu Feng suddenly came to a halt. He twitched his nose, and the white mushroom on his shoulder, Goo Goo, shook violently. Friend, he whispered, there are about 10 frostborn corpse spirits up ahead, and they're heading our way. Chu Feng spoke in a low voice, and Lu Yuan had no doubts. Throughout this journey, Chu Feng had already proven his worth as a guide, with his uncanny perception. Lu Yuan's mind stirred. The 3 skeletal warriors guarding him immediately formed a triangular formation, bone shields held horizontally, with their bone spears thrusting forward. In the hollow eye sockets, the grayish-white soul fire began to flicker violently as they entered combat mode. In less than half a minute, a cacophony of scratching sounds like nails on stone echoed from the depths of the tunnel. A dozen pale figures crawled and ran across the icy surface, emitting unintelligible low growls. Lu Yuan glanced at the size of the corpse spirits. Not many. Just enough to test the strength of these 3 skeletal warriors with the Dirt Resurrection template. Go ahead, Lu Yuan issued a simple command. He himself slowly stepped back a dozen paces, creating a safe distance. When he turned back to look, Chu Feng had already vanished. Only behind a collapsed stone pillar was there a faint glimpse of a green vine. Lu Yuan's lips twitched. This guy is truly a genius when it comes to saving his own skin. At this moment, battle was about to erupt. The 3 skeletal warriors did not rush in mindlessly like brainless zombies. They stood side by side, blocking the narrow tunnel completely. The foremost corpse spirit leaped up fiercely, its dried claws reaching for the head of the LV-5 skeletal warrior in the middle. With a thrust, the spear created a gray shadow that accurately pierced through the corpse spirit's chest cavity. The LV-5 skeletal warrior exerted force with both arms, twisting the spear shaft violently. With the terrifying power granted by its racial bonuses, the corpse spirit was flung away like a rag, crashing heavily against the stone wall and turning into a puddle of mush. The other 2 skeletal warriors moved simultaneously. Thrust, withdraw, thrust again. Their movements were mechanical, precise, and showed no hesitation. With each spear thrust, a corpse spirit was certainly punctured through the heart. The horde of corpse spirits quickly surrounded the 3 skeletal warriors. Sharp claws scraped against the dense gray-white bone armor, producing a piercing sound of friction. Yet it only left a few shallow white marks. The 3 skeletal warriors quickly adjusted their positions, forming a defensive circular formation back to back. The LV-5 skeletal warrior swept its spear horizontally. The immense force directly broke the ribs of 2 corpse spirits, knocking them to the ground. Following that, a direct thrust. The spear tip accurately stabbed into one of the corpse spirit's eye sockets. Just as it opened wide behind, another corpse spirit darted out from the shadows, its sharp teeth lunging for its cervical vertebra. The skeletal warrior on the left side did not communicate at all. Like a venomous snake, striking, the spear shot through the armpit of its comrade, instantly shattering the head of the attacker. This battle lasted less than 2 minutes. All 10 frostborn corpse spirits were reduced to scraps on the ground. The combat power was completely overwhelming. Lu Yuan stepped forward and observed the skeletal warrior, which had not even broken a rib, and he understood. Although these skeletal warriors had a racial level of F, their actual physical hardness and strength feedback were already on par with regular human warrior professionals. At that moment, several vines shot out from a nearby crevice, pushing aside a large stone. Chu Feng emerged from within, clapping his hands. Wow, friend, he said, don't you think the fighting style of your big brothers is a bit too hardcore and Western? It's all plain attacks with no fancy moves, mainly physical combat. Lu Yuan glanced at him. Basic skills, my friend. Lu Yuan looked at the panel. The dozen small monsters had only given him over 80 experience points. Most of it had been shared by the undead creatures. When undead creatures kill monsters, a significant portion of the energy is absorbed by their own soul fire. This is to maintain their spirituality, and it's the only way for them to level up. Lu Yuan did not feel he was at a loss. The undead had become stronger. As their boss, he could fish in the back more comfortably. Adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, Lu Yuan waved his hand. The 3 skeletal warriors immediately crouched down, extending their bony hands to press on the remnants of the corpse spirits. Waves of negative energy and blood essence were forcefully extracted, merging into their bones. This is the unique cultivation method of undead creatures. Under sufficient materials, their leveling speed is even faster than that of professionals. The only downside is the almost despair-inducing bottleneck during each racial level breakthrough. After all, the rank breakthrough of undead creatures almost signifies their racial enhancement. Soon the corpses on the ground turned into a pile of lifeless gray-white powder. The 2 continued deeper, encountering 3 pitch-black forks in the road. Lu Yuan stopped and activated the pure white eye to scan the area. All he saw was stone and ice. Chu Feng came over, and his usual nonchalant expression had noticeably subdued. "Friend, shall we fight the boss?" Lu Yuan turned his head to meet his gaze. As their eyes locked, a glimmer of abnormal excitement called speed run flashed between them. "Shall we go?" "Let's go." Chu Feng pointed to the deepest, narrowest path in the middle. Lu Yuan nodded, just about to walk. "Wait." Chu Feng reached out to stop him. "Don't you think it's a bit tiring to rely solely on our legs?" Lu Yuan looked at him in confusion. Chu Feng did not explain. He supported himself with one hand on the ground, murmuring a strange incantation filled with the rhythm of life. Boom. Several tree roots as thick as barrels emerged from the frozen ground. They came to life, swiftly intertwining, wrapping, and merging in midair. In less than 3 minutes, a rather peculiar-looking carriage appeared in front of Lu Yuan. Behind it was an open-topped, 3-wheeled wooden frame. There was only a bare seat. At the front, pulling the carriage, was a root monster with 4 legs, no head, and a body covered in hard skin. And at the monster's spine, Chu Feng placed the white mushroom Gugu. The mushroom cap shimmered with a faint glow. It seemed to have become the CPU of this biological carriage. "Friend," he said, "what are you waiting for? Get on the carriage." Chu Feng proudly patted the wooden board. Lu Yuan remained silent for 2 seconds. "Amazing, brother." He leaped onto the carriage. The 3 skeletal warriors were arranged on either side of the carriage. After all, the undead had no stamina limits, making them perfect to run as guards. "Hold on tight, friend. Gugu, let's go." At Chu Feng's command, the root monster let out a muffled sound like wood rubbing and dashed deep into the tunnel. Due to the lack of a shock-absorbing system, Lu Yuan felt as if his backside was about to split apart. Just as the carriage approached a sharp turn down a slope. Because of the excessive speed, with a crack, one of the wooden wheels shattered in the stone crevice. The entire carriage traced an arc and crashed onto its side. The 3 skeletal warriors following hurriedly ran up. Like moving scrap metal, they worked together to flip the overturned carriage back upright. Lu Yuan stood up, rubbing his bruised forehead, his mask askew. "I Chovy, you better drive properly." Mistake. Chu Feng awkwardly rubbed his hands. "It's just that the road conditions are too poor." Following that, Chu Feng made detailed physical adjustments to the carriage's parameters. Lu Yuan endured the headache and provided several improvement suggestions from a structural mechanics perspective. Once he confirmed that there would be no more rollovers, the two resumed their journey, with the entire carriage transforming into a green shadow, disappearing into the cold darkness. In the dark mine tunnel, the oddly shaped route cart was moving slowly. An hour had passed since they parted ways with Su Shue's team. At this moment, a change occurred in the cart's cabin. A gray-white, lifeless, unmarked tombstone stood firmly in the center of the wooden floor. This was Lu Yuan's professional skill tombstone. Because of this tombstone's existence behind the caravan, in addition to the 3 fully armed skeleton soldiers, there were suddenly over a dozen ordinary gray-white skeletons. They had just crushed another wave of small corpse ghosts. The cannon fodder skeletons generated by the tombstone had shattered 4 or 5. However, Lu Yuan discovered a hidden mechanism through this. Throwing corpses around the tombstone could significantly speed up the birth of the cannon fodder skeletons. At this moment, several skeletons were dragging the remnants of frostbitten corpse ghosts and violently tossing them at the foot of the tombstone. The unmarked tombstone seemed to be alive. Gray death energy spread out like tentacles, enveloping the corpses. Before long, those corpses completely vanished, as if they had melted in acid. In their place, the soil in front of the tombstone stirred, and a new skeleton crawled out, accelerating the birth of subsequent skeletons. Lu Yuan sat at the edge of the cart, watching the shattered remnants of the cannon fodder skeletons. He stroked his chin. In fact, he had tried it just now. He had used corpse encapsulation on those broken tombstone skeletons, hoping to exploit a bug and infinitely spawn corpse essence. The result was naturally a failure. After pondering briefly, Lu Yuan understood the underlying logic. The skeletons generated by the tombstone could not be considered true undead beings. They were more akin to elemental beings. True undead are formed from a deep fusion of death energy and the life template corpse after being reborn. These cannon fodder were merely pure death elements, temporarily condensed using the material husk of corpses as disposable items. For example, one is a human. Even if this human's brain has been swapped, he is still a human. The other is a human corpse controlled by bacteria. Although they may appear quite similar, they are fundamentally different. Thus, without fusion, it is naturally impossible to extract corpse essence. The bug could not be exploited. It is worth mentioning that these corpse ghosts are quite similar to the skeletons produced by the tombstones. Lu Yuan shook his head, ceasing this impractical line of thought. He turned his head to look at the 3 main skeleton soldiers following behind the cart, who were frantically absorbing the residual blood energy of the corpse ghosts. Lu Yuan's gaze paused. What was happening? His eyes swept across the panel. The levels of these 3 skeleton soldiers had actually risen by 2 whole levels. Logically, this shouldn't be possible. The three of them were absorbing experience together, belonging to a shared model. The experience provided by ordinary corpse ghosts was already minimal. The skeleton captain transformed from the corpse of the Grey Master larva started at LV5. The experience required for leveling up was enormous. What right did it have to level up by 2 levels as well? Lu Yuan squinted his pure white eyes and observed carefully for a while. Soon he discovered the reason. This reason made his heart leap with joy. The LV7 skeleton captain was guarding its food. It couldn't even be called guarding, it was directly taking action, brazenly snatching corpses from the other 2 skeleton soldiers. First-tier undead beings do not have integrated souls. Their actions rely entirely on the basic rune commands engraved in the soul fire by Lu Yuan. He swore he had never written a wise command like snatch from companions before. This indicated that the skeleton transformed from the Grey Master larva had developed a trace of its own rudimentary intelligence. Lu Yuan watched it skillfully kick a corpse ghost under its feet, with the soul fire flickering in its hollow eye sockets. He couldn't help but mentally scoff. Truly the saying holds true: the strong never complain about their environment. Just look at this guy. Having changed its race, it worked silently in this underground mine, even learning to roll with its colleagues. It seemed to sense Lu Yuan's intense gaze. The skeleton soldier's movements visibly stiffened. The soul fire in its eye sockets flickered for 2 seconds. Then it quietly bent down. From the corpse ghost it had just stolen from it forcibly broke off 2 arms. It threw one to each of the 2 skeleton brothers who had been robbed, and could only stand idly by. Incredible. Lu Yuan watched this, seeing his mouth twitching uncontrollably. This kind of skeleton soldier is the shrewdest. After finishing a battle, if you ask it whether it lost or won, it would directly respond that it had eaten too much. Just as Lu Yuan was mentally scoffing, a rustling sound came from beside him. Chu Feng crawled over from the front of the cart, holding something in his hand. Lu Yuan focused his gaze, and saw that it was a gigantic mushroom cap. The umbrella cap was completely inverted, and the inner fungal flesh had been hollowed out, forming a natural container the size of a basin. Wasn't this just a pot? What are you planning to do? Driven by curiosity, Lu Yuan asked aloud. Chu Feng paused his actions with the mushroom. He raised his head, wearing his usual mysterious smile. Friend, don't you feel that it's getting colder around us? He hadn't mentioned it before, but upon this reminder Lu Yuan felt a chill creeping up his leg. He shivered and nodded. It has indeed cooled down. Chu Feng stared intently into Lu Yuan's eyes. So on such a cold day, what should we do? The gazes of the 2 collided midair, a tacit understanding exclusive to food lovers instantly connecting. Are you suggesting? That's right. I understand what you mean. 2 minutes later, Lu Yuan used the spiritual link to have the skeleton soldiers pass him a relatively intact corpse ghost skeleton. Using magic, he quickly cleaned off the remaining rotten flesh. Then the magical energy surged. Using skeletal shaping techniques from elemental studies, those scattered bones quickly softened in his hands, connecting and reassembling. In the blink of an eye, a square white bone stove with a hollowed middle and a vent at the bottom was formed. Lu Yuan casually tossed the stove onto the back half of the wooden planks of the cart. Steady now, this cart's shock absorption is poor, Lu Yuan reminded. Watch me. Chu Feng snapped his fingers. Several sturdy green vines sprouted from the gaps in the wooden planks, weaving into an extremely elastic floating net in midair. The white bone stove was securely placed on the net, remaining motionless despite the cart's jolting. Chu Feng placed the gigantic mushroom pot on top. Then he stuffed a few pieces of dry wood collected along the way into the white bone stove. Ignite! A bright yellow flame surged in the white bone stove, quickly licking the bottom of the mushroom pot. Remarkably, the mushroom was fire-resistant. Not only did it not get scorched, but it also emitted a faint fungal aroma. The water boiled. Bubbles gurgled up. Next, Chu Feng, like a magician, pulled out a large pile of items from a spatial tool: large chunks of freshly cut red meat rolls, several thick, mutated vegetables, and a packet of bright red, pungently spicy solid base material. Lu Yuan stared in a daze at this scene. Incredible, brother. Eating hot pot in a cave full of monsters, you really know how to enjoy yourself. Chu Feng clasped his hands, looking profoundly mysterious. As the saying goes, a man is made of iron and food is steel. If you don't eat a meal, you feel anxious. He said this while tossing the piece of red solid base material into the mushroom pot, filled with clean water. The water quickly boiled, the red oil roiled, and a rich aroma spread throughout the mine tunnel. Soon after, Chu Feng pulled out several brightly colored mushrooms, some of which even had glowing spots on the surface, and dumped them into the boiling red oil. Lu Yuan watched the pot of boiling red oil and the strange glowing mushrooms and unknown red meat floating within. His eyelids twitched fiercely twice. He looked at Chu Feng. I have a question for you. Chu Feng, holding a pair of chopsticks carved from branches, raised his head. Friend, you ask? He pointed at the boiling mushroom pot, his expression unusually serious. The mushrooms you're cooking in this pot, are they poisonous? Chu Feng stopped his movements. He pushed up a pair of non-existent glasses, and his gaze instantly became extremely deep and serious. Both possibilities exist, and that is my answer. Lu Yuan fell silent. He silently lowered the hand. He had just reached out to grab the chopsticks. Behind the defense line of the blind in mine, Reno leaned heavily on his rock staff, gasping for breath. Just moments ago, they had repelled another wave of frost zombies. Buying sat in the back, her face pale. Reno, she said, my mana is running low and my recovery speed can't keep up. Worry was evident in her voice. Don't panic. Reno wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and patted the thick rock wall in front of him. I've reinforced this defense line 3 layers deep. The outer layer is also strengthened by Su Shue's frost hardening. Those low-level zombies definitely can't break through here. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from deep within the mine. They were given no time to rest or recover their mana. Looking up, a swarm of pale figures surged from around the corner of the tunnel. Another wave of zombies. Su Shui remained silent. She raised her staff, directly shooting out several ice spikes that accurately pinned the first few zombies charging forward. But this time the numbers were overwhelming. Reno and Bai Ying immediately joined the fight. There was no time for meditation or recovery. The 3 could only pull expensive mana recovery potions from their spatial items and gulp them down. Their mana was replenished, but the extreme mental fatigue weighed heavily on their minds like lead. At that moment, behind the wave of zombies, those once mindless creatures seemed to suddenly gain intelligence. They no longer mindlessly crashed against the rock walls. Instead, several of them grouped together, lifting heavy stones strewn about the tunnel, and began to smash them against the wall like battering rams. Bang! Bang! Seeing this, Reno laughed heartily. Is that all the strength they have? I can shape rock, but do they really think a few stones can break through? Boom! Before Rena's laughter could fade, a tremendously heavy footstep reverberated from deep within the mine, shaking the debris on the ground. A massive zombie over 2.5 meters tall, with grotesquely bulging muscles and grayish-blue skin, pushed through the tide of zombies. It was not only enormous, but also dragged a broken metal pillar in its hand. Giant frost zombie. This creature had no agility. Its attributes had almost entirely been allocated to its physique with each level up. It could not catch any agile players. Its sole purpose for existing in this world was to serve as the system's battering ram, shattering the defenses of those who tried to hunker down. The giant frost zombie approached the defense line. It raised the heavy metal pillar in its hand, its twisted muscles bulging like a human catapult, swinging its arms round and smashing down on the rock wall. Crack! In the wide eyes of the onlookers, that rock wall which Reno had boasted was reinforced 3 layers deep and absolutely unbreakable, was struck by the pillar, creating a massive hole large enough for 3 people to pass through side by side. Debris flew everywhere, and Bai Ying screamed out of fear. This meat is overcooked, quickly take it out. Lu Yuan, quick with his hands, used his chopsticks to retrieve a slightly curled piece of meat from the bubbling red oil and stuffed it into his mouth. It tasted fragrant, the meat was firm. Since he had seen Chu Feng eat those glowing mushrooms without issue, adhering to the principle of not wasting, Lu Yuan joined the underground hot pot feast. He picked up a mushroom soaked in red oil with his chopsticks and took a bite. Juice burst forth. Surprisingly delicious. What breed of mushroom is this? As Lu Yuan chewed, he casually asked. Oh, this is the cave glow mushroom, Chu Feng said seriously, pushing up his non-existent glasses. Eating it raw is highly toxic and can cause hallucinations of being bitten by thousands of insects. But if boiled in water for 3 minutes and paired with my antidote base made from 13 herbs, the toxicity can be transformed into extreme flavor. Lu Yuan's chewing slowed for a moment, but he still swallowed. Then what about this meat? It's the thigh meat of a mutated burrowing beast brought in. Eat more, it's rich in high protein, very beneficial to the body, Chu Feng said with a smile, picking up a piece of green vegetable. The flames in the skeletal stove flickered. In front, the skeletal soldiers diligently cleared the path. The cart swayed slowly. Chu Feng, with a piece of meat in hand, turned to Lu Yuan with some confusion. By the way, aren't you going to blow on it? Who? Reno knelt on one knee, gasping heavily. His rock staff was already covered in cracks. The giant frost zombie finally fell before the 3 of them, its head completely shattered by Su Shue's ice spikes. But to kill it, the trio had nearly exhausted their mana and stamina to the limit. After the battle, as they calmed down, they finally understood the logic behind the monster's appearance. It was around level 4 or 5, with a race rating of E. Aside from its great strength, it was as slow as a turtle. If they maneuvered on the outskirts, this kind of monster could never catch them. It was coming straight for their fixed defense point. We can no longer hold our ground. Su Shui, pale-faced, stood up from the ground. This game world is forcing us to move. If we stay here any longer, the next wave may bring more than just one siege monster. Reno gritted his teeth, offering no rebuttal. The three of them struggled to gather themselves, preparing to abandon their defense and flee. But they had just taken 2 steps. From the darkness at the other end of the mine, that spine-chilling, relentless sound of footsteps echoed again. Their ongoing exhaustion made their breaths grow heavier. Huff. Huff. Lu Yuan opened his mouth, exhaling a breath of hot air. He tugged at his collar. What did you put in this base material? This hot pot is a bit spicy. With Lu Yuan's physique rated at 17, he should not have reacted this way even when chewing on chili powder. I expected this, brother. Chu Feng snapped his fingers triumphantly. He flipped his palm, revealing a light blue spore. The spore burst open in midair, transforming into several streams of clear liquid that fell into 2 crystal-clear glass test tubes. Chu Feng added 2 drops of green potion and shook them evenly. He handed one of the cups to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan took the test tube and tilted his head back, taking a sip. It was icy and cool, carrying a refreshing sweetness of mint mixed with an unknown fruit fragrance. As it slid down his throat, it instantly extinguished the fiery sensation in his stomach. This was undoubtedly the most recognized special drink to pair with spicy hot pot. Furthermore, Lu Yuan felt that after the liquid flowed down his throat, his previously tense spirit, due to battle, was surprisingly eased. Even his mana value increased slightly. Good stuff, Lu Yuan sincerely praised. Chu Feng, he raised the test tube towards Lu Yuan with a radiant smile on his face. Cheers. Bang. Bang. Reno's figure crashed heavily against the rock wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. They had been caught up. To be precise, they were completely surrounded. The attire of the three was already quite disheveled. Reno's robe had several large tears, and his white hair clung to his cheeks with sweat. Su Shue's robe was also stained with grime. A circle of precariously supported rock barriers stood around them. Buying desperately squeezed the last bit of her mana, showering the healing light of the water recovery technique onto Reno. Su Shue gritted her teeth, her wand waving continuously. Ice crystals exploded among the mass of corpses, taking the lives of several monsters, but to the massive tide of monsters, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Finally, after the last ice spear was shot out, the light at the tip of her wand completely dimmed. I have no mana left. Su Shue's voice was terrifyingly pale. Crack. The last rock wall raised by Reno collapsed with a thunderous crash under the claws of the corpses. The piercing roar was alarmingly close. The monster's face was already pressed against them. A sense of despair instantly overwhelmed the three. Just as Reno closed his eyes, preparing to await death, Su Shue felt a strange wave emanating from her left shoulder. The black mushroom which had been quietly lying there was now exuding astonishing wooden energy. Su Shue quickly turned her head to look. The appearance of Ga underwent a bizarre transformation. The originally pure black cap of the mushroom was now adorned with glaring sickly green stripes. In the next moment, the few corpses that had already broken through the defense and were about to bite, Su Shue suddenly halted. First tier wood magic wild vine killing array boom. Centered around Su Shue, the ground within a 10-meter radius exploded. Countless deep green vines as thick as a child's arm and covered in sharp barbs burst forth from the ground. Uft, uft, uft. The sound of blades piercing through flesh and blood melded into one. Those dozens of corpses encircled in the innermost ring didn't even have time to scream before being violently skewered by these frenzied vines, turning them into a mess. The dismembered limbs and black blood of the corpses scattered across the ground. After unleashing this astonishing blow, the vines quickly withered and dissipated. The black mushroom Ga that had released the spell also seemed to have drained all its vitality. The green stripes on its body faded, and its entire form slumped down from Su Shue's shoulder. Su Shue, quick as lightning, caught it in her palm, gently placing it into her innermost pocket. Ga gas eruption had forcefully torn a massive gap in the encircling tide of corpses. What are you still dawdling for? Run. Su Shue's voice awakened the dazed duo. The three supported each other, heading towards the bloody gap cleared by the vines. Once again, they fled awkwardly towards the depths of the mine. After passing through several more tunnels, this particular tunnel began to widen. The frost was no longer a thin layer, but had consolidated into large chunks of ghostly blue crystals embedded in the crevices of the rock walls. Chu Feng recognized this substance at a glance. Ghostly cold ice essence mine. An alchemical material of the ice element. Its quality was average, about 6 or 7 points in white quality. Occasionally, there were a few pieces that were darker in color, barely reaching 3 or 4 points in green quality. This was utterly useless to Lu Yuan. However, if brought out and sold to those wealthy youths who practiced ice magic, it would definitely fetch a handsome sum of source crystals. The two of them hit it off. Lu Yuan directly commanded a few cannon fodder skeletons to act as free miners, violently extracting the ore. Chu Feng was responsible for packing the stones into his spatial tool. As for how to split the profits, Chu Feng grinned and proposed split evenly. In the end, they would directly sell it to their financier Su Shui, who looked like someone who had money to spare. To mine, the speed of the biological cart naturally slowed down significantly. Lu Yuan and Chu Feng sat on the swaying wooden planks leisurely, continuing to enjoy the unfinished mushroom hot pot. Suddenly, from a dim corner 100 meters away, a green glowing arrow emitting a faint shriek that tore through the air shot straight towards the back of Lu Yuan's head. The sound of it cutting through the air was minimal, but the killing intent was intense. Lu Yuan suddenly turned his head. In his eyes, beneath the cover of false pupils, pure white concentric rings instantly unfurled. Pure white eye operated at full power. Under his limit dynamic vision, the trajectory of the poisoned arrow was slowed to the extreme. Lu Yuan did not cast a spell. He grabbed this skeleton greatsword from the wooden planks of the cart. Without even standing up, he swung the greatsword with one arm, executing a brutal parry. Clang! A dull metallic clash rang out. The poisoned arrow, capable of piercing through an ordinary mage's shield, was directly batted away by the broadsword's blade, embedding itself deep into the nearby rock wall. However, the powerful fighting spirit attached to the arrow stirred up a gust of wind inside the narrow cart. Slap! The pot of mushrooms resting on the white bone stove was knocked askew by this gust. Scalding hot red oil base and perfectly cooked exotic beast meat splattered everywhere. The sparks were completely extinguished, emitting a harsh sizzle sound. The air suddenly fell silent. Lu Yuan still held a pair of wooden chopsticks that he had carved. Chu Feng was still chewing on half a piece of cooked mushroom. The two looked down at the spilled and completely ruined hot pot. A furious anger named interrupted meal flared up in their hearts. Lu Yuan raised his head, his pure white eyes fixated on the direction from which the arrow was shot. In the shadow 100 meters away stood a being of another race. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, its skin was a pale blue with a pair of furry semicircular beast ears atop its head and a slender, yet powerful tail behind. Its pupils were like those of a beast slitted. This being belonged to the Fengya tribe, a race of a rank specialized in physical strength and agility rather than the comprehensive attributes of the human race. This race was extremely specialized. They rarely possessed systematic spellcasting or mechanical legacies, or perhaps those schools simply did not suit them. Their profession tree was almost entirely composed of warriors, with only a handful of exceptionally gifted individuals becoming psychics. The most common among them were windblade swordsmen and poison archers, a type of warrior archer adept at using poison. At that moment, the Fengya tribe's poison archer, hidden in the dark, maintained the posture of drawing his bow. His beast-like slitted pupils were fixed intently on Lu Yuan in the horse-drawn carriage. His heart skipped a beat. What did he see? The human surrounded by a group of skeletal remains was undoubtedly a necromancer. But which first-tier necromancer could swing such an exaggerated giant sword with one hand, using sheer physical strength to swat away his poison arrow? This is absolutely unscientific. Unless this is a top-tier genius from a major human faction out training. Upon thinking this, the archer touched his face. Is it raining? No, it's sweat. He had no hesitation. Without even a word of greeting, he left behind the 4 teammates still charging forward. Better let my friends die than myself. He was about to execute a maneuver called getting his teammates in front of him. He turned around and unleashed the fastest speed of his life, quickly disappearing into the depths of the dark mine tunnel. Meanwhile, his 4 teammates who had rushed ahead clearly had no idea their archer had already fled, because this was how they usually coordinated. The archer suppressed from the back, while the swordsman harvested in the front. With this tactic, they had already ambushed 2 teams of players in this mine tunnel. Huh! The leading Fengya swordsman let out a wild laugh. He erupted with Azure Wind attribute fighting spirit, activating a speed-boosting skill. The entire person transformed into a gust of Azure Wind, racing towards Lu Yuan's carriage. First, take down that fragile necromancer. This was their consistent tactic. But halfway through, he was intercepted. In his path was Lu Yuan's group of laboring skeletal minions. The Fengya swordsman didn't pay them any mind. With a swing of his sword, azure light flashed as he directly smashed the head of a blocking wraith skeleton. Indeed, they were very weak. The leading swordsman's assumptions were confirmed, and his expression became even more excited. He accelerated again, striking harshly at the next blocking skeleton. But this time what stood in front of him was not expendable fodder, but a skeletal captain that had reached LV7 and even developed a hint of self-preservation instinct. Clang! The leading swordsman's powerful strike landed heavily on the skeletal captain's small white shield, sending sparks flying. The massive recoil left the swordsman's wrist numb and his palm stinging. He paused for a moment. Such hard bones. But as a proper warrior, his combat proficiency was extremely high. He halted for only half a second before immediately changing tactics. Using the force of being knocked back, he sank his body low, thrusting his sword upwards like a viper towards the skeletal captain's eye socket. That was the common weakness of all undead, where the soul fire resided. However, he severely underestimated the stats of this skeletal warrior. Under the 0.5 racial coefficient boost from grave digging, its physique and agility had steadily suppressed this swordsman of the same rank. Just as the sword was about to pierce the eye socket. PSHH. It was not the sound of the sword striking bone, but a dull, heavy sound of a large object brutally piercing flesh. The leading swordsman's movements came to a complete halt. He struggled to lower his head following the sound. The skeletal captain's white-bone spear had come from behind, violently piercing through his chest and lifting him into the air. The spear was yanked out violently. Blood sprayed out. The body of the Fengya swordsman fell to the ground with a thud like a broken sack hitting the cold mine tunnel floor. The three Fengya teammates rushing behind him froze in disbelief upon seeing this scene, their faces filled with shock. In the half-second, they were stunned. Swish, swish, swish. Several resilient green vines burst forth from the cracks in the rocks beneath their feet, tightly wrapping around their ankles. Chu Feng had made his move. Seizing this opportunity, the other two skeletal warriors lunged forward. The spear was thrust out. The action was clean and swift. They directly pierced the throats and hearts of the two trapped Fengya swordsmen. In the end, only one Fengya swordsman remained. He struggled desperately to break free from the vines, terror-stricken and wanting to retreat. Whoosh! A sharp sound cut through the air. Lu Yuan sat in the carriage, his gaze icy. With a flick of his fingertip, he unleashed a master-level improved version of a trick. Bone Spike. Carrying an eerie gray aura of death, it instantly crossed dozens of meters. PSHH. It accurately pierced through the swordsman's skull. The brain was directly destroyed, and the following damage was supplemented by the aura of death. The swordsman didn't even make a sound before collapsing straight down. From the moment the arrow was shot to the end of the battle, it took less than 2 minutes. 4 legitimate beings of another race were utterly crushed and slaughtered. Throughout the entire process, the LV-7 skeletal captain relied solely on pure attribute suppression. And the other two skeletal warriors, facing opponents of the same rank and similar attributes, only faced a slight disadvantage. After all, they had no professional skills or combat techniques. This was enough to prove just how terrifying the bonuses brought by the grave-digging skill were. Clap, clap, clap. The battle had just ended. Beside him, Chu Feng immediately began to clap, his face filled with astonishment. Wow. Friend, your brothers are just too fierce. This fighting power completely refreshed my impression of necromancers. Lu Yuan glanced at him sideways. You acted quite convincingly. Next time don't act. Lu Yuan stood up and looked at the poisoned arrow still embedded in the stone wall. The culprit who had shot the cold arrow was long gone. Lu Yuan was quite angry about this malicious interruption of his meal, but there was nothing he could do about it. He could no longer eat. Lu Yuan jumped down from the carriage and clapped his hands. He would have to create some undead. The corpses of these 4 beings of another race had high physiques and resilient bones. They were much stronger than those fragile Frostwalker zombies. If he didn't use grave digging to enhance them, it would be a gross waste. But if he stored them in the Sin Void, he would only have 3 slots left and couldn't take all 4. So he could only deal with them on the spot. With the thought, several expendable skeletal minions immediately moved forward and dragged the 4 corpses of the Fengya tribe to the back of the carriage. Lu Yuan approached the wooden board. With a flourish of his hands, he summoned his magic. He directly manipulated the aura of death and the dirt collected along the way, forcefully piling up a rectangular mound of earth on the wooden board. Friend. Chu Feng looked at the sudden grave that had appeared in the carriage, blinking. What is this? Lu Yuan casually replied. Then he grabbed a corpse and began casting the spell. After completing the prerequisite steps for the skeletal warrior, he unceremoniously tossed it into the grave pit in the carriage. The aura of death instantly spread out, enveloping the corpse. The remaining 3 corpses were stored in the Sin Void. Chu Feng, being a smart person, did not ask any further. After all, in this day and age, who doesn't have a trick up their sleeve? He merely smiled as he returned to the driver's position, patting the white mushroom. All right then, let's continue on the road with your spell. The carriage started moving again, carrying an active grave mound, slowly advancing through the cold mine tunnel. Deep within the dark mine tunnel, a staggering footstep broke the deathly silence. The fleeing Fengya tribe member, clutching his chest, rushed into a relatively spacious resting point, panting heavily. Here gathered were 5 other companions from their team. Upon seeing his disheveled appearance, a Fengya tribe swordsman who was cleaning his weapon stood up and looked behind him. It was empty, not even a ghost in sight. Why did you return alone? The swordsman frowned. Where are the others? Did you not follow the plan, only engaging when encountering 3 to 2 enemies? Hey. The hunter leaned against the wall, taking a deep breath. In that moment, his expression underwent a complex adjustment. On his face, there was a mix of 3 parts fear, 3 parts calmness, 2 parts joy, and 2 parts lingering nostalgia. Like a pie chart. He raised his head, his gaze deep as he looked into the distant darkness. I ambushed one of the top forces human prodigies and fought him. The hunter's voice carried a hint of weariness. In the end, I still lost to a single move. He sighed, looking up at the pitch-black ceiling of the mine at a 45-degree angle. It was quite an interesting battle. I suppose I will never forget that human in my lifetime. At the resting point, the 5 alien companions exchanged glances. After a while, the swordsman hesitantly asked, "So, what about the other 4? The hunter's expression remained unchanged, his tone growing heavier. "To cover my retreat and preserve the spark of our Feng Yi tribe's counterattack. They have already fallen heroically." Meanwhile, the remains of the 4 Feng Yi tribe swordsmen who had fallen heroically had been drained of their last value. The grave site inside the carriage was highly efficient. As Lu Yuan made his way, he periodically tossed the bodies of the other 3 aliens into the grave pit. At this moment, behind the carriage, 4 gray-white figures marching in unison appeared. 4 newly created skeleton soldiers. They were clattering along at the back of the group, picking up the remnants of frostbitten corpses from the ground and stuffing them into their mouths in a frenzy to level up. The most senior level LV7 skeleton captain walked coldly at the front. It did not bother to fight over the corpses, because its experience bar was stuck at 99%. The world level cap of this Frostblood mine was only from LV2 to LV7. Under this rule, reaching level 7 was the maximum. If one insisted on pushing for level 8 here, it meant no rewards for not leveling and penalties for forced leveling. Thus, Lu Yuan did not let it fight over the corpses anymore. To speed things up, Lu Yuan did not take his time in creating these 4 new skeleton soldiers like he would in a school laboratory. This resulted in their initial levels being watered down, generally only LV2 or LV3. However, it was not a big issue. These 4 aliens had good foundations, all being capable fighters of levels 4 to 5. Thus, these skeleton soldiers did not need to consume massive amounts of corpses like other undead. As long as they were given some time to eat a buffet, their leveling speed would be terrifying. While Lu Yuan was contemplating the upcoming formation, the carriage came to a stop. "We're here." Chu Feng patted Moga's head and jumped off the carriage. Lu Yuan followed behind. Before him was a vast underground mine. The edge was a nearly vertical cliff, and below was an abyss of darkness. He did not see the undead behemoth mentioned in the summary, but in the center of the mine stood a tower made of black. Chu Feng pointed to the tower. "The boss should be inside that high tower." Lu Yuan nodded, indicating his. However, Chu Feng's tone shifted, his eyes narrowing slightly. "The surrounding environment is not very clean. At least 2 waves of other teams' players are hiding in the shadows, laying in ambush." Lu Yuan was not surprised by this news. It was strange not to have a few mice lurking in the bushes at a battleground, clearly hiding good treasures. He twisted his neck, easing the joints that had stiffened from sitting too long in the carriage. Throughout the ride with Chu Feng, he hardly moved his hands. Yet the considerable experience from the corpses crushed by the skeleton soldiers had quietly raised his level from 4 when he entered the dungeon to 6. 2 level UPS, 12 free attribute points. Lu Yuan had allocated them all. 5 points in intelligence, 6 points in spirit, and 1 point in physique. Opening the panel. In a state without equipment boosts, both his intelligence and spirit had for the first time surpassed the 20-point threshold. Logically, as a necromancer, he should have invested heavily in intelligence, which determines spell strength. However, this time, he allocated the most points to spirit. The reason was simple. The number of his working subordinates had increased from 3 to 7. At the current stage, the most fatal shortcoming of a necromancer was that first-tier undead lacked true intelligence. Without controlling them through mental links for micromanagement, these skeleton soldiers would merely be a bunch of clumsy oafs brandishing spears, causing their combat power to plummet. The perfect synergy and strangling from the first encounter relied entirely on Lu Yuan acting as the micromanagement master from the back. Except for the 7th level captain, who had developed a slight sense of protectiveness, the other 6 required Lu Yuan's divided attention to control. An ordinary first-tier necromancer could control 15 to 20 undead simultaneously before their brain would crash. Yet Lu Yuan had the pure white eye super cheat. With the boost in computing power, his control limit could exceed that of his peers by around 10 units. However, at this stage, Lu Yuan's path was very clear. Quality over quantity. After all, 7 elite monsters with a 0.5 racial bonus are far more useful than 100 disposable minions that shatter upon contact. He felt the abundant magic power flowing within him. Lu Yuan drew the skeletal greatsword from his back, the blade's tip angled towards the ground. He looked at Chu Feng. "Tell me the location where those players are ambushed. He'll go kill them all. After that, we can try to tackle that boss." After a moment's thought, as a diligent worker earning credits, he routinely asked, "By the way, how's the situation with Su Shui and the others? Are they okay now?" Meanwhile, Lei Nua, Su Shui, and Bai Ying were indeed still alive. Although they looked quite disheveled, the strong environmental adaptability of magic classes allowed them to find a brand new way to survive. They were playing a real underground survival game called Dig 3 Fill 1. Lei Nuo swore he had never imagined that under extreme pressure his potential could be squeezed to such an extent. Currently his rock-shaping technique was not used for creating shields for defense, but for digging tunnels. With Lei Nuo frantically digging, Su Shui sealed the tunnel entrance with frost. They had successfully evaded several waves of corpse ghosts underground like groundhogs, barely surviving in the dark, cramped tunnels, drinking potions to recover a bit of magic power. Once there was no movement outside, they would immediately break ground, change locations, and continue digging for survival. They thought this tactic was clever, but little did they know. Because as they kept digging and hiding their presence, the waves of corpses above ground, having lost their targets, did not dissipate. Instead, they gathered in larger and denser numbers. The monster respawn mechanism in the entire mine was about to deliver a surprisingly large surprise to them. In the pitch black and cold tunnel, Lei Nuo, who had just downed a bottle of mana potion, gasped heavily. In moments of extreme fatigue and slight breathing intervals, negative emotions are most likely to erupt. The ever-increasing survival pressure made Lei Nuo unable to hold back any longer. I said it long ago. Lei Nuo's voice was heavy with resentment and anger. That guy named Lu Yuan shouldn't have been allowed to roam free. If he wants to seek death, that's one thing, but he even took Chu Feng with him. Just the thought of the terrifying lethality displayed by the mushroom left by Chu Feng made Lei Nuo regretful to the core. If Chu Feng were still in the team, would they be chased like rats digging holes now? He's just a useless burden that only drags us down. The bragging was so loud, and what's the result? Lei Nuo grew more and more incensed. Roaming around now, he hasn't eliminated a single player's team. Su Shui, sitting in the corner, frowned slightly. She interrupted Lei Nuo. Senior Lei Nuo. Just now there was information about the death of a Fengya tribe player in the system's kill notification. For legitimate alien professionals, if I'm not mistaken, should have been dealt with by Lu Yuan. With fewer attacking more, he at least proved his strength. Strength? Lei Nuo scoffed, directly disdain written all over his face. Junior sister Su Shui, you are too naive. Just because he brought a few glass broken skeletons as undead mages, he went to kill 4 high-explosive aliens. Lei Nuo let out a cold snort. It's highly likely that Chu Feng used poison to severely injure those aliens. He just hid behind and picked up the kills for free. A selfish, divisive little man like him, I wonder how long he can survive. In the underground cave, Lei Nuo's unabashed, malicious speculations filled the air. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to the edge of the abyss mine. Chu Feng looked at the white mushroom in his hand, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He did not repeat Lei Nuo's raw insults to Lu Yuan. However, his excellent nature as a jester prompted him to control the black mushroom Gaga left on Su Shui, recording everything. Chu Feng even began to imagine the exciting scene of playing this recording during the settlement after clearing the level. Don't worry, my friend. Chu Feng smiled and raised his head to look at Lu Yuan. Their current condition is quite good. Not only are they alive, but they even have time to chat. Lu Yuan was unaware of how Lei Nuo was arranging him behind his back. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't be. The fury of the incompetent is the only outlet for the weak. Is that so? Lu Yuan replied indifferently. That's good. With a flip of his wrist, the wide skeletal greatsword sliced through the air with a whoosh. The pure white eye silently operated deep within his eyes. In front of him, the player auras hiding behind the rock crevices and shadows of the tower seemed as glaring as searchlights in the night to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan did not speak further. His mind stirred slightly. Click. The 7 skeletal soldiers behind him raised their bone spears in unison. Like a silent army, they followed the man wielding the greatsword, striding into the ambush zone marked by Chu. Around the dark tower was actually a circular underground plaza. At this moment, there were 3 races that had entered this game world: humans, Fengya, and goblins. Some teams from these 3 races were currently occupying the southeast and west corners in a very tacit understanding, forming a tripartite stalemate. They all knew of each other's existence, but none intended to touch the hidden boss inside the tower. They had tried before. That stitched giant beast was simply unkillable. It was literally immortal, and even if killed, it could revive. Therefore, this group of old schemers was waiting for a fool who could truly kill the boss to appear. Then they would swarm in and reap the benefits. In the 3 corners, the goblin tribe in the west had the strongest power. They had a total of 8 members, all fully equipped. Goblins, a race with a mere E level, were small creatures. However, they possessed an almost obsessive talent for mechanical systems, only slightly inferior to the higher mechanical race. Unlike the precision of the mechanical race, which exuded a futuristic technological feel, the things goblins created were characterized by a wasteland heavy metal rock style. For instance, at this moment, these 8 goblins had pieced together a 3-meter-long, wildly designed black powder steam cannon from the scrap metal in the mine. The cannon pointed straight at the entrance of the plaza. With this cannon capable of blowing apart same-tier shield guards, the goblins' morale soared to its peak. They even began to gather together to discuss which tavern to visit for big-breasted succubus girls after clearing the level. Then they died. The entire goblin position was wiped out. It took less than a minute. How is this possible? In the shadow of the northern corner, the Fonya tribe leader abruptly stood up, whispering in shock. In front of him, a Fonya scout, sent to scout, was trembling and half-kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. It's true. The scout swallowed hard, his voice filled with uncontrollable panic. Captain, you can't imagine what I saw. There are undead. About 20 or 30 of them. Although most are just cannon fodder skeletons without soul. But the scout was so excited he could barely articulate, forgetting even the hierarchical etiquette most valued by the Fonya tribe. Can you imagine? The leading large skeleton soldier facing the goblin's cannon that could blast our entire team to bits didn't even dodge. He just threw his bone spear, and the cannon barrel was punctured. In just one hit it exploded. After the scout finished speaking, he seemed to realize he had lost composure. Frightened, he hurriedly lowered his... The Fonya tribe leader ignored his offense. His brows knitted tightly, his mind racing. A fourth force has appeared in this underground mine. A powerful undead mage. But how is that possible? The leader gritted his teeth. Skeletons can't possess this kind of panel strength. Even if he were a second or third tier undead, mage the same tier undead brought, and would be suppressed by the will of the world. A low tier undead and low tier undead mages are the same. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? I swear on my life. The scout suddenly looked up. The scout's oath was cut short. A member of the Fonya tribe on guard duty outside let out a shrill scream. The captain's expression changed instantly. The necromancer was coming. Just as he tightened his grip on the longsword, the makeshift tent at the rest point was ripped apart by a tremendous force. A necromancer dressed in a black robe, wielding a menacing bone sword with a spellbook floating above his left shoulder, walked in. The captain's gaze quickly scanned behind Lu Yuan. No undead. The terrifying army of skeletons numbering 20 or 30 was not beside him. The captain's expression changed again. This time it was not fear, but ecstasy. The mage was unprotected at the front and dared to charge into melee alone. How reckless. Level 2 Gale Spirit Body. Without a moment's hesitation, the captain activated the core skill of the Wind Chaser Swordsman. A blue whirlwind enveloped his entire body. He said nothing and did not give the mage any time to chant spells. He pushed off forcefully with his feet. His entire being transformed into a streak of blue lightning. The longsword aimed straight at Lu Yuan's throat. Got you, the captain roared in his heart. In the next moment, he felt the world before him suddenly spin. What was once a level view rapidly dropped, turning into an upward glance. He saw the necromancer still standing in place, not even shifting his feet. Only in his hand, he had already grasped the massive bone sword that had been on his back. Before the mage, a severed lower half stood upright. That pair of pants looked familiar. Oh, it turned out to be my lower half. The captain's mind flashed with one last thought. Then the overwhelming death energy instantly invaded his nervous system, completely erasing him. Lu Yuan casually flicked the blood off the great sword. The scout kneeling on the ground was completely dazed, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The captain charged in with a powerful move, and then he was cut in half. Just as he was about to stand up and counterattack, Lu Yuan didn't even turn his head, simply flicking his left finger. A bone spike compressed to the extreme by death energy shot out. Bang! The scout's head exploded like a ripe watermelon. The human team in the east. The human team had already noticed the annihilation of the goblins in the west. They originally planned to take advantage of the chaos to ambush the Fonya tribe in the north. But they were still a step late. Just as they reached the outskirts of the Fonya tribe's camp, they saw Lu Yuan emerge from within along with the bodies behind him. Did you see that? The human captain hid behind cover, swallowing hard. We saw it, Captain, the team members replied softly. What do we do? Captain, retreat. The captain pondered for 2 seconds, a flash of greed crossing his eyes. Retreat? No way. Let's take him down. The leader of the Fonya tribe is not weak. This kid wiped them all out by himself, and he must have used all his cards. He is definitely in a severely injured and weakened state now. But Captain, one team member hesitated. His killing methods are too decisive. What if his power exceeds ours by too much? You don't know anything. The captain scoffed. Look at his face. He's too young, and his equipment is top-notch. He's definitely some young master from a major faction out here for training. Such young masters are proud and love being pampered and flattered. The captain turned to a voluptuous female team member at the back of the group. Yali, it's your turn. Your profession is a mind-affecting succubus sorceress, best at dealing with young masters who have never experienced a woman's punishment. He'll attract his attention, and you find the opportunity to mesmerize him completely. We'll take him down and then run. With such a powerful necromancer around, we definitely can't stay here, but taking down this kid will not leave us empty-handed. As for this kid, could he be a necromancer? No way. Have you ever seen a necromancer who doesn't hide behind the undead and carries a giant sword? The woman named Yali chuckled softly. She tugged at her already low-cut robe, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin, giving the captain a look that said, "Leave it to me, I got this." The plan was set. The five of them quickly emerged from behind cover, acting as if they had just arrived, encountering Lu Yuan, who was about to leave. Their eyes met. The expression on the human captain's face changed instantly. The previously sinister calculation vanished, replaced by an unusually gentle, warm smile, filled with the enthusiasm of fellow villagers meeting each other. "Oh, it's so rare to meet a fellow human in this cursed place." The captain approached familiarly. "Brother, are you here to ambush those Fenya tribe freaks too?" Lu Yuan did not respond. He stopped and coldly scanned this five-man team. The captain felt no embarrassment, continuing his enthusiastic performance. "To be honest, a few of our brothers were ambushed and killed by this bunch of aliens just now. We truly appreciate you avenging us." While speaking, the captain opened his arms with a face full of warmth, trying to step forward and grasp Lu Yuan's hand. Come on, meeting is fate. When we get out, I'll treat you to a drink." At the same time the captain made this move, Yali at the back of the team understood the signal. She immediately revealed a charming smile. Her waist swayed elegantly as she passed several team members, moving forward with a seductive posture. The mind-affecting sorceress system is similar to mages, but they do not practice elements, specializing in emotions, and their spells are called techniques. As long as she locks eyes with her target for just a moment, her charm technique can instantly break down the opponent's defenses. She seized the moment, her eyes shimmering with a layer of dreamy pink light. She locked onto Lu Yuan's emotionless eyes. "Got him," Yali gloated inwardly, just about to release her technique. Bang! A muffled sound. The seductive smile on Yali's face was forever frozen. Her head exploded in midair like a tomato struck by a hammer. The headless, voluptuous corpse fell straight to the ground. The instigator of all this was the bone spike that Lu Yuan had casually flicked. It was too fast. The remaining team members hadn't even reacted to what had happened. The captain, who was at the forefront and was just about to pull Lu Yuan for a drink, had his face splattered with the warm red and white matter of the female sorceress. The captain's enthusiastic smile froze on his face, his expression instantly turning pale. You are that necromancer." He instinctively tried to retreat and draw his weapon. But Lu Yuan's bone sword was faster than his voice. The greatsword swept across. The captain instinctively raised his steel shield with his left arm to block. Crack! The shield, along with his entire left arm, was directly severed by this terrifying force and sent flying into the air. The captain let out a scream, but the sound was cut short. A bone spike from Lu Yuan's left hand had already accurately pierced his forehead, emerging from the back of his head, turning his brain into mush. Thud! The captain's corpse fell to the ground, his eyes wide open in death. This extremely bloody and violent killing spree occurred in just 2 or 3 breaths. The other 3 team members finally reacted, their faces filled with terror as they turned to flee in all directions. Lu Yuan remained expressionless. He raised his foot, kicking the headless female corpse at his feet straight into the midst of the 3. The ghostly gray magic power flickered in his hand. Corpse explosion technique, boom. A deafening explosion. The voluptuous female corpse detonated among the 3, the violent wave of death energy, mixed with shattered bones, flipping the 3 over. 2 of the fragile ones were killed on the spot. The remaining one was heavily injured and lay on the ground, still convulsing in pain. Lu Yuan leisurely walked over with the great sword. He extended the sword, piercing the heart of the last person. The entire underground plaza fell into a complete silence since Lu Yuan stepped into the ambush zone. All 3 teams, the goblins, the Fenya tribe, and the humans, were annihilated. In total, it took less than half an hour. The entire underground mine was cleared by him alone. A concealed fault line above the mine entrance. Chu Feng leaned against the cold rock wall, observing everything unfolding in the circular plaza below. Though his face still wore that signature grin, the grin of an eternal jester, the faint twitch at the corner of his eye betrayed the profound shock churning within him. He had assumed this newly made acquaintance was merely a moderately formidable necromancer. Yet reality defied all expectation. This man, alone and wielding a massive greatsword, marched forward with 7 skeletal warriors, and single-handedly obliterated 3 fully equipped elite teams of non-human players. Every foe fell in an instant. This is a necromancer. I'm stunned. You've redefined necromancy entirely. Amidst his disbelief, he instinctively reached up and touched his left clavicle. Beneath the flesh pulsed a desiccated ancient Master Mu. Chu Feng called inwardly. What do you make of this? From deep within the seed, the legendary master who had once stood at the cusp of transcendence, his peak life force having reached the 5th realm, remained silent for a long moment. He is exceptionally strong. Master Mu's voice carried an uncharacteristic gravity. Had I been alive and matched him rank for rank, I would likely have been swept aside without resistance. Hearing such rare praise from a being whose pride soared higher than the heavens left Chu Feng momentarily speechless. Chu Feng blinked in surprise. You think so too? His fusion of melee combat and spellcraft truly is monstrous. No. Master Mu cut him off without hesitation. His close-quarters skill is frankly abysmal. He possesses no refined technique, no coherent martial system whatsoever. Against a true prodigy warrior steeped in orthodox lineage, he'd be utterly outclassed in pure melee artistry. What makes him appear invincible in melee is nothing more than overwhelming stat dominance, crushing force applied with absolute unrefined power. Still, he is clever. He compensates for his technical deficits with subtle, well-practiced tricks. Master Mu shifted tone. But none of that is what truly sets him apart. What terrifies me, what is genuinely extraordinary, is his undead. Chu Feng paused startled. Those skeletal soldiers. Frankly, they do look sturdier than most Necromancer's minions, but surely not that exceptional. You know nothing. Master Mu's voice brimmed with exasperated disappointment. He commands only 7 undead. Yet observe closely, each one withstands confrontation with peers of equal rank, not only unshattered but actively dominating its opponent. Is that the feat of infrank cannon fodder? And what if he scaled their numbers upward? Chu Feng followed the thought, and felt a chill snake up his spine. Then, it would be an entire legion of the dead, each soldier a peer-ranked professional bound in undead. Precisely, Master Mu sighed. Perhaps you've never witnessed a second-realm necromancer. Let me state this unequivocally: the physical resilience of these 7 skeletons exceeds even those forged by some second-realm necromancers. Chu Feng's smile vanished. So then, what are you implying, Master Mu? These undead bear a rare, specialized template. Master Mu struck straight to the heart of the matter. Special templates, are they truly rare? Chu Feng countered. Don't Gugu and Gaga possess them too? Not for druids, but for necromantic arts such templates are strategically unparalleled, vanishing Lascare. Moreover, his template directly augments racial coefficients, roughly estimated between 0.4 and 0.6. Master Mu's voice rose slightly. In life I knew several 5th realm necromancers. They possessed means to enhance racial coefficients, either through spells or class-specific skills. For instance, the rank 1st realm spellcaster class, Corpse Herder, has a skill named Corpse Sovereign which boosts the racial coefficient of a single flesh-based undead. Yet even at maximum proficiency it affects only 10 corpses. Or consider the Drank 2nd realm Knight subclass, Death Knight. Its skill Knight's Retainer also grants coefficient bonuses, but its quantity remains rigidly capped. Master Mu paused as if steadying himself. Now look at this youth. All 7 of his skeletal warriors are elite-tier specimens, each enhanced by the template, and judging by his effortless command, this is far from his upper limit. His class must be ranked D-, among the rarest of 1st realm archetypes. Chu Feng recoiled inwardly. But D- differs from our druidic E+ by only a single subtier. How could the practical disparity be so vast? Foolish boy, Master Mu scoffed. D- marks the absolute ceiling attainable in the 1st realm, but not the inherent ceiling of the class itself. Whereas E+ is the definitive apex for druids in the 1st realm. Chu Feng's expression darkened. Hey Master Mu, when you persuaded me to take the druid path you said nothing of this. You grow impatient again. Master Mu cleared his throat twice. Lagging now doesn't mean lagging forever. The path I chose for you lays foundations in the 1st realm, the true divergence begins at the 2nd, and I myself walked that same path. As for him, Master Mu spoke with solemn counsel. I urge you keep your distance. This youth bears immense fortune. Wherever he treads, calamity follows. Step back, and spare yourself countless entanglements. Immense fortune, so he's simply lucky. How would I know? Master Mu replied, utterly unabashed. Immense fortune is mere rhetoric, crafted solely to impress upon you that he is no ordinary soul. Do not provoke him. Chu Feng laughed, a sharp wry laugh, at the elder's brazen audacity. That clarifies things considerably. He stroked his chin, his grin growing ever more mischievous. This fellow is a genuine pillar, a colossal, unshakable support. Sticking close guarantees front-row seats to spectacle after spectacle. As for keeping my distance, Chu Feng tapped lightly on the skin above his clavicle. Master Mu, look at you. You hoarded survival for lifetimes, yet death claims you all the same. You, unteachable, incorrigible whelp. Enraged beyond words, Master Mu severed their mental link, and sank once more into profound. Meanwhile, deep within the main passage of the mind, Su Shui could no longer maintain her usual calmness and screamed out loud, "Why are there so many corpse demons here?" At this moment Reno was in an even worse state than her. Leaning on his staff, he rolled and crawled forward in a mad dash, exclaiming, "What the hell kind of bullshit mechanism is this?" Who could not curse at the sight of the dark wave of frost-bitten corpse demons behind them, seemingly capable of filling the entire mine? This was the grand punishment that arose from their previous excavation efforts to survive. Of course, amidst his furious curses about the mechanism, Reno did not forget to drag Lu Yuan into it. It's all that damn Lu Yuan's fault. If it weren't for him insisting on splitting the team, Chu Feng wouldn't have left. With Chu Feng's with spells here, we definitely wouldn't be forced to this point. This useless fool is probably hiding in some corner scared for his life. Rena's veins were bulging as he poured out his real feelings in his curses. Stop cursing, Senior Reno. Hurry up and run. If they catch us, we're done for. As Su Shui gasped for breath while running, she threw weak ice spikes backward. Under such intense life and death pressure, the two of them had no time to check the system's kill panel. They were completely unaware of what was happening outside. But the only healer in the team who didn't need to turn around to attack Bai Ying was different. Being dragged along by Reno, she had plenty of time to glance at the illusory panel popping up before her. At that moment, Bai Ying's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, unable to speak. In her system log, a series of blood-red kill notifications were flooding the screen. Team member Lu Yuan killed a Fonya player. Team member Lu Yuan killed a goblin player. Team member Lu Yuan killed a human player. Bai Ying felt her mind was about to crash. She never dreamed that the taciturn and rarely speaking necromancer in their team was actually a cold-blooded killing god. One person slaughtering 3 fully staffed player teams. At this moment, Reno, who was running in front, was still cursing this killing god as a useless hindrance. Bai Ying swallowed hard. She desperately wanted to remind Reno to shut up. But seeing his frantic expression of running for his life, he wouldn't listen to anything. Bai Ying had no choice but to fervently pray in her heart, hoping that their killing god teammate would have a better temperament and not be too bloodthirsty. Otherwise, what Reno just cursed would definitely get him turned into minced meat by that killing god once they got out. Meanwhile, Chu Feng, who had finished a friendly exchange with the ring grandpa, did not linger on the fracture any longer. He jumped onto the biological carriage. Patting the white mushroom serving as CPU, he said, "Let's go, Magoo. Our big leg is waiting for us below." The carriage sped down the steep slope. In the center of the square before the tower, made of black rock, Lu Yuan stood quietly at the tower's entrance holding the blood-stained bone greatsword. Behind him, 7 skeletal minions stood like loyal guards awaiting the start of the final hunt. The biological carriage screeched to a halt beside Lu Yuan. Chu Feng jumped down from the vehicle, dusting off non-existent dirt from his body as he stared at the heavy black stone door before him. "Friend, that's where the final jackpot is." Chu Feng grinned as he approached. "Do you want me to prepare some spore bombs and blow it up directly?" "No need." Lu Yuan was too lazy to chat. He took out a basic mana recovery potion from the microspace pouch at his waist. With a pop, he uncorked the bottle and downed it. The icy blue liquid flowed down his throat, and his depleted mana pool began to recover slowly. He stepped forward, pressing his hands against the cold stone door. With a forceful push, the door creaked open. A suffocatingly strong smell of blood and a bone-chilling cold rushed out from the crack in the door. In the dimly lit bottom of the tower, a giant creature over 3 meters tall, resembling a massive gorilla, was blocking the entrance. Its body was forcibly stitched together with the rotten flesh of miners and ethereal blue ice crystals. Stone frosted giant beast level LV7 erase level E. Without wasting time, Lu Yuan commanded one of his cannon fodder skeletons to charge forward with a broken bone shield. The giant let out a muffled roar, swinging its massive right arm like a battering ram, colliding brutally with the cannon fodder skeleton's shield. Bang! The skeleton, along with its shield, was obliterated into a shower of bone dust without even a second of resistance. Lu Yuan stood behind, not even batting an eye. With a flick of his finger, a bone spike was launched, landing precisely on the giant's shoulder. The dead energy exploded, creating a fist-sized hole. However, for the massive giant that barely even counted as a scratch, the rotten flesh hardly bled at all. Lu Yuan immediately deduced. This monster's attributes were simply grotesque. Its agility was pitifully low, probably just 5 points, and its life and armor weren't high either. But its physique and strength were definitely beyond a terrifying 40 points. It was a case of brute force overwhelming skill. Withstand it, Heaton, and you were dead. Control it, Lu Yuan said without looking back, addressing Chu Feng behind him. That's a bit tricky, but I'll try my best. Chu Feng put away his playful expression, pressing his hands to the ground. With a rumble, several green vines as thick as thighs burst from the ground, tightly wrapping around the giant's legs, locking its range of movement. Under Lu Yuan's command, the 7 main skeletal soldiers quickly spread out to form a surrounding net. The battle was about to begin. The LV7 skeleton captain was at the forefront. It was wise enough not to take the giant's punch directly, but instead tilted its bone shield slightly, using footwork and angle to deflect part of the impact. Even so, it was still sent staggering backward, its bony frame creaking ominously. Seizing the opportunity during the giant's attack, 2 skeleton soldiers lunged from either side, their bony spears piercing accurately into the giant's armpit and abdomen. Having landed their hits, they swiftly retreated. The giant howled in pain and fury. It took a step forward, tearing through the vines, entangling its legs, and retaliated with a powerful slap. A skeleton soldier, unable to dodge, was struck squarely in the chest. Its gray-white ribs shattered, and the skeleton disintegrated, the soul fire in its eye sockets flickering twice before extinguishing. In the few seconds where the skeletons desperately delayed behind the battlefield, a massive death element was wildly gathering before Lu Yuan to strike with a single blow. He could only resort to that move. Lu Yuan's hands quickly formed seals, focusing intently as he whispered a brief spell. Sleep in the void of the withered bones, separate from the life-giving qi. In the name of death. Lu Yuan's cold voice echoed in the tower. The giant sensed the deadly threat and let out a frenzied roar. It charged forward, directly smashing aside the obstructing skeleton captain, its massive body rushing towards Lu Yuan like an out-of-control truck. Chu Feng suddenly raised both hands. Countless green vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the giant's limbs and torso like a massive net. The giant's rotting flesh swelled violently, unleashing terrifying brute strength. Crack, crack, crack. The resilient vines began to snap one by one. Friend, hurry up. Chu Feng gritted his teeth, sweat forming on his forehead. Bang. The giant broke free completely, now less than 5 meters away from Lu Yuan. It raised its fist as large as a grinding disc. At that moment, Lu Yuan completed the final line of his incantation. Pierce through. The seal was finished, and a pale, nearly solidified giant bone spear instantly took shape before him. Pale spear. Whoosh. The bone spear shot forth with a piercing sound. The giant instinctively crossed its arms defensively. But it was useless. The bone spear tore through its thick arms, plunging deep into its body. Boom. The compressed death energy exploded violently. The upper half of the giant was blown to smithereens, chunks of flesh and ice crystals mixed with black blood scattered everywhere. The massive headless remains shook and collapsed to the ground. It was over. Lu Yuan gasped for breath. His blue health bar was completely empty. If it hadn't been for the potion he had taken before entering, he wouldn't have been able to unleash this complete pale spear. He raised his sword ready to inspect the corpse. But he paused. In his field of vision, there was no kill notification popping up. Lu Yuan's heart sank. The scattered bits of flesh and ice crystals surprisingly began to gather rapidly towards one direction. The gathering point was less than 2 meters in front of Lu Yuan. In the blink of an eye, the upper half of the giant beast that had been blown apart completely reassembled. The moment the reassembly was complete, a massive fist carrying a fierce wind slammed toward Lu Yuan's head. Without a second thought, Lu Yuan shifted his body sharply to the side. Boom. The fist struck empty air, crashing down on the stone slab beside him. It created a large pit with debris and dust flying everywhere. The giant beast didn't pause. Its other hand followed swiftly to swipe at him. Lu Yuan had no place left to retreat. His health bar was still empty. He could only grit his teeth and fiercely draw out the ancient sword from his back, holding it up in front of him to block. Bang! A sound that made one's teeth ache echoed sharply. The hard ancient sword shattered in half. The violent impact struck Lu Yuan's chest through the broken sword. Lu Yuan was sent flying, crashing heavily into a shadowy pit next to the tall tower. Dust swirled, and he fell completely silent. The giant beast slowly turned its misshapen head, locking onto Chu Feng not far away. Chu Feng stared at Lu Yuan, who had been killed in a single blow, seemingly dumbfounded. The giant beast strode forward, swatting down with a hand. Chu Feng didn't even attempt to resist, being slapped away over 10 meters into a pile of rubble, losing all sound. The tall tower fell silent. Ha ha! A sharp, ear-piercing, eerie laugh akin to nails scraping on a blackboard came from the shadows behind the tower. A translucent jelly emanating a faint blue glow wrapping blood vessels and brain nerves lazily floated out. This was the true hidden boss. Frost Essence Spirit Wraith. Did you really think that such an attack could destroy my perfect toy? The Spirit Wraith emitted an unpleasant mental wave, ruthlessly mocking the two corpses on the ground. Foolish humans. It manipulated the giant beast via mental threads, stepping closer to the pit created by Lu Yuan. It wanted to personally see the giant beast trample that human into meat paste, deliver the final blow, and then absorb his delicious brain matter. The giant beast reached the edge of the pit and leaned in to look. At the bottom of the pit lay not Lu Yuan, but a lifeless skeleton of a cannon fodder. The skeleton was densely entwined with a layer of strange vines. The color and texture of those vines under the dim light looked exactly like human skin. The spirit wraith hiding behind stiffened, its jelly-like body freezing. A chill surged into its mind. Just behind it, a cold voice rang out. Monsters truly aren't very clever. The spirit wraith turned in terror. Lu Yuan stood unscathed less than 3 meters behind it, the enchantment glow of his night owl robe completely dimmed. Just at the moment he was struck and crashed into the shadows, Lu Yuan had activated the robe's attached night owl leap, swapping places with a previously hidden skeleton. And that skin vine that could deceive the eyes was naturally the work of the druid, who appeared to have been slapped away unaware of its fate. At this moment Lu Yuan held a rusted chipped great sword. He had drawn it while sliding in the shadows, using it to grip against the rock wall to slow down. This flame great sword had completed its extreme charging. The originally dark and dull iron blade now emanated a fiery red light akin to molten lava. Moreover, a layer of ominous gray death energy was violently entwined around the surface of that fire. The spirit wraith was completely flustered. It desperately tried to control the giant beast to protect itself. But just as it attempted to move, dozens of robust green vines suddenly sprang out from the crevices of the surrounding stones, binding its jelly-like body in midair, rendering it unable to move. In an empty space not far away, a flower bud made of vines broke through the ground. Chu Feng dusted himself off and leisurely stepped out. The grin on his face was still so smug and at ease. The Chu Feng that had been sent flying was merely a vine doppelganger. Lu Yuan gripped the scorching rusted great sword tightly. He raised it high. Goodbye. With a dark red glow and deadly death energy, he swung down hard. The spirit wraith's jelly body was cleaved in two. Flames roared on its remains. Lu Yuan couldn't be bothered with it. Such elemental composite beings could not be used as undead. Burning them was good enough. With the death of the spirit wraith's true body, the stitched frostbone giant, which was about to turn back to defend, instantly lost its fierce light. Its massive body lost the strength to support itself. With a thud, it collapsed to the ground like a mountain of flesh. The battle was over. A few seconds later, a faint blue system notification popped up before Lu Yuan's eyes. Killed Frost Essence Spirit Wraith LV6E. Great experience. Gained 513 soul energy. Acquired 74 points. Dropped item treasure. Chest green 1. Bottom of the tower. The remnants of the Spirit Wraith were still burning in the flames. Lu Yuan stood still, his pure white concentric circle and his eyes still open. In his field of vision, he clearly saw a faint, nearly imperceptible translucent flow of light drifting from the Spirit Wraith's corpse. Then it directly drilled into the rusted great sword in his hand. The great sword hummed softly. The deepest crack on the blade visibly mended slightly. It became more complete. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. He wasn't particularly surprised by this change. When he had taken this broken sword to the appraisal office, the appraiser had mentioned it. The material of this thing was completely undetectable. Moreover, it likely possessed some rare self-repairing characteristic. It seemed that absorbing something after a creature's death was its way of repairing itself. Lu Yuan shook his head, stowing the great sword back into the sheath at his waist, not delving further into it. Meanwhile, in the depths of the mine, brothers, I need to mention something here. My comment has likely been swallowed again. What I need is a book review, not a comment. A book review can give my book a score, so it's a book review, brothers. What is a book review? I will attach a picture here. Also, I previously misspoke about comments. That's my mistake, so I'll add a chapter for you here, and next time it needs to be a book review. Who? Su Shui and the others were desperately fleeing. If it weren't for Gagaga suddenly awakening as if returning to life and casting a wood-based slowing spell on the way, they would have long been overwhelmed by the surging tide of corpse ghosts behind them. But now Gagaga had completely fallen asleep. Su Shui was too exhausted to utter a word. Her lungs felt like a broken bellows, burning with pain. Yet Raynor continued to run, cursing endlessly. That damn necromancer. And that stupid plan he proposed. Bai Ying was dragged by Raynor, stumbling along. She pulled on Raynor's sleeve with all her might, gasping for breath as she urged, "Stop cursing, Raynor. Maybe Lu Yuan and the others can really help us clear the level." "He can help us clear the level." Raynor let out an extremely hoarse laugh. "If he could actually kill the boss and lead us through. Raynor will just use this staff in my hand." Ding! Raynor's flag was only half raised. A pale blue system notification box suddenly popped up right in front of the three. "Notice boss Frostbone's spirit siphon has been slain. The killer's team gains the unique clearing slot. Do you want to exit the current world immediately?" "Yes, no." Raynor's mouth dropped wide open, completely frozen. Just a few meters behind him, the claws of the corpse ghosts were almost upon his back. The three of them were like drowning people clutching the last straw. Not a single person hesitated. 3 fingers madly, even leaving afterimages jabbed at the yes. Whoosh. The scene shifted. The extreme cold of the mine and the roars of corpse ghosts vanished in an instant. A pure white settlement space. Lu Yuan and Chu Feng stood there as if nothing had happened. Aside from a bit of dust on Lu Yuan's clothes, neither of them seemed to be out of breath. Suddenly a flash of light appeared. 3 people came crashing down beside them. Su Shui, Raynor, and Bai Ying. The 3 of them lay on the pure white floor like dead dogs, gulping down the untainted air. They took several minutes to recover enough strength to open the settlement panel in front of them. Boss kill contribution Lu Yuan 68, Chu Feng 32, Su, Shui 0, Rainer 0 buying 0. Their gazes were fixed on that glaring 0. Immediately afterward, they opened the combat log in the party channel. A dense stream of blood-red kill notifications cascaded down like a waterfall. All records of Lu Yuan single-handedly killing foreign players. Su Shui struggled to prop herself up. She lifted her head to look at Lu Yuan, who stood there expressionless. She had originally thought that this third place in the province was just slightly stronger than her. But she never imagined he would be this unreasonable. The three of them were chased like dogs by a horde of mindless corpse ghosts. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan single-handedly wiped out 3 fully staffed player teams, casually helping Chu Feng clear the boss. It was only at this moment, looking at Lu Yuan's calm and composed back, that Su Shui truly understood how despairingly great the gap was between her second place in the province and him. At this time, Rainer couldn't utter a single word. Looking at the long string of kill notifications, cold sweat instantly soaked through his already damp back. It was a lie to say he wasn't afraid. When the death crisis passed, rationality regained its foothold. He finally remembered all the curses he had uttered along the way. Although Lu Yuan might not have heard what if. Damn it. He had actually called a killing god who could take down 3 teams a stupid, useless person. Rainer felt that he was truly at death's door. As for resisting, he would be stupid to go head-to-head with someone who just killed the boss. Just when the atmosphere was at its most oppressive. Chu Feng, with a wicked smile, leaned close to Rainer. Rainer, what do you plan to do after clearing the level with my good big brother? Hearing Chu Feng's light-hearted words, Rainer felt no provocation at all. Instead, it was as if he saw a glimmer of hope to survive in the endless darkness. Rainer gulped hard, his voice trembling. I always said that big brother Lu Yuan can take us flying. He scrambled to his feet, rushing to Lu Yuan's side. Trembling, he respectfully handed over a black card. Lu Yuan glanced down. It was a credit transfer card specifically for the academy, with the number 57 written on it. Upon seeing this number, Lu Yuan felt that Rainer's face looked much friendlier. Reading the situation was a survival instinct. Noticing that Lu Yuan's gaze was not as cold, Rainer immediately seized the opportunity. Thank you, big brother Lu Yuan, for leading the way. This is my small token of appreciation for you. Lu Yuan blinked, and the card vanished into thin air, safely landing in his pocket. Ahem. Lu Yuan coughed twice, his tone calm. No problem. Then I won't disturb your settlement. Rainer felt as if a great burden had been lifted, nodding and bowing as he quickly retreated to the edge of the space. In his heart, he prayed fervently that this killing god would really let go of past grievances. To be honest, Lu Yuan had never thought of killing Rainer. Firstly, Rainer's words represented the public stereotype of necromancers. Though his tongue was sharp, it wasn't enough to break Lu Yuan's defenses. Secondly, it wasn't worth it to provoke the academy's enforcement team over such a fool. Even if Rainer didn't give him this money, if they met again at school, he would just take a chance to beat him up in the dark or simply ignore him. But now this unexpectedly gained 57 credits was purely a delightful surprise. Lu Yuan mentally tagged Rainer as an ATM. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan looked at the illusory panel in front of him and began to count the gains from this trip. Main quest settlement D. Reward agility 4. Acquired 70 source crystals. Acquired equipment frost pendant green quality. Lu Yuan glanced at the attributes of that equipment. Rated 9 points. Comes with high ice resistance and mana recovery speed. It's a small gem among green quality items. However, the wearing conditions require a physique of 10 points and spirit of 12 points. It's useless to him as he does not cultivate ice skills. He casually held the pendant and waved it in front of Su Shui. It's ice-related. Do you want it? Su Shui's eyes lit up after hearing Lu Yuan's report on the attributes. She immediately nodded. Although I already have a full-rated green gear, this one is also good and can be given to one of my little brothers. Hearing this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a wealthy person. Even the equipment for a little brother is more luxurious than what he's wearing. Lu Yuan even had the impulse for a second to recognize this wealthy lady as an older sister. But he quickly remembered that saying of wisdom. A man should never sell himself short. Expressionless, he accepted the 80 source crystals that Su Shui transferred and tossed the pendant to her. Next, it was time for the World Evaluation Settlement. World Comprehensive Evaluation C. Seeing this letter, Su Shui gasped in shock. This was the first time she received a clever world evaluation since becoming an extraordinary person. The way she looked at Lu Yuan changed completely. This is definitely a powerful force. 50 academic points not only saved her life, but also earned AC evaluation. Just the attribute points given in the settlement far exceeded the value of those 50 academic points. With such a strong ally, no matter the cost, one should cling tightly. Su Shui tidied her messy hair slightly. She walked to Lu Yuan's side, her tone softer, more sincere. Lu Yuan, can we add each other as friends? Lu Yuan thought little of it, and casually accepted her friend request. Having more wealthy contacts would make future transactions easier. Then he opened his settlement rewards. Rewards obtained Physique 3, Intelligence 2, Spirit 2, Charm 1. Items obtained Star Compass Tier 2. Items obtained Trial Stone Tier 1. This time there were no equipment or source crystals given, but the 2 items given made Lu Yuan quite satisfied. The Tier 2 Star Compass would be his ticket for future Tier 2 dungeons, so he saved it for now. And that Tier 1 Trial Stone is the real hard currency. As is well known, when a professional's level reaches the current tier's upper limit, every 10 levels the experience bar will lock. To break through to the next Tier 1, must undergo the Tier Break Trial. The key to starting the trial is this Trial Stone. Lu Yuan stored the 2 stones in his space. At this moment Chu Feng approached. He lowered his voice and asked Lu Yuan, "Friend, should we get that batch of Ice Spirit or notarized?" Lu Yuan thought for a moment and shook his head without hesitation. No notarization. Notarization costs source crystals. After all, this is a no-cost deal. Even if we handle it at a low price, we still make a profit. Moreover, even if we notarize it, our employer's sister might not necessarily buy it. The game universe has a set of strict underlying rules. Items brought out from the game world carry labels of otherworldly laws. If directly brought back to Blue Star, they will face world rejection, either losing their original characteristics or becoming unusable. And the so-called notarization means spending source crystals to have the system wash away these otherworldly labels, turning it into an absolutely universal material. The simplest way to judge whether something has been notarized is to check if it has a system panel. Items without a panel black market goods can only rely on the buyer's experience to gamble on their authenticity, so prices will be driven very low. This is why the materials Lu Yuan brought out from the last world didn't sell for much at all. The only one that was notarized is the damaged scrap iron sword he currently carries. That notarization cost Lu Yuan a whole 10 academic points, which he converted into source crystals for the notarization, leaving him feeling pain for several days. But the panel that came out of the notarization was truly disappointing. Name: Unknown Greatsword. Quality blue. Rating 7 points. Description: rare. That's it. Just these 4 words. No attribute bonuses, no skill attachments. Lu Yuan sometimes seriously suspects that the system is deliberately messing with him to drain his academic points. Just as Lu Yuan was internally cursing the system's merchants, a flash of white light occurred. Settlement time ended. The 5 of them were all kicked out of the settlement space. When they opened their eyes again, they had returned to the number 3 private room in the task hall. After being mentally tense for over 10 hours, fatigue was evident on everyone's faces. Especially for Su Shui and the other 2, they were almost too exhausted to stand. Lu Yuan didn't say a word. He walked to the front desk and swiftly retrieved his 50 source crystals deposit. Turning around, he exited the hall. Facing the night breeze outside, he headed straight towards the special admissions dormitory. Upon returning to the special admissions dormitory, Lu Yuan was too lazy to even shower, collapsing directly onto the soft bed and passing out. Although he spent just over 10 hours in the game world, the high-intensity continuous combat and life-or-death moments in that extreme cold environment nearly drained him completely. He slept deeply during this rest. The next morning, click, 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 click. A series of rhythmic metallic scraping sounds continuously rang in Lu Yuan's ears. Frowning, Lu Yuan groggily climbed out of bed. By the bedside, the illusionary spirit Mo Su Luo, wearing a Japanese-style white shirt, stood there with a blank expression. The golden law ring above her head spun wildly like an out-of-control top, emitting a harsh grinding noise. Other people's illusionary spirits used gentle music to wake them up. For Lu Yuan, it felt like a construction site. Lu Yuan was also left speechless and instinctively reached out to press down on Mo Su Luo's head. The law ring instantly fell silent. Not only a clock. This spirit, whose combat power is 0, is remarkably a responsible little mother. She tugged at Lu Yuan's arm, pushing him into the bathroom, handing him a toothbrush with toothpaste already squeezed on it. Once he finished washing up, she had him seated at the dining table. On the table was hot soybean milk and oil sticks that had been prepared in advance. Only after taking a bite of the oil stick and feeling the warmth in his stomach did Lu Yuan's brain finally reboot. He picked up the phone on the table and unlocked the screen. The first message was a transfer notification from Su Shui. In addition to the agreed-upon 50 basic academic points for the task, there were also an additional 30 academic points. Without any notes, it was clearly an extra bonus from that icy wealthy lady to thank him for the assistance. Following that was a message sent by Su Shui. There's another exploration in the game world at the end of this month, with academic rewards. Are you coming? Lu Yuan took a sip of soybean milk, pondered for a moment, and casually typed a few words on the screen. Let's talk about it in the middle of the month. The reason was simple. He felt that this second place in the province had a bit of a lackluster strength. Lu Yuan always considered himself a self-taught wild card. Since Su Shui could achieve second place in the province, her combat power should at least match his own right. However, in the mine, he was chased around by a group of mindless low-level corpse demons. This was too much of an exaggeration. More importantly, Lu Yuan now had money. The 57 points from Renault for his life, 50 points for the task, and 30 points as a bonus from Su Shui added up to a total of 137 credits. For a new student, this was undoubtedly a terrifying sum. Money earned is meant to be spent. Sitting in a card is just a pile of wasted data. Before he could convert these credits into tangible combat power, he didn't plan to enter the game world again. On another side, Su Shui, who had just woken up from a 2-meter-wide bed in her luxurious apartment, looked at the cold. Let's talk about it in the middle of the month. On her phone, her beautiful face, unable to hide the sense of disappointment. She had been rejected. However, thankfully, he didn't say it definitively. Su Shui clenched her fist. She had to hurry to improve herself, or next time they teamed up, she would soon lose the qualifications to even be a sidekick. After all, the feeling of being forcibly carried by a strong player was simply exhilarating. Lu Yuan bit into a youtiao and continued scrolling through his phone. The second message was from his good bro Chu Feng. It was a transfer of 141 source crystals. That was the total price from selling the cold ice marrow, or they had mined, and Chu Feng had already deducted his share, sending over Lu Yuan's half. This guy was really efficient. Lu Yuan thought for a moment, lightly tapped, and sent 40 source crystals back to Chu Feng. Chu Feng immediately replied with a. Lu Yuan typed to explain, that green treasure chest belongs to me. This is compensation for the price difference. The green quality treasure chest, dropped by the spirit-sucking demon, was estimated to be worth around 50 to 60 source crystals empty, based on market price. Although in the system's settlement Chu Feng's damage contribution was only 32, Lu Yuan believed that Chu Feng's elusive vine disguise and control created a particularly comfortable environment for his output. This support was definitely T0 level. Thus, sharing half the money with him was completely reasonable. Lu Yuan always preferred to open such risk-free treasure chests himself. After all, opening treasure chests was purely a matter of luck. The odds were quite transparent: 50 chance to open an item of the same quality, 30 for one of a lower tier, and 10 to directly open junk. However, there was also a 9 chance to drop a superb item of the same quality, and that elusive 1 chance to directly open an item of a higher quality. As for what could be opened, that would be discussed after he washed his face when he had time. Lu Yuan had just put down his phone when the screen lit up again. Chu Feng sent a long string of voice messages. Buddy brothers should keep accounts clear. That treasure chest belongs to you. Then his tone suddenly became much more serious. However, I have some exclusive information to share with you as a free after-sales service. In the first month of school, there's a traditional ranking competition for all new students at Tsinghua University, and this year's will reportedly be a group match. Moreover, the rewards for the top 3 this year are extravagant. It's said that you can choose any precious second-tier core construction material from the school's internal warehouse. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan stopped chewing on his youtiao. Chu Feng's voice had a hint of excitement in it. There are a few monsters among this year's new students. The Wang family from the central region, which has a 6th-tier existence, reportedly used their family's trial stone to successfully pass the breakthrough trial the day before yesterday. That's right, that's a monster who hasn't even started college yet and has already advanced to the 2nd tier. There are also a few prodigies from 5th-tier families who are stuck at level 10 experience and ready to break through at any time. Buddy, these Peidoan dogs are not to be underestimated. When school starts, remember to cover me. The voice message ended. Lu Yuan threw his phone on the table. He grabbed a tissue to wipe his hands. To have reached the 2nd tier before the 1st year of school even started. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed with a moment of surprise, but he quickly brushed it off. The 5 major regions of Blue Star, with the central region having the most top-notch resources. Those big families used vast resources to max out their levels, and then sent people to help them through the trials, which wasn't surprising. However, this certainly didn't mean that those family members were just Peidoan dogs. Being chosen by the family meant they were truly exceptional. Otherwise, with the competitive intensity of those big families, why would they pick them? Thus, the competition's value was undoubtedly high. However, Lu Yuan detected something different from this information. In previous years' competitions, those big families didn't really care much. First, these resources were just a drop in the bucket for the big families. Secondly, the members of those families had their own ancestral career paths, and the academy's allure wasn't significant. Sending people to school felt more like a formality to maintain relationships, while the true core talents were nurtured within the families. But this year was different. So it was very likely that something big was about to happen. Lu Yuan thought so, but he quickly shook his head. Forget it, the sky could fall, and there would be someone tall to hold it up. He was just a lowly 1st-tier practitioner. What could he think about? It was better to focus on improving himself. Thus, the reward for the top 3 in the ranking competition was the opportunity to choose any 2nd-tier core material. This reward struck directly at Lu Yuan's weak point. He currently had a 1st-tier trial stone, and once he reached level 10, he could start the breakthrough trial. Upon advancing to the 2nd tier, His Necromancer class would undergo its first qualitative change, which was the ability to construct a Necromancer space, but the resource gap for constructing a Necromancer space. That was definitely an astronomical figure. Since there was a chance to get premium materials for free, he naturally had to strive for it. Of course, to battle across tiers safely, his current strength was still insufficient. With about a month left until Tsinghua University officially opened, he had to accomplish two things in that month. The first was to take that scrap iron greatsword for a thorough examination. Yesterday, at the bottom of the tower, after the great sword absorbed the residual light of the spirit-sucking demon, he clearly felt that from that piece of scrap iron there was a faint sense of hunger akin to a living being that felt not full after eating. It seemed as if it were alive. Regarding this phenomenon, Lu Yuan made two rigorous speculations in his mind. Speculation 1: this sword is a divine weapon and a sword spirit is sleeping inside. Speculation 2: there is an ancient entity hidden within the sword waiting to regain its strength to take over his body. Given Lu Yuan's paranoia, he didn't even need to think. He directly leaned towards the second possibility. Safety first. He must find a reliable high-tier appraiser to thoroughly check this thing. If it's an ancient entity with their necromancer techniques, they would truly extract his soul and refine it into a necromancer. Do they think they can play tricks on me? Not a chance. If it's a divine weapon, then he would consider how to continue feeding it. The second thing was to address his own strength shortcomings. This trip to the Frost Blood Mine had given Lu Yuan a clear realization of his issues. The first was, with 6 points in agility, facing high-tier monsters was simply tragic. Even though he had now risen to 10 points, Lu Yuan felt it was still insufficient. His pure white eye could indeed see the trajectory of attacks, but in his mind, I got this. His body, no you don't. As a result, he could only take damage while standing still. If it weren't for the night owl leap attached to his robe, he would have been turned into a meat pie in the mine long ago. Thus, he needed to acquire a displacement spell, or a spell that could temporarily enhance agility. The second issue was the abnormal problem of mana consumption. Lu Yuan's mastery of first-tier spells was this was not only reflected in the release speed, but also in the mana cost. Especially that trump card Pale Spear, which had great power but drained the entire mana bar with one shot, leaving almost no room for error. If this were heard by other new students, they would likely point at him and call him a pretentious idiot. An apprentice mage who could master 4 core subjects and practice 4 or 5 first-tier spells in a month would be considered extremely rare. Yet he still dared to complain about his low mastery. However, in Lu Yuan's own standards, this was a fatal weakness. Without high-quality meditation methods to improve mana quality or add certain characteristics, the only way to reduce mana consumption was to optimize its spell model. Lu Yuan stood up and glanced at the panel in the corner of his vision. The massacre from yesterday, along with the massive reward from the last boss, had brought his soul energy reserve to 217 points. Starfall University. In the Advanced Identification Center on campus, Lu Yuan sat on a metal bench in the lobby. Just now he had spent another 10 credits. It pained him, but this money had to be spent. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a young appraiser dressed in a white coat and simple attire emerged from the back. He struggled to hold a large battered iron sword covered in scorch marks and chips, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Lu Yuan stood up and stepped forward, easily taking the sword with one hand. The young appraiser rubbed his sore wrist and sighed in relief. "Mr. Lu," he said, adjusting his glasses and revealing a professional smile. "The secondary inspection of this large sword has been completed." Lu Yuan leaned the sword against the ground. "Tell me the results." "How should I put it? The situation is quite special. Due to your previous refusal to allow destructive disassembly, we could only use a high-frequency mental resonance instrument for detection. You can rest assured. There are absolutely no remnants of ancient high-level souls within this sword, nor is there any malicious will intending to seize your consciousness." Lu Yuan remained expressionless. Yet inside, the heavy stone that had been hanging over him finally settled. As long as it wasn't a millennium-old relic, it was fine. The appraiser flipped a page of the report and continued. "However, we did detect a faint and complex non-physical circuit within the body of the sword. Not only does it possess a self-repair mechanism that absorbs specific energies, but the structure of this circuit completely exceeds conventional forging techniques. We approached the analysis from a different perspective and ultimately arrived at a highly probable conclusion. The forging method of this sword mimics some kind of special existence." Lu Yuan listened to the descriptions, quickly sifting through the encyclopedic materials he had seen in the school library. The 4 major systems. The mind system. "Mind projection master," Lu Yuan blurted out. The appraiser looked at him in surprise. "Correct, Mr. Lu has a broad knowledge. The mind projection master is one of the 3 branches of the mind system. It advocates externalizing the mind. The externalized mind manifests into various objects based on their inner obsessions, like weapons and other unconscious artifacts. This is what is referred to as mind projection. However, this sword is definitely not a true mind projection," the appraiser added with certainty. The essence of a mind projection is the mind of the mind projection master. Once the master dies, the projection will definitely dissipate. In the 100 years since the Blue Star game began, there has never been a case that violated this iron law. Thus we speculate. This large sword was forged by a skilled craftsman using special forging techniques, forcibly embedding some intense emotion or an unclaimed soul fragment within the material. It is a mad imitation of mind projection on a physical level. This is also the fundamental reason why its material cannot be identified and bears a trace of biological activity. For this reason, I do not recommend taking it to a regular blacksmith for furnace repair. Conventional metals and ores will not only fail to repair it, but will also damage the internal mind projection. Even if they understand the method of infusing the mind into matter, different people's emotions and souls are varied, which would lead to rejection reactions. Lu Yuan frowned. Then how should it be repaired? Find a material that serves as an absolutely blank soul vessel. The appraiser provided a clear suggestion. I recommend you exchange for a material called Wunyan Hunsha. This material comes from areas with highly concentrated mental energy, but no emotional fluctuations. It is the best adhesive. You just need to apply it to the gaps in the sword's body, and the sword's self-repair mechanism will actively absorb and assimilate it. This substance is also used by most who choose the path of mind projection masters to assist in constructing their projections. Lu Yuan nodded. He reattached the large sword to his back. Thank you. Lu Yuan expressed his gratitude and turned to leave the identification center, stepping into the sunlight outside. Lu Yuan contemplated internally. Should he repair it or not? The sword in its current broken state could still score a blue 7. If it were fully repaired, its quality might even improve further. Moreover, the appraiser had mentioned that this item was a mimic of mind projection embedded with soul fragments. What if it truly hatches a spirit that has no self-awareness and only listens to him? That would be a huge win. With his mind made up, Lu Yuan headed straight for the Resource Exchange Center on campus. In the Exchange Center hall, Lu Yuan skillfully approached a self-service exchange panel. He scanned his student card and directly entered Wunyan Hunsha in the search bar. The interface changed. This material has a singular use mainly for low-level mind system mages to conduct experiments, so the price is not outrageous. 1. 5 credits per unit. Lu Yuan did not hesitate and directly ordered 10 units. 15 credits were deducted instantly, and he completed the purchase. Driven by curiosity, Lu Yuan opened the Undead System Equipment category. He wanted to see what the market was like for undead equipment. The page refreshed. At the top was a white bone ring emitting a faint blue glow. Bone ring quality blue effect contains a 100 cubic meter micro-dead space, capable of housing and nurturing no more than 10 second-tier or lower undead creatures. Exchange price 800 credits. Lu Yuan stared at the 2 zeros. He remained silent for a full 5 seconds. This is really highway robbery. Lu Yuan couldn't help but mutter under his breath. 800 credits converted to source crystals amounts to a full 4,000 pieces. He had originally thought about buying some attribute-enhancing armor with the spare money he had. After seeing this price, Lu Yuan decisively closed the equipment interface. Forget it. His night owl robe was still intact. He could wash it and keep wearing it. He switched the category to branch knowledge. This was his primary goal for coming today. His fingers swiftly slid across the screen. Before long, he selected 5 essential knowledge topics to fill his own gaps. One of the branches of rune studies, optimizing rune circuit nodes. The effect is simple, streamlined, redundant magical energy flows, reducing mana consumption by 10 for first-tier spells. Another branch of rune studies, basic rune quick construction method. Used to accelerate the construction speed of spell models in the mind, reducing casting delays. One branch of elemental studies, death element affinity drain. Enhances perception and increases the speed of forcibly extracting death elements from the surrounding environment. Another branch of elemental studies, high-density negative energy catalysis and purification. Used to more efficiently convert the extracted elements into usable death energy. Lastly, there is the branch of ecology, basic negative energy, stacking, and ecological transformation. This is the absolute prerequisite for constructing second-tier undead spaces and even transforming large battlefields in the future. Moreover, his ecology level is currently the lowest, and he must quickly raise it, otherwise he won't even be able to learn the core knowledge of second-tier ecology. With that core knowledge, he can begin to construct undead spaces. 5 thin knowledge scrolls cost Lu Yuan a total of 78 credits. Looking at the balance on his student card, which had instantly dropped to a 2-digit number, Lu Yuan stuffed the scrolls and soul sand into his spatial pouch and withdrew his student card. So damn expensive. After exchanging for knowledge and soul sand, he casually swept some materials for crafting the undead from the materials area, and his credits instantly dwindled by 10 points. Lu Yuan looked at his remaining balance of just over 30 points expressionless as he walked out of the exchange center. He strolled back to the special enrollment dormitory. Pushing the door open with his card, Imo Shilua was already waiting at the entrance. She wore a loose Japanese-style shirt, her golden magic ring spinning 2 laps on top of her head. Your friend Shu Feng just had a few items delivered via the Campus Express service. Lu Yuan looked in the direction. Your friend Shu Feng just had a few items delivered via the Campus Express service. Lu Yuan looked in the direction. There were 3 large black metal boxes neatly stacked. The surfaces of the boxes were engraved with simple ice-type constant temperature runes emitting wisps of white cold air. These were alchemical freezing boxes specifically used in the school's laboratory. At Tsinghua University, it was commonplace for magic system students to perform dissections and conduct ecological research. Sending a few boxes of monster corpses via express was as ordinary as ordering takeout, and no one would pay it any mind. Lu Yuan rubbed Imo Zuluo's head and sent her off to play. Then he single-handedly dragged the 3 heavy freezing boxes directly into the meditation room. He closed the door and sequentially popped open the locks on the boxes. The biting cold air accompanied by a faint scent of blood rushed at him. Inside were a total of 10 corpses, 5 goblins, and 5 wind spirit tribesmen, all members of the 3 teams he had eliminated in the square earlier. Because his spatial tool couldn't hold them all at the time, he had asked his brother Chu Feng for help. Chu Feng was indeed reliable, not a single corpse was missing, and he had even taken the effort to perform basic freezing and preservation. After Lu Yuan counted the number, he concentrated his thoughts. A grayish-white light flashed on the empty ground ahead. Plop! 5 stiff corpses dropped from the void, crashing beside the freezing boxes. 4 were humans plus the corpse of the stitched frost giant beast. These 5 corpses were extracted from his expertise, devouring sinful void. Indeed, this ability had leveled up. From the initial 3 slots it had expanded to 5. The expansion occurred after he annihilated the human team that attempted to take advantage of him with a bone spike to the head in the underground square. Leaning against the wall, Lu Yuan stared at the corpses on the floor, beginning to review this upgrade mechanism in his mind. The expertise panel indicated that upgrading required devouring sin. At first he thought this was some sort of abstract metaphysical energy. But now it appeared that this so-called sin was far less complicated than he imagined. It was likely similar to the karma in the cultivation system. The more lives he took, the more heinous deeds he committed, the heavier the karmic burdens and malevolent thoughts that entwined his soul. The human team that attempted to seduce and ambush him was clearly no good, having undoubtedly engaged in numerous heinous acts behind the scenes. By slaughtering them, the heavy karma was consumed by the void as nourishment, completely devoured, resulting in 2 new slots. Lu Yuan stroked his chin. If this hypothesis held, then the upgrade path was exceedingly clear. It simply required him to kill bad people. The more bad people he killed, the greater the capacity of the void, and the more corpses he could store. So it seems. Lu Yuan looked at his hands, unable to suppress his internal sarcasm. Am I to become a partner of justice? Just thinking about it felt absurd. Being a partner of justice was a high-risk, zerosillary, and unappreciated temporary job. Who would want it? He was merely an emotionless corpse mover. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan ceased this unproductive self. With a wave of his hand, he stuffed all 15 corpses back into the freezing boxes and the void. He did not intend to turn them into skeleton soldiers just yet. 15 high-quality corpses, if all dealt with in the meditation room of the dormitory, the mere arrangement of the negative energy gathering formation and purchasing spell materials would strip him of his last pair of underpants. He was out of money. He had to seek free resources. The best place for that at the university was the laboratory of Senior Chunin. After securing the corpses, Lu Yuan pulled out the pockmarked hunk of scrap iron, the great sword, and laid it flat on the ground. Then he took out 10 portions of the mindless soul sand he had just bought. This substance looked like a small handful of grayish-white fine salt devoid of any warmth. Lu Yuan pinched a bit and evenly sprinkled it into the widest gap on the sword's blade. As soon as the soul sand made contact with the blade, something strange occurred. The hunger within the great sword surged to life. A layer of red light illuminated the surface of the blade, and the grayish-white grains melted like snowflakes dropping into boiling water. Subsequently, the liquefied soul sand perfectly filled the cracks in the metal, solidifying and integrating. It was promising. Lu Yuan moved swiftly, pouring one portion after another. Until he finished the 6th portion, the red light on the surface of the great sword flickered suddenly and then gradually receded. It showed no further response to the remaining soul sand. Clearly, its current appetite had reached its limit and needed time to digest. Lu Yuan stored the remaining 4 portions of soul sand and looked down at the great sword. At this moment, the blade had undergone visible changes. The jagged edges had been repaired significantly, and the entire sword body became heavier and more complete. The originally pitch-black surface now featured dark red patterns. At a glance, it resembled a dark magma that had just settled, ready to erupt with terrifying heat at any moment. Lu Yuan exhaled and glanced at the panel. The quality remained unchanged, still blue. However, the rating had climbed from 7 to a perfect score of 10. Lu Yuan held the hilt with one hand and swung it casually a couple of times. The weight had increased slightly, feeling more solid in his grip, and the air even carried a faint scent of warmth and char. A smile crept onto his lips. It was done. From now on I shall call you the Flame Rock Great Sword. For the next 2 weeks Lu Yuan completely immersed himself in a life of seclusion akin to a monk. The library and dormitory. A 2-point line. Aside from eating and sleeping, all his time was devoted to the 5 new branches of knowledge he had acquired. With no outside disturbances, Mo Shulua dutifully handled all the household chores. Half a month later in the meditation room, a flicker of ash-gray magical energy appeared at Lu Yuan's fingertips. A bone spike instantly took shape, then silently dissipated into the air. He exhaled, rubbing his slightly swollen brow. He had thoroughly grasped all 5 branches of knowledge. Now his spellcasting speed was faster, model construction was steadier, and even his theoretical reserve in ecology had significantly improved. However, Lu Yuan still frowned, dissatisfied. The mana cost for spells had indeed decreased by 10%, but for a spell like Pale Spear, which functioned like a siphon, this 10% was hardly significant. Furthermore, he had scoured the school's database for first-level spell listings, but found no top-notch agility enhancement or displacement spells suitable for necromancers. The mobility shortcoming remained a persistent obstacle. It was futile to try to figure it out on his own. He needed to find a knowledgeable senior to guide him and also address the processing fee for the 15 corpses. Lu Yuan stood up and stretched. He opened the door and walked to the dining table. Mo Shulua had already prepared a sumptuous lunch. Lu Yuan swiftly devoured his portion. Then he took out a thermos lunchbox and packed up the hearty dishes Mo Shulua had just made, filling it to the brim. When seeking help, one must bring some sincerity. Although this sincerity was derived from using his own illusions cooking skills. He picked up the lunchbox and rented a cart to load the 3 freezing boxes. He stepped outside, heading straight for Senior Chen An's laboratory. Lu Yuan pushed a small cart containing 3 frozen boxes, stopping at the laboratory door. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. After a while, a slightly tired male voice came from inside. "Come in." Lu Yuan pushed the door open and entered. This place was several times larger than the student lab he had rented before. Various large purification devices, ecological simulation chambers, and dissecting tables inscribed with complex array patterns were all present. The entire space exuded an aura where modern industry and classical magic seamlessly merged, clearly not a place a second-tier mage like Shunned could afford. Even if he came from a minor family, it was impossible. This was definitely the territory of the 4th-tier mentor he had never met. In front of the experimental table lay the corpse of a robust, otherworldly creature. Even though it had already perished, the aura emanating from it was firmly at the 2nd-tier level. Shannon was sitting at the edge of the table, resting his chin on his hand, his brow tightly furrowed. It was clear that the experiment was stuck. He was wearing a seemingly plain, yet beautifully tailored high-necked mage robe with a fair and handsome face that exuded a melancholic nobility reminiscent of a vampire from a movie in his previous life. Unfortunately, the noble's stomach audibly protested, indicating he hadn't eaten. Lu Yuan walked over and placed the lunchbox on the nearby table. He casually asked, "Senior Brother Chen, and do you need help with anything?" Hearing the noise, Chun and instinctively paused his thoughts. He looked up and saw Lu Yuan. Suddenly, a message from his mentor sent over a month ago flashed through his mind. A new junior has been recruited. If you have any questions, please guide him. By the way, assess his capabilities and see what level he is at. Shunnen glanced at the corpse on the table, then at Lu Yuan, nodding his head. "All right. I'm currently working on a 2nd-tier undead. You can lend a hand, okay?" The plain tone caught Lu Yuan off guard. He pointed at himself. Me. He never expected that his casual remark would actually lead, especially on creating a 2nd-tier undead. He had just reached level 5 in structural studies and hadn't even touched upon 2nd-tier knowledge. "I don't think I can do it. I'm only 1st-tier." Lu Yuan earnestly declined. Shunnen stood up, patted his shoulder, his eyes filled with encouragement. "It's okay. I believe in you." Lu Yuan rolled his eyes internally. "Don't trust me so much." He looked at the determination in Chun An's eyes and sighed. "If I mess it up, I can't afford to pay for it." With that, he slowly walked toward the corpse. Chun waved his hand dismissively, his tone casual. "You won't have to pay anything." He was already silently calculating in his mind. If something breaks, it's fine. After all, the teacher can reimburse it. When reporting losses, should I ask for 2 2nd-tier corpses, or 3? Or should I just take all 5 at once? Shunnen walked to the other side of the corpse. He certainly wouldn't let Lu Yuan do this all alone. After all, Lu Yuan didn't even have the knowledge framework for 2nd-tier. "How do we do this?" Lu Yuan asked. "First, find the remaining soul fragments in this corpse." Shunnen pointed and quickly sketched a complex detection spell model in the air. "You can use this spell." Lu Yuan glanced at it twice and came to a conclusion. This spell model was too complicated. He had not learned the corresponding knowledge, and trying to use it would not only consume mana, but also produce poor results. It was better to go for something simple and straightforward. Lu Yuan's eyelids drooped, and the pure white eye hidden beneath his false eye quietly opened. The silver-white concentric rings began to rotate silently. His vision instantly penetrated the processed, otherworldly corpse. Muscles, bones, meridians. All physical barriers were seen through. In less than 3 seconds, Lu Yuan's gaze locked onto a weak, irregular energy body deep within the corpse's spine. That was it, the remaining soul fragment. It was quite incomplete. Found it, Lu Yuan spoke up. Chen An's hand, which was drawing the spell model, abruptly paused. He looked up, utterly bewildered. What did you say? Found it. The soul fragment. Lu Yuan repeated. The shock in Chen An's eyes was about to overflow. However, he quickly shook his head, assuming Lu Yuan was just guessing. After all, to see the soul fragment without using a detection spell was simply unscientific and did not fit the characterization of a first-tier mage. But since the junior said he found it, he decided to continue teaching. Alright, next you'll need to use this piece of soul along with death elements to create a second-tier soul fire. Shunned crossed his arms. You've made undead before, right? Lu Yuan nodded. That's good then. The fundamental method for soul fire is quite similar. However, you need to inject these 2 special runes while forming it. Shunned drew 2 glowing strange symbols in the air. They can replace your original commands, allowing this chaotic soul fragment to merge with the death energy. Shunned drew these 5 runes twice in succession. Did you see it clearly? Lu Yuan nodded. His pure white eye had already precisely etched the trajectory of these 5 runes into his mind. Then let's begin. Shunned took half a step back to give way. Lu Yuan did not hesitate at all. He raised his hands and pale blue mana emerged from his fingertips. In the first step following Chen An's theory, he meticulously used his highly precise mental power to carefully peel off the tattered soul fragment. In the second step, he skillfully activated the laboratory's energy-gathering device, and massive death elements began to converge onto the dissecting table. Lu Yuan utilized the core knowledge from negative energy synthesis principles to instantly compress these volatile elements into high-density death energy. Then he controlled this mass of death energy, gradually applying it to the soul fragment. In the third step, he injected the basic soul fire formation rune of the first tier. Throughout the entire process, Lu Yuan's hands were steady, not shaking at all. The last step, which would determine the life or death of the second tier undead, was the most crucial. Lu Yuan's fingertips emitted a gray light in the air, and the 5 variant runes taught by Chen and were drawn in one go before being forcefully pressed into the gray-white energy body. Buzz. Accompanied by a faint resonance of energy before Lu Yuan appeared a second-tier soul fire burning steadily and emitting a ghostly green glow perfectly formed. With quick reflexes, Lu Yuan pushed the soul fire directly into the brain of the otherworldly corpse. The entire process was smooth and fluid without a single pause, not even a drop of sweat. At this moment, Chen stood with his hands behind his back, eyes closed, assuming the posture of a seasoned expert. Don't be nervous. Chen, with his eyes shut, spoke in a voice filled with a sense of experienced guidance. It's normal for soul fire inscription to fail. The residual will of the second-tier corpse can strongly reject the mana. If you're not careful, the soul fire may dissipate, or the corpse might explode. Since this is your first attempt, as long as you can stabilize the first 2 steps, it would be quite impressive. It's done. Lu Yuan's flat voice cut Chen off. Chen An's words caught in his throat. He instinctively opened his eyes, and his gaze fell upon the second-rank corpse. Within the skull of the corpse, a pale green soul flame burned, slipping through the eye sockets with a calm, steady glow. It had neither dissipated nor been rejected. What? Chen An's jaw nearly dropped. His worldview shattered with a single crack. It's... Chen An's voice split. Completed. Lu Yuan casually removed his gloves, his tone utterly even. Using the method you taught, it's very effective. Chen stared fixedly at the pale green soul flame. It's finished. It's finished. He muttered nervously, and his expression grew progressively frenzied. By all gods, he actually completed it on the first try. He had risen to the 2nd rank months ago. Over those months, he had lived in the laboratory day and night, draining himself dry, ruining more than a dozen second-rank corpses before barely producing a single second-rank walking corpse. The most difficult, the most excruciating part was the damned fusion of the soul flame with the fragments of the soul. But what had he just witnessed? His junior, a first-rank mage whose constructology was only level 5, after 10 minutes of instruction and less than half an hour's effort, had shaped a second-rank soul flame with his bare hands. No, this is not how the script reads. You were supposed to slog through months of core study first, then grind on a dozen second-rank corpses. Finally, spend days and nights mastering the soul flame's composition. Why the hell did you finish it at the I will not accept this. Shun's inner self raged wildly. His hands gripped the edge of the workbench until his knuckles whitened. Senior Chen, and is there anything else to do? Lu Yuan asked calmly. Shunnen took a deep breath and wounded let go of the bench. No. It's nothing. They'll take it from here. You haven't learned the core knowledge of the second rank, so you will most likely be unable to handle the subsequent configuration steps. Go sit over there first. They'll manage the current steps. It's not difficult. It will be quick. Chen An's voice dwindled, laced with a profound weakness. The prodigy title he had once been proud of was ground to dust before this junior. He picked up the spell engraving scalpel, and could not help sinking into severe self-doubt. Could it be that I really slipped in through connections? Lu Yuan, however, did not notice Chen An's shattered pride. He merely acknowledged with a single sound. Shunnen was right, he truly lacked second-rank knowledge. Whether to turn the corpse into a skeletal warrior, or a walking corpse afterward, he simply would not know how. Lu Yuan pulled over a chair, and sat quietly in the laboratory's corner. Chen An's promise of quick, indeed, did not make him wait long. Only about 10 to 15 minutes passed. As Lu Yuan sat in the corner, a pale blue system notification popped into his vision. You assisted in the production process of a second-rank undead creature. Your professional knowledge constructology has gained a great deal of proficiency. Constructology level increased to LV7. Seeing this near double-level jump in constructology, a rare flicker of delight crossed Lu Yuan's otherwise impassive face. Meanwhile, on the other side, after completing the final embalming and suturing of that second-rank foreign corpse and pushing it into the incubation chamber for fermentation, Shunnen removed his gloves and walked toward Lu Yuan. His entire expression had changed. The earlier sense of defeat, his worldview collapsed, his pride in tatters, had disappeared completely. In its place surged a joy so visceral it seemed about to erupt from his face. Of course, what did a fully formed second-rank undead mean to a second-rank necromancer? It was nearly equivalent to gaining another life, another Samarank, utterly loyal fighting force. He had been prepared for the ritual to fail and the furnace to be ruined, yet, because Lu Yuan had handled it with a casual gesture, it had succeeded perfectly. Self-esteem. Can a prodigy's pride be eaten for sustenance? Can it be used as second-rank combat power? Chen An's mind held but one thought. If not for preserving the last shred of dignity he had as a senior, he would now drop to his knees, cling to Lu Yuan's thigh, and cry out, "Foster father." No, foster father was too distant. Calling him father would be closer. If other second-rank necromancers knew this kid could form a second-rank soul flame by hand, they would not merely call him father. They would prostrate themselves and hail him as an ancestor. Shunnen inhaled deeply, forcibly tamped down the crazed smile at the corner of his mouth, and assumed a genial senior's posture. "Junior brother Lu," he said, "you went out of your way to bring me a meal today. Was there something you needed?" Lu Yuan organized his words in his mind. "I want to borrow the laboratory to process a few corpses." No sooner had he spoken than Shunnen waved his hand, and without a second thought agreed. "What sort of question is that? Use it freely. Treat it like your own home." With that, he hurried to the workbench, rummaged briefly, took a high-level access card, and slapped it into Lu Yuan's hand, as if afraid he might change his mind. Lu Yuan thanked him politely, then made a second request. "I would also like to learn a spell that improves agility, or one that allows position swapping to save myself." Hearing a proper academic question, Shun and became more serious and stroked his chin. First-rank displacement spells are scarce to begin with, and those suited to our undead discipline are even rarer. Shunnen continued, "However, have you heard of white bone transposition?" Lu Yuan shook his head. "This spell is already present in the first-rank knowledge compendium." Shunnen explained, "Given the constructology level you just displayed, you should command no shortage of undead. This spell allows you to instantly swap positions with one of your undead. Although it only permits close-range exchanges, its merits are rapid activation and minimal mental and physical burden. If your constitution is strong and your casting speed sufficient, you can swap multiple times in quick succession." As he spoke, Shunnen tore a slip of paper, wrote a long string of spell codes on it, and handed it to Lu Yuan. "Enter this code in the Academy archive, and you'll find it." "Anything else, junior brother Lu?" Lu Yuan took the paper, nodded, and said, "I feel my mana expenditure. I want to find a method to reduce the mana cost of casting." Shunnen was momentarily stunned. "Have you learned the rune circuit node optimization from the rune department?" "I have." Lu Yuan frowned, sounding quite displeased. "But I've tried, and it only reduced the consumption by 10%. It's still not enough." Shun An's smile froze on his face. He silently formed a gigantic question mark in his mind. "My dear brother, what on earth are you doing?" An ordinary first-level mage would exhaust themselves to meticulously organize the circuits, typically only managing to reduce consumption by about 5%. You have managed to reduce the consumption to an extreme 10%, and yet you still think it's too little. What on earth did you do in the spell model to achieve such perverse micromanipulation? Shunnen felt as if his heart might give out, but he forcibly swallowed the words that almost escaped his lips. "No questions. I absolutely won't ask. Asking would only lead to trouble for myself. Shunned cleared his throat twice, awkwardly shifting the topic. So have you chosen a meditation method yet? Not yet. Lu Yuan answered truthfully. In the agreement with Mentor Shun, I was given the option for a level meditation method, but I want to hear the teacher's opinion before making a decision. That's a good idea. Shun nodded in agreement. Obtaining a level meditation method is already something that ordinary mages wouldn't even dare to dream about. Since reducing consumption directly isn't working, you could actually change your approach. Shun thought for a moment and offered a suggestion. Have you considered proactively creating an area suited for undead combat? After all, mages are at a disadvantage in spontaneous battles, but if it's a prepared positional battle, the mage's strength would increase exponentially. Negative energy pile. Lu Yuan immediately grasped the key point. Exactly. Shun clapped his hands. By constructing a negative energy pile in advance, not only can it nurture the undead, but as long as you cast spells within that area, with abundant death elements supporting you, the difficulty of gathering elements for your spells will be greatly reduced. This also means your mana consumption will decrease accordingly. Shun's words were like a thunderclap in Lu Yuan's mind. Prepared battles were indeed a trivial matter. He often faced sudden encounters, who would give you time to dig a pit and gather energy. But Lu Yuan's thoughts began to race. Since the mana limit is so limited, why must one forcibly guide the elements with mana? Since a negative energy pile can gather the death elements in the environment, why not add an external energy source? What if I were to miniaturize the negative energy pile? What if I were to utilize the principles of ecology to compress it into a portable pure death balloon? But that balloon would dissipate. Then I could use construction to insert a temporary soul fire as the core to stabilize it. Finally, I would directly abandon the step of constructing the spell model in my mind. Instead, I would inscribe the spell framework directly into this external negative energy pile. Let it absorb the death elements and fill the spell by itself. A bold hypothesis enough to drive orthodox mages insane gradually took shape before his eyes. With this idea in mind, Lu Yuan grabbed the draft paper on the experimental table and began to write and draw furiously, pulling Shun into an intense discussion. The experiences of predecessors would save him from many detours. They exchanged ideas for several hours. Various obscure rune formulas and energy paradoxes flew around the laboratory. No, you can't use energy-gathering runes here. You must use a deadlock circuit to lock the soul fire. But that would overload the mental link. Ultimately, Shun could no longer endure. To create that second-level corpse, he hadn't slept for several days, and today's series of nuclear-level stimuli was just too much. He felt that if he didn't sleep soon, he might just drop dead. I can't do it anymore. Lucidity. Shun's legs were trembling, and he could only forcibly interrupt Lu Yuan's wild deductions. He grabbed the thermos lunchbox that Lu Yuan had brought and dashed towards the laboratory door as if escaping for his life. Before leaving, he leaned against the door frame and shouted back at Lu Yuan. Lu Shidi am scheduled to go to the game world this month. This laboratory will be entirely yours for now. After saying that, he ran off without looking back. Bang! The heavy airtight door closed. In the large laboratory, only Lu Yuan remained. He calmly responded and plunged back into his thoughts. Before him lay a huge stack of draft papers filled with formulas and arrays. This was the embryonic form of his new external casting node concept. Beneath his deep gray false pupils, a silver halo spun frantically. If this spell were truly successful, he would directly surpass the current limits of mage casting. He would become a humanoid self-propelled artillery. It's done. I, the Mage Lord, have succeeded. In the laboratory of Xinglu University, a boisterous shout echoed in the empty laboratory. At this moment, the laboratory was littered with discarded draft papers, making it hard to find a place to step. Lu Yuan stood in front of the messy experimental table, raising his voice. He hadn't slept for 3 full days. His hair was as messy as a bird's nest. In his bloodshot eyes, the silver halo spun wildly and focused. He was fixated on a piece of parchment in his palm covered in arrays. As soon as he finished speaking, the ecstasy on Lu Yuan's face hadn't fully bloomed before an extreme protest rang out from deep within his brain. His vision went black. He collapsed straight down onto the floor. Thud. He couldn't maintain his composure for more than 3 seconds. He fainted from exhaustion. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. Lu Yuan got up from the cold floor, rubbing his sore neck. He didn't hurry back to his dormitory to wash up. Instead, he turned directly and walked towards the deepest part of the laboratory, the spell testing area. This place was specifically prepared for mages to test their destructive power, with walls and floors reinforced with anti-magic materials. There was no need to worry about blowing through the floor. Lu Yuan stood in the center of the empty testing ground, taking a deep breath. In his deep gray eyes, silver light flickered. The pure white eye activated. He began to channel his mana according to the model he had simulated countless times in his mind over the past 3 days. The surrounding death elements were drawn in, forcefully rushing towards the pile of bone powder. In the blink of an eye, a grayish-white sphere of death elements the size of a fist formed in the air beside him. It hovered silently, continuously absorbing the surrounding death elements. After waiting a few minutes, it had grown to the size of a basketball, with the internal elements compressed into A thought crossed his mind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There was no need to raise a hand, nor any obvious gestures to cast a spell. 3 sharp bone spikes shot out from the surface of the suspended death sphere. Bang! 30 meters ahead, a standard first-tier test dummy had its head blown off, splinters flying everywhere. Lu Yuan glanced at the decapitated dummy, and his eyelid twitched. The power was greater than he had imagined. He hoped it wouldn't require a deduction of credits for compensation. Immediately, he summoned the panel to check the consumption of that strike. Mana 593,600. Less than 10 points. Lu Yuan's breath halted for a moment. Not even 10 points. To be clear, previously releasing a single bone spike cost him 20 mana points. Yet now, shooting 3 spikes had consumed less than 10 points. He turned to look at the gray-white elemental sphere beside him. The sphere had only shrunk slightly and was actively absorbing the ambient death elements. At that rate, it would be back to its original state in half a minute at most. It worked. The cheat was indeed created. Lu Yuan licked his slightly dry lips. He decided to go for something bigger. His gaze locked onto the sturdy second-tier test dummy in the distance. This time he couldn't rely solely on a thought to trigger it instantly. Lu Yuan focused his mind. The immense computational power began to slowly and intricately outline a complicated spell framework within the external elemental sphere. Pale Spear. Since the sphere itself was already a high-purity aggregation of death elements, it did not trigger a violent elemental disturbance as usual during this process. Everything proceeded silently. Soon, the spell framework took shape. A massive pale bone spear instantly formed in front of the elemental sphere. Whoosh! The piercing sound of an explosion tore through the air. Boom! The bone spear accurately pierced through the chest of the second-tier dummy. The compressed death energy exploded violently. This time Lu Yuan didn't act foolishly. He had chosen a second-tier dummy renowned for its defense. But with a dull thud, the costly second-tier dummy was blown to smithereens. Well then, he had truly underestimated the power of spells shot from high-purity negative energy piles. Lu Yuan looked expressionlessly at the wreckage strewn across the ground. If he was penalized for credits, selling him wouldn't cover the cost. He quickly refocused his attention on the mana usage. The elemental sphere beside him had shrunk by more than half. Visually, the remaining death energy could probably only release the pale spear one more time. But his own mana consumption was less than 100 points. A move that drained 400 mana points for the ultimate spell. Now it consumed less than 100 points. Truly invincible. Lu Yuan looked at the slowly revolving elemental sphere beside him, feeling immensely satisfied. He named this self-created spell Star of Death. In fact, in Lu Yuan's initial conception, it could only be considered a semi-finished product. His original idea was to create a true, fully automated floating cannon. One that could autonomously store spell models and release them automatically upon encountering enemies. But with his current first-tier knowledge base, he couldn't handle such complex intelligent circuits. What he ended up with was merely a compromised product. He still needed to expend some mental energy to manually construct the spell model inside the elemental sphere, which would then autonomously fill it with death elements for release. But even this second-best outcome, if released, would be enough to shatter the worldview of those orthodox mages outside. As is well known, the standard casting steps for mages are rigid. First, they must construct the spell framework in their minds, then inject mana into the framework as a trigger, and finally guide the external elements to fill the framework to form the spell. It is tedious and consumes a lot of mana. The existence of the Star of Death directly helped Lu Yuan save the last 2 most mana-intensive steps. The elemental sphere itself is a miniaturized negative energy pile, containing a temporary blank soul fire as a stabilizing core. Lu Yuan only needs to build the skeleton within it. It will automatically fill the elements. Moreover, with Lu Yuan's runic circuit optimized to an abnormal level by the pure white, even the consumption of building the skeleton has been minimized. The logic has closed the loop. The mana consumption has plummeted. As for the essence of this spell, to put it simply, it is not much different from the skeletons created by the professional skill of tombstone creation. It is a temporary spirit that only gathers death elements, just not shaped like a skeleton. Theoretically, conceiving this spell isn't difficult. Anyone who casually reads ecology and anatomy can come up with this idea. But why has no one used it until now? The reason is simple. At this stage, let alone a first-tier mage, even a second-tier mage, they would absolutely not dare to project their mental energy outside. and then intricately carve a spell model in a raging mass of energy outside. That is not called spellcasting, that is called seeking death. Once the mental energy goes out of control and backfires, the brain would explode as if it had been run over by a truck. His inhuman computational power and extremely fine mental manipulation have smoothed out this absolute chasm on a physical level. For now, with Lu Yuan's current mental energy limit, he can maintain the existence of up to 2 stars of death simultaneously. Maintaining them doesn't require much energy, costing about 10 mana points per hour. For his terrifying mana recovery speed, this is nearly no consumption. Ding! A few prompts popped up at the edge of his vision. Through extreme spell projection and construction, your professional knowledge has greatly improved. Runic Studies has been raised to LV7. Elemental Studies has been raised to LV8. Ecology has been raised to LV5. Lu Yuan glanced at the panel and nodded in satisfaction. He clenched his palm, and the Star of Death in midair instantly dissipated. What an exhilarating spell construction it was. He stretched out a long yawn. His whole body's bones emitted a crisp cracking sound. What to do next? Lu Yuan sensed the void of sin within him. Next is to create the undead. Xinglua University Underground Laboratory of the Arcane Department. Lu Yuan pressed his hands downward. A crisp pale blue arcane energy cleanly severed the final thread of necrotic aura. These past few days, having advanced his constructive arts mastery to level 7, he had conceived numerous novel ideas in necromantic crafting. To verify them, he had sequestered himself in the laboratory for several more days straight. At last, all 15 corpses carried over from his previous world had been fully transformed into skeletal warriors of the Bone Affinity. 5 goblins, 5 Fengya tribesmen, 4 humans, and that stitched-together colossus. Each stood between levels 4 and 5. The stitched colossus, however, surged directly to levels owing to this relentless high-intensity assembly line work. His occupational skill, gravedigging, naturally ascended to Tier 3. Lu Yuan stretched languidly, his bones crackling like dry twigs in frost. With a mere thought, 15 towering ash-gray skeletal warriors slowly sank into the shallows of the necrosphere, pulled by reverse spirit binding. Counting the 5 veteran undead who had survived earlier, he now commanded a fully equipped heavy infantry battalion exceeding 20 souls. Having completed all this, Lu Yuan staggered out of the laboratory, his body on the verge of collapse. He hadn't slept soundly in ages. Back in his special admissions dormitory, he collapsed into the shower and luxuriated in a long steaming bath. Emerging with a towel draped over his head, he froze mid-step. Something was off. It felt as though he'd forgotten something. With a sharp slap to his thigh, he retrieved a faintly glowing green treasure chest from the microspatial cartridge at his waist. Loot dropped by a mind flayer, long abandoned in a corner gathering dust. When in doubt, wash your hands. He turned back to the sink, lathering his hands 3 times with soap, then solemnly placed them upon the chest. The chest opened. The light faded. No legendary gear emerged. No mound of source crystals gleamed within. Only a single yellowed leather-bound tome rested quietly at the bottom. Lu Yuan blinked, lifted it, and skimmed its cover. Branch Knowledge, Frostflesh, Necrotic, Transmutation Stitching. Rarity Green. An obscure hybrid discipline, fusing elemental and fleshcraft lore. Its core teachings instructed mages how to infuse corpses with glacial essence, thereby forging unique elemental undead, such as frost ghouls. Lu Yuan stared at the book, his expression unreadable, equal parts disbelief and reluctant awe. Was it useful? Undeniably. With minor modifications to its underlying arcane circuitry, it could integrate seamlessly into his current necromantic repertoire. Yet therein lay the problem. This was pure fleshcraft lineage. He hadn't even touched the fundamentals of flesh construction arts, yet. He hadn't yet mastered the all-encompassing efficiency of the Bone Affinity. Now diverting focus toward flesh-based undead, designed solely as living shields, was sheer overreach. Forget it. Lu Yuan shook his head and shoved the ancient tome deep into his pack. A relic to be stowed away, perhaps one day exchanged for coin or repurposed in unforeseen ways. In the days that followed, his life reverted to an austere monastic rhythm. 2 points: unbroken study and sanctuary. Yet unlike his earlier frenzy of scholarly devouring, he now channeled nearly all his effort into leveling up and expanding his arcane reservoir through disciplined meditation. Indeed, according to his original flawlessly calibrated plan for the month, he had no intention of entering another game world at all. He would simply rely on meditation and routine study, meager as their yields were, to eke his level up to 10 before term began. Then immediately attempt second stage ascension using a trial stone. That was the safest path. After all, having slain the Mind Flayer, he already stood at level 7. Steady progress would guarantee success, but plans crumble before chaos. To refine the external spell node, Death Star. and to process the torrent of new necromantic insights flooding his mind. He had squandered far too much time better spent in quiet meditation. The result: 1 week before orientation, his level remained stubbornly locked at 9. Just one final threshold, yet that last sliver of experience would never accrue through daily meditation alone. Lu Yuan felt it acutely, a gnawing visceral frustration. His obsessive-compulsive instincts flared. Reluctantly, he resolved to enter one more dungeon, just for the experience. But that proved awkward. Su Shui had already declined him weeks earlier, when he'd been obsessively refining Death Star. Just days ago, she'd led her team into another world. Brother Chu Feng hadn't replied to messages, most likely already lost in some other realm's delights. Lu Yuan glanced at the meager academic credits remaining on his student card. Now his options narrowed to 2: accept a commission and hitch a ride, or pay exorbitantly for a gate slot. He sighed, donned his night owl robe, and strode toward the assignment hall. The hall buzzed with noise. Lu Yuan stood before the commission board for 30 minutes, his expression darkening with every passing minute. Not a single posting suited him. Arcane students were notoriously penniless. Wealthy patrons like Su Shui, who could afford a stellar compass and offer subsidies, were rare exceptions. Those with means had long since formed stable self-sufficient teams. They had no need to scavenge for members here. He turned instead toward the gate zone, only to find equal disappointment. The Tier 1 gates suitable for his level were precisely in their world reset cooldown, unavailable. Tier 2 gates, however, remained open. Yet Lu Yuan knew his limits. Though Death Star granted him burst output rivaling Tier 2 mages, he remained fundamentally a fragile Tier 1 caster. Venturing solo into a Tier 2 world, even with perfect intelligence, would be tantamount to lighting a candle in a cesspool's certain death. And what of those worlds with abysmally low floors? There his level would be forcibly suppressed, and rewards, if any, would barely cover transit costs. As Lu Yuan stood before the gate, torn between swallowing his pride and grinding in a low-tier world just for experience. Ding. His phone vibrated. A message notification appeared. Sender Senior Brother Chunin. Lu Yuan arched an eyebrow, surprised. Hadn't this fellow said he'd already assembled a team for a game world? He tapped it open. Chunin Junior Brother Lu, we've hit a snag. Our team is short a secondary damage dealer. War World Tier 2. Interested in lending a hand? Lu Yuan's eyes flared, bright as ignited starfire. A pillow arriving just as sleep beckoned. A Tier 2 world, with a Tier 2 senior as anchor and safeguard. Not only would he gain massive experience from transcendent kills, propelling him instantly to level 10, but the high-tier settlement reward promised a fortune. His fingers flew across the screen. 2 characters flashed back. Send coordinates. As the navigation route materialized on screen, Lu Yuan pocketed his phone, returned to the entryway, and ruffled the crown of Mo Su Luo, the enchanted automaton, whose manning whirred twice with soft rhythmic clicks. Guard the home. He pushed open the door. Into the biting wind he strode, resolute, purposeful, toward the rendezvous point marked on his map. Following the guidance of the phone navigation, Lu Yuan, after a series of twists and turns, finally found himself in front of a large independent warehouse at the edge of the dormitory area. He glanced at the door number and entered the string of numbers given by Chun and into the keypad. Beep. The heavy metal door slid open with a resounding sound. The warehouse had been transformed into a spacious pre-battle preparation room. At this moment 5 people were already inside. Besides Chun, and there were 3 men and 1 woman. Hearing the noise of the door opening, 5 pairs of eyes immediately turned to look. Junior Brother Lu, you're finally here, Chunin exclaimed, standing up with a warm smile and quickly approaching. He pulled Lu Yuan to the group and began to introduce him. Let me introduce everyone. This is the powerful external aid I told you about, Lu Yuan. He pointed to a girl with long fiery red hair and an exceptionally flamboyant demeanor beside him. Chu Hongya, a fire elemental mage, the absolute core of our team, the main damage dealer. By the way, she is my girlfriend. Lu Yuan nodded slightly, showing no reaction to this declaration, his gaze shifting directly to the next person. This is Su Han. Chunin pointed to a boy next to him who appeared very aloof, emanating a chill. An ice elemental mage mainly responsible for controlling the battlefield, but can also step in as a secondary tank when needed. Mubat, a rather handsome and gentle boy, smiled at Lu Yuan and nodded. A mind-type sorcerer, a branch of the priest, our team's only pure healer. Finally, Chun and patted a towering man beside him, nearly 2 meters tall and as sturdy as an iron tower. Jia Era, rock shaper, the main tank. Lu Yuan scanned each of them. All of their auras were steady, and they were all second-tier professionals. After Chun and finished the introductions, the group began to appraise one another. After all, they were people recommended by Chunin, and they were somewhat willing to give basic trust. However, looking at Lu Yuan's face, which still bore the marks of a novice despite being expressionless, a hint of doubt was still concealed in their eyes. There was no way around it. In a second-tier war world, bringing a first-tier novice along seemed like a liability. Lu Yuan naturally noticed their doubts. He spoke calmly. Lu Yuan. As for my specific profession, the school has confidentiality requirements, so it's not convenient to disclose it for now. This excuse was a perfect way to avoid revealing the gravedigger profession, which could be a pitfall. However, this kind of obfuscation clearly couldn't dispel his teammates' concerns. Instead, it made Chu Hongyes. Lu Yuan had no intention of engaging them in banter. With a thought, he focused. Buzz. Several gray-white circular magic circles suddenly appeared on the warehouse floor. Chilling death energy instantly enveloped the entire preparation room. Clatter clatter. 20 skeleton soldiers nearly 2 meters tall and as solid as if cast from metal emerged, one holding a heavy bone shield and the other a spear. One after another they walked out of the magic circles. The cold, oppressive aura of death filled the entire air, and Su-Han's pupils constricted sharply. They were not naive like Reno. Their team had a real necromancer. It was precisely because they understood that they were even more shocked. Were these skeleton soldiers really glass? The exaggerated bone density and overwhelming aura were simply incredible. Standing at the side, Chen An's expression changed the least. After all, he had already witnessed Lu Yuan's bizarre manipulation of second-tier soul fire in the lab, so he had some understanding. Yet on the surface he remained as steady as an old dog, while inside, he was already churning with waves of astonishment. He carefully sensed the auras of the 20 skeleton soldiers, especially the leading skeleton captain. Its level had surprisingly soared to level 9. Moreover, the soul fire dancing in its hollow eye sockets seemed to possess a bit of intelligence. If one had to say, the overall strength of this skeleton soldier was not inferior to the second-tier zombie he had painstakingly created. With this simple yet powerful display of strength from Lu Yuan, the unspoken doubts within the team vanished in an instant. The atmosphere immediately became warm. Wow, brother, these big guys of yours are a bit fierce. Jia laughed heartily, pulling over a chair. Come, brother Lu, have a seat. Do you want some jerky? This is first-tier wind demon wolf meat, incredibly chewy. Even Chu Hongye, who had frowned at first, looked at Lu Yuan with a much softer gaze. With such powerful summoned creatures at the front, the sense of security for their backline output was simply overwhelming. Lu Yuan had just sat down. The ice elemental mage, Su Han, who had been wearing a cold expression, quietly approached. He stared at Lu Yuan for a while. You're the one who ranked 3rd in the provincial list, Lu Yuan, right? Su Han's voice naturally carried a bit of coldness. Do you know my sister Su Shui? Upon hearing this name, Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Then he silently lamented in his heart that this world was absurdly small. He nodded. Yes, we once teamed. Su Han's eyes brightened instantly, and his previously aloof face broke into a smile as he leaned in closer. So what do you think of my sister? He was not asking Lu Yuan if he had feelings for Su Shui, but purely discussing her abilities. Lu Yuan looked at the eager expression on Su Han's face. A scene flashed in his mind, recalling how Su Shui had been chased around the Frost Blood Mine by a group of low-level corpse demons, ultimately burrowing into the ground like a gopher to survive. He pondered his words. Not bad, I suppose. Hearing these words, Su Han's cold expression immediately broke into a beaming smile. Right? I told you my sister is a genius. He was clearly a severe sister con. Lu Yuan remained expressionless and nodded in agreement. At the same time, his gaze swept over Su Han and Chu Hongye, recalling Su Shui from before. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He had only seriously formed a team 3 times, yet somehow there was always an ice mage in each. Could it be that he was being ganked by ice elements? Shaking his head, Lu Yuan dismissed this tedious line. Afterward, the group went through the formal processes. They signed the team contract brought by Chunin, and each left their spiritual mark on the second-tier star map. Are we all set? Chunin held the star map and looked around at everyone. Yes, everyone responded in turn. Wait a moment. Lu Yuan spoke, then closed his eyes. Before entering the dungeon world, he habitually opened his Longenviewed complete panel to check his current status. Name Lu Yuan. Race Humani. Age 15. Profession Gravedigger D. Faction Absolute Neutral. Level LV9. Health 360, 210150 Undead Body. Mana 328,900. Armor 26. Attributes Physique 21, Agility 10, Intelligence 38, 362 from Equipment Spirit 33, 312 from Equipment Charisma 7, Luck 1. Talent none. Special Physique Pure White, Eye Remaining Energy 100. Secondary Profession Junior Scholar LV 5 Max Intelligence 5. Expertise. Skills. Profession. Grave Digging DLV 3 Tombstone DLV 2 Undead Body DLV 3. Spells. Bone Exchange First Tier Proficient Death Star First Tier Specialized. Professional Knowledge. Structural Studies LV 7 34. Glyph Studies LV 7 25. Elemental Studies LV 8 9. Manipulation Studies LV 5 89. Ecology LV 6 12. General Knowledge. Equipment. Due to forcibly summoning 20 skeleton soldiers earlier, his mana was drained to nearly 2/3. However, thanks to the terrifying mana recovery speed brought about by 36 points of intelligence, this consumption would be replenished quickly. Moreover, the 18 free attribute points gained from leveling up 3 times combined with the intelligence boost from reaching the maximum level in the secondary profession of junior scholar caused his magical attributes to swell significantly. Lu Yuan satisfiedly closed the panel. All set. He reopened his eyes and nodded at Shunned. Shunned no longer hesitated. A surge of mana violently poured into the star map. The dazzling blue starry light exploded in the warehouse. Whoosh. 6 figures along with the 20 skeleton soldiers vanished in the blink of an eye. Brothers, I'm taking a day off tomorrow. This lousy weather in Guangdong has got me feeling a bit ill. My whole body is a bit feverish. I remember I didn't go eat someone else's cake yesterday on 520. Tomorrow there will be the usual 3 updates, but no extra updates. I still owe 3 chapters which I will make up later, brothers. By the way, hey, raise a question. Can you see the author's notes I posted? The intense sensation of space being torn apart receded like the tide. Lu Yuan stood firmly on the hard ground, his stomach churning uncontrollably. After the tumult of the previous worlds, he had developed some resistance. The muscles on his face were taut as he forced back the urge to vomit. He opened his eyes. The light was dim. A pungent smell of gunpowder and a heavy scent of rust filled the air. It seemed they were in an underground fortress constructed of thick steel plates and concrete. This time, unlike the last world, they were not randomly scattered. 6 people along with Lu Yuan's 20 skeleton soldiers were all huddled together in this spot. The adaptability of his teammates was evidently not as monstrous as his. Gao and Mu Bai were kneeling on one knee, clutching their chests and dry heaving. Su Han and Chu Hongya fared little better, their faces as pale as paper, leaning against the wall and gasping for breath. Only Chun Anxiang managed to hold himself upright, though he closed his eyes trying to steady his breathing. Lu Yuan remained silent. In this uncertain environment, zoning out was a major taboo. A thought flickered in his mind. Click, click. The 20 tall skeleton soldiers immediately spread out, encircling the 6 individuals tightly, their bone shields facing outward and spears held parallel, forming an impregnable defensive formation. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan interlaced his fingers and began to move rapidly. A pale blue magical energy flowed from his fingertips. Death Star, 2 grayish-white spheres of death elements, suddenly emerged from above his shoulders. They floated there, resembling 2 small grayish-white stars, lazily and greedily consuming the death elements in the surrounding air. After doing all this, Lu Yuan lifted his head to look at the pale blue system panel that appeared before him. World Rust City, type War Slaughter, faction conflict, size city, level LV5 LV13. Description: the roaring energy steam boilers are overloaded, and this steel city is completely shrouded in high-pressure steam. The army of the Norman Empire was like a pack of starving wolves tearing at the last line of defense of the Luncian kingdom. Here, large-scale legion battles had become a luxury, leaving only the most brutal street-to-street blood battles. Main quest: war profits. Objective: accumulate enough war merits, minimum requirement of 1,000 points. Method of acquisition: 1. Complete tactical missions assigned by your faction. 2. Eliminate personnel from enemy factions. Killing ordinary soldiers earns 1 merit point, while eliminating higher-tier warriors and professionals yields a large number of merit points. Tip: merit points can be exchanged for equipment, rare materials, various job change paths, and building blueprints at your faction's military supply office. Faction allocation: complete your faction is Defender Luncian Kingdom. Time limit: 7 days. Lu Yuan's gaze paused slightly on the words building blueprints. Obtaining blueprints is definitely a rare and high-value war instance. After reading the description, the teammates finally recovered from the dizziness of teleportation. Everyone looked over the panel information one by one. Shonen rubbed his temples and was the first to speak. Have you all seen it? He looked at everyone, and as the apparent team leader, he began to set the tone. The system has given us the Defender faction. Although the description says the city is on the verge of collapse, since we can still hold on and fight in street battles, it indicates that Luncian Kingdom's defense has not completely crumbled, and there are still strongholds we can use. Let's play it safe and first locate the Defender's stronghold or command center. In this world, it's not suitable to run about recklessly. Let's stick to the faction and take on some defensive missions to earn those 1,000 merit points, securing our right to withdraw. Once we have the option to escape at any time, we can think about what to do next. Do we agree? Everyone exchanged glances. Gao and Mu Bai both nodded. This was indeed the most stable and rational strategy. Just as the group reached a consensus, a chaotic sound of boots stomping echoed from the dark passageway to the right of the bunker. Immediately after, a distorted roar reverberated throughout the vast bunker. Enemy attack. Lu Yuan quickly turned his head, his pure white eyes piercing through the dim light. At the entrance of the passage, 5 soldiers appeared. They were dressed in black standard military uniforms with the eagle emblem of the Norman Empire on their chests. Each of them held a rugged-looking long-barreled rifle embedded with some kind of crystal. That was a magic energy rifle relying on absorbing the user's magical power or physical strength to fire energy projectiles boasting tremendous power. The moment the 5 soldiers shouted enemy attack, without any hesitation they aimed their rifles directly, and the muzzles glowed with a blinding blue energy light. Prepare spells. Shunned shouted loudly. Suhan and Shuhongya immediately raised their staffs, quickly chanting spells. Gal took a step forward, pressing his hands against the ground ready to raise a rocky barrier. Their movements were already quick, but Lu Yuan was faster. To be precise, Lu Yuan didn't move at all. He simply stood quietly in place. The Death Star floating on his left shoulder suddenly flashed with a faint light. There was no spell-casting gesture or pause for magical energy accumulation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 sharp, gray bone spikes shot out from that sphere with a piercing sound. The speed was so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to catch. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled sounds of 3 sharp objects piercing flesh. The 3 soldiers at the front didn't even have time to pull the trigger before their heads exploded like ripe watermelons. A sticky, redand white liquid mixed with shattered skulls splattered all over the faces of the 2 soldiers behind them. Bang, bang. The 2 soldiers, now smeared with blood, instinctively pulled the trigger in fear. 2 blue energy projectiles whistled toward Lu Yuan. The Death Star on Lu Yuan's right shoulder followed suit. A bone-white shield instantly materialized in midair, positioned horizontally in front. Clang, clang. The energy projectiles struck the bone shield, bursting into a dazzling shower of sparks, leaving 2 deep dents, but failed to break through. Only at this moment did Shuhongya finally finish her spell. Go! She waved her staff. A firebird entirely formed of dark red flames and resembling a phoenix shot forth from in front of her, carrying a scorching wave of heat. Phantom Firebird. The firebird traced a bright red trajectory in the air, diving straight toward the remaining 2 soldiers of the Empire. The 2 soldiers, just recovering from the horror of their comrades' head exploding, had no time to make any evasive movements. The firebird instantly consumed them. They didn't even have time to scream. The flames seemed alive, clinging on and refusing to let go, and within just 2 to 3 seconds the 2 soldiers were reduced to 2 charred corpses collapsing to the ground. The battle was over. It took less than 5 seconds. As the corpse fell, everyone finally saw clearly. Behind the 5 soldiers of the Norman Empire, there was another person being dragged. This individual was wearing the defensive uniform of the Luotian Kingdom and was currently unconscious on the ground. His entire body was tightly bound by rough hemp ropes, and his exposed skin was covered with burn marks, whip scars, and deep cuts, clearly having endured severe abuse. It's a prisoner still breathing. Gal stepped forward to check for signs of life. The priest Mubai immediately hurried past everyone. He joined his hands together, calm and focused. Sacred healing. A soft white light began to emanate from his palms, slowly enveloping the battered soldier. Taking advantage of Mu Bei's healing moment, the gazes of the other 4 fell sharply on Lu Yuan. To be precise, it was on the 2 ominous stars slowly rotating on his shoulders. Suhan looked at the 2 grayish-white energy spheres, and his eyes began to twitch. What is this thing? Suhan hesitantly spoke, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Is it some kind of floating cannon artifact with built-in spell storage? Lu Yuan shook his head, his tone as indifferent as before. It's just a magical creation. Its only function is to help me gather the surrounding death elements, reducing my spellcasting consumption. Essentially, it's a temporary elemental creature. Upon hearing this, Suhan and Gal both had expressions that clearly read, "Are you kidding me?" A temporary elemental creature. One that can spontaneously generate bone spikes and create bone shields without any guidance from the mage. This is way more useful than those expensive alchemical floating cannons they've seen. As one of the 2 necromancers in the group, Chen An's reaction was far more intense than theirs. He stared intently at the 2 ominous stars. He knew all too well what this thing was. After all, just a few days ago in the laboratory, he had personally participated in Lu Yuan's frantic process of deducing this creation. Wait a minute. Shun An's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. When we initially discussed this spell theory, didn't we get stuck at the most critical step? Temporary soul fire cannot bear the imprinting of spell models like the brain can. How did you manage to store spell models within temporary soul fire? Lu Yuan glanced at Shunin. He did not hide anything and nodded naturally. I did not store the model inside. I simply released my mental energy at the moment of casting, constructing a spell framework within it. His light remark fell into Chun N's ears like a thunderous shock. Constructing a spell framework, Chun gasped. Although the others were not necromancers, being from a traditional academy, they immediately understood the implication and terror of the phrase constructing externally. Their gazes towards Lu Yuan completely transformed. Beyond admiration, there was an unmistakable to forcibly insert one's mental energy into a wildly chaotic mass of pure energy and meticulously carve a spell model. One misstep could lead to mental backlash and a shattered brain. This kid appeared expressionless, but behind the scenes was he actually a supreme daredevil dancing on a tightrope. What shocked them even more was that as they recalled the previous battle, this daredevil's speed in constructing spell models externally was actually much faster than their group of orthodox mages who imprinted spell models into their minds. What kind of monstrous abnormality is this? Just as everyone was still in a state of extreme shock from the academic crushing the soldier, lying on the ground finally let out a painful groan under Mu-based treatment. He slowly opened his swollen and bruised eyes. In his blurry vision, the first thing he saw were the figures in various mage robes holding staffs along with the imposing skeletal guardians surrounding them. In this low magic world filled with magical energy firearms, anyone dressed like this and able to cast spells was undoubtedly someone of high status regardless of the faction. The soldier, startled, disregarding his injuries, struggled to get up. "Commander," he hoarsely called out, his tone filled with reverence and joy at being rescued. This title did not surprise anyone. After the system assigned factions, locals would automatically label them according to the corresponding faction upon seeing them. Seeing this, Suhan proactively stepped across the team. His charm attribute was only slightly lower than that of the priest, and Mu-bai was not one to engage with strangers easily. Thus the task of negotiation naturally fell to him. Suhan reached out and deftly cut the soldier's hemp ropes with an ice blade, helping him up. He deliberately put on a stern face, adopting the cold demeanor expected of a commander. "Soldier, we are a support mage team dispatched from headquarters, just arrived in this area, and not yet aware of the current situation of the battle. Now take us to the nearest stronghold." As Suhan negotiated with the captive, Lu Yuan and Chun and had already begun to efficiently handle the corpses on the ground. Shannon had no interest in the charred or head-exploded bodies of the ordinary soldiers. As a second-tier necromancer, his standards had long since become picky. He waved his hand generously, directly allowing Lu Yuan to take the lead. The number of undead was already sufficient, so he had no intention of creating more. With a flick of his mind, several skeleton soldiers stepped forward, their bony hands pressing against the corpses. Threads of blood energy and negative energy were forcibly extracted, merging into the bones. Consider it a snack for the workers. Lu Yuan's attention was fully on the scattered magical energy rifles on the ground. He picked up one of the rifles and weighed it in his hand. It was very heavy. The body of the gun was made of rough material, but the core magical energy rail was intricately crafted. Lu Yuan activated his pure white eye and surveyed the surroundings. He had just seen clearly that these ordinary soldiers had no magical power, yet they could still shoot powerful energy projectiles. Because on the grip of the gun, there was a crude life force extraction array. At the moment the trigger was pulled, the firearm would directly draw on the user's physical stamina, converting it into destructive power. The conversion efficiency is ridiculously high. Lu Yuan secretly marveled. A bold and crazy idea began to emerge uncontrollably in his mind. Skeleton soldiers have no physical strength, but they possess death energy. If the extraction array of this gun could be slightly modified to allow it to directly draw the death energy from the skeleton soldiers for charging, then wouldn't his undead army be able to leap from the era of cold weapons straight into the era of hot weapons? My lord, the times have changed. Lu Yuan imagined a scene of a group of skeleton soldiers wielding magical energy machine guns, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling up. Now was not the time to study this. He quickly picked out the 3 best quality rifles and tucked them into the mini spatial pouch at his waist. He would dismantle them slowly when he returned. At this moment, Suhan had finished the negotiations. The soldier was untied and revered the group of mages as if they were deities, daring not to refuse. He bent forward and immediately led the way ahead. The stronghold of the defense was hidden deeper than a rat's hole as they followed the soldier through 3 bombed-out districts. They crawled into a sewage-filled sewer, turning left and right. This level of secrecy meant that without an insider to guide them, outsiders could search for 3 months and still not find the entrance. After passing through 5 strict checkpoints that combined mechanical and magical detection, the heavy armored door finally thunderously opened to both sides. The space behind the door was astonishingly vast. It was a massive underground laboratory that had been completely transformed, several times larger than the territory of Chun A&S Minter. Inside, soldiers rushed about, accompanied by the rumbling of steam machinery. The soldiers brought them before the commander of this stronghold, a middle-aged man with a full beard and a mechanical prosthetic arm. After a routine identity check, upon confirming their identity as support mages from headquarters, the commander's face immediately filled with visible enthusiasm. Mages indeed. In this world, they were undoubtedly a strategically rare troop. Moreover, this team had a cleric capable of providing widespread salvation. The commander did not assign them to the expendable death squads. Instead, he granted them high levels of free. There was only one requirement: when the stronghold faced a crisis, the team must return unconditionally to provide support. Leaving the command center, Lu Yuan and his group headed directly to the logistics exchange point of the stronghold. This was the fundamental purpose of their visit to the stronghold, to see what merits could be exchanged for. In front of the huge exchange board, several people looked up carefully at the list displayed above. At first glance, Lu Yuan spotted the magic energy firearm he had been longing for. Ronkin-style magic energy rifles, 10 merits each. So cheap. Killing 10 ordinary enemies would earn 1. As for the equipment area, most were heavy steam battle armor, which were of no use to magic-based professions. The materials area was also filled with mechanical gears and high-pressure valves. It was a paradise for mechanics, but for mages, while not exactly scrap metal, their control over machinery was not as adept as mechanical-type practitioners, so it was of little use. What truly made the entire team gasp was the special item at the top of the list, radiating a golden glow. Rinken Kingdom Steam Core, full class transfer and building blueprints. Exchange price 1500 merits. Below the blueprint, all the information regarding this class transfer route was clearly listed. First transfer profession: Trench Iron Guardian, a level. Core skill: Bastion Defense significantly increases while behind cover, ignoring light penetration. Second transfer profession: Heavy Steam Knight, E level. Core skill: Overload Armor Detonate Steam Core, gaining invulnerability shield and power boost for a short time. Third transfer profession: Source Energy Mech Warrior, D level. Core skill: Portable Source Energy Armament, able to manufacture and wear mini steam mechs equipped with heavy firepower coverage capability. Warrior class route. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect of this system was written in the last line of the note. Transfer conditions: no special talents required. Just build the corresponding steam barracks and inject sufficient resources to complete the soldier transfers in bulk. After reading all the information, the team fell into a dead silence for half a minute. Then Su-han's breathing quickened. Chu-hong's eyes were fixed intently on that D, not even noticing her nails digging into her flesh. Even Chun, and who was usually steady, swallowed hard. Was this profession strong? On the surface it seemed a second transfer profession, barely reaching. It was known that all those present had started at E. Such a mass-produced profession would definitely be overpowered by their elite class in unknown combat. But so what? This was a damn assembly line. This was a terrifying war machine capable of mass-producing extraordinary armies. In Blue Star, except for Lu Yuan, who was a destitute orphan, everyone else present had family and powerful backing. They understood too well what kind of storm this blueprint could stir if brought back to Blue Star. Handing it over to their family, or simply raising a mercenary group loyal only to themselves. As long as there were resources, they could continuously produce soldiers. This was the fundamental foundation of standing in the extraordinary world. 1500 merits would take an ordinary soldier a lifetime of fighting to accumulate. Moreover, even if exchanged here, this kingdom, blocked by the world's will, would not be able to gather the materials for constructing the blueprints. But this was clearly the ultimate benefit left for players by the world's rules. Let's do it. Gal grinned widely, a fierce glint in his eyes. Isn't it just 1500 merits? We can kill all the Normans in this city to gather it. The teammates' fighting spirit was ignited by this extraordinary opportunity. Except for one person. Lu Yuan looked expressionlessly at that blueprint. There was not a single ripple in his heart. He was even somewhat inclined to go back and study the rifle. As an orphan, he had no family to support. He could raise a necromantic disaster with just his skeleton soldiers. What use did he have for this dilapidated steam barracks? This blueprint was less appealing to him than that magic energy firearm costing 10 merits. Furthermore, this merit was gathered by the team. He certainly wouldn't be able to gather enough merits on his own to reach 1500. At most, he could hand it over to the school for some materials. Chunin stood beside him. He immediately saw Lu Yuan's indifferent attitude of "this has nothing to do with me." As an experienced individual, Chun and understood this junior too well. Without sufficient benefits, how could one expect him to exert effort for such a challenging team prize? Dream on, Lu Shitty. Chunin turned his head and cut straight to the point. I know this blueprint is of no use to you alone, but we need your firepower. As long as you can help us obtain this blueprint when we return to Blue Star, we will directly convert your contribution in this world into shares or equivalent source crystals and premium materials. I assure you this will definitely be a sum of money that ensures you won't have to worry about experimental funds for the rest. Money. Lu Yuan's previously lifeless eyes instantly brightened. He looked at Chunin. Senior, you are just too polite. Lu Yuan's expression suddenly turned serious. For the revival of humanity on Blue Star, what's a few blueprints worth? Let's take the mission. Lu Yuan lowered his eyes, but his gaze lingered on that blueprint. This blueprint indeed held no utility for him at present. However, it provided him with a thought: what if the mass production of professions could be applied to the undead? Although the undead do not possess professions, or rather their profession is their species itself, then bestowing professions upon corpses could be seen as a method of creating the undead. The group exchanged glances and smiled. They quickly searched through the bounty board. Killing ordinary soldiers would yield rewards too slowly. This one will do. Suhan pointed at a highlighted team mission. Recapture the high ground stronghold in District 4. Reward 200 merits for the entire team. Accepting the mission, the six did not pause at all. Filled with greed and killing intent, they swiftly left the underground stronghold. Inside the underground passage, utilizing the underground network of the Luanshan Kingdom, the team's progress was alarmingly swift. Just half an hour. They arrived at the destination of this mission, the highland of the 4th District. As they emerged from the dark tunnel, their field of vision suddenly widened. Ahead stood a control tower constructed of heavy black steel towering dozens of meters high, like a steel behemoth planted at the highest point of the highland. This place was the absolute hub for the energy-steaming maze of the surrounding 10 or so districts. Beneath the tower lay a straight, sloping road. That was the only offensive route, an indisputable battlefield for soldiers. The 6 of them crouched in the shadows at the base of the slope, daring not to make a move. Jair and Suhan turned to Chunin. After all, in this small team, Chunin was the tactical core. Lu Yuan leaned against the wall, 2 dark stars floating on his shoulders, showing no signs of urgency. He was well aware that the methods of a second-tier necromancer were far from simple. Sure enough, within just a few minutes, a ripple spread across the black steel wall. 5 semi-transparent, gray-white phantoms, barely discernible as human shapes, silently emerged from the wall, directly drifting into Chun-In's forehead. This was a first-tier undead creature, an apparition. A primary creation of the soul branch, yet only a second-tier necromancer could produce such a being. Though Chun-In was already at the second tier, his resources and knowledge were insufficient, so he could only use first-tier apparitions as scouts. However, it was enough for scouting. Chun-In closed his eyes, rapidly digesting the mental imprint brought back by the apparition. When he opened his eyes again, his tone was somewhat grave. I've scoped it out. There aren't many defenders in the tower, around 50. 40 of them are basic cannon fodder. The remaining 10 are professionals wearing steam armor. However, none are at the second tier. The highest is probably around first tier level 8 or 9. Jair sighed in relief, clenching his fist. So it's just chopping vegetables then. Just push through. It's not that simple. Chunin shook his head, interrupting him. People are easy to kill. But around the control tower there are 3 heavy steam cannons and 7 or 8 magical machine guns. The crossfire covers the entire slope. If we charge hard, it would be too dangerous on this bare slope. Upon hearing this firepower configuration, everyone fell silent for a moment. In a low-magic technological world, the concentrated fire of cannons and machine guns was undoubtedly a nightmare for mages. I can deal with those weapons. Lu Yuan suddenly spoke, his tone flat. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned. My spell creation can act independently of me. Lu Yuan pointed at the 2 dark stars on his shoulders. I can send them over to cast spells near the firepower points, or simply act as bombs to explode. However, if the distance is too far, my mental manipulation accuracy and casting speed will decrease. If I can't take them all out at once, it may alert the enemy. After hearing this, Chu Hongye's eyes lit up. She twirled the red gem-studded staff in her hand. Count me in. My spell operation accuracy is very high, though I'm confident I can accurately destroy those machine gun energy conduits. If we cooperate, we can take down the firepower network in one wave. Shunned nodded. Alright, let's do it. You guys handle disabling the weapons. Once the weapons are paralyzed, we'll charge in. Without those iron lumps, these guys are nothing. Everyone nodded in agreement. Shunnen stepped forward, his hands clasped together. A loud hum. A crimson energy vortex 3 meters high erupted explosively in front of him. A thick, nauseating stench of decaying flesh instantly surged forth. The undead realm. This was the prestige of a second-tier necromancer. Thud, thud, thud. Accompanied by heavy footsteps, a group of green-skinned, emaciated zombies mechanically walked out from the crimson door. There were more than 40 of them. Their strength was utterly pathetic, clearly intended by Chun and to be pure cannon fodder. But behind these cannon fodder, 3 completely different tall figures stepped out from the spatial gate. Lu Yuan saw through their true identities at a glance. These were 3 second-tier undead. 2 of them were flesh-type ghouls. They had long limbs and muscular deformed arms with gray-white skin covered in stitched scars, exuding a bloodthirsty ferocity. The last one to emerge stood beside Chunin. Its appearance was the most unique. Standing over 2 meters tall, it resembled a human closely and even wore a black battle armor. It lacked the frenzied bloodlust typical of ordinary zombies. Its tall stature conveyed an impression not of a brute, but rather of a sage. From its body emanated an indistinct royal aura. A second-tier core summoned creature, the Corpse King. This was a mutated undead strengthened by Chun-An's core occupational skills after transitioning to a corpse handler. It was not just a meat shield, it was also a commander of the undead army. This is why Chun, and as merely a second-tier mage, could control over 40 zombies as if they were his own limbs. Just as Chun summoned his army, Chu Hongya also made her move. She gripped her staff with both hands, her lips moving rapidly. Underworld Fire Sparrow, a bird made entirely of dark red flames, instantly took shape before her. The Fire Sparrow soared into the sky. Under Chu Hongya's extraordinarily precise micromanipulation, the red glow of the flames was forcefully suppressed to a minimum. The Firebird flapped its wings, using the unique mist of steam from the underground maze to conceal its form, silently flying towards the top of the tower. On the other side, Lu Yuan remained against the wall, making no unnecessary movements. But unbeknownst to him, the two gray-white dark stars that had been hovering on his shoulders had vanished. Time passed second by second. 5 minutes later, a series of muffled explosions suddenly erupted from the top of the tower, accompanied by the piercing screech of twisted metal. There were no deafening visual effects. Just straightforward, clean physical destruction. It's done. Lu Yuan opened his eyes, the first to speak, his tone as calm as if he had just taken a sip of water. The glow of the staff in Chu Hongya's hand just dimmed. She turned her head to look at Lu Yuan, her eyes filled with uncontainable shock. In those 5 minutes, she had strained her mind to the utmost, pushing her multitasking abilities to the limit, barely managing to precisely destroy a quarter of the firepower points. But along the way, she clearly sensed that the remaining 3/4 of the heavy firepower atop the tower had been silently obliterated by a violent surge of death elements. Both were dismantling enemy armaments from a distance. This indicated that Lu Yuan's multitasking and mental manipulation precision not only surpassed hers, but was executed with such ease and grace. Chun immediately waved his hand. Charge! The Corpse King let out a deep roar from its throat. Over 40 cannon fodder zombies surged forward like frenzied dogs, catching the scent of blood, racing towards the slope of the tower. Lu Shidi! Chun deliberately stopped Lu Yuan. He pointed to the slope ahead, his tone revealing a secret. Let your skeleton soldiers follow behind my zombies. There will definitely be light firepower retaliation inside the tower. I won't mind if the zombies are destroyed, it won't affect me. Your skeleton soldiers are costly. Losing them here would impact your combat later on. Let them serve as the second wave, with zombies blocking the first wave of the charge. This thoughtful arrangement can be said to completely care for the junior. Of course, Shonen would never admit that he actually wanted to seize this opportunity to showcase his prowess as a pure necromancer to his teammates. Although he had showcased it before having grown stronger, this was such a good chance. If he didn't show off, that would be a waste. Lu Yuan glanced at Shonen and understood instantly. He did not refuse this goodwill. With a click, 20 skeleton soldiers began to march in unison, quietly following behind the zombie troops. The enemy is attacking. It is the Necromancer from the Luanxian Kingdom. Outside the tower, the dark green tide of corpses is climbing up the slope. The soldiers of the Norman Empire at the guard post paled at the sight. A few soldiers scrambled to the heavy steam cannon, desperately trying to pull the firing valve. A deafening roar that could burst their eardrums did not sound. Only a wisp of leaking white smoke spewed from the broken magic energy rail. It was then they despairingly realized that those heavy firepower weapons had unknowingly turned into a heap of scrap metal. Whoosh! Before they could comprehend what was happening, several compressed gray bone spires suddenly shot over from a bizarre. The soldiers guarding the steam cannon didn't even have time to react before their heads exploded in succession from the piercing bone spires. Stay calm. Hold the line. Fire. Turn them into mush. Under the furious roar of the squad leader and the pressure of his professional identity, the remaining soldiers suppressed their fear and raised their rifles to shoot wildly downwards. Blue energy bullets rained down like a torrential storm. Upon striking the lean bodies of the zombies, they created charred blood holes. However, the first-tier zombies felt no pain, unless the energy bullets pierced their heads and shattered their soul flames. Losing limbs meant nothing to them. Moreover, there were simply too many of them. Over 40 zombies pressed forward against the hail of gunfire, pushing the front line upwards. Behind the zombie horde, Lu Yuan and his group walked behind 20 towering skeleton soldiers. Occasionally, a stray bullet would shoot through the gaps in the zombie crowd. Gao raised his hand casually, and a thick rock wall emerged. Suhan lightly tapped with his finger, and an ice shield formed on its own. Effortlessly, they blocked the lethal stray bullets completely. The front line continued to shrink. The pressure on the tower defenders skyrocketed. At the back of the team, Chu Hongya stopped. She gripped her staff tightly, her lips moving swiftly as an ancient and lengthy incantation resonated in the air. The temperature around began to rise sharply. The volatile fire elements gathered above her head, compressing. A few seconds later, a massive fireball crimson like blood slowly rose, its blazing light almost blinding, as if someone had ignited a small sun before the tower. Go! Chu Hongya pointed her staff. The sun, trailing a long tail of flames, crashed directly into the heavy black steel door of the tower. Boom. The explosive sound was deafening, shaking the entire high ground. The black steel door twisted and deformed from the terrifying wave of fire, then crashed inward with a loud bang. Shunned shouted loudly. The group immediately rushed into the tower under the cover of the zombies, stepping over the still burning wreckage of steel. Inside the tower, the space was quite spacious. The Norman Empire's garrison had clearly left some backup here. As soon as the door broke, several light steam machine guns hidden behind the second-floor corridor and load-bearing pillars roared to life. Tat-a-tat-a-tat. Dense metal bullets swept by like the wind. The zombies at the forefront fell in swathes, torn apart like wheat under pure physical shredding. Severed hands and feet littered the ground. Shunned felt no pity. The role of cannon fodder is to take the hit. Behind them, 20 skeleton soldiers under Lu Yuan pressed forward. The machine gunners on the second floor wildly rotated their gun barrels, aiming to turn these skeletal frames into fragments. The next scene left them completely dumbfounded. The skeleton soldiers raised their left arms with bone shields, marching forward. The metal bullets that could shred zombies merely left shallow dents and scattered sparks on the grayish-white bone shields. Even if a few bullets penetrated their defenses and struck their frames, the surface of the bone shield sparked, but only left shallow impressions. Those already reinforced bones were so hard that they resembled something that could not be shattered by flesh and blood. Furthermore, being skeletons, many bullets passed directly through the gaps between their ribs. As the skeleton soldiers advanced, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the dim corners of the tower, sharp bone spikes emerged from nowhere like ghosts with eyes. They accurately bypassed the cover, blowing the heads off the machine gunners one by one. This was the floating Death Star showing its prowess. Well done, Junior Brother Lu. Shunned praised as he looked at the suddenly silenced machine gun position. After the heavy firepower point in the tower was taken out, the 6 second-tier combatants that rushed in were like a force of nature. From the side corridor, several Norman professionals in powered armor charged out. They intended to launch a counteroffensive. But as they took their first few steps, it became clear what awaited them. They were met by a continuous stream of vicious bone spikes that instantly turned them into hedgehogs. A dark red firebird flapped its wings, turning both the metal armor and the person inside into a charred corpse. Sharp rock pillars and ice spears suddenly emerged from the ground, piercing them through. Otherwise, they would be torn in half by the undead under Chen-N's command, showcasing a one-sided slaughter. The battle ended quicker than expected. In just a few minutes, the defending troops at the base of the tower were completely wiped out. Lu Yuan and his group successfully captured this vital stronghold. But the battle was not over. Stay vigilant. Shunned pulled out a military-grade magic communication device from his pocket. We need to hold this tower until reinforcements from headquarters arrive to take over. Although the previous battle was intense for these second-tier professionals, it was hardly even a warm-up, with mana consumption being negligible. Shunned dialed the command frequency, quickly reporting the situation. On the other end of the communicator, the operator's voice changed pitch, filled with disbelief. You have already taken the control tower. That's impossible. We personally built the defenses there, and to reclaim it we have already committed 3 elite squads. Let's talk. Send someone to take over the defense. Shunned interrupted him bluntly. Yes. The reinforcements will arrive in about an hour. Please hold firm. The communication was cut off. Next came the much-anticipated loot settlement time. The ground was littered with corpses and firearms. Shunned, being a pure second-tier necromancer, certainly looked down on these ordinary corpses of only first-tier level. Shunned, being a pure second-tier necromancer, certainly looked down on these ordinary corpses of only first-tier level. Thus all these resources went to Lu Yuan. Adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, Lu Yuan began to pick and choose. He collected the best quality magic rifles and some other steam weapons. These would serve as important references for his upcoming research on undead weaponry. The only thing that bothered him, as for the corpses, Lu Yuan was behind the most secure cover on the bottom level of the tower, directly using his professional skill. Grave digging 3 square pits emerged on the stone slab. Lu Yuan chose 3 corpses of professionals with levels between LV7 and LV9. I processed them a bit to turn them into skeleton soldiers and then tossed them in. Filling the pits with soil, he infused them with death energy. Next, he just had to wait for them to come back to life. Although to save time, the levels of these 3 new skeleton soldiers would likely drop by 1 or 2. However, under the influence of the template of the undead, they would still retain formidable combat power. During the earlier heavy assault, 5 of the 20 skeleton soldiers Lu Yuan brought had shattered. He walked over to the 5 piles of shattered bones. Corpse requiem, several clusters of pure essence from the remains were extracted. Without a second thought, Lu Yuan infused all of this essence into the skeleton captain, who had already leveled up to LV9. The grayish-white bones emitted a jarring, crackling sound. The skeleton captain's bones became thicker, even exhibiting a slightly dark metallic sheen. Just a step away from LV10A, the soul fire burning in its eye sockets became more vibrant. Lu Yuan had a premonition that as long as it consumed some good things in this world, this skeleton would definitely break through to the second tier. As for the remaining dozens of ordinary soldier corpses, Lu Yuan had those 15 skeleton soldiers split the meal to replenish the earlier consumption. As for the other half, Lu Yuan walked to the center of the tower's hall. With a wave of his mana boom, 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 3 unmarked gravestones emanating strong death energy arose from the ground in a triangular formation. He commanded the remaining corpses to pile up at the foot of the gravestones. After absorbing the nutrients from the corpses, the production efficiency of the gravestones was maximized. One by one, lifeless gray skeletons without soul fire crawled out from the earth beneath the gravestones like products on an assembly line. It didn't take much time. The bottom hall of the tower was already densely packed with over 60 ordinary skeletons. They all stood on the first floor, forming a small sea of skeletons that completely blocked the main entrance. Even though he had witnessed Lu Yuan's bizarre operation of manually crafting second-tier soul fire, before seeing this unreasonable speed of skeleton production, made Chen In's mouth twitch involuntarily. What kind of profession is this? Time ticked away. An hour passed. An hour and a half passed. Outside the tower there was still an eerie silence. The promised reinforcements had not even shown a shadow. Something's off. Su-Han stood in front of the bulletproof glass on the second floor of the tower, his brows furrowed tightly. It's already half an hour past the deadline. They should have crawled here by now. Could something have happened at headquarters? Mubai asked anxiously. Impossible. Jair shook his head. That underground base is hidden so deep, surrounded by sentry posts. Even if the people from the Norman Empire searched for 7 days and nights, they would never find it. Everyone fell silent. Shunned gripped the communicator where only static buzzed in the channel. We can't just wait any longer. Without hesitation, Shunned made a decision. We must abandon this place and return to the base to see what has happened. Just as they reached this decision, Lu Yuan, who had been standing by the window, felt the silver ring deep in his grayish eyes suddenly shrink to a needlepoint. In the vision of the pure white eye, above the tower within the thick cloud of steam and mist, several glaring red dots suddenly lit up. They trailed long flames behind them, slicing through the steam in a terrifying parabolic arc, heading down at high speed towards the tower. Heavy alchemical missiles. This is the most crucial control hub. Have the people of the Norman Empire gone mad? Don't they want to take this place back, but rather aim to blow it to smithereens? Holy crap. Lu Yuan's usually calm and expressionless face instantly lost control. He spun around abruptly and shouted at the people in the control room, enemy attack. Missile washout. Defend. But it was already too late. The speed of the alchemical missiles was too fast. Half a second after Lu Yuan shouted, boom. The deadly explosion detonated directly in the middle to upper section of the control tower. The blinding white light engulfed everything in an instant. The massive sound wave felt like it was going to burst eardrums. The entire black steel control tower trembled like a sieve in the explosion. The shock waves of the explosion, along with the thousands of degrees of heat and knife-like steel fragments, rampaged through the tower like crazed beasts. Fortunately, Lu Yuan's shout saved everyone's lives. They were not directly vaporized without any precautions. In the instant of the explosion, Jair roared frantically, overexerting his mana. Layers upon layers of thick rock walls emerged above everyone's heads. Su-Han's eyes turned red as the icy layer, as cold as ice, instantly covered the entire control room's floor and walls, trying to block the heat. Lu Yuan did not retreat. The 2 Death Stars floating beside him suddenly shone brightly, and several enormous bone shields appeared, forming a tight circle that surrounded Lu Yuan in the center. Crack! Crack! The rock walls shattered layer by layer in the explosion. The ice layer was instantly melted into scalding steam. The bone shields emitted sounds as if they were on the verge of breaking. When the deadly shockwave finally passed, although the tower did not collapse, the upper part of the control room had been completely leveled. In the ruins, everyone crawled up, their faces covered in dirt. Fortunately, with Jair and Su-Han's desperate defense, they were not directly killed by the blast. However, the physically weaker Su-Han and Chu Hongya were still internally injured from the shock. The 2 of them clutched their chests, spitting out large amounts of blood, their faces as pale as paper. The priest Mubai couldn't care less about his own scrapes and immediately rushed forward, desperately casting healing spells on the 2. Lu Yuan leaned against a half-broken wall, wiping the corner of his mouth. His hands were covered in alarming blood. With a physical constitution of 21 points, he had still suffered significant internal injuries from the earlier shock. He glanced down. In the hall, the over 60 skeletons that were meant to be cannon fodder had already been reduced by more than half due to the high temperature and shock waves. Even those 15 hard-bodied skeleton soldiers had shattered 7 or 8 of them. The remaining ones that were still standing had cracks all over their bones, and the soul fire in their eye sockets flickered like a dying candle. Damn it! Jair spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, cursing. Just then, Outside the tower, mixed with steam and thick smoke, a series of footsteps and battle cries approached. Like a dark mass of the Norman Empire's army had completely surrounded the entire tower. Lu Yuan tightened his grip on the flame rock greatsword, his gaze chilling. They were ambushed. This was not a battle for a stronghold at all. This was a meticulously planned and cost-object encirclement. The control room had turned into a chaotic mess. Xu Hongye and Su Han were coughing up blood, their faces as pale as paper, clearly suffering from severe internal injuries. Jia Er's arms shook like a sieve bracing against the rock wall, desperately creating a safe zone for the three of them in the dead corner. Mu Bai was drenched in sweat, pouring down white holy light like it was free, risking everything to keep the two alive. Lu Yuan didn't even lift his eyelids. He directly pulled out 2 bottles of basic mana recovery potions from the spatial pouch, bit the cork to open it, and gulped them down. The icy potion slid down his throat into his stomach, and the nearly empty blue vial slowly returned a bit of vitality. He moved rapidly through the ruins, searching for the most suitable position to attack. He rubbed his hands together, and 2 Death Stars formed on his shoulder, greedily absorbing the thick death elements permeating the battlefield. Block the main entrance. In the first floor hall, the remaining skeleton soldiers stepped on the rubble, forming a wall of bone shields firmly blocking the broken doorway. Shunned stood at the stairway, slamming his staff onto the ground, and also coughed up a mouthful of blood. Death Totem. A totem column made of flesh and bones smashed to the ground, sending out a wave of dark red light. The zombies, the Corpse King, and those cannon fodder skeletons were illuminated by the light, their physiques forcibly enhanced by 4-0 and the cold death energy ignited on their weapons. Outside the door, the enraged Norman soldiers, their eyes bloodshot from the berserk injections, charged forward with their mana rifles in a suicidal assault. But they couldn't break through the buffed death line. The soldiers that rushed in were either impaled by bone spears or torn apart by the zombies. The rear execution team, attempting to set up a heavy machine gun, hadn't even pulled the trigger before being precisely shot in the head by the bone spikes fired from the second floor. The battlefield instantly turned into a bloody slaughterhouse. Just then, the roar of a raging engine echoed from the street beyond. 5 muscular men in heavy steam-powered armor crushed the stone slabs, charging towards the tower. Behind them, glass jars continuously pumped red and green potions into their necks. Its players. The leading enemy second-tier player locked his gaze on Chun and Lu Yuan in the tower, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty madness. The 5 quickly divided their tasks. 3 charged towards Chun and the Corpse King on the first floor, while the other 2 bent their knees, and with the inhuman jumping power of their armor, leaped directly onto the ruins of the second floor. Boom. The 2 came crashing down like cannonballs, directly shattering the broken wall in front of Lu Yuan. Just as he finished clearing the minions, his experience hit the limit. Level up to LV10, gained 6 free attribute points. The last upgrade before breaking through the ranks. With a thought, Lu Yuan allocated all 6 points into his physique. Physique 2127, his muscles instantly swelled, bones cracking. Coming at him were 2 chainsaw greatswords roaring with madness. These 2, under the stimulation of potions, had a minimum physique of 30 points. The chainsaw greatswords swung down from left and right. Lu Yuan swiftly dodged to the side. The Death Star on his right shoulder shone brightly, a bone shield appearing at his side. Bang! The bone shield held for half a second before shattering, but Lu Yuan had already used that moment to retreat explosively. These 2 possessed ridiculous strength, but their agility was hampered by the side effects of the drugs, making their attack recovery notably slow. While creating distance, Lu Yuan calmly assessed the situation. He observed closely. Every time these 2 sustained even a minor injury, the red liquid from the potion jars behind them would rush in, healing their wounds almost instantly. Their endurance was simply monstrous. Since that was the case, he would end it with 1 strike. Lu Yuan called back the 2 Death Stars, one to generate a bone shield for defense, while the other hovered in the air waiting for the chance to deliver a deadly blow. The 2 enemy players lost their patience. They slapped the valve on their chests, draining the green potion jars behind them in an instant. Boom. Their speed surged to nearly double. The air was left with 2 afterimages, 1 in front and 1 behind, completely sealing off Lu Yuan's retreat. A massive iron fist with a sonic boom smashed towards Lu Yuan's head, while another struck at his back. Bone replacement. Boom. The 2 iron fists collided violently. But caught in the middle was a skeleton soldier that had been swapped in without anyone noticing. The skeleton soldier instantly turned into a cloud of bone ash. The 2, having exerted too much force, experienced a massive stiffness in their bodies. Jia Er. Lu Yuan coldly shouted. He glared at Jia Er, who had been focusing on the top, and slammed both palms heavily against the wall. Boom. 2 torrents of scalding earth and rock erupted from the ground, coiling around the legs of the 2 men like chains, pinning them in place. The floating Death Stars and the nearby Death Stars simultaneously erupted with blinding gray light. The death energy boiled like boiling water. Pale spear. Two nearly solid pale, giant bone spears took shape in midair. Whoosh. Two beams of gray light struck down like lightning. In the terrified eyes of the two, the pale spears pierced through their skulls, pinning them to the ground along with their armor. Instant kill. Meanwhile, in the first floor hall on the other side, the second-tier player was being tightly entangled by three bone soldiers, his breath already in disarray. His vision blurred. Lu Yuan appeared before him like a ghost. He had just raised his hand when the fiery rock greatsword came crashing down from above. The dark red rock light and the ghostly gray death energy exploded simultaneously. The power of 27 physique poured into that strike without reservation. Die. Sizzle. The power armor along with the flesh inside was cleaved in two from head to toe by that sword. The remaining two enemy players, seeing the situation, immediately turned to flee. Trying to run, Shunned bit his fingertip the second-tier corpse king's chest, glowing with rich blood light, as Shunned activated his talent. Buzz. The second death totem erupted from beneath the corpse king's feet. The totem buff, which could originally only take effect once, surprisingly stacked up, creating a bizarre effect. The physiques of the skeleton soldiers and zombies soared once more, their death energy almost becoming tangible. The two players attempting to flee were directly tackled by the frenzied undead and were ripped apart in a cacophony of metal tearing. Lu Yuan, holding the blood-dripping greatsword, locked onto the trembling enemy commander, hiding in the armored vehicle across the street, with his pure white eyes cutting through the smoke. The Death Stars in the sky flickered with a ghostly light. A bone spike tore through the air, piercing the observation window. Bang! The commander's head exploded on the spot. Without a commander, the Norman army fell into complete disarray, scattering and fleeing. The remnants were chased down and slaughtered by the undead army, annihilated on the street. The gunfire finally ceased. Inside and outside the tower there were corpses everywhere. Shu Hongya and Su Han, under the healing of Mu Bei's full power, finally managed to stand up with great difficulty. We finally held our ground. Jia Er wiped his cold sweat and collapsed onto the ground. However, just as everyone thought they could turn in their tasks for rewards. Ding! A blood-red system warning panel popped up before everyone simultaneously. Emergency camp task notification. The core underground stronghold of the defenders has suffered a devastating strike from the enemy commander. The stronghold's defenses have been breached. Please, all defenders currently on missions return to defend immediately. Warning: if the core stronghold is completely destroyed, this main mission will be deemed a failure. The moment they read those lines, the air in the entire tower seemed to freeze. Damn it! Jia Er punched a nearby stone, his eyes turning red. That base is hidden so deep, surrounded by checkpoints. How the hell could they possibly find it? Lu Yuan's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He finally understood that this was not a battle for strongholds at all. The enemy was recklessly sending large troops and missiles to their deaths just to keep them, the capable fighters, trapped here. As for how the stronghold was exposed, it was most likely due to soul-searching or enslavement methods. Let's go back. Shunned commanded. No one wasted words. Gathering their spoils of war, a group of them charged out of the tower with a full display of murderous intent. In the dark, narrow, underground passage, the hurried and chaotic footsteps of 6 individuals echoed. The further they ran, the more intense the vibrations above their heads became. The muffled sounds of cannon fire and explosions mixed with faint shouts of battle resonating through thick layers of earth and steel, striking painfully against everyone's eardrums. These madmen from the Norman Empire, Gao cursed through gritted teeth as he ran. The commotion above is too great. This doesn't resemble a normal assault at all. They are simply using lives as cannon fodder. Lu Yuan did not reply. He was well aware. This was a tactic to hold back all defending players, allowing others to raid their base and buy time. Just then, Shunned, who was at the front of the group, suddenly halted. He closed his eyes, processing the mental signals sent back by the ghostly scouts from behind. Stop! Shunned suddenly opened his eyes, his face pale. There are pursuers behind us, approximately 200. Fully armed elite soldiers from the Norman Empire, moving quickly. They are no more than 5 minutes away from us. The air in the passage froze instantly. Ahead are the last defensive lines of the base. If they latch onto our tail and rush in, the base will be completely finished. Shunned tightly gripped his staff. You all go first. I will stay behind. You all go first. I will hold them off. The two voices rang out simultaneously in the passage. Shunned was taken aback, turning to look at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan gazed at him impassively. Senior, it's useless for you to stay behind. This was blunt, even somewhat hurtful. But what Lu Yuan said was during the previous battle, Lu Yuan had realized that although he found it somewhat challenging to instantly kill second-tier professionals, as the firing speed and trajectory of the pale spear could easily be dodged by the agility of second-tier players. But against such concentrated same-tier ordinary soldiers, he possessed an overwhelming clearing ability. With the instant kill of Death Star combined with the AoE of Corpse Explosion in this narrow passage, he was a perfect meat grinder. As for Chun An's Undead and the Corpse King, their numbers were too few, making it impossible to contend against many foes here. Chun looked into Lu Yuan's unperturbed eyes. He did not waste words or feign modesty. Come back alive. Chun quickly formed seals with his hands, forcing a drop of blood from his fingertips. Undead Totem. A totem column mixed with bone and flesh suddenly shot up from the ground. A ring of dark red light spread out, enveloping Lu Yuan's skeletons. After completing all of this, Chun turned around. Go. Full speed ahead. The figures of the five quickly vanished into the darkness ahead in the passage. Lu Yuan turned around, facing the path they had come from. Set up the monument. 3 skeleton soldiers carrying heavy stone slabs stepped forward forcefully, slamming 3 blank gravestones into the depressions on either side of the passage. This was a dead angle, perfectly avoiding direct fire. Then, Lu Yuan opened Feeding Void. 5 pre-prepared corpses of soldiers were brutally thrown into the center of the passage. With magical energy surging, he aimed to create the first temporary structure of the necromancy system here. Negative energy pile. The flesh and blood on the corpses quickly dissolved, transforming into 2 swirling gray-white clouds of negative energy, with bones intertwined to form a bonfire shape. Under the dual enhancement of the totem and the negative energy pile, the soul fire in the eye sockets of the main battle skeletons surged violently, even overflowing from their eye sockets. They quickly gathered discarded steel plates and stones from the mine to construct a makeshift cover in the center of the passage. Everything was ready. 3 minutes later, intense sounds of boots and metal clashing surged from the other end of the passage like a tsunami. 200 fully armed soldiers of the Norman Empire appeared at the end of sight. Target spotted. Open fire. The commanding officer wasted no words. Bang, 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 bang. Dazzling blue magical bullets poured down like rain. In the narrow passage there was no way to evade. The concentrated fire instantly shattered the skeleton's makeshift cover, sending rocks flying. A few skeleton soldiers attempting to withstand the assault with bone shields were targeted by dozens of energy bullets at once. The hard bone shields shattered with a loud bang, and their skeletons were brutally broken, scattering across the ground. The enemy's firepower was too fierce. Even though skeletons felt no pain and feared no death under such a saturated fire cover, their casualties were still rapidly increasing. Rocket launchers. Blow that pile of bones to dust. The officer shouted from the back. 2 soldiers carrying heavy magical energy rocket launchers had just poked their heads out from the crowd, preparing to aim. Hiding in the shadow of the depression, Lu Yuan's eyes glimmered with silver light. Whoosh, whoosh. The Death Star that hovered in midair suddenly shot out 2 bone spikes without warning. In the dim environment, the bone spikes perfectly blended into the shadows. Puff. Before the 2 rocket launcher operators could pull the trigger, their heads were precisely pierced. In the instant the corpses fell, Lu Yuan clenched his left hand into a fist. Corpse explosion. The 2 freshly deceased corpses were instantly filled with death energy. Boom. A violent explosion erupted among the densely packed soldiers. Severed limbs and internal organs mixed with death energy instantly cleared a space around 7 or 8 people. But these soldiers were clearly under a death command. They didn't care about casualties at all, stepping over their fallen comrades' bodies, continuing to charge forward with their guns. At this rate, Lu Yuan frowned. Even with the negative energy pile as a foundation, his mana could not sustain the endless barrage of corpse explosion and bone spike. These 200 reckless riflemen could wear him down to death. Since magic's efficiency was too low, he would use his own brand of science to defeat their science. Lu Yuan reached for the spatial magazine at his waist. Clatter. Dozens of previously confiscated Norman Empire standard magical energy rifles were dumped onto the ground. He crouched before the firearms. In his deep gray eyes, pure white concentric circles spun rapidly to the extreme. Pure White Eye's powerful computational ability instantly locked onto the basic rune array used to extract vitality on the gun handle. Lu Yuan did not understand the mechanical structure of firearms at all. But he understood runes, even though there were many aspects of this rune he had not thoroughly studied. It was like a math problem where one knows the answer. Even if there was no time to understand the entire problem, one who knows the answer only needs to add a number and operator that he knows in the right position. Lu Yuan extended a finger. Dense death elements coalesced at his fingertip. He did not dismantle the gun, but instead directly wrapped the death energy with mental power and brutally pressed it against the rune on the gun handle, forcefully overriding, violently altering. The original array remained unchanged. He simply found the rune for energy extraction. All he needed to do was add one for death energy extraction. Lu Yuan grabbed the modified gun and threw it to the nearby LV-9 skeleton captain. The skeleton captain with hollow eye sockets stared at the firearm in his hand, looking somewhat bewildered. Hold steady aim, pull the trigger. Lu Yuan issued the most direct physical command through their mental link. The skeleton captain clicked as he raised the rifle. The bony finger pulled the trigger. Virum. The gray rune on the barrel instantly lit up. The death energy within the skeleton captain was forcibly drained by the firearm. Bang! A bullet condensed from high-purity death energy screeched through the air as it erupted from the barrel. The foremost Norman Empire soldier was directly hit in the chest by this death energy bullet. There was no explosion, but the soldier let out a piercing scream. His chest plate was instantly corroded and melted as the death energy like strong acid burrowed into his body, turning half of him into a pool of foul-smelling black water in the blink of an eye. The power is doubled compared to ordinary magic energy bullets. It's done. A cold smile crept onto Lu Yuan's lips. Mage's hand. An invisible force field spread out, lifting a dozen rifles from the ground into the air. Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with silver light. His mental energy split into several strands, violently altering the runes of these firearms. In less than 10 seconds, all the rifles have been modified. Pick them up. Lu Yuan issued the command. Behind the cover, the remaining main skeleton soldiers tossed aside their white-bone spears. They bent down and picked up the magic energy rifles from the ground, skillfully holding them at their waists. Meanwhile, the ground in front of the tombstone was stirring. The skeleton soldiers that had just been shattered along with the enemy corpses dragged back, transformed into a continuous stream of newly born skeletons crawling out of the earth. As long as an enemy is taken down, the dropped rifles will be directly pulled over by the mage's hand. Lu Yuan rewrote the runes in midair in an instant before tossing them to the newly emerged cannon fodder skeletons. 1 row, 2 rows, 3 rows. 30 gray-white skeletons armed with magic energy rifles formed a classic shooting formation in 3 segments in the narrow underground passage. The Norman Empire officer charging madly was dumbfounded at the sight. He rubbed his eyes, hardly believing what he was seeing. Skeletons. Using guns. What kind of damn necromancy is this? Fire. Lu Yuan leaned against the cover and softly uttered 2 words. Bang, 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 bang. The deafening gunfire converged into the roar of death in the underground passage. 30 magic energy rifles modified with the essence of death simultaneously spat out ghostly gray flames. The dense projectiles of death wove an insurmountable web of lethal firepower. The soldiers of the Norman Empire charging at the front, unable to find cover, fell in droves like cut wheat. The corrosion of death filled the entire passage with a nauseating black smoke. The enemy's firepower was instantly suppressed by this unreasonable skeleton infantry formation. Soldiers continued to die. Their bodies were dragged back to the tombstone by the skeleton soldiers. The firearms were pulled back by the mage's hand and had their runes altered. New skeletons picked up rifles and joined the shooting line. 30, 40, 50. This was simply a perfect closed-loop perpetual motion machine. The Norman Empire officer looked in despair at this undead firepower squad that not only could not be killed but instead kept multiplying. He finally understood. Though reluctant to admit it, this battle was already over. At the end of the dark, narrow underground passage, Shunned and his team rushed forward. They passed through the last twisted blast door that had been blown apart and finally burst out of the dark tunnel. Ahead was the dome above the underground base of the Luanxian kingdom. At this moment, it had turned into a veritable mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Everywhere one looked, there were severed limbs and broken arms. Heavy bulletproof steel plates were torn apart with the curled metal edges stained with still dripping entrails. Dark brown blood pooled in the low-lying areas, forming nauseating puddles. The air was thick with the strong smell of rust and gunpowder. In the center of the pile of corpses, a battle was underway. On one side were 3 defending players drenched in blood. One was a berserker at the forefront, another was an archer trembling with a bow hidden behind cover, and the last was a priest shivering at the back. Their opponent was just one person. Monster. The berserker's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his neck and forehead like worms. He didn't retreat an inch, fiercely grasping a heavy double-bladed axe, howling madly as he charged at them. If you have the guts, don't hide. Come on, I want to see how long you can hold out today. The berserker's expression twisted in rage, his roar echoing across the ruins. He leaped high, the giant axe bringing with it the force to cleave mountains and split rocks, crashing down with all his fury. The man did not move. He simply smiled, raised his right hand clad in a white glove, and gently snapped his fingers. Snap! The crisp sound of the snap rang clear amidst the chaotic battlefield. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the berserker who had been roaring madly found his axe falling less than half a meter from the man's head. His skull exploded without warning, like a ripe watermelon detonated from within. Thick red and white fluids splattered radially across the ground. The headless corpse toppled backward stiffly due to inertia. Then bang! 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 The berserker's torso and limbs began to explode like firecrackers, triggering a series of bloody flesh explosions. In mere fractions of a second, a robust body was reduced to a mist of blood and remnants, leaving not a single intact bone behind. The archer behind witnessed this scene. His legs went weak, and he directly knelt on the ground. His longbow clattered onto the bloodstained steel plate. Can't be killed. This is impossible to kill. His voice trembled, his pupils contracted violently, his gaze completely shattered. This isn't human. How could such a monster be defeated? Run, hurry, and escape. The archer completely lost his fighting spirit. He scrambled, turning over, and crawling away, stumbling toward the darkness deeper in the ruins. As he fled behind that man, a once vague, gigantic shadow seemed to absorb some kind of nourishment, becoming more solid. The remaining priest also wanted to run, but he despairingly discovered that his legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. He couldn't outrun the archer. He would be the first to be caught. He would die. Extreme terror gripped his heart like a cold hand snapping the strings of his rationality. The priest's eyes lost focus, his pupils slowly rolled back, revealing large areas of lifeless white, becoming hollow and submissive. He did not run. Instead, he dragged his stiff steps one by one, actively walking toward that man. Shunned and his team hid in the shadows, using the ruins as cover, watching everything unfold. Everyone's breathing slowed at that moment. The man did not look at the priest who had become a servant. He turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the ground littered with corpses, precisely locking onto the shadows where Shunned and the others were hiding. Don't hide, my lovely lovers. His tone was exceptionally gentle, as if calling out to a long-lost lover. The sickness and fervor in that voice sent chills down one's spine. Shunned tightly gripped the staff. He knew that hiding was no longer an option. A group of people emerged from the shadows, stopping several meters away. Only then did they truly see the man's full appearance. He wore a perfectly tailored, elegant black suit, his shoes polished to a shine, without a trace of blood. However, as a necromancer, Shunned had an exceptionally keen perception of flesh and blood. With just a glance, a cold sweat broke out on his back. That was no high-end fabric at all. The pure black suit was entirely woven from the blood and flesh of living beings, their blood vessels and fascia compressed to an extreme degree. Even at the collar and cuffs, he could see tiny wriggling flesh buds. Behind the man in the suit stood a gigantic humanoid shadow made entirely of pure flesh. The shadow boasted the most perfect human proportions, yet it was completely devoid of skin, its bright red muscle fibers fully exposed. On its shoulders, the tattered flag of the Norman Empire was inserted. Behind it were countless thick, writhing flesh tendrils. Thud, thud, thud. Everyone could clearly hear a series of muffled thumping sounds. It was not a heartbeat. The sound echoed above the ruins, carrying a bizarre frequency that was both invigorating and blood-boiling. It was the beat of war drums. Wizard. The expression of the priest Mu turned pale in an instant as he whispered the identity of the opponent. Upon hearing these two words, Shunned's nerves instantly tightened. There are three main systems in the Mind series. The Mind Master externalizes the inner self, while the Sorcerer manipulates emotions, and the Wizard relies on utmost imagination and belief. They nourish deities within their consciousness and use extreme obsession to pull imagination into reality. Wizards who reach this level are all complete monsters, utterly incomprehensible lunatics. At that moment, the man looked at Shunned and the others, took a few steps forward, and stopped. He placed his right hand on his chest, bent slightly, and performed a flawless noble bow. Nice to meet you. I am Vicerin, the commander of the Norman Empire. Vicerin raised his head, his eyes revealing a chilling mix of fervor and gentleness. The fact that you have overcome numerous obstacles to come here proves that you are truly delectable. Next, we shall engage in a marvelous battle. You can regard me as your mortal enemy, but I will treat you as my dearest lovers. He spread his arms and began to proclaim loudly. I love war. The only meaning of war is to fight. If there is no bloodshed, no slaughter, then what is the purpose of this dull world? Shunned ignored his raving. In the pauses of Vicerin's speech, Shunned had already transmitted rapid commands into the minds of all his teammates through their mental link. Suppress your emotions. If you don't want to follow in the footsteps of that warrior, absolutely do not get angry. Those three just now definitely triggered some sort of rule. Kill. His abilities are likely directly linked to the emotions of anger, fear, and cowardice. I will test his limits. You all prepare. With that, Shunned did not give Vicerin time to continue his speech. With a wave of his staff, crack, 4 or 5 bodies of the defensive soldiers who were originally lying on the ground were forcibly infused with death energy, transforming into gray-green zombies that lunged at Vicerin from the flank. They opened their arms, trying to restrict Vicerin's movement. Vicerin let out a sigh. The hem of his suit instantly tore open, and several thick flesh tendrils like steel whips with eyes shot out in an instant. Crack, crack, crack. The tendrils produced a deafening sonic boom in the air, moving at an absurd speed. The remaining 3 zombies recklessly pounced on Vicerin's body. Viscerin did not move. The tendrils wove around him, forming an impenetrable. The remaining 3 zombies recklessly pounced on Viscerin's body. Viscerin did not move. The tendrils wove around him, forming an impenetrable blood net, the barbs on the tendrils gleaming like blades. With a few striking whips, the 3 zombies were forcibly dismembered into pieces, dark green corpse fluids spilling everywhere. At that moment, as he was distracted dealing with the zombies. Attack! Shunned shouted softly. Gile had already been poised to strike. His arms bulged like rocks, and his rough hands slammed heavily against the bloodstained steel plate. Boom! The earth let out a muffled roar. 3 sharp basalt pillars smashed through the thick alloy tiles, shooting out from underneath Viscerin's feet at an awkward angle. Puff! The rock pillar violently pierced through Viscerin's abdomen and left shoulder, lifting him into the air. Immediately after, Chu Hongya pointed her staff. A compressed dark red fire arrow whistled through the air, accurately striking Viscerin's chest. The fire arrow erupted into a blaze of ghostly flames, the dark red flames burning fiercely at his flesh, producing a sizzling sound. The air was filled with a nauseating smell of charred meat. Did they succeed? Everyone stared intently at the flames. Crack! A crisp sound of fracture echoed. Viscerin actually broke the hard rock pillar, piercing through his body with his bare hands. He gracefully leaped down from the air, emerging from the flames as if nothing had happened. One of the tendrils suddenly shot out, precisely stabbing into a soldier's corpse that was already lying in the ruins. Glug! Glug! Accompanied by a chilling sucking sound, the soldier's corpse shriveled at an observable speed, eventually turning into a skeleton. Meanwhile, the terrifying wounds on Viscerin's body, burned by the fire and pierced by the rock pillar, began to writhe, with flesh buds healing rapidly, without leaving a single scar. He even straightened his slightly disheveled suit collar. He heals quickly, but his body is frail. Shunned quickly issued commands through the mental link. He didn't absorb the nearby zombie remains, but instead absorbed distant corpses. We cannot afford to exhaust him. Hongya, charge your spell, and take him down in one blow. The others at all costs hold him back. The tactical goal was instantly clear: protect the main caster. Chu Hongya did not hesitate. A bright flame erupted beneath her feet, and using the force of the recoil, she soared into the air, hovering several meters above the ground. She closed her eyes, raising her staff above her head, beginning a long and complex incantation. The temperature of the surrounding air began to soar wildly, and violent fire elements formed a visible dark red vortex around her. Such a scale of energy gathering could not be concealed. Viscerin looked up and glanced at Chu Hongya in midair. A dangerous lover, he murmured softly. Behind him, a pair of gigantic wings made entirely of pure flesh violently tore through his suit. With a powerful flap, the strong airflow kicked up dust from the ground as Viscerin prepared to ascend and interrupt that deadly threat. Just as his feet were about to leave the ground. Get down, Gile roared. He forcefully swept his arms upward. Boom! A massive wave of rock 5 meters high crashed sideways like swatting a fly towards Viscerin in midair. The corpses were awakened and surrounded him like a horde. He had just risen from the rubble and swiftly dealt with a zombie that lunged at him. But the next moment, 2 second-tier ghouls disguised among the ordinary zombies erupted violently. They clung to Viscerin's arms, one on each side, using their far superior resilience to ordinary zombies, effectively immobilizing him in place. Before Viscerin, the second-tier corpse king glared furiously, its entire body emanating a dark, ominous aura, like boiling water. Under the extreme amplification of Chun An's undead totem, the corpse king swung its heavy fist, striking Viscerin firmly on the cheek. Bang! The tremendous impact erupted. Viscerin's head was violently thrown back, his cervical vertebrae emitting a painful cracking sound. But he was not dead. Utilizing the force of the backward motion, his body twisted sharply, and several tendrils shot out from his abdomen, wrapping around the arms of the ghouls that held him tightly. Viscerin's arms erupted with terrifying strength, swinging the 2 ghouls forcefully in front of him, blocking the second heavy punch from the corpse king that followed closely. Crack! He twisted his hands, brutally snapping the necks of the 2 ghouls. The tendrils behind him extended like venomous snakes, aiming to pierce through the corpse king's chest directly. Just as the tendrils were about to strike, an extreme chill surged from behind Viscerin. Suhan had approached without anyone noticing. His body was covered with a layer of frost, and parts of his flesh had even transformed into transparent ice crystals. The class talent Ice Corpse Elementalization was activated. Holding a heavy ice crystal greatsword in his hand, without a hint of hesitation, he aimed at the back of Viscerin's heart and thrust his sword in. The cold blade embedded into flesh and blood. The extreme cold frost power instantly erupted within Viscerin, attempting to freeze his blood and internal organs. But Viscerin's reaction was incredibly swift. The blood and flesh tendrils behind him spread wide, like a crazed spinning cutter, sweeping violently towards Suhan. Slap! Crack! Suhan's body was directly swept apart by the terrifying lashes of the tendrils. Blood and ice scattered all over the ground. Mubai gritted his teeth from the back, his hands pressed together as healing holy light accurately fell upon the scattered pieces. Relying on the elementalization characteristic, Suhan forcibly reassembled his scattered body under the healing of the holy light. But his face had turned extremely pale. This reassembly had nearly drained his stamina, causing him to fall to the ground, completely losing the ability to fight in a short time. But this brief delay was already enough. In midair, Chu Hongya suddenly opened her eyes wide, her pupils burning with intense flames. The surrounding air distorted severely due to the terrifying heat, and even the steel plates below began to show signs of melting into a dark red color. It's done. Chu Hongya's voice was deep and hoarse. A massive fire phoenix, 10 times larger than before and engulfed in chilling ghost fire, took shape above her staff. Go. The fire phoenix let out a silent shriek, carrying the terrifying heat that could incinerate everything, and crashed down towards Viceran like a falling meteor. Just as Viceran was about to make a move, the Corpse King lunged at him, desperately clinging tightly to his legs. The giant fire phoenix collided directly with Viceran. The earth-shattering explosion erupted in the center of the ruins, dark red ghost fire instantly engulfing Viceran's figure. This flame carried a soul-burning quality that could not be offset by simple flesh healing. Viceran finally let out a piercing wail, struggling and rolling in the fierce fire. Ultimately, under the extreme temperature, bang! Viceran's body exploded. Flesh and char mixed together, falling to the ground like black raindrops. And the divine phantom that had been standing behind him also began to shake violently, becoming blurry, its originally clear outline gradually dissipating. The tightly strung string finally relaxed for a moment. I got him. Galt fell heavily onto the debris-strewn ground. He wiped the mud mixed with sweat and dust from his face, unable to resist breaking into a wide grin. Hongya, you must treat me to drinks when we get back. Chu Hongya descended from midair, her drained magical power, leaving her pale, but she still gasped and smiled. You'll have to ask Chinon about that. All right. Galt's hearty response echoed in the air above the ruins. Bang! A dull, thunderous. Galt's head, like that of the previous berserker, exploded without warning. Red and white liquid splattered all over Mubei's face. Immediately after, Galt's headless, burly body began to undergo terrifying bloody explosions, one after another. Bang! 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 In a single breath, a living second-tier body turned into a pile of flesh, leaving not a single intact internal organ. This sudden turn of events caused everyone's brains to momentarily freeze. Haha. This battle was truly amazing. Viceran's familiar, elegant, yet sickly voice echoed again. Everyone looked up in horror. The speaker was none other than the divine phantom that was supposed to be dissipating. At this moment, the phantom not only had not disappeared, but was also crazily absorbing the emotions emanating from everyone at a terrifying speed, becoming more solid and transforming into flesh and blood. The chain reaction of the explosion continued. Still in a semi-elementalized state, Suhan's chest suddenly erupted with a spray of blood. He reacted extremely quickly, without hesitation, forcibly severing the connection between his limbs and head, completely disassembling his body into several ice sculptures. This near self-mutilating decisiveness barely saved his life, allowing him to evade the fate of a chain explosion, but he had completely turned into a pile of scattered ice blocks. Chu Hongya, as a fire mage, had the keenest perception of energy explosions. The moment she felt a strange swelling sensation in her right arm, she clenched her teeth, waved her staff with her left hand, and a fire blade flashed directly, severing her right arm at the root. The severed arm exploded into a cloud of blood mist in midair. She groaned in pain, kneeling on one knee on the ground, cold sweat instantly soaking her back, narrowly avoiding being blown apart. All of this happened in an instant so traumatic it was suffocating. Shin An's brain was racing. Why? Why was there still an explosion? We had clearly been suppressing our angry emotions. Just now everyone was only feeling relaxed due to victory. It's just not anger. The priest Mu Bei's face turned pale, wiping the bloodstains from his face, suddenly realizing as he looked at where Galt had shattered. It's that kind of explosive emotional undercurrent. That warrior just now in Galt. The conditions triggering the explosion were not anger at all. It's the intent to fight. Correct. Viceran's words came from the divine being in midair, laced with heavy mockery and satisfaction. However, there is no reward. The divine phantom had already completed more than half of its solidification, its massive flesh and blood body overshadowing everything. No more time to worry about that. Chun An's eyes turned red as he immediately mobilized the death element. The fluctuations of human emotions essentially stem from the physiological hormone secretion of living flesh. Chun forcibly infused rich death elements into his blood and nerves, suppressing the activity of his flesh, allowing himself to approach a soulless undead being without emotional fluctuations in a short time. Absolute coldness and rationality instantly engulfed his brain. He couldn't fight. This was not a monster they could deal with in their current state. Take Su-han. Shunned issued an unchallengeable command to the Corpse King. The Corpse King stepped forward, scooping up the scattered ice sculpture fragments of Su-han from the ground, and turned to flee. Shunned rushed forward, picking up the heavily injured Chu Hongya, who was nearly unconscious due to her severed arm. Mubai, stay close to me. Without looking back, Shunned ran deep into the passage. The direction they were fleeing towards was exactly where Lu Yuan had previously left to cover their retreat. The team had already lost their main tank, the main damage dealer was heavily injured with a severed arm, and the secondary tank was shattered into ice. They had to find Lu Yuan, their only powerful secondary damage dealer, otherwise everyone would die here. In midair, the divine phantom completed its final solidification. Vizrin's pale, elegant face emerged from the broad chest of the divine being. He looked at the few people fleeing in disarray below and smiled, extending countless huge blood and flesh tendrils. Don't go, my dear lovers. Our ball has only just begun. Not a moment was spent mourning the defeat of the crowd. The one who arrived at the battlefield was the strongest first-tiered class professional in history, Lu Yuan. The underground passage was pitch black. After swiftly dealing with the pursuing soldiers of the Norman Empire, Lu Yuan did not pause at all. Holding his great sword, he charged forward with a large battalion of skeleton troops towards the underground base. Just after passing through two blasted anti-explosive doors, he collided head-on with Chun and his group, who were retreating. He did not see any sign of pursuers behind them. Where's Gal? Lu Yuan stopped and asked. Shannon was panting heavily, his face smeared with blood and sweat, his eyes filled with lingering fear. Sigh. It's all because we encountered a purebred dung monster. It's a wizard. Shannon bit his teeth, speaking at an astonishing speed. This guy is simply disgusting. It's like opening the door to disgust. His recovery ability is freakish, and the most critical part is that his power is related to the emotional state of battle. When fighting him, you absolutely cannot have any fighting intent. If strong fighting intent arises, he can directly explode your flesh and blood. If you hesitate and want to run, he will be empowered and your fear will turn you into his slave. Gao was literally blown to pieces by fighting intent. Hearing this, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Junior brother Lu, you are our last trump card in this defensive battle. If we don't deal with him, Command HQ probably won't hold up either. Shannon stared intensely into Lu Yuan's eyes, his expression gravely serious. When fighting him, do not show any emotional fluctuations. I know this is difficult, but it's an order. Use death elements to suppress physical vitality. Though this method can severely harm the body, it's the only way to survive. Beside them, the priest Mu Bai, who was desperately healing Chu Hongya, and Su-han also looked up. He glanced at the death omen floating over Lu Yuan's shoulder. Lu Yuan, if you have extremely high spiritual power, you can manipulate your emotions forcibly, like we sorcerers, preventing him from triggering an explosion. If you can maintain absolute calmness, his rules will be ineffective against you. Lu Yuan nodded. Suppressing physical vitality with death energy. What a coincidence. He has the body of the living corpse. This move would be pure self-destruction for others, but for him it's as simple as drinking cold water. Not only did it not cause any harm, but it even made him feel a bit comfortable. During the few dozen seconds they were exchanging information, from the back of the passage a dull sound of footsteps approached. The wizard was closing in. At this moment Wesilon had completely transformed. He was no longer the elegant figure in a black suit. He had forcibly fused himself with that flesh and blood deity. His height surged over 3 meters, transforming into a grotesque giant. His pale skin was covered in interwoven dark red muscle patterns, and the tentacles behind him writhed like a swarm of snakes, emanating a stench of blood that made one want to vomit. You all step back. Lu Yuan tightened his grip on the flame rock greatsword. Be careful. Without hesitation, Shun immediately led the remaining teammates to retreat. Another delicacy. A first-tier necromancer. So what? Lu Yuan stood his ground, his voice betraying no hint of emotion. No. Victor's massive body leaned forward, his hollow face aimed at Lu Yuan. I can tell. You are quite delicious too, especially your eyes. They are simply too beautiful. I can't help but feel a desire to collect them. After you die, I will definitely embed them in my clothing. Or replace my own eyes. While Wesilon was ranting with his twisted declaration, Lu Yuan issued the command directly through the mental link without a word. Bang, 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 bang. The skeleton soldiers behind immediately raised their modified magic energy rifles, their muzzles flickering with a ghostly light. A barrage of death energy bullets poured forth like a torrential rain. Literally interrupted his spellcasting. How do you all enjoy interrupting others while they are speaking? Wesilon was evidently quite annoyed. A thick tentacle behind him shot out suddenly like a steel whip, exploding through the air, directly sweeping towards Lu Yuan's head. Facing this terrifying attack, Lu Yuan, as a mage, did not retreat. He gripped the flame rock greatsword with both hands, not even dodging. In a reverse motion, he executed a powerful slash. Whoosh! An unexpected scene unfolded. That incredibly tough blood and flesh tentacle, which could shatter steel, was severed at the moment it made contact with the sword's blade. It did not bleed at the cut. Instead, it exhibited a bizarre withering appearance. It seemed not to have been cut, but rather devoured by something in an instant. Wesilon let out a piercing scream. It was not a cry of physical pain. It was the excruciating agony of having his soul brutally torn apart. Weaselin's physical body was long gone. What merged with this deity was his remaining soul, while the deity itself was purely in a spiritual state. The great sword's greatest desire to devour was this unclaimed spirit and soul fragment. This strike was equivalent to taking a bite out of his soul. True damage. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. When Shunned mentioned the intelligence earlier, he had already suspected this aspect, which is why he deliberately stood still to take this blow to test the waters. He did not expect the effect to be even better than anticipated. But at the moment he severed the tentacle, Lu Yuan looked at the screaming Weaselin, his eyes showing no trace of emotion. The silver-white halo at the bottom of his eyes spun rapidly, and the pure white eye was fully activated. In the vision of the pure white eye, Lu Yuan clearly saw that Weaselin's massive 3-meter body was merely a shell filled with flesh and energy. Deep within the rotting flesh of his chest cavity there was a fist-sized dark red meat chunk constantly moving. That was his soul core, his lair. Lu Yuan immediately understood the key to this battle. This dung monster's melee body had actually been completely destroyed. Now, it was a fusion of his soul and the spirit state deity. The flame rock great sword in his hand, capable of devouring spirits and souls, was his greatest nemesis. However, as long as that core wasn't shattered, this monster could infinitely reconstitute. At this moment, Wesilon also realized in the agony of his soul. That sword in this human's hand could inflict fatal real damage on him. He absolutely cannot be allowed to get close. He must not discover his wandering core. Almost simultaneously, both of their minds flashed with entirely opposite tactical goals. Lu Yuan must get close and shatter the core. Weaselin must create distance and explode his fighting boom. The stone slab beneath Lu Yuan's feet shattered, and he lunged towards Wesilon like a cannonball. Rows of grotesque flesh cannons erupted from his body. Bang, bang, bang. The dense flesh projectiles shot towards Lu Yuan like raindrops. With the prediction of the pure white eye, Lu Yuan clearly saw the trajectory of these projectiles. These flesh masses were not meant for physical impact. They contained highly unstable spiritual energy. Once they got close, they would self-destruct. Lu Yuan did not slow down. The Death Star on his shoulder flickered with a ghostly light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of bone spikes accurately intercepted those flesh projectiles midair. Boom, boom, boom. Flesh exploded a dozen meters in front of Lu Yuan, creating a foul-smelling rain of blood. Lu Yuan ignored the shockwaves from the explosions and continued to charge forward. Seeing this, Weislin's massive body began to retreat repeatedly. While moving, Lu Yuan completed the charge of the pale spear. Go! A gigantic pale bone spear tore through the darkness, heading straight for Weislin's chest. A flash of murderous intent crossed Weislin's eyes. He could have used his tentacles to block it, but he didn't. He allowed the bone spear to viciously stab, and boom! The death energy exploded, creating a massive transparent hole in Weislin's abdomen. Yet he used the terrifying force from the explosion to forcibly propel himself backward. He would rather take a heavy hit than let Lu Yuan's large sword come close to his body. Bang! Wesilon landed heavily dozens of meters away. With this reckless pull, he successfully created distance between himself and Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's agility was ultimately only 10 points, unable to chase after such a deliberate retreat. After creating distance, Wesilon immediately summoned 2 corpses of the Luentian soldiers from the tentacles behind him. He prepared to absorb the flesh to recover from the massive penetrating wound on his stomach. But the next moment he felt a wave of intense nausea. Just as he brought the corpse to his mouth, the corpse suddenly opened its gray-green eyes and bit down hard on Weislin's jaw. Roar! It was Chunin. From a distance, Chun and had forcibly transformed these 2 corpses into zombies. Wesilon was furious. He ripped the zombie off his face and hurled it towards the charging Lu Yuan like trash. He intended to use the zombie to block Lu Yuan's advance. But the zombie was still midair. Bang! 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 30 magic energy rifles fired in unison from behind. The unfortunate zombie was instantly riddled with bullets, exploding into a mass of flesh. Cause of death for the zombie: acute metal poisoning. Lu Yuan's pace did not falter. He stepped over the zombie's remains and continued charging. Wesilon kept retreating, frantically firing flesh projectiles. Lu Yuan relied on the bone spikes of the Death Star to accurately intercept, or he intercepted with bullets fired by the skeleton marksman unit. The distance between the two was gradually closing. Just as Wycelon prepared to retreat again, crack. A thick layer of frost suddenly formed on the ground. Several thick ice pillars burst forth from the ground, firmly binding his legs in place. It was, even with just a head and half a body left, this cold sister complex had squeezed out the last bit of her magic power to cast this deadly control. That brief second of pause was more than enough. Lu Yuan rushed to Wycelon's side. This time Wycelon had nowhere to retreat. He was forced to confront. For thick tentacles swung towards Lu Yuan like raging warhammers from blind spots. Lu Yuan dodged to the side, avoiding the left tentacle while staying close. At the same time, he swung the blazing rock greatsword in a horizontal slash. Swish! The left tentacle was once again mercilessly devoured by the greatsword, and Wycelon let out a painful howl. But at the same time, a tentacle on the right silently lunged towards Lu Yuan's ribs like a venomous snake. At that critical moment, a solid white bone giant shield formed beside Lu Yuan. Bang! The force of the tentacle was astonishing. The bone shield shattered within half a second. But that half second of buffer was already enough. Lu Yuan retaliated with another sword strike. The second tentacle was severed at the root. Continuously devoured soul fragments made Wycelon tremble in pain. But if someone were to observe closely, they would notice a barely perceptible grin at the corners of Wycelon's twist. All of this was part of his plan. He intentionally let Lu Yuan approach, deliberately allowed his tentacles to be severed just to make this person feel assured of victory. Die! Wycelon roared in his heart. The next moment, the stone slab beneath Lu Yuan's feet shattered. Two thick tentacles hidden underground suddenly burst forth, wrapping tightly around Lu Yuan's legs and waist like iron hoops. The disparity in power was too great. Lu Yuan, with a physique of 27 points, was firmly bound by this sudden immense force, unable to break free even a bit. Meanwhile, on Wycelon's chest, a giant flesh cannon with a diameter of over half a meter was fully charged. The cannon mouth emitted a heart-pounding destructive red light directly aimed at Lu Yuan's face. Goodbye, Wycelon shouted hoarsely. A massive, highly compressed flesh bomb smashed directly onto Lu Yuan. Boom! The deafening explosion erupted at close range. Lu Yuan's body was sent flying like a kite, with a broken string propelled by the terrifying shockwave. Bang! He crashed heavily against a thick load-bearing wall dozens of meters away, embedding himself into it. The wall instantly became covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Lu Yuan lowered his head, blood dripping from his face, onto the ground. He was unaware of his fate. Viceran let out an exultant shriek, poised to press his advantage and utterly crush this arch-nemesis, when in the next instant a tide of shambling zombies surged forth from the far end of the corridor. These were corpses left behind by Chun and along the way, and Norman soldiers slain moments earlier by Lu Yuan, now reanimated as undead. Dozens of zombies crashed into Viceran in relentless waves, clamping onto his body and dragging down his momentum. From afar, skeletal riflemen continued their unrelenting barrage, their bullets hammering into Viceran's form, just as he furiously lashed his tentacles to clear the clinging undead. Roar! The zombie sovereign shattered limbs and debris beneath his feet and charged straight toward Viceran. Ignoring all defense, he hurled a devastating fist wreathed in thick necrotic miasma, aimed squarely at Viceran's face. Viceran scoffed and tilted his head aside to evade. Though several zombies clung desperately to his arms, his tentacles recoiled with lethal precision and struck the sovereign full force across the chest. Thud! The sovereign's breastplate splintered. He staggered backward under the blow. Meanwhile, Viceran's fleshy cannon recharged once more, its crimson glow intensifying as it locked onto Lu Yuan, still embedded in the wall. He meant to deliver the killing shot, yet the battered sovereign, grievously wounded, refused to yield. With a desperate lunge, he flung himself forward and slammed his broad chest directly over the cannon's muzzle. Boom! Another deafening detonation erupted at point-blank range. The sovereign absorbed the blast, a gaping wound tore through his chest, half his torso reduced to ruin. Without meticulous restoration, this rare second-tier summoned entity would be permanently destroyed, yet he had succeeded in blocking the strike. The surrounding horde swelled. Nearly 100 undead now ringed Viceran. You vermin, truly. Viceran was now thoroughly enraged by these inexhaustible, insignificant pests. His tentacles whipped outward in a furious arc, obliterating a wide swath of zombies into pulpy ruin. But in that fleeting moment, he turned to clear the swarm. Suddenly, a lethal presence descended upon him from behind. He whirled around sharply. There stood the Lich Mage, Lu Yuan, who moments before had been embedded motionless in the wall, presumed mortally wounded. Somehow, he had already leapt forth from the zombie ranks behind Viceran. Lu Yuan was drenched in blood, his night-owl robes torn and charred beyond recognition. Yet he lived. How? Such proximity to that blast should have felled even a pure-blood second-tier warrior. How could a mage survive unscathed? Viceran had no time to ponder. His rear tentacles snapped back instantly to intercept Lu Yuan midair, yet already blazing upon Lu Yuan's greatsword fierce rock blade were roaring flames of dark crimson and swirling wisps of ashen death energy. Die! Lu Yuan roared, a thunderous battle cry saturated with reckless fury, savage brutality, and the incandescent will to rise from certain death. He swung the blade with frenzied abandon. Shriek! Shriek! One by one the defensive tentacles were severed and devoured. His eyes bloodshot with rage burned brighter, and his aura surged ascending without restraint. Battle intent, pure unadulterated absolute. Even Mu, by hiding far away, felt it unmistakably, Lu Yuan's raw, shattering desire to tear his enemy limb from limb. Viceran felt it too. Staring at Lu Yuan, wildeed unhinged, he first froze in disbelief. Then, amidst the soul-rending agony, Viceran threw back his head and laughed, a mad, echoing cackle. Ha! It's over. Abandoning all defense, he let the greatsword descend toward his own body. He gazed at Lu Yuan, not as a foe, but as a corpse. How pitiful. Did your comrades not warn? Never under any circumstance awaken battle intent against me. Flesh sacrifice explosion. Viceran activated his ability. He stared fixedly at Lu Yuan, anticipating the exquisite spectacle, the human skull bursting like a watermelon into crimson mist. 1 second. 2 seconds. The expected detonation never came. On Lu Yuan's blood-smeared face, every trace of fury and frenzy vanished utterly as if erased by an unseen hand. His gaze remained deep gray, still silent dead. And deep within his pupils concentric white rings rotated with cold, absolute rationality. They did warn me. Lu Yuan's voice was calm, devoid of warmth, edged faintly with mockery. But how else could I make you willingly drop your guard? Mere sword strikes won't kill you after all. Vizeran's laughter died mid-breath, frozen on his lips. Had he been deceived? That battle intent had felt utterly real. Yet how could any being master emotion with such surgical control? But Viceran had no time left to contemplate. For Lu Yuan's greatsword had already cleaved deep. Schlorp. Viceran reacted instantly. He knew the blade's lethality. To endure it would mean instant soul annihilation. Karake. His massive form detonated deliberately, shattering into a dozen irregular chunks of flesh, and gore hurtling chaotically in all directions. So long as even one fragment escaped, his soul could regenerate. He assumed Lu Yuan would never discern which piece concealed his true soul core. Yet Lu Yuan didn't glance at the others, not once. The pure white eye had locked onto the most inconspicuous fragment the instant Viceran exploded. Lu Yuan landed, then drove off hard with his right leg, blasting forward like lightning. In his grip the fierce rock blade blazed with searing red light as he unleashed a decisive slash. Schlorp. The fragment housing Vizeran's soul core split cleanly down its center. Instantly the blade's dark red circuitry flared, and a terrifying suction force erupted. It ripped the fractured soul core from the air and devoured it whole. Impossible. Only Vizeran's final thought, dripping with despair and disbelief, echoed faintly in the silence. Then all fleeing flesh fragments simultaneously lost vitality, turning inert, lifeless, and collapsing to the floor with dull, wet thuds. The battle ended. A soft blue system notification shimmered into view before Lu Yuan's eyes. You have slain Norman Imperial Commander Viceran LV. 13 second class War Priest rank D. No experience awarded, current tier cap reached. Acquired soul energy 337 points. Acquired blue chest 1. Alliance alert defensive squad has eliminated enemy commander. Team merit awarded 100 points. Lu Yuan exhaled slowly, watching the message fade. At that moment the fallen flesh fragments on the ground quivered, as if drawn by invisible strings, then streaked upward as ribbons of crimson light, vanishing into the fierce rock blade held in his hand. And the residual essence of Vizeran's slaughter-fueled madness, the ultimate sin of malice, coalesced into a chaotic black orb flying straight toward Lu Yuan's chest. A resonant tremor echoed deep within Lu Yuan's consciousness. Your specialty sin-devouring void has consumed ultimate sin. Current void capacity increased to 20 slots. Lu Yuan's heart lifted, but he sensed instinctively that the sin required for the next evolution would be astronomically vast. Yet when it came, it would be transformative. He lowered his gaze to the fierce rock blade. After absorbing Vizeran's entire soul and flesh, the blade's dark red engravings dimmed completely. The weapon had entered a dormant state, akin to a living creature sated beyond capacity. Clearly it too was on the cusp of metamorphosis. Lu Yuan nodded, satisfied. With a flick of his wrist, he retracted the great sword into his spatial magazine. Then he turned toward his teammates, staggering toward each other, jaws slack with awe. He raised a hand, casually wiping blood from his face. Enough staring. Let's go claim our reward. In the ruins. The priest Mu Bai collapsed on the ground, his face as pale as paper, his hands still maintaining the last flicker of faint holy light, providing final internal repairs for Chu Hongya and Su Han. Lu Yuan leaned against a broken wall, pouring a bottle of magical potion into his mouth. He did not rush to examine the bodies. Instead, he kept the pure white eye at a low power state, quietly observing Chun, and who was cleaning up the battlefield not far away. When a necromancer engages in high-stakes battles against high-tier bosses, failing to prepare in advance can indeed lead to losses. However, during routine cleanup tasks and battlefield sweeps, they become practically divine. Chun stood among the heap of corpses, tapping his staff. With a single gesture, 7 or 8 gray-green zombies stood up in unison from the ground. The speed at which he attracted monsters was absurdly fast. Lu Yuan knew that a standard second-tier necromancer could never match this casting speed. Under the view of the pure white eye, he quickly discerned the truth. This was not Chun and casting magic alone. The nearby towering second-tier corpse king was also synchronously guiding the spell. The essence of casting magic involves 3 elements: constructing the model, channeling mana, and forming the spell. The construction of the spell model utilizes one's own spirit. Lu Yuan keenly noticed that the spiritual fluctuations emitted by the corpse king, while constructing the awakening spell, were almost identical to those of Chun and himself. Thus, this was not an inherent casting ability of the corpse king. If it were, it would be called a corpse witch or a lich. The truth is singular. The spirit used by the corpse king to construct the spell model was half of what Chun forcibly split from his own mind. Some might argue that this is merely multicasting. But take note, the subject here is the corpse king. This means that the spell casting was not performed by Chun himself, but was the result of the corpse king acting independently. Lu Yuan watched with envy. If he could obtain such a method of spirit division, he could directly implant it into his Death Star. Then the Death Star would no longer be just an automatic rifle that shoots bone spikes, but a floating main cannon capable of automatically unleashing complex high-tier spells. However, Lu Yuan also understood that this was likely Chun An's innate ability, something he could not learn. He shook his head, stopping this unrealistic thought of trying to exploit someone else's talent. But later he could ask his senior brother about it. Perhaps he could deconstruct the underlying principles. It was time to get down to business. He still needed to compete with this senior for the corpses. To say they were competing is not entirely accurate. Chun was a principled person. He only raised the bodies of ordinary soldiers to serve as cannon fodder zombies. As for the bodies of first-tier soldiers who were well-equipped and evidently of higher rank, he did not touch any of them, leaving them all for Lu Yuan. Of course, Lu Yuan would not be polite. His tombstone had reached LV5 in skill proficiency after the previous intense battles. Now the cannon fodder that crawled out from beneath the tombstone started at level 5, with skeletal durability far superior to the temporary zombies Chun had raised, so he was not lacking in cannon fodder at all. After a meticulous selection process akin to piecing together a puzzle, Lu Yuan raised a complete squad of 25 first-tier skeleton soldiers. To ensure the quality of micromanagement remained high, he did not increase their numbers. These 25 skeleton soldiers, after absorbing the abundant experience and death energy overflowing from the battlefield, all forcefully reached level 10. All uniformly at the first-tier limit. As for the most precious second-tier enemy corpses on the field, the two did not become envious over the distribution and divided them fairly. Lu Yuan took 5, and Chun took 4. However, the biggest surprise of the day was not this. Lu Yuan turned his head to look at the skeleton standing beside him. The skeleton captain who had followed him all the way and even learned to protect food and seize experience had undergone a tremendous transformation. The originally gray-white bones now displayed a metallic sheen resembling black iron. Its height had increased to 2 meters 1. The soul fire in its eye sockets had completely transformed from gray-white to a chilling, piercing green. It was clad in a fearsome armor made of bones. Second tier. In this brutal bloodbath that transcended level limits, this worker skeleton who had clawed its way up from the frost blood mine had fully capitalized on its own efforts and greed for experience, reaping significant rewards. It directly leveled up on the spot. Lu Yuan happily summoned its panel. Skeleton Captain level LV10 second-tier race Skeleton Warrior, a grade race coefficient 0. 8. Template Skeleton Warrior strength coefficient 0. 2. Speed coefficient 0. 25. Armor coefficient 0. 2. Possesses excellent combat experience leader special. This unit possesses rudimentary intelligence, able to autonomously command up to 10 undead skeletons of equal or lesser strength, sharing a faint battle intent. Corrupted Resurrection race coefficient 0. 5. Race skill undead creature, multi-weapon specialization. Looking at this splendid panel, Lu Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of joy. What defines an excellent employee? Not only can they promote themselves, but they can also help their boss lead a team. Lu Yuan was generous, waving his hand without hesitation. He directly allocated 10 of the 25 level 10 skeleton soldiers to the captain's command. This way his micromanagement pressure was instantly halved. After cleaning up the battlefield, the group followed the path created by the bombed ruins, descending into the shattered core of the command center. Then they witnessed an absurd scene. In an absolute dead angle formed by several thick blast-proof steel plates, the commander of the Luanshan kingdom, with a face full of stubble and a mechanical right arm, was crouched on the ground covered in dirt. He was not dead. Not only was he alive, but he had not even scratched his oily skin. Suhan looked at him, his eyelids twitching twice. Incredible. First, there was a heavy alchemical missile washing the area, followed by an attack from a second-tier wizard that nearly uprooted the very crust. How did a mere ordinary second-tier survive? The group exchanged glances. One could only say that the survival instincts born from absolute danger taught you how to stay alive. This commander had undoubtedly reached a master level in the art of escaping and seeking cover. However, his survival was also a good thing. After all, if the NPCs of their faction were not completely wiped out, they could still complete their mission. Suhan cleared his throat, adjusted his tattered robe, and stepped forward to negotiate. Under Suhan's top-notch negotiation skills, this terrified commander, in gratitude for their life-saving assistance, unexpectedly granted them an additional hidden quest. Ding. Team quest: defend the command center. Completed. Difficulty C. Reward: all members 3 agility, 3 constitution. Looking at the rewards popping up on the panel, Lu Yuan fell into silence. Not even a single point of intelligence or spirit. Forget it. Lu Yuan silently consoled himself. Free attributes shouldn't be turned down. Moreover, glancing at the lively commander on the ground, and this 6 points of attributes. What taught you to survive was. After settling the mission, the group headed straight for the military supply exchange that had not been completely destroyed. Having killed the enemy commander and cleared numerous minions, their team's contributions had just crossed the threshold of 1,500 points. As the team leader Chun and made the decision on the spot, he directly exchanged for the coveted strategic grand prize, complete class transition and building blueprints for the Steam Legion. After exchanging for this expensive blueprint, the remaining scattered contributions were all divided among them. Lu Yuan used his share. In one breath, he exchanged for several high-quality magical energy rifles for research, as well as several boxes of various equipment for studying undead gear. His spatial magazine was packed to the brim. With everything settled, before leaving, the 6 of them returned to the ground where Gal had fallen. There was nothing left here. Not even a shard of bone could be found. In the game world, death meant true death. There were no save points, no resurrection. Souls and bodies would be completely devoured by the laws of the... As for forcibly calling the system to exit in the face of irresistible danger, that was purely a luck-based random delay mechanism. At the very moment you shouted to exit, the monster's blade might have already cleaved your head. Moreover, whether or not one could exit the game world was purely random. One might be allowed to exit only after reaching an extreme limit of world time, or one might be ejected just after completing a mission. Chen An's eyes were reddened. He crouched down and used an empty bottle to collect a handful of soil soaked with Gal's blood. Brother, we won. We'll take you home. Having completed all this, Chun and stood up, took a deep breath, and chose to exit. Main quest: war bonuses completed, exit conditions met. Would you like to exit the world immediately? Yes. 5 blue pillars of light descended from the sky. Amidst the devastated ruins, the figures of 5 people gradually faded away. From the moment they entered the Rust City to the end, this frenzied, relentless, high-pressure blood battle lasted less than 2 full days. The sensation of weightlessness receded like a tide. Lu Yuan's feet returned to the solid ground beneath him. Before him lay the familiar pure white settlement space. Around him lights flickered, and the figures of Chun and the others descended one by one. Before anyone could speak, a light blue system panel abruptly appeared. Rust City settling in progress. Settlement complete. Comprehensive evaluation. C comment: although you messed up the defense line, this reckless yet successful beheading operation has granted the defending side a tragic victory. Basic rewards have been issued. Gain source crystal 500, additional personal performance reward, and special attribute luck 1-2. Attribute points: intelligence 1, spirit 7, charisma 1, physique 1-3. Special item talent awakening stone. Lu Yuan looked at the row of attribute points, his breath stopping for a moment. Intelligence 1, physique 1, oh, all of this seemed normal. But that spirit 7 was simply blinding. Did this broken system's random wheel bug out? Lu Yuan's gaze slowly shifted upward, landing on the special reward of luck 1. His original luck value was the standard human value of 1 point. Now with an additional point, his luck attribute had effectively doubled. This explained everything. Entering the Elite League was to happen today. In truth, this was caused by the author's manipulation of the wheel. Lu Yuan forcibly suppressed the urge to pull out the wizard's blue treasure chest right then and there. Taking a deep breath, he shifted his focus back to the equipment on himself. The ring of whispering mist he obtained during the last settlement. To be honest, it looked impressive at the time. But in actual combat, that 30 activation probability was simply negligible. Rubbish. Once he returned to school, he planned to sell it in the second-hand trading area, advertising it as 99 new for female use. Lu Yuan made a decision and then turned his gaze to the Talent Awakening Stone in his backpack. This item had no quality classification and appeared to be just a gray dull pebble. However, its rarity was marked as extremely high in the school database. Everyone is born with talent. Some manifest it early, while others need this stone to forcefully knock on the door. Lu Yuan held the talent stone in his palm, closed his eyes, and tried to sense it. Buzz. A warm wave flowed from his palm throughout his body. It did not resonate with his death energy, nor did it touch his spiritual sea. Instead, it was his muscles, bones, and blood that felt a faint hunger for this stone. Physical talent. Lu Yuan opened his eyes in surprise. His physical talent had actually surpassed his death element talent, which had reached level 1 elemental affinity. Not only that, if he were to crush the stone now to force an awakening, this ordinary body which had not been refined with any heavenly materials would only awaken a talent, at most reaching sea level. This is the genetic limit of the ordinary human race. Should he awaken now, a sea-level physical talent was already a dream for most people. With it, his physique would undergo a qualitative change. The path to the second tier would be much smoother, and the title of melee mage would be firmly established. This was the optimal solution for improving combat power at present. But this was a mindset of a loser. He was already the strongest existence at the first tier, once he fully understood the knowledge of the second tier, relying on that group of skeleton armies with race coefficients. Ordinary second-tier professionals wouldn't even qualify to be cannon fodder in front of him. He didn't lack this bit of immediate combat power. A mere sea talent was not worthy of his ambition. He must wait. Wait until he obtains top-tier resources that could thoroughly elevate the foundation of this body before awakening. He wanted this first awakening talent to become his true trump card. With that in mind, Lu Yuan decisively stuffed the talent stone into the spatial magazine. Nearby, Chun Un and the others also finished their settlements one after another. They exchanged glances and walked in front of Lu Yuan with a mutual understanding. Chun Un looked at Lu Yuan and spoke directly. Junior brother Lu, the treasure chest dropped by the wizard is yours. We absolutely will not interfere. Lu Yuan glanced at them. The wizard had been single-handedly killed by him in the basement, and at that time the situation was too chaotic, causing the chest to automatically enter his backpack. That was a boss with a significant drop. Lu Yuan said calmly. I soloed it, and you lost out. After we go out, I'll compensate each of you with a portion of source crystals. No. Su-Han immediately waved his hand, a hint of fear appearing on his cold face. Without you, that kind of monster with rule-based kills would have turned us all into a pile of minced meat. We won't pay for our lives. As for that bit of source crystal compensation. Su-Han glanced at Lu Yuan. To put it bluntly, we really don't care about your meager savings. Nearby, Chu Hongye and Mu Bai also nodded in agreement. They came from prestigious families and truly did not care about these trifles. Lu Yuan did not insist further. Saving money was a good thing, forcing money upon them was foolish. All right. Lu Yuan nodded. Seeing this, Chen An's expression became serious and he stepped forward. Junior brother Lu, actually we came to talk to you about the matter of the Steam Legion blueprints. We discussed it. If this blueprint is submitted directly to the family, we few juniors won't gain much, so we decided to establish a development consortium ourselves to jointly acquire it. Chun Un locked eyes with Lu Yuan. Are you interested in joining a share? Sure. Lu Yuan replied straightforwardly, but I must declare in advance that I am financially strained. If shares are calculated based on the investment ratio, I can only participate individually at most. Having you say that is enough. Chun Un smiled, starting to calculate. This project requires an enormous space and a massive amount of magical metal. We few students can't handle it. Thus my family and Su-Han's family will enter as corporate investors. The family will provide 100 of the construction funds and materials, taking 60 of the capital shares. The remaining 40 will be our founding technical shares. You alone will hold half of that 40, meaning 20 of the total shares. Stop. Lu Yuan suddenly spoke up. His previously calm gaze had now turned icy, unceremoniously interrupting Chun Un. The atmosphere around them froze. Su-Han and Chu Hongye were both taken aback, not understanding why Lu Yuan suddenly changed his demeanor. Senior Chun Un. Lu Yuan fixed his gaze on Chun Un's eyes, his voice devoid of any warmth. Are you giving me 20 of the shares to make me die before school starts? Upon hearing these words, Chun Un's smile abruptly froze. Lu Yuan let out a scoff. A strategic blueprint capable of mass-producing extraordinary armies, once implemented, it would become a money printer, a weapons factory that could shake an entire city. You four have families backing you, securing your shares. Your families will protect you. Lu Yuan pointed at him. I am just an orphan without power or influence, not yet officially enrolled. holding 1/5 of this enormous cake. Do you think those ruthless elders behind you would be grateful that I saved you in the game world? No. Lu Yuan continued, they would only think that my unexpected demise and the subsequent legal acquisition of that 20 share would be the most cost-effective strategy for the family. Lu Yuan's words shattered the facade of warmth maintained by the great families. Shunned broke into a... He had been so focused on how to win over this promising junior that he completely overlooked the harsh political logic of Blue Star. Or rather, as a member of a family, he subconsciously underestimated the limits of the family elders. So, do you mean to give up on the shares? Su-Han frowned, his tone a bit anxious. No. Lu Yuan's gaze was profound. This blueprint is something I fought hard to obtain. I will not take one less share than I deserve. However, the way we divide the cake must change. That means, involve the school. The moment these words were spoken, the surrounding air fell silent for 2 seconds. However, Chun-En and the others were not fools. As elites nurtured by the great families from a young age, they had just fallen into the blind spot of the great family's condescending view of commoners. At this moment, Lu Yuan's light remark awakened them, and their minds quickly turned. Chun-En was the first to read. His eyes lit up sharply, and he instinctively clenched his fists in excitement. I understand now, Chun-En gasped. Let the school hold 51 of the shares, and the site will be built within the protective zone of Xing Luo University, with the school's high-level formation masters providing martial protection. With Xing Luo University as the largest shield, even if there were fifth-tier jealousies, they would have to weigh the anger of the academic faction. A glimmer of cleverness and calculation flashed across Su-Han's otherwise cold face. He immediately joined the conversation. Since the school is providing the land and martial protection, then our 4 families will be responsible for providing building materials, funding, and opening all channels for hiring mercenaries. We will take 39 of the capital shares. Su-Han spoke faster and faster, his eyes betraying the greed and excitement typical of a family heir. This is simply a stroke of genius. If we have the school as a solid backing, our 4 families will not only avoid being pressured and swallowed by other major powers, but we will also be able to expand more comfortably. This 39 is definitely worth more than the 60 we could operate privately. Hearing the analysis from the 2 Chu Hongya and Mu Bai nearby, also suddenly realized their breathing becoming heavy. Shunned took a deep breath. He turned to Lu Yuan, his gaze becoming quite complex. The school will hold 51, the family 39. The remaining 10 will be our 5 people's technical shares. Junior brother Lu Yu will take 5. The 4 of us will divide the remaining 5, alright. Lu Yuan raised his head, meeting Chun-En's gaze. They instantly understood the meaning in each other's eyes. You kid, not only did you not lose out, but you actually gained a great deal. Chun-En chuckled and directly calculated this deal for Lu Yuan. With the school involved, the scale and output of the site can at least multiply tenfold. With 5 of the expanded cake, the source crystals obtained will be significantly more. More importantly, Chun-En paused, his tone filled with genuine admiration. This 5 is a suitable red line. It can ensure that junior brother Lu receives a considerable income every month, yet it is not enough for our families to risk offending Xing Luo University and a 4th-tier mentor by sending someone to secretly harm him. Junior brother Lu's move not only preserved himself, but also conveniently tied our interests to the academic faction's chariot. The entire audience finally understood. For a moment, the settlement space fell silent. Su-Han and Chu Hongya looked at Lu Yuan with a subtly changed. They were no longer looking at a cunning old fox. Instead, they were seeing a lone wolf who had crawled through the bottom rungs, possessing a beast-like instinct for danger. These young masters from great families were accustomed to basking in their family's shade and to the winner-takes-all mentality. But Lu Yuan had no shade. He understood the limits of human nature all too well, and he also knew the fate of bearing the crime of possessing wealth. Thus, he could decisively cut off the most tempting piece of cake in front of him and exchange it for an absolutely safe golden ticket. This extreme clarity, unmarred by greed, was even more startling than when he slaughtered enemies on the battlefield, and it made others feel at ease. Cooperating with such a person means never having to worry that he would lead everyone to ruin for the sake of small. Chun-En took a deep breath, retracting his previously casual demeanor, and nodded solemnly, his tone becoming unusually serious. Conservatively estimating based on this division and scale, once the troop is put into production, junior brother Lu, your 5 share will yield a basic monthly dividend. Chun-En raised 2 fingers. It will definitely not be less than 1500 source crystals. The air fell silent. Lu Yuan looked at Chun-En. His eyelids twitched violently, his heart skipping a beat. How much? 1500 source crystal. And that's every month. I risked my life fighting in the world, getting bombed by missiles, and chased by bosses, and the settlement only gave me 500. Lu Yuan took a deep breath. He forcefully suppressed the wildly rising corners of his mouth, maintaining his expressionless face even though it was killing him inside. He solemnly extended his hand, and shook Chen-n's hand, his eyes filled with unprecedented sincerity. Senior Chun, and if any issues arise during the development and mass production of the blueprint, feel free to come to me anytime. Pushing open the door to the special student dormitory, welcome back, Mo Shua, dressed in a loose Japanese shirt, waited at the entrance, her golden halo spinning twice. Lu Yuan ignored her. He tore off the night owl robe, which had become tattered like a rag, and expressionlessly tossed it into the trash can. It seems I need to go shopping for a new outfit. Lu Yuan rubbed his shoulders. With only a few days until the official start of school, I also need to participate in the major competition. I can't go with bare arms. He threw himself onto the soft sofa in the living room. He casually flipped over the blue treasure chest that had dropped from the wizard Vizarin, landing on the coffee table. Should I wash my hands? Lu Yuan glanced at the shiny luck one on his personal panel and sneered. Wash my hands. I'm no longer the unlucky one I used to be. I am now Lu Yuan. Open it directly. Bang. The chest lid sprang open, and a blinding light burst forth in the living room, casting the entire room in a strange hue. What the heck? It's gold. Is this for real? Is the value of a one luck this terrifying? Lu Yuan suddenly sat up straight. As the light dissipated, two items lay quietly at the bottom of the treasure chest. The first was a dark red chunk of flesh, slowly pulsating like a heart. The flesh and blood essence core material. From its name one could tell it was a material of flesh and blood. If it were just an ordinary flesh material, he wouldn't be this excited. This was the core material, used to construct a flesh and blood necromancer's domain. What a good find, saving him a significant amount of money on core materials. Although he wasn't currently specializing in flesh and blood necromancers, how could he, with the pure white eye, not learn the ways of flesh and blood necromancers at the second tier? Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction and shifted his gaze to the second item. It was a small object about the size of a walnut, seemingly carved from pale bones and shriveled brain matter. Miniature grievance subbrain exotic item. Quality blue. Effect can parasitically fuse with a pure energy aggregate, granting it a faint sense of independent computation. Lu Yuan stared at the item, stunned for a full 3 seconds. Isn't this just a custom-made external CPU for the Death Star? Originally, although the Death Star could automatically absorb blue energy, he still needed to expend mental energy to manually construct the spell framework inside. Now with this thing, he could directly transfer the framework, and the Death Star could cast spells autonomously without a cast time. What a delightful stroke of luck. Lu Yuan carefully stored the items in his spatial pouch. He glanced at the calendar. There were still 5 days until the official start of school. He planned to rest for a day and then directly enter the breaking tier trial. He aimed to level up to the second tier before school started. Resolute, Lu Yuan took a shower and fell asleep immediately. The next day, Lu Yuan for once did not go to the library to grind for levels, but instead slept in until the sun was high in the sky. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Chu Feng. This kid obviously had also fully exited the game world. Friend, wanna grab a meal? New place? Oh, a private room at the Delicacies Pavilion outside the school. Noon. Lu Yuan followed the navigation to the restaurant and pushed open the door to the private room. Chu Feng was sitting at the table holding a cup of tea. Seeing Lu Yuan enter, he first let out a long sigh, then spoke in an exaggerated tone. Ah, my friend, it's truly distressing. Chu Feng shook his head. In the game world, I accidentally wandered around and somehow broke through to the second tier without realizing it. Luck, it's all luck. Lu Yuan looked at him expressionlessly. What a sly guy. You brought me out here just to show. Lu Yuan walked over, pulled out a chair, and sat down. It truly is luck, he said casually, and with a thought 90 points of mana evaporated. On the carpet of the private room, a gray-white reverse summoning array lit up. Click. A 2-meter-tall skeleton captain clad in menacing black-bone armor squeezed out from the array. Although the high-end private room had a ceiling of over 3 meters, once this hulking figure emerged, the imposing skeleton and the spear it wielded made the originally spacious room feel cramped. To avoid having the grotesque bone horns on its head puncture the exquisite wallpaper of the ceiling, and to prevent the expensive crystal chandelier above the table from shattering, the dignified second-tier skeleton captain had no choice but to awkwardly hunch its robust spine, bow its head deeply, and fix its gaze with eerie green second-tier soul flames in its eye sockets on Chu Feng. The temperature in the entire private room suddenly dropped to freezing point. Lu Yuan leaned back in his chair, took a sip of tea, and looked at Chu Feng with a face full of surprise. Ah, Chu Feng, how did you know my necromancer also advanced to the second tier? Chu Feng's smile froze on his face. He glanced at the hunched figure which exuded an overwhelming presence, then looked back at Lu Yuan. You win. Chu Feng silently gave a thumbs up. In terms of luck, you are certainly luckier. After both of them finished showing off, the atmosphere relaxed considerably. Lu Yuan waved his hand to dismiss the summon, and the waiter began serving the dishes. As Chu Feng ate, he scrutinized Lu Yuan. By the way, you must have long since exceeded level 10 in experience, right? Why haven't you gone for the trial to advance yet? Just came out from the world, I'm tired. He'll go tomorrow, Lu Yuan casually replied while picking up some food. That's true. Chu Feng nodded, then shifted the topic. By the way, I have some insider information regarding the ranking matches that will start when school begins in a few days. Chu Feng lowered his voice. This year it's not unknown. The school has changed the rules to adopt an ultra-large sand table survival and scoring hunt mode. There are no restrictions on methods, only survival time, and the points you hold matter. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan paused his chopsticks. The two exchanged glances. In their eyes a glimmer of understanding flashed, something only seasoned veterans would comprehend. Survival. Points. No restrictions on methods. Lu Yuan's hard strength combined with the calamity of the undead was nearly invincible in positional warfare, but he lacked mobility, was slow to find people, and had no insidious reconnaissance methods. As for Chu Feng, this guy could not only disguise himself as a lifeless corpse, but his mushrooms and vines were also excellent tools for laying ambushes, poisoning, and providing vision. One was a frontline meat grinder with a fear of insufficient firepower. The other was a tactical veteran who had maxed out survival and stealth. If these two teamed up, it would definitely be a match made in heaven. Once they both advanced to the second tier and entered. Joined forces. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. Lu Yuan said nothing but let out a few low chuckles, and his meaning was clear. Chu Feng also started to chuckle. After laughing, Chu Feng's expression became slightly more serious. However, the school has suddenly changed the competition rules, so things are not that simple. There might be some actions within the school, and we should still be cautious. Chu Feng dipped his fingertip in tea and drew a circle on the table. In addition, I have some resources and have obtained insider information. This upcoming school competition might just be an internal preliminary screening. The real main event will be after this semester ends. The 4 top-tier academies along with the authorities will jointly hold a super competition for low-tier professionals, 1st to 3rd tier, covering the entire Blue Star. Chu Feng frowned, his tone laced with concern. This is quite unusual. The authorities have never concentrated low-tier professionals on such a large scale before. Moreover, with such a big setup, it indicates that there will definitely be significant changes on Blue Star. I don't know if there are internal problems, or if external forces are planning a large-scale invasion. It even seems that the way they are organizing the low-tier professional competition is likely aimed at us. After hearing this, Lu Yuan did not show any signs of worry on his face. He slowly swallowed the food in his mouth, wiped his mouth with a napkin. I don't know if the winds are cold or not. Lu Yuan raised his head, his deep gray eyes revealing an absolute rationality. All I know is that since the authorities are willing to invest resources in the competition, it means there will be a massive amount of resources and rare materials to be obtained. For us, this is precisely the perfect time to legitimately enhance our strength. If the sky falls, there will be someone taller to hold it up. As long as we seize all the rewards and become stronger than others, only they will be the ones to perish. Chu Feng looked at Lu Yuan's composed demeanor, momentarily stunned. After a moment, he thought for a while, then nodded with a wry smile. Indeed, worrying unnecessarily is pointless. The world is vast, and making money is paramount. The meal ended amidst their cheerful, profit-sharing plan. Exiting the restaurant, the two went their separate ways. Lu Yuan tightened his clothing and quickly headed toward the dormitory. Tomorrow is the breaking tier trial. He must return to make his final preparations. At Tsinghua University, in the special admission dormitory, Lu Yuan stood before a full-length mirror, putting on a new robe that he had purchased for a hefty 100 credits from the school's treasury. The robe was a deep, dark purple, lacking the light and airy quality typical of magical gear, instead adorned with intricate matte metallic patterns. Wearing it felt as heavy as a lead plate. The wide robe not only completely concealed Lu Yuan's exaggerated muscles, but also effectively hid the 2 floating death stars on either side of his shoulders, making it impossible to detect any abnormalities from the outside. Lu Yuan exhaled, glancing at the attributes of the gear that had caused him such a financial strain. Whispering Abyss robe. Quality blue. Rating 1010, exceptional. Attribute bonuses: Stamina 3, Spirit 3, Intelligence 2. Armor 28, comparable to heavy plate armor of the same quality. Effect 1, Heavy pressure. All physical damage taken is reduced by 15. Effect 2, Delirium impact. Active skill. Releases the suppressed, tainted mental energy within the robe, performing a mental check on all targets within a 15-meter fan-shaped area in front. Those who fail the check will be plunged into a state of confusion and delirium, unable to distinguish friend from foe, losing rationality for 3 seconds. Cooldown 2 hours. Wearing requirements: Stamina 30, Spirit 30. Durability 49/49 compared to 1919 for ordinary robes of the same quality. If the attributes of this equipment were shared, it would undoubtedly leave many drooling. The armor value was outrageous, with inherent percentage-based damage reduction and even a group control effect. Yet its price was only a third of the normal exceptional blue gear. The reason was simple: the wearing requirements were too peculiar. A spirit value of 30 isn't too difficult for a mage, but a stamina requirement of 30 is a serious threshold for a proper heavy-armored warrior. Which normal mage could possibly have 30 points in stamina? Even if there were one wearing this gear would unleash a kind of mad whisper akin to Cthulhu, which would be enough to drive any mage with insufficient willpower to madness in battle. Moreover, while the control effect seemed perfect, he had tried it, and found that although he had a good chance of passing the check, it would still affect him during the process, making it a mutually destructive effect. However, the other effects were simply tailor-made for me. Lu Yuan felt the faint whispers in his mind that sounded like mosquitoes buzzing, but under the resistance of clarity of the spirit platform, he perceived them merely as the soft murmurs of a kitten. With the attributes given by this gear, his stamina just hit the threshold of 30 points. The heavy robe felt only a bit stuffy when worn, and it had no impact on his movements. Everything is ready. Lu Yuan pulled out a gray first-stage trial stone from his magazine. With a thought, over 20 fully armed skeleton soldiers along with a skeleton captain that had already reached the second stage filled the spacious living room. Unfortunately, he hadn't yet had time to develop necromantic firearms, and the magical firearms from the last world were not notarized, so the undead couldn't use them. Click! Lu Yuan showed no hesitation, his fingers exerting force to crush the trial stone in his hand. A strong blue light instantly enveloped him, and the room full of undead. That familiar sensation of weightlessness and dizziness returned. His stomach churned violently, but fortunately after several such experiences Lu Yuan had fully adapted, not even furrowing his brows. When he opened his eyes again, everything before him had changed. He was not in some wild area or dungeon. Surrounding him were circular high walls towering dozens of meters high, streaked with dark red dried blood and enormous claw marks. Above was a dim dome with no sky. Underfoot was a vast circular arena covered in yellow sand and crushed bones. This was an ancient bloody arena that reeked of brutal combat. Gladiatorial mode. Lu Yuan looked around and started to piece things together in his mind. The characteristics of this trial were clear. There was no need for idle chatter or puzzle solving. It focused purely on the thrill of combat. The advantage was that it took very little time. The downside was that for those who relied on cunning or lacked strength, the difficulty in this open arena would multiply exponentially. But Lu Yuan had absolute confidence in himself. He had over 20 minions with racial bonuses at the same level, and he himself was a human-shaped mobile artillery. But Lu Yuan had absolute confidence in himself. He had over 20 minions with First stage breakthrough. Trial begins. Trial rules: the system will extract the strongest entity you have faced from the game worlds you have experienced to be your opponent. Judgment correction: to meet the trial standards, this opponent's level will be forcibly raised or suppressed to LV10. Defeating the opponent will allow you to pass the trial. Seeing this prompt, the corners of Lu Yuan's mouth couldn't help but rise beneath his mask. If this was the mechanism, then it was simply a welfare program. That perverse wizard from the Rust City. He would be suppressed to the first stage. Whether he had a divine being at that level was debatable, but a wizard without a divine being at the first stage was just a fragile punching bag. The stitched behemoth from the mine. Even if suppressed to level 10, it would just be a slightly tougher meat target. The spirit-sucking fiend. In a situation of equal level, Lu Yuan was absolutely confident he could cleave its jelly-like body in half. It's settled. Lu Yuan began contemplating how to celebrate afterward. As long as it isn't that. But in the center of the arena, gray mist swirled and rolled like boiling water. The space was torn apart. A 3-meter-tall figure hunched, and with a grayish-white contorted body stepped out from the gray fog. In its hand it held a terrifying giant scythe stained with black blood. A familiar sense of oppression. A familiar vacuum-like maw. That figure was unmistakable. His expression instantly changed. At the same time, a panel of information about the opponent popped up before his eyes. Extracted World City. Trial target: Gray Lord Larva the Skinner. Level LV10. Race level E. As the battle time progresses, this entity will undergo 3 transformations at 1 minute, 5 minutes, and 10 minutes, peaking at D level. Race coefficient 1. 5. Upon transformation, it will sequentially increase to 2, 0, 2, 5, and 3, 0. Attributes: Stamina 29, Agility 24, Spirit 8, Intelligence 8, Charisma 1, Luck 0. Template: Grey Lord possesses the ability to summon Grey Tides capable of calling forth a number of Grey Thralls, and Grey Guards. The summoning quantity will be significantly reduced due to arena space constraints. Lord holds lordly status. This pressure has become ineffective due to being removed from the original world. Warrior Strength coefficient 0. 2. Speed coefficient 0. 2. Possesses rich experience in slaughter. Skills: Bone Spike, Eruption, Bone Armor, Scythe specialization. Watching the terrifying countdown that could rise to a coefficient of 3, 0 within 10 minutes made Lu Yuan's teeth ache slightly. If he couldn't defeat it in 10 minutes and allowed it to rise to D level, a coefficient of 3, Zero with 30 points in stamina would mean a single strike could take down a small child. This broken system didn't want to give him any leeway. Lu Yuan remained silent. Beneath his voluminous, deep purple robe, 2 Death Stars had already spun to their limits. Lu Yuan didn't even lift a hand, nor did he spare a single word for it. Whoosh! A giant pale-bone spear shot out directly without any warning, grazing the hem of Lu Yuan's heavy robe at a wicked angle. The pale spear had already charged a significant amount of death energy during the few seconds it took to speak. If it couldn't be dealt with in the next minute once it completed its first transformation, trouble would ensue. The bone spear, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, rushed towards the skin peeler's chest. Clearly the skin peeler hadn't anticipated that this human would act so ruthlessly. It let out an enraged roar, swinging its giant sickle fiercely in front of itself. Boom! But just as the bone spear was about to hit, the gray mist swirling beneath its feet surged violently as several tall gray figures were forcibly pulled out from the mist. Gray Tide Summon. Several gray guards stood resolutely in front of the skin peeler with their flesh and blood. Bang! The pale spear pierced through the first 3 gray guards, exploding their death energy and scattering their remains across the ground, but the momentum of the spear was spent, leaving the skin peeler unharmed. Kill! Lu Yuan showed no hesitation. In the mental link, a cold command was instantly dispatched. More than 20 tall skeleton soldiers raised their spears, in unison transforming into a gray-white torrent of death, charging fiercely towards the gray master in the center of the arena. Roar! The skin peeler let out a deafening roar that could shatter eardrums. The gray mist on the ground churned violently as more gray guards and gray slaves were forcibly dragged out, shrieking as they clashed with the skeleton soldiers. Its tooth-filled maw suddenly opened wide, and its right leg swept violently. Bang! Several recently deceased gray guards' remains were kicked away like projectiles, scattering at the edge of the arena. This monster not only possessed intelligence, but also had a terrifyingly sharp combat instinct. It saw through Lu Yuan's tactics and kicked the corpse beneath its feet away, not giving Lu Yuan the chance to use the corpse explosion technique as a landmine. Lu Yuan's expression remained impassive as the corpse explosion runes he had been formulating vanished in an instant. No explosion. Then there would be no explosion. Magic surged. Tombstone. The gathered remains in midair crashed heavily to the ground, transforming into a gray-white tombstone radiating death energy. The earth stirred. 3 Halloween level LV-5 cannon fodder skeletons slowly crawled out of the earth, unafraid of death, as they charged into the chaotic battlefield. At the edge of the arena, a skeleton soldier, under the mental guidance of the skeleton captain, thrust its spear sharply, cleanly piercing a gray guard's neck. However, there were simply too many gray mist creatures. As it pulled the spear out, a gust of foul wind struck from behind, and another gray guard swung a bone blade directly at its nape. Click! Without any unnecessary movements, another skeleton soldier lunged at it recklessly, using its bone shield to block this deadly strike for its companion. An absolute tool-like cooperation, cold and efficient. But this was merely a corner of the battlefield. The true storm center lay in the arena's center. The skin peeler's massive body charged like a war chariot, its giant sickle whipping up a bloody wind as it swept towards Lu Yuan's waist with a piercing sound. Lu Yuan didn't even retreat when a dull metallic clash echoed in the air. There was no blood or flesh splattering as imagined. Even the sound of breaking bones was absent. The blade of the giant sickle struck solidly against the deep purple Yuan robe, firmly wedged in the fabric by its 28-point heavy armor defense and 15 physical damage reduction. Lu Yuan merely slid back half a step under the immense impact, his breathing remaining steady. With 30 points of physique, a mage in heavy armor, who would dare to fear? A flicker of human-like astonishment flashed across the skin peeler's hollow face. Is this really a mage? But Lu Yuan didn't give it time to ponder its existence. Seizing the moment of retreat to dissipate energy, he gripped the flame rock greatsword tightly, his waist twisting powerfully as he delivered a ferocious downward slash aimed at the skin peeler's face. The sword blade cleaved through the side of the skin peeler's bony armor, deeply embedding into its chest cavity. Roar! The skin peeler let out a painful wail. It was also a fierce character, surprisingly disregarding the greatsword lodged in its chest and forcefully pressing down with its hands on the giant sickle, attempting to knock Lu Yuan to the ground. Lu Yuan found himself in a dilemma, decisively withdrawing and abandoning the close-quarters melee. But this step back was the true killing move. Just as he retreated, the skin peeler suddenly sensed that in the gap created between it and Lu Yuan, a thick death element enough to make it tremble had already gathered into shape. That was the Death Star hidden beneath Lu Yuan's voluminous robe. Pale spear. The skin peeler was taken aback. It hadn't expected this human to be so reckless as to cast a powerful spell during close combat. Boom. A zero-distance detonation. The skin peeler's massive body was directly blasted away by the point-blank pale spear. If it weren't for its lightning-fast reflexes forcibly gathering bone shards in front of its chest at the last moment, this strike would have been enough to completely pierce and kill it. Bang! The skin peeler crashed heavily to the ground. Its chest cavity had a terrifyingly large hole blown through it, and its body was riddled with various injuries corroded by death energy spewing black blood. Lu Yuan's eyelids twitched. Not dead yet. This monster's vitality was simply akin to a cockroach. The skin peeler struggled to rise from the ground. The Death Star beneath Lu Yuan's robe spun again, and dozens of sharp bone spikes shot out like a torrent. The skin peeler let out a roar, its massive claws reaching out to grab several gray guards engaged in battle nearby, shielding itself with them like a shield. Uff, uff. The gray guards were instantly turned into sieves by the bone spikes, dying on the spot. Corpse explosion technique. Lu Yuan clenched his fingers. But as the dead gray guards began to swell, the skin peeler, sensing danger, like a wild beast, propelled itself forward with tremendous force, darting out of the explosion's center. Boom! The corpse explosion missed its target. The skin peeler stabilized itself at a distance, pulling another gray guard in front of itself as its chest armor cracked, several sharp bone spikes ready to shoot at Lu Yuan. With a thought, a solid bone shield appeared in front of Lu Yuan, blocking all the bone spikes with loud clinks. But in the next moment, the skin peeler's actions made Lu Yuan's expression change dramatically. It did not discard the gray guard's corpse that was blocking the shot. Instead, it directly opened its terrifyingly large mouth akin to a vacuum cleaner and swallowed half of the body whole. Damn! Lu Yuan cursed inwardly, his line of sight blocked by the bone shield, leaving him no time to unleash the corpse explosion technique on that body. He immediately turned and sprinted forward, hoping to stop it. But it was already too late. The aura from the Skinner suddenly changed, a violent energy exploding within its body. The wounds on its body healed at a visible speed, newly formed muscles bulging like rock. Phase 2 racial level D, racial coefficient 2. 5. Lu Yuan rushed forward, just pulling out the blazing rock greatsword from the ground and slashed down with it. Clang! The Skinner's left arm, now thicker than before, directly blocked the blow, and the massive sword that could shatter steel only left a crack on its bone armor. Then the Skinner's giant scythe, accompanied by a piercing wind, swung fiercely towards Lu Yuan's waist, aiming to cleave him in half. Lu Yuan hurriedly summoned a bone shield to block the path of the scythe. The bone shield shattered instantly, but it also bought Lu Yuan a fraction of a second, allowing him to barely suck in his stomach and evade this deadly sweep. Continue. Human. The Skinner let out a strange howl. Its legs pushed off forcefully like a rampaging dump truck chasing after the retreating Lu Yuan. The scythe, leveraging the inertia from the prior strike, began to spin wildly in its hand, becoming a deadly cutting disc. Clang, 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 clang. Lu Yuan could only step back step by step, continuously blocking with the greatsword. Each collision sent a numbing shock through his arms. But under such intense physical friction, the dark red patterns on the blade of the greatsword seemed to come alive, beginning to greedily breathe. It was frantically consuming the high temperatures generated by the friction, even absorbing the despair and death energy lingering in the arena. The greatsword was igniting. More ferocious than ever before, the dark red flames akin to flowing magma distorted the surrounding air. Are you enjoying your hacking? Lu Yuan suddenly stopped retreating. He abandoned his defense, gripping the scorching hot greatsword tightly, raised it high, and prepared to strike down against the spinning scythe. The Skinner felt the deadly threat from the greatsword. It dared not be careless, immediately forcing itself to stop spinning, gripping the scythe's long handle with both hands, ready to take the blow heated. In the next moment, in the Skinner's hollow vision, the human figure vanished without warning. In its place was the second-tier skeleton captain clad in black bone armor. Bone replacement. The moment the skeleton captain appeared, the bone spear in its hand directly crossed the line of the scythe's defense and brutally stabbed into the side of the Skinner's head. Thud! The Skinner let out a pained roar. Then it felt a wave of fiery death energy coming from behind. It was Lu Yuan. The blazing magma greatsword came crashing down. But the D-level physique was simply too tough. Despite this strike, it lacked the power to cleave it in two, only managing to sever one of the Skinner's arms. The severed arm flew away. The Skinner fell into a complete rage. Ignoring its own bleeding wounds, it swung the scythe fiercely with one hand, the terrifying power directly forcing the skeleton captain back. At the same time, the surrounding gray guards seemed to have received a death command, rushing in and surrounding the skeleton captain tightly. Lu Yuan struck successfully and quickly retreated to avoid the scythe's sweep. However, behind him, several gray guards leapt out from the shadows, completely blocking his escape route. In front was the enraged Skinner, and behind were the gray guards. The scythe was raised high, carrying the shadow of death, about to cleave Lu Yuan in half. Bone replacement. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth and activated the skill again. An unfortunate skeleton soldier was forcibly moved to his position. Crack. The skeleton soldier took Lu Yuan's fate being neatly cleaved in half by the skinner's scythe. Meanwhile, the relocated Lu Yuan struck back with a punch smashing the skull of a nearby gray guard. Hiss! Lu Yuan gasped. Using the space replacement technique twice in quick succession without any rest caused his muscles to scream as if they were about to tear. The pain cut to the bone. He speculated that with his current physique, if he forced himself to use it 2 more times, his body would likely collapse and disintegrate. At most, he could only use it once more. The skinner's simple thought process had already gleaned the pattern from these 2 swaps. This human could only swap places with those skeletal frames that had flames in their heads. The skinner dodged the 2 bone spikes Lu Yuan shot at it, suddenly throwing its head back and letting out a violent roar that had never been heard before, one that could pierce the heavens. The gray mist roiled, almost boiling. It directly overextended its summoning abilities as a gray lord. A dizzying number of gray mist creatures surged from the ground like a fountain. However, after these monsters appeared, they did not rush towards Lu Yuan. Instead, like a pack of rabid dogs, they desperately lunged at all the skeleton soldiers in the arena. Meanwhile, the remaining gray guards tightly surrounded the skinner. It was buying time. Lu Yuan's expression darkened. It was waiting for the countdown to the 3rd transformation. There was no other choice. Lu Yuan took out a bottle of blue potion, tilted his head back, and swallowed it, forcibly raising the nearly depleted blue bar. With a powerful push of his legs, he lifted the great sword and charged towards the heavily protected monster. The shadow of the sword flashed. Several gray mist creatures blocking the way were directly sliced apart by the great sword. Simultaneously, Lu Yuan controlled the Death Star beneath his robe to continuously fire bone spikes. But the skinner was clever, constantly using the surrounding gray mist creatures as meat shields, deflecting attacks before hurling the corpses far away, giving Lu Yuan no opportunity to trigger corpse explosion. The battle had fallen into a stalemate like a quagmire. The intense physical exhaustion gradually slowed Lu Yuan's movements. 2 gray guards suddenly lunged out from a blind spot. It seemed Lu Yuan no longer had the strength to block. He barely raised the sword to defend, but was still hit hard in the chest by a gray guard, staggering back several steps and exposing a fatal opening. Seeing this scene, the skinner, standing in the center of the protective circle, flashed a glimmer of bloody joy in its eyes. It did not throw away the gray guard's corpse it had just crushed, but directly stuffed it into its mouth and swallowed it whole. It needed to replenish its strength and then deliver the final blow to this exhausted human. Human, you can no longer stop me. The skinner let out a garbled taunt. But in the next second, bang. For minutes and 55 seconds, Lu Yuan bit down hard on the countdown seconds in his mind. A dull, thunderous explosion suddenly erupted from the belly of the skin peeler. The massive body of the skin peeler froze abruptly. Its chest cavity was blasted open from within by the terrifying death energy, leaving a gaping hole. Black blood gushed forth. The face, covered in orifices, seemed to show shock and disbelief. Why? Why could this human explode the corpse it had already swallowed? The skin peeler's body gradually became weak and fell backward, crashing down into the pool of blood. Just a moment ago, Lu Yuan was still staggering helplessly. The facade of weakness vanished without a trace. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he unleashed a powerful strike that he had long prepared in secret. The surrounding gray mist creatures attempting to protect their master were instantly bisected. The great sword, amidst the extreme friction and slaughter, had its dark red patterns greedily devouring the blood and despair surrounding it. Flames ignited once more, this time the dark red fire soared into the sky, as real as it could be. Lu Yuan exerted force through his legs, leaping high into the air toward the collapsing monster to deliver the final beheading. With a sound of thud, the great sword, engulfed in dark red flames, struck down mercilessly, severing the skin peeler's ugly head. Watching its demise, Lu Yuan distinctly felt that its broken body had completely lost its vitality. It's dead. Yet in this bizarre trial, Lu Yuan dared not be careless and immediately approached to completely destroy its corpse. However, 5 minutes and 0 seconds. Tick-tock. It sounded as if an invisible stopwatch echoed in the arena. Time had reached 5 minutes. Boom. To Lu Yuan's astonishment, the clearly lifeless corpse of the skin peeler suddenly exploded. Immediately, all the gray mist creatures surrounding the skin peeler transformed into pure gray mist, frantically converging towards the place where the corpse had exploded. So quickly, within moments, a massive silhouette rapidly reformed amidst the gray mist. A line of prompts appeared before Lu Yuan's system. Prompt: the skin peeler is initiating the shedding ritual using the time rule. It will reshape its class body and become a true gray master. This was the top secret information about the gray master that Lu Yuan was unaware of. This gray master juvenile actually abandoned the body that Lu Yuan had thoroughly destroyed, intending to reconstitute its body using pure gray mist to break through its racial limits. Clearly visible, a perfectly streamlined, gray-white skeletal body was rapidly taking shape in the mist. Stage 3 Racial Level D Racial Coefficient 3.0 Once this terrifying body with a coefficient of 3.0 fully solidified, Lu Yuan knew that even if he revealed all his trump cards, he would still be crushed by a single punch. But the silver-white halo in Lu Yuan's eyes was now spinning wildly at its limit. The pure white eye pierced directly through the swirling gray mist. The ritual cannot be interrupted. The process of the gray mist reshaping the body is irreversible. Lu Yuan's brain was operating at hyperspeed. However, your soul is now completely exposed. In the vision of the pure white eye, Lu Yuan clearly saw. In this brief window during the shedding and reformation, a pulsating dark red pure core of the soul was floating at the center of the gray mist vortex, preparing to merge with the newly born body. An unguarded soul. Lu Yuan did not back down. Instead, he tightened his grip on the blazing rock, great sword engulfed in dark red flames. This monstrous sword, which had just drunk deep of blood and despair, now had its dark red circuits burning hot to the extreme. What it craved most was a pure, unclaimed soul. Since the body cannot overcome you, then it'll consume your soul. Lu Yuan let out a desperate roar, braving the overwhelming pressure of the gray mist, and lunged into the center of the vortex, raising the great sword and thrusting it down towards the floating soul core. Puff! The great sword accurately pierced into the dark red core. Roar! A scream so chilling it pierced the soul exploded in Lu Yuan's mental sea. The dark red patterns on the body of the blazing rock great sword instantly blazed with brightness. It was like a beast that had been hungry for 800 years, unleashing a terrifying devouring force, crazily and brutally draining the massive soul core of the Gray Master. The perfect class body that had just formed in the gray mist became a lifeless shell as it lost the support of its soul core. With a loud bang, it crashed to the ground. Victory! A light blue kill prompt slowly appeared before Lu Yuan. You have killed the Gray Master. Complete form LV10. Gain soul energy 245 points. Receive treasure chest blue 1. Immediately afterward, the notification of trial completion rang out. First tier breakthrough trial has been cleared. Calculating results for you. You will be forcibly exited from the trial space in 10 seconds. Lu Yuan was panting heavily, his arms severely fractured from the violent recoil. He looked at the great sword in his hand. Having forcibly consumed the massive soul of a complete Gray Master, the sword was clearly overstuffed. The originally hard black blade was now covered in fine glowing blue cracks. It was as if something terrifying inside was about to break free. A vague sense of foreboding rose in Lu Yuan's heart. But he had no time to think further. Time was running out. All troops heed my command. Consume the remaining spirits. He issued the command in the mental link, and with a thought he instantly stored the perfect class Gray Master shell corpse deep within the void of sin. The blue light of teleportation lit up. Lu Yuan's figure vanished from the arena. In the next moment, the feeling of weightlessness dissipated, and Lu Yuan's feet landed on the solid ground. Before him was that familiar silent pure white settlement space. A pale blue system panel popped up. First tier breakthrough, trial overall evaluation B. Trial rewards have been issued. Free attribute point allocation completed. Spirit 5, Intelligence 4, Agility 2, Physique 1. Since your trial evaluation reached B threshold for qualitative change, you will receive an additional core reward. Gained first tier specialty, Soul Eater. Lu Yuan stared at the magnificent settlement panel and the unprecedented B evaluation, his lips curling in unrestrained joy. Suddenly, crack! A crisp shattering sound echoed in the quiet pure white space. Lu Yuan suddenly looked down. The blazing rock great sword in his hand, now covered in cracks, completely shattered into countless pieces of scrap metal. Amidst the scattered scrap and light, a translucent figure of a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in intricate alien priestly robes slowly emerged. White hair, golden eyes, pointed ears. She exuded a terrifying pressure that made the entire pure white space tremble slightly. That was fourth tier. An absolute pressure even higher than that of the Gray Master. The white-haired figure slowly turned her head. Her emotionless amber golden slit pupils locked onto Lu Yuan. Holy crap, there's really an old monster rising from the dead. Lu Yuan felt a chill run down his spine, his back drenched in cold sweat. In this isolated space, if this old monster wanted to kill him, he wouldn't even have the chance to cry for help. Run. Lu Yuan had no time to check what new specialty he had. In his mind, he frantically clicked the confirm button to exit the settlement space. 3, 2, 1. A flash of blue light, and Lu Yuan vanished from the pure white space, as if fleeing for his life. The sensation of weightlessness struck him once again, enveloping his entire being. Bang! Lu Yuan crashed heavily onto the floor of the special enrollment dormitory's living room. He violently coughed out a mouthful of blood-tinged spit, his chest heaving violently. Although he had not suffered the tragic fate of broken arms during the trial, he still bore several wounds of varying depths that bled profusely, and his muscles were cramping continuously due to the high-intensity combat. The only silver lining was that his robe remained intact, proving its durability akin to heavy armor. Master. The diligent magical servant Emo Shula immediately dropped her cleaning cloth and rushed over in a panic upon hearing the commotion. Step back. Don't come closer. Lu Yuan suddenly raised his head and shouted coldly, his voice carrying an undeniable severity. His gaze passed Emo Shula, fixated intently ahead. Less than 3 meters away, a translucent soul figure hovered slowly in midair. Having caught a fleeting glimpse of it in the pure white space earlier, he now clearly observed this entity before him. At this moment, the soul figure emanated a suffocating aura of terrifying pressure. This pressure was all too familiar to Lu Yuan. It was the overwhelming sensation he had only felt from the 2 fourth-tier mentors, Shun Yunhai and Zhao Tieshan, belonging to high-tier extraordinary beings. A 4th-tier monster. It actually followed him into the real world. The air in the living room seemed to be sucked out in an instant, and the temperature plummeted to freezing point. Yet facing such a level of pressure, Lu Yuan did not exhibit an ounce of despair, like a lamb waiting for slaughter. Crack. Lu Yuan struggled to lift his trembling hand. Unbeknownst to him, he had tightly clenched the school badge representing his status as a special enrollment student. A thick, grayish death energy wrapped around the badge in a frenzy, as if ready to explode at the slot. I know you are strong, at least 4th tier. Lu Yuan leaned against the edge of the sofa, his deep gray eyes coldly staring at the white-haired figure before him, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. I also know that with the power you have displayed, you could probably kill me in less than a second. But understand this, we are in the special enrollment dormitory area of Xinghua University. As long as I crush this badge, or detonate the death energy within my body, or if you emit even the slightest abnormal extraordinary fluctuation that doesn't belong to this world, or even if I simply use my special enrollment privileges to call my mentor directly, within 3 seconds a 4th-tier mentor from the school, or even stronger monsters will tear through space and directly descend here. My death means yours as well, without a doubt. There are plenty of necromancers and high-level scholars outside who are extremely interested in souls. You can try to see if your incomplete soul can escape this university. At worst, we all die together. A perfect calmness combined with a madness of mutual destruction. The white-haired figure in midair narrowed, her amber-golden vertical pupils slightly. She quietly observed Lu Yuan, who was slumped on the ground. As an extraordinary being naturally adept in the mind system, although her current state was extremely weakened, she could still clearly perceive the emotional undertones of this human before her. There was no fear, nor was it an act of desperation. Just pure unadulterated rationality and determination. This boy truly dared to take her down with him in an explosion. She slightly turned her head, as if her gaze pierced through the thick walls of the dormitory, spreading out to the outside world. Indeed, above this area she sensed several powerful presences of the same tier as hers, some even stronger than her at full strength. More exaggeratedly high above in the distant sky, that faint gray pressure was something she had only felt from the priests within her clan, belonging to the terrifying aura of the 6th tier. She had just awakened with her great vengeance unfulfilled. She absolutely could not die in this strange and dangerous place. With that thought, the white-haired figure let out a light sigh. The terrifying 4th-tier pressure enveloping her rapidly subsided, like a receding tide vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Why are you so nervous? A clear, ethereal voice tinged with a hint of laziness echoed in the living room. This great sword is my heart's manifestation. If it weren't for my heart's manifestation blocking so many deadly attacks for you along the way and absorbing so many violent soul fragments, you'd have died in the game world 100 times over. Is this how you express your gratitude to your savior? Lu Yuan did not release the death energy in his hand. He still firmly gripped the school badge, and upon hearing this, he let out a cold laugh. Nonsense. Lu Yuan shot back, without hesitation. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even know where you were, lost in some shabby mine, or a corner of some ruin. If it weren't for me leading you through a bloody path, and specifically killing that gray beastling for you to swallow so much high-tier soul nourishment, how could you possibly have awakened with your half-dead soul? Did you really think you were Sleeping Beauty, able to fully revive just from a single sleep? Lu Yuan sized her up, his tone full of disdain. Moreover, I don't like your personality. You come out and immediately try to intimidate with 4th-tier pressure. Looking at this character trait, it screams impulsive or arrogant. Had I known that this broken sword could hatch a spirit with such inferior attributes, I would have fought tooth and nail to obtain the world marker in Misty City back then. At worst, I could reset and re-enter that world to hunt monsters again, just to get a peaceful personality. Xing Li, as a dignified fourth-tier powerhouse, clearly did not expect this first-tier human boy to have such a sharp tongue. She was directly amused by his outrageous analogy of treating her like some low-level summoned beast to Brush personality. Brush personality. Do you think I am some common low-level monster? Xing Li floated in midair, a flash of anger and the pride of a height-tier being glimmered in her golden vertical pupils. No matter how many times you go back and brush, you will never get a second me. The supreme secret method of the Spirit Clan was used when I separated my soul, allowing this heart's manifestation to transcend normal rule restrictions. Within the entire game universe, it is akin to a world item possessing absolute uniqueness. You want to go back and brush for a peaceful personality. Dream on. Lu Yuan curled his lip, watching her flustered expression, and casually retorted, "You just brag." Xing Li was nearly choked by these light words, nearly losing her breath. She took a couple of deep breaths, forcibly suppressing the impulse to extract this boy's soul, looking down at Lu Yuan with a calm tone once more. "Forget it, I won't argue with you. Let's get acquainted again. Mind system, heart's manifestation system. Initial race, Spirit Clan. You can call me Xing Li. The heart connection system." Lu Yuan's mind immediately switched to overdrive. The appraiser in the white coat confidently assured him that this sword was merely a mimic heart connection weapon on a physical level. What a load of nonsense. This is not a replica, it is a genuine heart connection. Moreover, it even conceals an unknown fourth-tier ancient monster. Suppressing his anger, Lu Yuan coldly replied, "Spell system. Initial race human." Lu Yuan. He did not understand why the other party added a prefix of initial race, but since they said so, he followed that format to introduce himself. Sensing the complex emotions of Lu Yuan, who was as tense as a tightly strung instrument, yet was internally exploding with frustration towards the appraisal office, Xing Li, floating in midair, suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. She couldn't help but laugh, her clear voice tinged with a hint of irrepressible mockery. "Why do you look like a cat that just got its fur blown off? I've introduced myself. Is it necessary to be this defensive?" Hearing her teasing voice, Lu Yuan's long-standing paranoia flared up instantly. He feared that this old monster from the heart system was employing some hidden tactic. Buzz. The badge in his hand suddenly emitted a blinding glare of dead energy. At the same time, beneath Lu Yuan's deep gray false pupil, the silver concentric rings spun rapidly, and the pure white eye was instantly activated at full power. Xing Li's originally smiling golden eyes froze in an instant upon encountering Lu Yuan's eyes, which sparkled with silver rings. Her pupils dilated and trembled violently. A chilling sensation, rising from deep within her soul, made her exclaim, "Pure white eye." The moment those four words escaped her lips, Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He fixed his gaze intently on. He didn't know if this golden finger of his was really famous in high-tier worlds, but he had scoured the entire Star Luo University's accessible database for low-tier permissions and found no information about those eyes. Yet this person before him had immediately blurted out the name Pure White Eye. Wasn't this a well-informed old? Watching Lu Yuan's increasingly intense murderous intent and his readiness to crush the badge to explode, Xing Li truly felt exhausted. She raised her hands, adopting a standard French surrender pose. "Stop, stop, stop. Don't get excited. Oh, I take back what I just said. Let's talk properly. With your current posture, if you really self-destruct and attract a sixth tier, I won't survive. But I can guarantee that in the 0.1 seconds before the sixth tier arrives, I can definitely tear your soul into 8 pieces. Xing Li floated to the ground, her tone becoming extremely rational, trying to cool down the confrontation that was on the brink of spiraling out of control. No one trusts anyone. If this stalemate continues, it will only end in death. We are all smart people. Why not make a deal? Let's sign a symbiotic contract. Lu Yuan frowned and let out a cold laugh. Symbiotic contract. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old who can be easily tricked? He certainly knew what a symbiotic contract was. It's usually something used by beast masters or knights to bind their core battle pets. While it didn't carry the same deadly responsibility as life and death together, if one party died, the other party's soul would suffer severe damage, and even if they survived, they would be significantly weakened. Why would I sign a symbiotic contract with a 4th-tier ancient monster? Who knows if there are traps waiting for me in that contract? Lu Yuan remained resolute, the glaring dead energy still emanating from his hand. Xing Li looked at Lu Yuan, who was so guarded that he wouldn't give an inch even when cornered, and couldn't help but laugh out of anger. What had this kid experienced to become so jaded? "I won't make you sign for free." Xing Li decisively threw out her heavyweight bargaining chip. "First, I can teach you knowledge of the heart system and help you condense your own unique heart connection across systems. Trust me, having a 4th-tier mentor for unknown guidance will save you countless detours. Second is information." A deep gleam flickered in Xing Li's golden eyes. "I noticed you had no reaction to my mention of initial race. Clearly you are not yet a true player, are you?" Lu Yuan was taken aback. "What do you mean? You don't even know this?" It seems that the higher-ups in your world have severely restricted information for those of you in lower-tier professions. Humanity truly has this penchant for mutual suspicion no matter where they go, Xing Li said, shaking her head mockingly. Listen up. Xing Li's expression turned serious as she began to unveil secrets known only to the upper echelons of the Blue Star. Your Blue Star is currently being manipulated by a massive conceptual entity known as the game universe. But you have not truly integrated into it yet. At this stage, if you cannot obtain player qualifications ultimately at the moment of integration, you will completely transform into a copy of the game universe. Essentially the kind of game world you are often familiar with. All of you will become NPCs without freedom used for experience farming and equipment drops. To escape this fate, you must engage in a race war to seize the extremely scarce player permissions. While this is not the only way to obtain permissions, it is undoubtedly the recognized path to secure them. Only by obtaining player permissions can your world ascend to the player tier and truly have the qualifications to control your destiny within the game universe. Xing Li observed Lu Yuan's gradually shifting expression, knowing he was intrigued. This information with your current first-tier status you simply cannot access, let alone the high evaluations in the game world that can influence the operational direction of the game world, as well as the true means of acquiring markers. As long as you sign the contract and take me into the game world, I can help you. Lu Yuan's heartbeat gradually quickened. Xing Li's words were like a precise key, instantly unlocking countless questions he had about the game descending into reality over the past 6 months. This also perfectly explained why Chu Feng had previously said the official side suddenly wants to hold a competition for low-tier professionals covering the entire Blue Star. The higher-ups in the official realm probably already knew everything. They were madly screening geniuses for the impending race war, and even if it wasn't entirely about the race war, it was definitely related to the competition for player permissions. Information is always priceless. Moreover, there's also a 4th-tier personal guide, and this mentor is a highly coveted one from the Heart System. The Heart System is currently the most mysterious system on Blue Star, with official information on this front being the most tightly controlled, and Lu Yuan knows the least about it. As for the reason, it is simply because the wizard system is completely filled with madmen, and while Heart Connection Masters can communicate normally with the sorcerer system, their teaching methods are often extremely abstract. First you feel this, then you experience that, and finally you casually do this, and it's complete. Who can understand that? Moreover, the Heart System is recognized as the most bizarre one. Just a few days ago, he nearly had a disaster due to the bizarre rule abilities of a 2nd-tier wizard. The benefits before him were already substantial. However, Lu Yuan still did not immediately relent. So what do you want? Lu Yuan asked calmly. Help me resurrect. Xing Li's eyes instantly turned extremely cold. My race has been exterminated. I want to reconstruct my physical body and seek revenge. Lu Yuan curled his lips. You ancient monsters who have lived for millennia, haven't you had enough? What's so great about killing and fighting? Upon hearing this, the originally cold and murderous aura of Xing Li was instantly shattered. She glared at Lu Yuan, gritting her teeth as she corrected him. Millennia? You big-head fool. By your human calendar, I'm only 18. It's a genuine age of 18, not some race's age conversion. Lu Yuan sized her up, remaining silent, but his eyes clearly conveyed, I don't believe you. Fine, you're 18. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes dismissively, but I just advanced to the 2nd tier. Do you expect me to help you resurrect? You want to make me a stitched zombie? That image is too beautiful for me to bear. Disgusting. Who would want to be that ugly, rotting corpse exuding the stench of death? Xing Li retorted with a face full of disdain. You want need to lift a finger. Although we spirit race are physical beings, we are more aligned with pure souls and can survive without a physical body. So as long as the soul is completely restored, I will be fully resurrected, and later condensing a physical form won't take much time. Restoring the soul is quite simple. As long as a symbiosis contract is signed, you just need to take me into the game world. Every time you finish a world task and settle rewards, the system will determine that I am your symbiotic entity and will automatically settle the soul restoration materials I need from the reward pool. You only need to be responsible for bringing me along on your adventures. Lu Yuan quickly calculated in his heart. No need to spend his own money to buy materials to resurrect her, just bringing along a free rider. This deal was simply too good to be true. However, judging by the strength displayed by this ancient monster, even though he had never encountered the spirit race, that race's strength was definitely not weak. And if such a powerful race had been exterminated, one could only imagine the terrifying power that had eradicated her. He certainly had no intention of stepping into such murky waters. Once he developed with Xing Li's knowledge, completed the contract, and helped her resurrect, he would immediately part ways, each walking their own path, avoiding further trouble. Alright, deal. Lu Yuan agreed straightforwardly. But let's make it clear beforehand, once you are resurrected, the contract will be immediately dissolved. No one owes anyone anything. That suits me just fine. Xing Li snorted coldly, raising her chin with pride. So where's the symbiosis scroll? Show it to me. Lu Yuan gestured with his eyes. Xingli floated in midair, spreading her arms with an expression of entitlement. I'm just a soul now, where would I find a physical scroll? Lu Yuan. With no other option, Lu Yuan could only take out his phone and send an urgent message to Chu Feng, who had just returned to school after having dinner with him, asking him to go to the school library as fast as possible and buy the highest specification symbiosis contract scroll and bring it over. Half an hour later, the doorbell rang. Lu Yuan, wary of Xingli, opened the door just a crack and took the scroll from the bewildered Chu Feng, who had no idea what was happening, without a single polite word, and then slammed the door shut. Lu Yuan spread the scroll on the coffee table and, looking at Xingli floating nearby, said with utmost seriousness, "When you have money, remember to reimburse me half the cost of the scroll. This thing is incredibly expensive." This statement left Xingli speechless for a moment. Looking at his penny-pinching demeanor, she thought it reasonable, remembering that he was a broke mage. Then Lu Yuan used Mage's hand to pick up a pen and began furiously scribbling on the parchment, crazily adding various supplementary clauses. For example, Party B must not interfere with Party A's mind in any form. Upon dissolution of the contract, Party B shall not claim compensation for lost youth. During dungeon periods, Party B must provide free knowledge guidance, and so on, densely packed with 6 clauses filling 3 whole pages. Xingli looked at this contract that could be described as a landlord oppressing a laborer, her mouth twitching wildly. She snatched the pen from him and began to revise it, fighting for her legal rights. The two of them bickered like market vendors, haggling over the price, passionately pulling back and forth over a few loopholes in the contract, faces flushed. After finalizing the draft, without saying a word, Lu Yuan took out his phone and snapped a picture of the contract. He quickly sent it to Chun, who was far away in the laboratory. He even added a message, "Senior urgent. Can you help me check if there are any hidden pitfalls in this contract?" Since he had a powerful 4th-tier mentor, to rely on not taking advantage of that would be foolish. As long as the 4th-tier mentor said there was no problem, he would dare to sign. 5 minutes later, Chunin replied, "The mentor has looked it over and said the terms are harsh, almost like a landlord oppressing a laborer. However, no traps or logical flaws were found. Where did you find this sucker?" Lu Yuan ignored the latter half of the teasing. He finally felt at ease, picked up the pen, and dramatically signed his name in the Party A position of the contract. Xingli, with a cold expression, stamped her spiritual mark on Party B with extreme displeasure. Buzz, a faint golden light of rules flashed across the scroll. Lu Yuan instantly felt a hidden and resilient connection form deep within his soul. The contract was established. It was not until this moment that the previously tense, murderous intent and extreme vigilance between both parties truly relaxed. Lu Yuan finally had the leisure to carefully examine his new symbiotic add-on. With the signing of the contract and Lu Yuan acting as a real-world anchor, Xingli's soul form had visibly solidified. Seemingly finding the ancient and cumbersome ceremonial robe she wore too much of a burden, Xingli's gaze swept across Lu Yuan's half-open wardrobe. Then a flicker of spiritual light surrounded her, and she directly used the mind-based soul mimicry. The solemn long robe instantly transformed into an oversized pure white men's shirt, loosely hanging on her, while her lower half morphed into a pair of black home workout shorts. Her features were exquisite, radiating a beauty that did not belong to humans. Her white hair flowed smoothly over her shoulders. However, Lu Yuan's gaze swept across her chest. It was completely flat, even more so than Gar the Rock Shaper's steel-like pecs. Strictly speaking, Lu Yuan felt that his own chest muscles, enhanced by the corpse-like body, might have more flesh than hers. Coupled with her neat white hair and extremely androgynous, beautiful face, Lu Yuan froze for a moment and instinctively blurted out, "Bro, are you a cute boy?" Just as she was admiring her condensed body, Xingli suddenly froze. She raised her head, a dangerous glint flashing in her golden vertical pupils, but then quickly reacted, a wicked smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she picked up on the conversation. "Oh, right, I'm the kind of fragrant and soft without any masculine traits cute boy." Lu Yuan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. "You can't blame me for being so calm." Xingli floated in midair, arms outstretched, her tone one of absolute certainty. "The appearance of the spirit race changes with the fluctuations of the heart. I am currently in my adolescent phase, and my physical characteristics are inherently androgynous. I wonder what filthy things are running through your mind." Lu Yuan tugged at the corner of his mouth and decisively shut his lips. He glanced down at himself. His robe was still reasonably intact. However, beneath this clothing his body could be described as riddled with wounds. Although he hadn't suffered any fatal injuries like those from a skinning that would lead to shattering fractures, nevertheless various abrasions, contusions, and fine lacerations were continuously oozing blood. Thanks to the living corpse body, his pain sensitivity was indeed significantly reduced. But neglecting it would definitely lead to infection. He took a step forward, preparing to head to the school's medical department for treatment. Just as he reached the threshold, his peripheral vision caught something. Xingli unexpectedly floated along behind him. Lu Yuan halted his steps and turned around. His muscles instinctively tensed up. "Why are you following me?" Xingli sighed, her face filled with exasperation. She extended her translucent finger, pointing at the invisible soul link between them. "My soul is incomplete, and due to the reason of our symbiotic contract. If I stray more than 500 meters from you, I will lose my anchor point and be completely scattered. If I don't follow you, should I just stay in the dorm waiting to die?" Lu Yuan was taken aback. He suddenly remembered that the lengthy 6-page contract did indeed not alter this fundamental rule. He then looked at Xingli. Dressed in a white shirt and black shorts, her entire form was half-transparent and emitted a soft glow. "Are you planning to float out like this?" Lu Yuan's tone carried a hint of mockery. "There are high-ranking mentors and sharp-minded mages everywhere outside. Do you believe that if you float around so ostentatiously on the road, you'll be regarded as an anomaly by the security department and sent to a lab within 3 minutes? Of course not." Xingli rolled her eyes dramatically. As soon as her words fell, her soul body transformed into a stream of ethereal blue light, directly colliding into Lu Yuan's chest. There was no physical barrier. She seamlessly melded into his body. Lu Yuan's heart sank sharply, instinctively taking a half-step back. He couldn't recall any mention in the contract about her being able to casually enter his body. "Don't be nervous. Do you think I want to come in?" Xing Li's voice resonated directly in Lu Yuan's mind, carrying a tone of unabashed disdain. "Your body is so suffocatingly lifeless, it's unbearable. If it weren't for hiding, I wouldn't have come in. However, since I'm here, how about it? While you head to the medical department, I will take care of what I promised you in the contract and help you awaken your heart image." Lu Yuan confirmed several times, ensuring that he still retained control over his soul and body, and that Xing Li was merely borrowing space. He kicked open the dormitory door and stepped outside. In the quiet of the night on campus, only the sound of the wind could be heard. As Lu Yuan walked towards the medical department, he conversed with Xing Li in his mind. "What exactly is this heart image? Can I choose it? I was thinking of getting a Gatling gun or an anti-material sniper rifle." Lu Yuan voiced his most basic firepower requirements. In his mind, Xing Li let out an unabashed scoff. "Choose. Are you at a vegetable market buying groceries?" Her tone suddenly turned professional. "The heart image is the visualization of your innermost obsessions and logic. It is a mirror reflecting the truest form of your soul. It is absolutely uncontrollable and cannot be selected by oneself. For example, a brash person would likely manifest a heavy sword, while a saintly person would likely manifest a large shield. Moreover, you are not purely of the heart-based system. You cannot complete the external manifestation on your own. It must be drawn out from your subconscious by me using secret techniques." Xing Li paused. "The heart image we condense will become my dwelling place. This is also to maintain the stability of your heart image. At the same time, this way, I won't have to squeeze in with you, and I can possess the ability to independently interfere with reality." Lu Yuan did not waste words. He slightly relaxed the defensive permissions of his mental sea. The next second, a cool and immense spiritual power following the soul link penetrated into the very depths of his subconscious. Seconds later, Xing Li's voice in his mind turned bizarre, even laced with a sense of profound exasperation. "You, my dear, lacking any youthful fervor or impulsiveness is one thing. But what's with all this paranoia of an extreme lack of security, a pathological greed for firepower, and an utterly cruel utilitarianism? Incredible kid. What kind of bizarre amalgamation will your heart image produce?" As Xing Li's critiques flowed, a swirling mass of gray-white mist suddenly churned in Lu Yuan's mental sea. The mist gradually dispersed. An item began to take shape deep within Lu Yuan's consciousness. It was a sphere about the size of a fist, exhibiting a gray-white metallic sheen. Like mercury, it had no fixed shape, constantly shifting and flowing. It writhed in midair, emanating a breath that resonated with Lu Yuan. "What is this?" Lu Yuan inquired in his mind. "The unfixed engine." Xing Li's voice was filled. "It has no fixed form. This means it can disguise and transform at any time. When defense is needed, it can transform into a shield. When a surprise attack is required, it can become a hidden weapon. It can even elongate, turning into the sniper barrel you desire." Lu Yuan, oh Lu Yuan. You don't even dare to show your heart image's true form. How afraid of death are you to manifest such a heart image that is always ready to shift to respond to any danger? Facing Xing Li's blunt critique, Lu Yuan felt no embarrassment whatsoever. Instead, he found this thing to be simply perfect. Integrating defense and firepower with no weaknesses. "I am quite satisfied." Lu Yuan pragmatically offered his assessment. In his mind, Xing Li rolled her eyes. Then her soul directly withdrew from Lu Yuan's mental sea, diving into that mass of unfixed engine. With the entry of a fourth-grade soul, that gray-white liquid metal seemed to come alive. It flowed through Lu Yuan's meridians, solidifying into an ancient-style, gray-white metallic bracelet on his left wrist. The cool touch pressed against his wrist, bringing a strange sense of connection. I will reside here from now on. Do not disturb me unnecessarily. Ooh, I need to recuperate my soul. Xing Li's lazy voice emanated from within the bracelet, then fell silent. Lu Yuan touched the bracelet and stepped into the entrance of the medical department. In the medical department late at night, the hall was eerily quiet. The on-duty nurse glanced at Lu Yuan as he walked in her eyes, sweeping over the numerous wounds on his body, oozing blood. The nurse sighed. Is it really necessary to push yourself this hard before school even starts? Without further questions, she led Lu Yuan to a humming energy treatment chamber. Lu Yuan took out his student card and swiped it. A notification appeared on the screen, deducting 5 credits. He felt a pang of regret as the chamber door slid open. Lu Yuan removed his robe and lay down inside the chamber. The door closed and a pale green healing liquid began to rise. A faint electric sensation enveloped his entire body, sending a tingling, itchy feeling through his wounds as they began to heal. Feeling a bit bored, he suddenly recalled the level evaluation he had received. Curious, he tapped on his wrist. What do you think of this evaluation? Lu Yuan asked. A lazy voice echoed in his mind. In my day, I only received a level rating or higher 3 times in the gaming world. Hearing this, Lu Yuan felt a shift in perspective. Lying in the treatment chamber, Lu Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Internally, he rolled his eyes, understanding that it was indeed very significant. To have a level rating only 3 times in a lifetime as a 4th tier was truly remarkable. Xing Li continued to educate him in his mind. In the underlying rules of the gaming universe, a level rating is merely considered excellent. A level, however, is a threshold of qualitative change. Only by achieving a B rating or higher will the system determine that you possess the potential to break through the conventional boundaries of tiers. Thus, during trial assessments, you would be granted a unique cross-tier reward, what is referred to as a tier specialty. Lu Yuan's eyes shone with anticipation upon hearing Xing Li's explanation. At this moment, he finally had time to examine the tier specialty he had obtained. Devourer specialty effect. You can consume various crystals containing vast amounts of energy, transforming them into experience points for mana purity. Purity bonus. For every level of mana purity increased, the mana purity within you will permanently rise. Cost negative effect. When consuming crystals containing hazardous impurities or pollutants, the host will endure equivalent mental shocks and soul pollution. Those with weak willpower will fall into permanent distortion and madness. Current level LV1 experience 0. Lu Yuan stared at this description. He took a moment to breathe. Enhancing mana quality. As a mage, he understood well the value of this. It was far more terrifying than merely increasing the mana limit. This ability concentrated his mana, but did not reduce its quantity. It purely enhanced its quality through this method. With the quality enhancement, a spell that originally required 10 points of mana to cast the Bone Spike would now potentially only need 8 or even 5 points to meet the framework requirements. Moreover, the power of the spell would remain unchanged. As long as the quality experience bar was filled, his mana pool would effectively double. Very powerful, came Xing Li's voice from the wristband. This specialty is indeed top-notch for magic-based professions. Given your situation, I suggest you acquire materials such as flawless soul crystals or pure energy cores. Those top-tier materials have no impurities, and consuming them steadily increases mana purity, making it the safest developmental path. Xing Li paused for a moment. But I just thought of your eyes. If you have those eyes to assist in analysis and filtering, you could absorb some contaminated extraordinary debris, and it is highly likely that you would perfectly avoid the side effects. Hearing this, Lu Yuan nodded in agreement in his heart. Xing Li truly understood him. How expensive are pure materials? Selling him wouldn't even buy a few. Those contaminated extraordinary scraps were sold by the pound in the market. Though this was an exaggeration, consuming scrap was akin to courting death for others. For him, consuming scraps was a low-cost, high-efficiency resource integration, coupled with his over 30 points of mental attributes and the resistance from clear mind. What was a little pollution? It was merely like adding a bit of spice while eating, stimulating yet appetizing. He considered the pollution as music. Listening to music while dining was classy. Ding! The indicator light of the treatment chamber lit up green, and the nutritional liquid inside slowly receded. The chamber door slid open. Lu Yuan sat up, and the numerous fine wounds and abrasions on his body had all scabbed over and healed, leaving not a single scar. He moved his neck, picked up the heavy robe, and donned it again. His deep gray eyes reflected utter calmness with an uncontainable hint of anticipation. On the main road of the campus late at night, Lu Yuan walked slowly towards the special student dormitory, wearing a gray-white metallic wristband on his left wrist. As Lu Yuan walked, he lowered his head, occasionally fiddling with the wristband with his right hand. As he did, the metal on the wristband began to swirl and reshape like living mercury. Click, click. The metal extended and elongated. In the blink of an eye, a half-meter-long rugged mechanical wrench appeared in Lu Yuan's hand. Lu Yuan weighed it in his hand. It felt good. Then with a slight movement of mana, the wrench rapidly melted, regrouping into a hard, gray-white bone shield. In another blink, it transformed again into a sharp bone spear with a blood groove. This effortless physical transformation was merely the most basic ability of the heart manifestation, called indeterminate mechanism. Or rather, this clay-like transformation ability was entirely meant to serve its core function. Lu Yuan's mind replayed the scene that had just occurred in the medical department. The on-duty nurse had a high-pressure energy pistol issued by the security office of Xing Luo University at her waist. At that moment, Lu Yuan took the opportunity to swipe his card and activated the pure white eye. He stared intensely at the gun for a full minute, analyzing everything from the density of the alloy shell to the wiring of the internal magical energy rail and the arrangement of the firing runes. The powerful computational ability of the pure white eye, combined with the knowledge of structural mechanics in his mind, laid bare the principle of the gun. After he fully analyzed and comprehended the workings of the gun, the true ability of indeterminate mechanism was triggered. By consuming the corresponding mana, this liquid metal could perfectly replicate that energy pistol. Not only its appearance, but also the effect of firing high-pressure energy projectiles could be restored once. This was the core passive of Lu Yuan's heart manifestation, knowledge replication. As long as you understand it, as long as you learn it, you can acquire an identical extraordinary piece of equipment for free. However, this extraordinarily powerful ability is not without its limitations. Earlier, Lu Yuan tried to use it to replicate the Feast of Sin bone card in his spatial magazine. The result? The indeterminate mechanism did not respond at all. It cannot duplicate items with uniqueness or law and causality characteristics, and it has strict tier memory limitations. Just as Lu Yuan reshaped the bone spear in his hand back into a handgun, and then elongated it into a voice of a woman filled with extreme restraint and collapse exploded directly in Lu Yuan's mind. Stop squeezing your heart's manifestation. Lu Yuan pretended not to hear, instead lifting his hand and twisting the metal sword into a spiral shape. He casually asked a question in his mind. Aren't you a tier 4? This heart's manifestation is also your territory. Can't you control it to stop? The voice from the hand ring Xing Li was directly amused by anger. She had pent-up frustration, and if it weren't for being in someone else's territory, she would have loved to jump out and strangle this bastard on the spot. Control? Am I supposed to use my head to control it? Xing Li's voice was filled with exasperation and frustration. Can you get the basic logic straight? The essence of the heart's manifestation is the visualization of your own mind and subconscious. It is a part that extends from your body. When I help you condense the heart's manifestation, I'm merely playing the role of a midwife. I am not the creator. If I had that power to forcibly alter and manipulate others' heart's manifestations, I would have already been unrivaled in the world. Why would I need to sign this oppressive symbiotic contract with you? Xing Li took a deep breath in the hand ring, seemingly suppressing the nauseating sensation as if being tossed around in a washing machine. Even if I reside here, I can only barely borrow control when you are completely unresisting, actively relinquishing power, or when you are knocked unconscious. As for the kind of thing you imagine, where I suddenly betray you while hiding in the heart's manifestation, Xing Li let out a cold laugh. Dream on. Have you ever seen a heart suddenly jump out to strangle itself? Even if we take 1,000 steps back and say that such a ridiculous heart's manifestation exists in this world, with your mind filled with paranoia and a defensive mindset thicker than city walls, do you think the manifestation you create would leave me a backdoor to turn the tables? Listening to Xing Li's professional yet resentful complaints, the last stone in Lu Yuan's heart finally fell to the ground, not due to his trust, but because it aligned with the heart's manifestation system knowledge he had previously explored out of curiosity. After confirming the absolute safety of this equipment, Lu Yuan decided to stop while he was ahead. He finally showed mercy and ceased his actions of squeezing the hand ring, allowing it to transform back into the inconspicuous gray-white metal circle on his wrist. At this moment, he arrived at the front door of the special enrollment dormitory. Beep. He swiped his card to enter. Welcome back. Mo Shulo just floated to the entrance, her halo not yet having time to complete a full rotation. With a snap, Lu Yuan directly cut off the magical energy supply from the student card. Mo Ziyuo's expressionless face instantly froze, and then transformed into a burst of white light, dissipating on the spot. The once spacious living room instantly became empty. Lu Yuan walked over and sat down on the sofa. The nonchalant expression on his face vanished in an instant. Next to appear was a figure with a somewhat scrutinizing and serious expression. He lowered his head to look at the indeterminate device on his wrist. Let's talk. Lu Yuan's voice was very cold. A faint light flickered on the hand ring. Xing Li's semi-transparent soul materialized in the air. She was still dressed in a loose white shirt and black shorts, her bare feet hovering a few centimeters above the ground. She floated above the coffee table, arms crossed, looking down at Lu Yuan. However, the gaze Lu Yuan directed at her held not an ounce of reverence for a high-tier powerhouse. Throughout the journey back, Lu Yuan hadn't been idle. His hands were playing with the heart's manifestation, but beneath the deep gray false pupils, his pure white eye was continuously scanning and analyzing Xing Li in a discrete low-power mode. He saw clearly. Although Xing Li's soul appeared more solid than before, it was merely a temporary stabilization effect brought about by the symbiotic contract. In the perspective of the pure white eye, the deepest core of her soul was covered with terrifying cracks resembling shattered glass. That originally profound tier 4 aura now appeared pitifully withered. Lu Yuan made an accurate comparison with his current strength. The regular fluctuations of aura Xing Li displayed at this moment were at most at the peak of tier 1 or just stepping into tier 2. Of course, as a prodigy of an exterminated clan, she definitely held on to that desperate last resort that could hurt 1,000 enemies while damaging herself 800. If truly pushed to her limits, she might be able to forcibly unleash a strike of tier 4. But that would be limited to just one strike. After using it, she would most likely be truly dead. Thus, a clear conclusion was drawn at this moment. Xing Li was strictly speaking an unadulterated paper tiger. Although everyone signed a non-harmful symbiotic contract, the hierarchy of who was the boss and who was the worker must be established clearly from the very beginning. Lu Yuan did not need to be obsequious to her. Xing Li, as a spirit race specializing in mental arts, naturally sensed Lu Yuan's unabashed scrutiny and increasingly assertive confidence throughout the journey. She knew that her vulnerabilities had most likely been seen through by this human boy. With a sigh, she retracted her previously condescending posture. She floated down to sit on the coffee table opposite the sofa. Put away that dangerous gaze, as if you're looking at a drowning dog. Xing Li's expression became serious. We are all in the same boat now. So tell me, why did you send the housekeeper away in the middle of the night and adopt this posture of interrogation? What do you really want to ask? Lu Yuan leaned back against the sofa, staring into Xing Li's amber golden vertical pupils. How do you know about the pure white eye? Or rather, what is the origin of this pure white eye? This was the deepest blade hanging over Lu Yuan's. The origin of the golden finger was far more critical than any tier 4 or tier 5 matters. Hearing this question, Xing Li instead chuckled self-deprecatingly. So that's what you wanted to ask. She brushed a strand of her white hair behind her ear, her tone becoming, let me tell you the truth. I don't know either. Lu Yuan's brow instantly furrowed. Don't rush to glare at me. Well, I'm not lying to you. Xing Li looked at him, her tone very serious. I have only heard its legend. Or to be precise, it is the ancient legend passed down from the founders of our spirit race, the source of our bloodline. As for what you actually want to ask me, what is the principle of these eyes, and what is their origin? I can only answer you, I really don't know. Xing Li shrugged. As I told you before in the ruins, I am really only 18 years old. Although our spirit race has a long lifespan, and once we fully evolve into pure energy soul life, living for thousands of years is not an issue. But during the early stages of having a physical body, the standard for adulthood is the same as yours. Lu Yuan interrupted Xing Li's subsequent words. So you really are 18. What do I gain by lying to you here? You aren't counting that time I was asleep in the heart's manifestation, are you? I had no consciousness during that time. Xing Li angrily retorted. All right, my bad. You can Lu Yuan raised his hands in a gesture of surrender somewhat helplessly. Then Xing Li's expression dimmed for a moment. I just turned 18 and haven't had the chance to access the core inheritance of my clan before it was exterminated. So what could I possibly know about ancient secrets? Those eyes. Ultimately, they are but mythic tales etched upon stone tablets to us. And, had I not witnessed them in you with my own eyes, I would have assumed they were mere fables our ancestors invented to amuse children. At this, Xing Li glanced up and down at Lu Yuan, her tone suddenly laced with unmistakable disdain. To be frank, in the abilities your eyes currently manifest, fall short of the legends recorded in our clan's annals by a staggering 10 million li. According to legend, those eyes could pierce the foundational logic of the cosmos itself, reweaving truth and law with a single glance. Yet here you are using them merely to surreptitiously dissect a battered handgun. Lu Yuan remained expressionless. And of course, Ni's divine boon had only just bound itself to him, and he was still at first order. And did she truly expect a level 1 account to unleash universe-shattering effects? It already defied reason, enhancing his learning efficiency beyond limits, even enabling him to cast spells far above his rank. And, beyond legend, do you possess no concrete knowledge? Lu Yuan pressed, unwilling to relent. And, I am not entirely ignorant, Xing Li replied, her demeanor shifting back to solemn gravity. And the one absolute core truth I may reveal to you is this. These eyes are intrinsically tied to a supreme being of your human race, Na supreme being. and Lu Yuan silently committed the term to memory. He neither assessed the veracity of Xing Li's words nor pressed further on the identity of that supreme being. Such an entity existed on a plane immeasurably distant from his current first-order self. Probing further would only invite needless anxiety. Instead, he posed a more pragmatic question. You called it legend. And so how precisely did you recognize it at first sight? Xing Li sat cross-legged atop the low tea table, swinging her snow-white legs as she counted off on her fingers. First, you demonstrated mental control precision far exceeding that of peers, even surpassing what ordinary second or third-order mages could possibly achieve. Second, pure white irises overlaid with concentric rings rotating endlessly within, a visual signature so distinctive it matched the carvings on the stone tablets to the last detail. Third, and most crucially, a mischievous smile flickered across Xing Li's lips. And when I tentatively uttered the phrase, pure white eyes, a surge of profound shock and acute emotional resonance erupted instantly from your soul, confirming my hypothesis beyond doubt. In truth, I was bluffing, with over half my certainty resting on that gambit. Who knew you outwardly as steady as an ancient hound would crack the moment I applied pressure. Lu Yuan's eyelid twitched. He had no retort left. Dealing with a veteran of the mind arts meant that even the slightest lapse in emotional discipline could expose his very undergarments. Yet this also indirectly validated the conclusion he'd drawn moments earlier. Using his pure white eyes, this woman possessed no real power to seize him by force. Her sharp tongue was all she had. A classic paper tiger. In realizing this, Lu Yuan's confidence deepened. Driven by a gnawing sense of vulnerability, he asked, bluntly without preamble, the most critical, most perilous question of the night. Tell me. Lu Yuan fixed his gaze on Xing Li. Is it possible that someone within Blue Star could recognize these eyes? This determined whether he should prepare for immediate elimination or flee that very night on the next available train. Xing Li stroked her chin, pondering seriously before delivering her verdict with quiet assurance. Highly, even according to our Ling clan's ancient lineage, aside from that legendary ancestor who dwells solely in myth, not a single pair of such eyes has ever appeared elsewhere in the cosmos. We cannot even perceive our own bloodline's origin, so generations have treated the tale as little more than a bedtime story. Xing Li met Lu Yuan's gaze. You are the first living specimen I have ever encountered in my entire life. Hearing this, the taut muscles along Lu Yuan's spine finally eased, just slightly. No one recognized them. That was enough. So long as no one else suddenly uttered that name and sent a jolt through his nerves, he could breathe. Yet this also served as a sobering reminder. Wearing these false irises was no true safeguard. Though the prosthetics themselves bore inscribed runes to conceal his aura, the wiser path lay in commissioning, through substantial investment, a custom-made artifact designed expressly for obfuscation. Watching Lu Yuan exhale in palpable relief, Xing Li covered her mouth and laughed. Honestly, back in the ruins, had I not specialized in mind arts, allowing me to suppress emotion, and been reduced to a lingering fragment of spirit incapable of overpowering you. Any high-order mage from a spellcasting tradition, upon beholding these utterly unique eyes, would not calmly sit down to negotiate a symbiotic covenant. They would strike you unconscious with a single palm strike, and then bind your limbs to an autopsy slab, and excise your eyes along with your cerebral matter for meticulous dissection and study. Lu Yuan felt a chill crawl up his spine, and he twisted his lips into a wry grimace and retorted dryly, where on earth did that stereotype come from? Spellcasters' mentors are revered scholars. Now could they possibly be so deranged and monstrous as you describe? Xing Li shrugged. She answered with feigned innocence and unshakable conviction. You necromancers yourselves propagated that reputation. Was it not your order, seeking the ultimate truths of death and life, that forged the thunderous Greater Lich? That rampaged across the game universe, excavating ancestral tombs of every sentient race until none remained unviolated, and earned universal condemnation and bounty. Lu Yuan fell utterly silent. New dread now took root. If he ever entered the game universe as a necromancer, would he be strung up and flogged on sight? In the dormitory for special recruits, Lu Yuan slowly exhaled a long breath of impure air, concluding a round of deep meditation. He stood up and stretched his stiff neck. Today marks the official opening day of Xingloi University. As per the school's usual practice, the first day is bound to be a long and boring opening ceremony, with the real competition that determines the new student's fate commencing on the following day. With a thought, Lu Yuan summoned his long-lost personal panel. Since experiencing the bloody battle in the Rust City and the first-tier breakthrough trial, his data had undergone a tremendous transformation. Name: Lu Yuan. Race: Humani. Age: 15. Profession: Gravedigger D. Rank: 2nd tier. Faction: Absolute Neutral. Level: LV 11. Health 750, 350, 400 corpse body. Mana 1000, level LV10. Purity LV2. Mana efficiency increased by 5. Armor 63. Attributes physique 35, 32 3. Equipment agility 15. Intelligence 43, 41 2. Equipment spirit 46, 43 3. Equipment charisma 8. Luck 2. Talent none. Special physique pure white. Eye energy 100. Soul energy 0. Secondary profession junior scholar LV5 max. Specialization devourer. Skills. Profession. Tombstone DLV7, grave digging DLV7, corpse body DLV8, a body preparation DLV4. Spells. Death Omen Star Extreme 1st Tier Master Death Omen Star Ignite 1st Tier Master Death Omen Star Misfortune 1st Tier Master. Professional knowledge. Anatomy LV10. Rune Studies LV10. Elemental Studies LV10. Manipulation Studies LV9. Ecology LV9. General Knowledge. Equipment Whispering Abyss Robe. Mind State. Looking at this splee. In recent days, he had practically welded himself to the library and laboratory. He even neglected the draining consumption of the pure white, wholly devoted to grinding data. Especially the newly acquired rank Specialization Devourer. Experiments proved that this specialization was indeed a divine skill. After multiple trials, he discovered that the most efficient enhancement for him was an item called Mental Crystal. This item is a superfluous waste formed by the negative emotions and shattered minds of others. A normal mage would be sent straight to a mental hospital after just a taste. But for Lu Yuan, with a spirit rating of 46 and equipped with the pure white, consuming this item was akin to eating mustard-flavored chips. Aside from being a bit pungent, it felt like a cat scratching an itch. By exploiting this waste, his energy purity had stubbornly risen to level 2, and the quality of his mana increased by 5. The cost of casting spells further decreased. During this process, he also deeply understood the distinction between mana and spiritual energy. Mana is the energy produced by the combination of soul and body focused on being an all-rounder. However, using it to drive a purely spiritual entity, like the unfixed mechanism, still felt a bit awkward. It is far less smooth than the spiritual energy exclusive to the mind domain. Lu Yuan noted this down in his heart, planning to ask Xing Li, who resided in his ring, for some spiritual energy after the competition ended for him to study. Moreover, his combat style underwent a thorough transformation. Previously relying on his high physique and wielding a powerful purple-grade sword, he often preferred to engage in straightforward melee attacks. However, after being schooled by a Skinner's combo in the trial, he was completely awakened. He recognized the reality: he was merely a reckless brute with stats. Without combat chi to enhance his strength, lacking combat skills, and possessing no excellent techniques, when facing high-quality melee monsters, he was merely a punching bag with no operational space. Furthermore, that big sword had now transformed into Xing Li. He had no way to revert it back for use. Since his melee combat was subpar, he decided to return to being a serious mage. With an exaggerated physique of 35 points combined with a ridiculously thick abyss robe, he possessed a damage tolerance rate that other mages could only dream of. As long as he wasn't killed in a single hit, he could comfortably output damage while standing still. Thus, he spent several days frantically completing his spell library. He disassembled and fused all the most notorious curse spells of the Necromancer along with enhancement spells for supporting undead into his own spell system. With a surge in his mental power, he could now maintain up to 3 Death Omen Stars at once. Additionally, he developed 3 specialized versions: Death Omen Star Extreme, which focuses on physical penetration; Death Omen Star Ignite, which boosts the morale of his undead minions; and Death Omen Star Misfortune, which inflicts weakness and defense reduction on his opponents. Currently, he could be said to have maximized all knowledge and foundation within the first tier pond. As for the core knowledge and job change for the second tier, that would have to wait until the opening competition concluded. Lu Yuan adjusted his robe and stepped out, walking towards the venue of the opening ceremony. Why do you humans always enjoy engaging in such wasteful and meaningless formalism? Inside the ring, Xing Li's lazy yet somewhat disdainful voice echoed in Lu Yuan's mind. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed. With this time, I could have gone to the black market to collect 2 more pounds of mental waste. It was evident that Xing Li's sarcasm hit the nail on the head. This opening ceremony was truly excruciatingly boring. The vast venue was filled with new students, yet on the podium, not even a shadow of a 4th-tier mentor could be seen. The entire event was hosted by a group of struggling 3rd-tier instructors. Most absurdly, the speech was delivered by a projection of a 5th-tier vice principal, and even the 6th-tier principal couldn't be bothered to leave a projection, which just goes to show what mages are like. The vice principal in the projection spoke animatedly, while the new students below slumped in various positions asleep. After 2 hours of brainwashing, magic sounds ended. Lu Yuan, with a pair of dead fish eyes devoid of dreams, walked out of the venue in boredom. As soon as he exited the main door, he spotted a familiar face. Senior Chunin. This reliable necromancer senior from the Rust City was currently standing under a large tree at the entrance of the venue. He wasn't looking at his phone, nor chatting with anyone. His eyes were fixated on the crowd pouring out. The moment he saw Lu Yuan, Chin An's eyes lit up instantly. How should one describe that look? It was like an old lecher encountering a long-lost first love in a bathing center, filled with 3 parts shock, 3 parts suspicion, and 4 parts uncontrollable joy. He hurriedly closed the distance in a few quick steps. Throwing an arm around Lu Yuan's shoulders, he deliberately lowered his voice, making it sound like he was meeting in secret. Junior Lu. Chun N's smile nearly reached his ears, yet he forced a serious expression. Looking at Chun An's overly pretentious expression, Lu Yuan was filled with doubt. Urgent. You look like a blooming chrysanthemum while being urgent. Though he didn't know what scheme this senior was plotting given the situation, it was highly likely related to his promotion to the 2nd tier. Lu Yuan didn't ask further, nodded, and followed Chun and towards the back of the teaching building. Lu Yuan was filled with confusion, yet his footsteps did not falter as he obediently followed behind Chunin. Within the wristband, Xing Li quietly swept the area with a 4th-tier mental perception. Go ahead, it's fine. Xing Li's voice lazily echoed in Lu Yuan's mind. This senior is currently in high spirits, radiating a fervent aura of "I want to invest in you," completely devoid of any ill intentions. With the assurance of the 4th-tier soul radar, Lu Yuan felt completely at ease. The two walked along the main road for a while. Suddenly Chunin slowed his pace, turning to look at Lu Yuan with a hint of anticipation and probing in his eyes. Junior Lu, let's have a chat. Chunin lowered his voice, saying, Are you at the 2nd tier now? Lu Yuan pondered for a moment. There was really nothing to hide about this. Tomorrow's survival competition was bound to be intense, and his 2nd-tier strength could not be concealed. So he nodded naturally. Yes. Upon hearing these 2 words, Chun, and though mentally prepared, could not suppress the ecstatic expression on his face. I knew it. I knew you would make it. Chunin excitedly slapped his thigh. Watching his senior walk ahead in a state of greater pride than his own, Lu Yuan's doubts also grew. He did not activate any death energy fluctuations, directly asking, Senior brother, why did you specifically block me at the entrance? Chunin did not answer immediately. He took out a tablet from his storage ring, swiped the screen twice, and handed it to Lu Yuan. Take a look at this first. Lu Yuan took it and looked. The forum on the screen was pinned at the top with an appealing title: Final Evaluation of Freshman Strength. The top 10 rankings caught Lu Yuan's gaze as it moved down. First place, Wang Tung Fire Element, Tier 2nd Level LV13. Second place, Zhao Pezhun Lightning Element, Level 2nd, LV12. Third place, Li Han Ice Element, Tier 2nd Level LV12. Fourth place, Sun Yin Earth Element, Tier 2nd Level LV12. Qian Lai Wind Element, Tier 2nd Level LV12. Sixth place, Chu Feng Wood Element, Level 2nd Level LV11. Seventh place, Zhou Ming Water Element, 2nd Tier, LV11. Eighth place, Wu Guang Light Element, 2nd Tier, Level LV11. Ninth place, Zheng Ying Dark Element, Tier 2nd Level LV11. 10th place, vacant. After reading the rankings, Lu Yuan remained silent for 2 seconds. These were absurd. Not to mention the Wang family's 6th-tier core descendants piling resources to reach level 13 was simply outrageous. The latter 4 were all famous 5th-tier heirs from Blue Star. What made Lu Yuan's eyes twitch was Chu Feng, who ranked 6th. Weren't we supposed to be the 6th together? How did you suddenly make it to the trending list at 6th place? Is this ranking officially released by the school? Lu Yuan frowned. No, it's compiled by those bored, good-hearted folks in the school. Chunin explained with a smile, but don't underestimate it. Even though it's unofficial, its reliability has always been frighteningly high. After all, our school has no shortage of information brokers and fun seekers. Chun An's expression turned serious as he continued. However, this year is different. This year, the major families from the central domain seem to have made prior arrangements, sending in almost all their true core seedlings. Moreover, they heavily invested resources to ensure they reached the 2nd tier before the school year started. Chunin pointed out, among the top 9 aside from the unknown dark horse, Chu Feng, the rest are all family-protected cash cows. As for why the 10th spot remains vacant, it's because this year has been overly competitive. With the top 9 all at the 2nd tier, if you were to sit there with a reputation of being at the peak of the 1st tier, that would be quite embarrassing. So now no one has the guts to claim it. At this point, Chun gazed intently at Lu Yuan. But you are different. The 10th position is one that our necromancy department desperately needs you to claim. After hearing this, Lu Yuan could only think of one word: reject. What use is a shabby ranking to him? Aside from satisfying a bit of vanity, it offered no real benefit. Instead, it would prematurely expose his strength and make him a target. His original plan was to lurk in the shadows and strike when the competition began. Lu Yuan opened his mouth, preparing to refuse with the excuse of, "I am naturally indifferent to fame and wealth." Shunned seemed to understand the expression of "no money, no talk" within a second. "Don't refuse immediately, Junior Lu." Shunned grasped his arm. "Come with me to a place." Lu Yuan swallowed the words he was about to say and followed Chun into a nearby shaded path. Eventually, they stopped in front of a rather eerie and ancient standalone building. Upon entering, Lu Yuan instantly felt dozens of gazes uniformly land upon him. There were many people in the hall. Judging by the cold, deathly aura emanating from here, it was evident that they were all necromancers. This is the legendary residence of the Necromancy Society. Most of the crowd were senior students with very few new faces. They did not speak immediately, but turned their gazes to Chun and who brought Lu Yuan in. Though Chun An's strength here was not the top tier, his connections with a fourth-tier mentor and outstanding organizational skills granted him a fairly high status. He stepped forward, turned to face Lu Yuan, and wore an extremely solemn expression. "The reason for asking you all to compete for this ranking and to demonstrate your strength in front of everyone is actually a matter of life and death for our low-tier necromancy students. As you all know, the school allocates funding and resource quotas to each department every year. This is not just about money, it also concerns specific usage rights for many high-tier laboratories. Even though most of our society members have family backgrounds, the official permissions and special resources granted by the school are irreplaceable benefits for anyone. The logic behind the school's resource allocation is quite simple. Whoever has the strongest fists, whoever shows potential for development, gets the lion's share." Shunnen pointed to the senior students around, chuckling wryly. "However, our necromancy department faces a fatal awkward period. That is, first-tier necromancers like the freshmen are simply too weak." This statement resonated with all the necromancers present as many seniors lowered their heads in silence. In the absence of a formed necromantic space and the inability to summon in bulk, this causes our various performances during the freshman period to be frequently overshadowed by other elemental and warrior departments. Chun and continued, though further progression to the second and third tiers leads to the formation of legions and a qualitative change in combat power. The poor performances during the freshman period mean that the resources allocated to us low-tier necromancers, while slightly above average, are still insufficient for necromancers who burn through money like crazy. We are too poor. Chunin grew more agitated as he spoke, his eyes reddening. However, this year's freshman survival competition is different from previous years. We have all noticed that the school is placing unprecedented emphasis on this competition. If our necromancy department can deliver a dominant performance in this competition, it will definitely change the higher-ups' perceptions and significantly enhance the resource allocation for us in the coming years. So we need you, Junior. You are the only hope for this year's necromancy department. But don't worry, us seniors will definitely not let you work for nothing. Chunin waved his hand and immediately began laying down the chips. All the knowledge necessary for you to advance to the second tier has been prepared by the society. 2 main knowledge points and 5 branch knowledge points for you to choose from. You don't need to do anything, you just nod, and then go to the ranking list to secure the 10th place. Shunin gritted his teeth as if he had made up his mind. Our senior brothers and sisters from the entire department have pulled together to provide you with all the materials needed to construct a second-tier necromantic space. No matter if you choose the skeletal flesh or soul path, we will cover the materials. Shunin looked at Lu Yuan intently, throwing out one last crucial factor. If possible, before entering the arena tomorrow, put on a thunderous display in front of all the faculty and go and fiercely intimidate those who look down on us, those cash-spending dogs, and lift the spirits of our fellow necromancers. Of course, we won't let you do it for free. Once you pull this off, the club will grant you a special subsidy of 300 credits. Lu Yuan's previously expressionless face trembled at the last words, his pupils shaking with intensity. How much? 300 credits for putting on a show. That's equivalent to over 1,500 source crystals. These seniors are completely crazy with their generosity for the necromantic department. But who is Lu Yuan? A person who remains unflinching and furious between life and death. He took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed his overwhelming enthusiasm for money. A moment later, Lu Yuan's expression grew solemn, imbued with profound sorrow, as if a gust of wind had swept through the Ishui River, creating a tragic hue. He grasped Chen In's hand tightly, his tone resolute. Rest assured, senior brother. I will revive the necromantic department. Leave it to me, Lu Yuan. To reassure these big sponsors, or rather these respected seniors, Lu Yuan did not use his Yuanai robe to suppress his aura. A terrifying, oppressive force of second-tier death energy erupted like a tangible black gale, sweeping through the hall in an instant. As the scent of second-tier energy wafted away, the crowd fell silent. Soon after, all the senior brothers and sisters from the necromantic department exhaled deeply, their faces blooming with radiant and relieved smiles. It's settled. Absolutely settled. With the agreement on the show-off payment, Lu Yuan turned around and he needed to return to the dormitory, quickly draft a script, and think about how to maximize the value of those 300 credits to present a fresh and shocking performance. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Chun and suddenly spoke to him. Chun and looked at Lu Yuan and suddenly raised his hand. Junior brother Lu, your robe is quite cumbersome. Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then immediately understood Chun An's meaning. He laughed heartily and took off the Yuanai robe, revealing that he was only wearing a black tank top underneath, his broad back muscles bursting with explosive strength. He turned around and pointed to his back. Haha, come at me. Chun An also laughed heartily as he stepped forward, giving Lu Yuan a solid slap on the broad shoulder. After that, the other seniors in the hall no longer held back. They, filled with suppressed excitement, laughed and began to pat Lu Yuan on the shoulder, offering him their most fervent blessings. Go, junior brother Lu. Show the 9 who stand in front what a real challenger looks like. Let them vividly remember the fear of being controlled by our necromantic department. In response to all the cheers, Lu Yuan's reply was filled with confidence. All right. He said nothing more, just that one phrase. This was his own victory declaration. The next morning, Tsinghua University Field 1. Lead gray clouds filled the sky, hanging low. Today, no idle meteorology professor was present to change the weather, and this oppressive atmosphere unexpectedly matched the upcoming survival competition. At the center of the field stood a gigantic gate dozens of meters high. The new students participating in the competition had gathered here early, the positioning distinctly divided. Closest to the gate stood only 9 individuals, the undeniable monsters of this year's freshmen, top talents who had already broken through to the second tier before the semester began. Behind them, 10 meters away, was the dark mass of ordinary freshmen. At that moment, whispers of hushed discussions floated through the crowd. Didn't they say 10 second tier? Why are there only 9 in the core area? I'm puzzled too. The underground leaderboard updated last night, and a dark horse popped up, taking the 10th spot. What was his name? Lu Yuan, from the necromantic department. Never heard of him. Just like the 6th ranked Chu Feng, he seems to have emerged from a rock crevice. With the competition about to start, why hasn't he shown up? Could it be some arrogant fool trying to draw attention, spreading false news? Listening to the discussions around her, Su Shui bit her pale lips. Xiao Shui, a girl in a mage robe next to her, nudged her with her elbow, her face full of doubt. Weren't you adamant yesterday that you knew Lu Yuan, and that he was incredibly fierce? Why hasn't he appeared? Could he really be a fake, fleeing at the last minute? Su Shui shook her head. No way. This was already her 5th time answering that question this morning. But to be honest, as time ticked away, even her own confidence began to wane. Was that person strong? In the mine, he had obliterated the boss with a single bone spear, indeed strong like a monster. But that was ultimately a first-tier instance. Standing before this gate today were all second-tier freaks forged from the vast resources of Blue Star's top families. Could that lone wolf-like commoner mage really clash head-in with these rich heirs? Even Chu Feng, who had teamed up with him before and was weaker, had already advanced to the second tier. How could Lu Yuan not achieve that? But why has he not shown up yet? On the first playground, the atmosphere was stifling, as if it could condense into water. The dark clouds hung low, and the fine raindrops finally succumbed to the weight, falling in a gentle drizzle. At that moment, among the 9 second-tier prodigies standing at the forefront, the other 8, except for Chu Feng, seemed to have reached some unspoken understanding. They exchanged glances with one another. The next second, boom, boom, boom. The 8 previously restrained auras were unleashed without reservation, like untamed dragons breaking free from their shackles, ranked from lowest to highest. Frost, raging winds, thick earth shadows. Various violent elemental fluctuations manifested around them as tangible waves of energy. Especially Wang Tung, who stood at the center, ranked first. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes seemingly flowing with magma. Boom! A terrifying wave of scorching heat erupted from within him. The falling raindrops, still 10 meters away from his head, were instantly vaporized by this terrifying, high temperature, transforming into vast clouds of white steam. The searing steam formed a straight column of rising air shooting up into the sky, visually creating a vague hole in the low-hanging dark clouds. The combined pressure of the 8 second-tier prodigies intertwined like an invisible mountain. The first-tier freshmen behind them were instantly overwhelmed, gasping for breath, their faces pale. Some even trembled and unconsciously stepped back. Outside the field, in the viewing area on the high platform, the seniors from various departments watched this scene, collectively gasping in excitement. So intense. This year's freshmen are simply monsters. A senior who clearly knew everything explained excitedly while gripping the railing, especially that Wang Tung. The heir of a top warrior family from the central domain actually chose the spellcasting department, using a warrior's physique to cast fire-based forbidden spells. Who can withstand that? In one corner of the viewing area, the members of the Necromancy Society stood quietly. Amidst the fervent cheers they appeared particularly silent. Yo! A boy dressed in fiery robes with flamboyant red hair intentionally strolled in front of Chun and sneering sarcastically. Chun in your Necromancy society has been fortunate this year to have a second-tier member. What's the matter? Are you too scared to show your face after seeing Wang Tung's pressure hiding in your dorm and wetting your pants? This red-haired boy had previously pursued Chu Hongya, but was suppressed by Chun and with a single hand holding a grudge ever since. Chun held a cup of hot coffee, his gaze fixed on the playground below. He didn't even turn his head, merely coldly uttering a single sentence. Loser, bark again, and I'll make you shit your pants. The red-haired boy's face instantly flushed, trembling with rage, but upon seeing the faint outline of the necromantic space appearing beside Chun, he swallowed back the foul words in his throat and left dejectedly. In the center of the playground, Chu Feng stood alone among the 8 abnormal figures radiating overwhelming auras. Looking at these young masters who began to show off without even notifying him, he felt not anger, but rather amusement. These little kids really don't understand the principle that the tall trees attract the wind. Old Mu's ancient voice echoed in Chu Feng's mind. Chu kid, learn from your friend in the Necromancy Society. Quietly amassing wealth is the way to go. Look at him hiding so well, not having shown up until now. That's the mark of someone who can achieve great things. Hearing Old Mu's words, the lazy smile at the corner of Chu Feng's mouth deepened. Hide. No, Old Mu, you really don't understand that man's essence. Chu Feng looked up at the sky. That kid simply thought that appearing with this group diminished his prestige, wanting to wait until the last moment to make a grand entrance as the final boss. Since you want to be the last villain. Chu Feng chuckled in his heart. Then brother, I'll be the leading supporting role to set the stage for your entrance. The moment his words fell, the laziness on Chu Feng's face vanished. Buzz. A presence completely different from the surrounding 8 erupted from his body. It was a rich, vibrant aura of plant life. But this life aura did not forcefully suppress Wang Tung and the others' pressure. Instead, it permeated and integrated perfectly into the 8 violent presences as if it were a vine with self-awareness. Extremely eerie. Chu Feng's aura felt like an unfathomable green swamp, making it impossible to discern his true depths. Yet everyone present felt a tangible sense of suffocation, as if they were being choked by countless thorny vines. Damn, there's another expert. The freshmen below were completely frozen. Even Wang Tung and the others couldn't help but frown, cautiously glancing at the ever-smiling Chu Feng, realizing they needed to investigate him later. Where's the 10th? Why hasn't Lu Yuan come out yet? Someone in the crowd, unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere, shouted out. Just as his words fell, crack. A pale white lightning bolt struck down from the sky, splitting the dark clouds with immediately following the raindrops that had been forced back by Wang Tung's flames instantaneously froze into icy shards. A bone-chilling aura that seemed capable of freezing souls swept through the bodies of everyone present, like an invisible gale brutally passing through. Hiss! Everyone involuntarily shivered. The next moment, in the open space right in front of the 9 prodigies, gray light flickered. 24 reverse summoning arrays, each over 2 meters in diameter, bloomed on the ground like lotus flowers. Clack, clack, clack. A total of 24 skeletal soldiers, nearly 2 meters tall, with bones forged like deep gray steel and gray-white soul flames burning in their eye sockets, marched out in perfect unison from the arrays. They made no sound, silently separating into 2 rows, holding bone spears resembling a royal escort returning from the underworld. The pure aura of death forged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood directly crushed the entire arena. Is this a skeletal soldier? A first-tier soldier academy freshman stumbled back in fright, his eyes nearly popping out. Didn't the books say skeletal soldiers were so weak they couldn't even beat a dog? This thing looks like it could crush my head with one hand. But this was merely the escort. The true master had yet to descend. Buzz. A summoning array several times larger than the previous one erupted into existence in front of the 24 skeletons. The level 11 second-tier skeletal captain, clad in menacing bone armor and wielding a massive bone spear, stepped forward slowly. Boom. The terrifying death aura belonging to the second tier erupted without reservation from the skeletal captain. It collided head-on with the combined pressure of Wang Tung and the other 9 prodigies, creating a stalemate. And it was merely slightly at a disadvantage. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the sky amidst the swirling ice shards and deathly aura. A figure emerged, dressed in a dark purple, heavy as a mountain, in a robe, slowly descending from the top of the towering gate. Indeed, he was walking down. Each step he took in midair solidified a gray-white bone slab beneath him, supporting his body. With every step, bones formed. Lu Yuan. It's Lu Yuan. Someone shouted his name with a tremor. With his arrival, the dark clouds that had been pierced through seemed to come alive, like a gigantic black cloak closely following him, ready to engulf the city. Lu Yuan walked slowly to the center of the formation along the bone steps. But he did not land. Instead, he hovered 3 meters above the ground, looking down at those below. Within his deep gray fake pupils, an extraordinary logic and coldness seemingly not of this world shone through. He slowly raised his hand, confidently extending a finger wrapped in a black glove, pointing at the assembled crowd below. Inside and outside the arena there was dead silence. Under the intense gaze of everyone, Lu Yuan, as the 10th, spoke calmly and confidently, "By the way, to avoid any unrealistic misunderstandings, I must inform you all. You are the challengers." The playground was eerily silent. It was too wild, too damn wild. Under normal circumstances, the talented freshmen, who were treated like treasures in their own territory, would have been cursing loudly by now. But now no one dared to utter a word. No one even dared to think that this was mere boasting. The oppressive aura of the second-tier death energy in the air was like an invisible hand firmly shutting everyone's mouths. Faced with such a contemptuous provocation, Wang Teng moved. Wang Teng, the core descendant of a 6th-tier warrior family from the central domain. He wore a snow-white mage robe adorned with silver edges, the collar pressed so flat that there wasn't a single wrinkle, like an elegant noble mage stepping out from a classical oil painting. But as he lifted his head, that elegance shattered instantly. Wang Teng grinned, the muscles on his face twitching slightly due to overwhelming excitement. "Challenger." "Ha ha." Wang Teng's eyes burned with a feverish intensity. With a casual wave of his hand, the space beside him split open. A thing he referred to as a staff crashed heavily onto the ground with a thud. The solid blue stone slab cracked radiantly under the impact. He then grasped that weapon tightly. This was no staff. It was clearly a heavy lance over 3 meters long, weighing hundreds of pounds, crafted entirely from dark red metal. He had merely embedded a ruby in the notch at the tip and insisted it was a staff. Interesting. So very. Wang Teng was not angry. Instead, he was thrilled. Every muscle in his body taut, his joints cracking. "I hope your strength matches your arrogance." The battle genes inherited from his family stirred within him, and he was eager to accept the identity of this challenger. At that moment, Chu Feng, standing not far from Wang Teng, also raised his head with a smile. He extended a finger to push up the non-existent glasses on his nose, a signature lazy smirk playing on his "Oh, in the challenger." Chu Feng looked up at Lu Yuan in midair, his tone dripping with arrogance. "You are just a mortal born in an era without me. Is this even a challenge?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yuan in the sky still wore that cold, lifeless expression. Yet the gaze hidden beneath his dark gray false pupils flickered momentarily. It resonated. It truly resonated. What a great line, brother. Such a badass line, such an over-the-top display, perfectly capturing that vibe of rainy day arrogance. Lu Yuan silently noted down that line in his heart, planning to use it himself someday. Just as Lu Yuan was feeling smug inside, a voice that dripped with disdain suddenly echoed in his mind. "Tisk, the lines are well crafted, but the visual effects are disappointingly cheap." Xing Li from the Indeterminate Mechanism began enthusiastically offering her critique through their mental link. "If it were me when making my entrance, I would have ripped open a space crack directly and unleashed a rain of fire from above. Then ID stepped down on a massive burning meteor, letting the lava flow across the ground. Finally, from a high vantage point, ID point at those ants below and coldly say, 'Gaze upon me, you wretches.' That's the kind of grand entrance a villainous overlord deserves, not just a couple of skeletons standing around looking utterly unimpressive." Listening to this absurd theory in his mind, Lu Yuan's eyelids twitched violently. In that moment, he suddenly had an epiphany. No wonder a cold and ethereal talented spirit clan member majoring in the mind arts had her heart manifestation turn out to be an exaggeratedly fiery and magma-spewing lava greatsword. It turned out that this 18-year-old 4th-year-old monster was at her core an irredeemable heavy middle school. She wasn't just rambling, because with her 4th-year strength, she had truly pulled off such a feat back in the day. "Forget it," Lu Yuan coldly replied in his mind. "I'm here to harvest points and sponsorship fees from the seniors in the exam, not to put on a fireworks show, and then have to pay for the damage to the playground stone slabs." Interrupting Xing Li's spellcasting with such ruthless pragmatism made her roll her eyes dramatically in the bracelet, no longer wanting to deal with this unromantic wooden block, and completely withdrew. Buzz! The atmosphere reached its peak. The massive gate in the middle of the playground finally swung open. "Enter." At the sound of the host's command, the freshmen surged forward like a tide, braving the terrifying pressure from above. With a thought, Lu Yuan's skeletal ladder shattered inch by inch. He led a large group of skeleton soldiers walking side by side with Chu Feng toward the gate. Neither of them had taken a team contract. "Not teaming up for real?" Chu Feng casually asked beside him. "Team up? Hell no." Lu Yuan rejected without a second thought. Before they arrived, both had thoroughly understood the competition rules. The school allowed teams of up to 10, but that rule was purely a trap. Having one extra person in the team would proportionally reduce the points by a significant margin. Moreover, rankings were based on the team name, and rewards were distributed according to the team, leading to internal disputes over how to share the points. Conversely, competing as a lone wolf provided an outrageous compensation from the system. Every point would be multiplied by 5 times. Taking down a high-level monster earned a base score of 20 points. 2 people teaming up would likely yield only 16 points. But if they didn't team up relying on their own abilities, or teaming up privately, the one who landed the final blow would get 20 times 5, which is a solid 30 points. The 2 could easily team up privately, each killing 1 monster, and taking turns to score. Doing so, both could rank as lone wolves and receive double rewards with total points far exceeding those of a team. Anyone with a normal brain wouldn't team up. Alright then, let's see who makes it to the rankings first, based on our skills. Chu Feng smiled, and stepped into the vortex of the gate. Lu Yuan followed him in. In the observation area on the high platform, the 2 fourth-tier mentors from Xingluo University, Zhang Sun and Lu Meng, stood together. Zhang Sun adjusted his glasses, and watched Lu Yuan's disappearing figure, unable to help but exclaim, "This kid is truly arrogant." Lu Meng crossed his arms, and clicked his tongue. Arrogance requires backing. Look at those 24 skeleton soldiers at his feet, their bones as hard as steel, with the leading second-tier skeleton captain being quite clever. If I weren't from the Necromancer branch, I would have gone down there to recruit him as my apprentice without caring about my reputation. Dream on. Zhang Sun shot him a sideways glance, scoffing. Lu Meng's eyes widened, unconvinced. What? Am I not allowed to recruit a freshman as a 4th-tier mentor? His mentor is that master Pokemon collector Yin Xiu, Zhang Sun replied nonchalantly. Hearing the name, Yin Xiu, Lu Meng, who had been so cocky just moments ago, suddenly froze. Yin Xiu, that crazy young genius who spends all his time in underground laboratories collecting bizarre physiques and odd professions. Exactly. Zhang Sun patted him on the shoulder with schadenfreude. Do you really dare to steal his student? Don't you believe that he could bring a few 4th-tier undead to your office tonight to beat you up? Lu Meng imagined being beaten up by a few stitched-up monsters, shivering at the thought, and immediately squashed the idea of recruiting. So he's his student. Lu Meng understood. I remember now, he's the one who was specially recruited because of the lucky break Shin Yunhai had. I heard this kid has a rared grade first transition profession. Zhang Sun nodded, his tone tinged with envy. Indeed. Just a few days ago, the admissions office was boasting in the group that this kid had guaranteed 5th-tier potential. If he doesn't crash midway, he will definitely reach 5th tier within 50 years. 5th tier. Lu Meng gasped. That's a monster equivalent to a Weisstein. Especially if he's a 5th-tier necromancer. If he truly rises, he would be a natural disaster in human form. Just moments ago, the boisterous Lu Meng's tone suddenly turned somber. If this kid really grows smoothly during the racial wars, our blue star could gain another solid pillar. It's just a question of when those other races lurking in the shadows will show themselves. Zhang Sun shook his head. Enough, don't worry about it. There's a big guy backing us. Forget it, let's not dwell on it. Just then the last freshman vanished into the vortex of the gate. Buzz. In the middle of the first playground, a gigantic, dozens of meters tall, all-encompassing projection steel erupted from the ground with a loud bang. The live scoring leaderboard for the survival competition. The gate had been closed for less than 5 minutes, and the freshmen inside probably hadn't even found their bearings yet. However, in the first second, the steel lit up amidst the astonished gazes of thousands of teachers and students. A dazzling beam of golden light suddenly exploded at the top of the leaderboard. A name unexpectedly jumped to the first row, firmly occupying the top spot. First place, Lu Yuan, points 30. The entire playground fell silent again. Lu Meng and Zhang Sun, who had just been pondering the alien crisis, were left wide-eyed. Lu Meng's voice cracked. What's going on? See, it's only been 5 minutes. Others are still looking for places to hide. Where did he get those 30 points? Even with the lone wolf bonus, it means he must have wiped out a bunch of high-level monsters the moment he landed. Everyone was stunned by this unreasonable point-gaining speed. The leaderboard flashed again. Second place, Wang Tung, points 25. Third place, Chu Feng, points 20. Looking at these 3 names that were tightly clinging to the top, the seniors in the observation area swallowed hard, feeling their blood rushing. A single thought appeared in every. This new freshman competition filled with monsters had gone insane from the very first second. How could this happen? Why is this happening? A second-tier beast king, the Crimson Flame Lion, is currently pondering these 2 questions. This is a vast wilderness plain with an exceptionally broad view. It has been the ruler of this territory for a long time. As the king here, it has never feared anyone except for the foolish bear to the north and the winged dragon to the west. But today the world has changed. Just as it was about to take its subordinates out for a hunt, it encountered a hairless, underdeveloped, skinless monkey that seemed to have appeared from nowhere. Not only did the monkey not run away, but a group of skeletal figures followed behind. It originally thought that a mere breath of fire would burn these intruders to ashes, just like it usually did, but as soon as it made a move, despair set in. Its elite subordinates were like paper easily pierced by the spears of those skeletal figures strung together like sugar-coated haws on a stick. And its mightiest claws merely scraped against the lead black skeleton, producing a shower of sparks. The intense flames it relied on for survival could barely produce a wisp of smoke against those bones. Boom. The skeletal captain swept its spear like a golf club, sending the second-tier Beast King flying. The lion crashed to the ground with a thud, yelping in pain. At this moment it was covered in wounds from spears, bleeding profusely and in a woeful state. The skeletal captain charged forward like a heavy tank. It sidestepped, easily dodging the lion's desperate claw, then raised its heavy bone shield and smashed it down onto the lion's face. Boom. Half of the lion's head was smashed into the ground. Its two proud fangs snapped with a crunch. It was utterly humiliated. It was infuriating. The lion's eyes turned red. At that moment its flames erupted uncontrollably, a frantic blaze fueled by its very life force. Riding the wave of explosive flames, it managed to push the skeletal captain back a step and awkwardly crawled out of the pit. In that instant, the lion's bloodshot eyes scanned over the rows of skeletons, locking onto the hairless monkey at the back, who hadn't even lifted a finger since the fight began. The instincts of the beast told it. That fragile monkey was definitely the leader of these skeletal minions. If it could take him down, these monsters would surely fall into chaos. Kill. The lion's muscles bulged as it pushed off the ground, transforming into a streak of fire, directly leaping over the skeletal line towards Lu Yuan. Capture the king to catch the thief. But just as it leaped into the air about to collide with the hairless monkey, boom, the ground beneath Lu Yuan exploded. Two massive skeletal hands, purely formed from death energy, erupted from the ground, clamping down on the lion's immense body like iron pincers, halting it midair. The lion was bewildered, struggling desperately. Just then, in its expanding eyes filled with terror, a grayish-white elemental sphere quietly appeared on Lu Yuan's shoulder. This sphere was different from the usual Death Star. Surrounding it was a ring made of densely packed, crystallized bone fragments resembling a small Saturn. Death Star Extreme, the ultimate single-target version specializing in physical penetration. Whoosh! A pale spear compressed to the limit was shot out at point-blank range. There was no suspense. The lion's hard head was pierced and blown apart like a watermelon hit by an anti-material sniper rifle, along with half of its body. The headless corpse twitched twice before crashing to the ground. The life of this king of the grassland ended so abruptly. TSK. In the bracelet, Xing Li's languid and sharp-tongued voice echoed in Lu Yuan's mind. Although I know this is a virtual testing ground set up by your school, but the logic programming at this level is really stupid, isn't it? If it had fought a bit more with that second-tier skeleton, it might have been able to leave a whole corpse. Why did it have to bypass the front line and crash into your humanoid cannon? Isn't that seeking death? Lu Yuan remained expressionless, ignoring Xing Li completely. Because at the edge of his vision, a translucent kill notification popped up. You have killed the Crimson Flame Lion LV11 second-tier beastie race. Earned competition points, 50 points. Triggered Lone Wolf Compensation Mechanism, 1. 5x actual points, earned 75 points. Lu Yuan frowned at this notification. The second-tier boss plus the Lone Wolf bonus only gives 75 points. That's a bit low. Lu Yuan mentally labeled the official competition as stingy. Meanwhile, the remaining dozen or so first-tier beasts had already been cleared away by the skeletal soldiers like autumn leaves blown away by the wind. You have killed Fire Lion Pack LV5 LV9 14. Triggered Lone Wolf Compensation Mechanism actual points earned 96 points. Lu Yuan calculated in his mind. Ignoring the 1. 5x bonus on average, killing a first-tier beast gives about 5 to 7 base points. Not bad. Lu Yuan looked around. He had no idea how many points Chu Feng and Wang Teng had since he couldn't see the leaderboard. But he knew very well that he had gotten lucky this time. It was as if upon landing the system had directly thrown a group of beasts in his face, saving him the trouble of searching for enemies. However, finding people in this vast grassland would be troublesome. Forget it, let's find Chu Feng first. When it came to locating others, Chu Feng's scouting methods were undoubtedly superior. Lu Yuan raised his hand and patted his left shoulder. A particularly inconspicuous black mushroom was stuck to his dark purple robe. This was something Chu Feng had stealthily flicked onto his shoulder, while everyone was busy watching the prodigies show off as two of them walked side by side toward the world gate. Lone wolf is a lone wolf. But among the 6, there has always been an unspoken agreement of non-interference, ready to regroup and share spoils. Caw-caw. Lu Yuan tapped the cap of the black mushroom with his fingertip. Come on, show me the location. The black mushroom shook and an arm as thin as a toothpick sprouted from the stem, pointing towards the west. Thanks. Lu Yuan nodded. He turned around to look at the piles of beast corpses. Take them. Lu Yuan ordered the skeletal soldiers through a mental link. Although the introduction clearly stated that everything in this world is virtual and cannot be taken out, Lu Yuan was curious. Since this so-called virtual world can produce physical collisions and can bleed, it indicates that its underlying structure is simulated using some high-purity source energy. He needed to study whether these virtual corpses could be used to cast tombstone or transformed into skeletal soldiers. If so, then for these 30 days he wouldn't have to worry about sourcing materials for corpses. The skeletal soldiers swiftly hoisted the corpses of the lion and other beasts. Lu Yuan followed the direction the mushroom pointed and walked onward. It was only at this moment that he had the time to call up the world introduction panel he hadn't had the chance to examine. A light blue screen unfolded before his eyes. World name Wonderland. World size continental level equivalent to a large domain area of blue star. Tier carrying limit LV1 LV31 4th tier. Special status due to the school's formation forcibly intervening, the current world intensity has been locked and limited to LV3 LV19 below the 3rd tier. World type purely virtual construction survival slaughter gathering. Below this was a lengthy explanation regarding this sandbox gameplay. First, any resources obtained within the world are all virtual and cannot be taken out. However, killing beasts or gathering rare resources can earn real-time points. Second, every 3 days the world will randomly generate some ruins. Ruins are categorized into 3 levels: large, medium, and small based on their danger level. Third, successfully clearing ruins will not only yield huge point rewards, but also a chance to obtain rares. This buff effect will directly enhance the participant's body and will remain effective in this world permanently until the competition ends. Final main task: survive in this world for 30 days. This buff effect will directly enhance the participant's body and will remain effective in this world permanently until the competition ends. He was genuinely curious about this. Towering trees shield the sky from the sun. A rich aroma of grass and wood permeates the air. This is a dense forest in the myriad phenomena paradise. Several expendable skeletons are bent over crazily, gathering rare herbs from the ground. Their movements are quite crude, uprooting and even tearing the grass stems. Lu Yuan feels no sorrow at all. After all, everything in this place is essentially virtual. As long as he stuffs the medicinal parts into the spatial magazine, the gathering is complete, and it's fine if they get damaged. On the outskirts of the forest, a few beast-like creatures resembling monkeys have been drawn in by the scent of the herbs. Before they can approach, the second-tier skeleton captain sweeps a spear toward them. Piercing through a few of the monkey-like beasts, he cleanly tosses them onto the empty ground beside him. Lu Yuan pays no attention to those laborers. He is currently seated before an experimental platform hastily assembled from bones. On the table lies the previously slain red flame wild lion and the corpses of the monkey-like beasts he just fought. Beneath his deep gray eyes, a pure white concentric circle is rotating. The pure white eye awakens. Notably, with the death of these monsters, he is able to obtain soul energy. Lu Yuan gazes at the completely lifeless corpse of the wild lion before him. Although this soul energy is extremely thin, even less than what he obtained from the first low-level gray slave he killed in the fog erosion city, it indeed exists. This indicates that the Academy has invested an unimaginable amount of real source energy into this sandbox, forcibly simulating life. However, these simulated lives show an anomaly under Lu Yuan's pure white eye. Is it a soul, eh? A cold voice emanates from Lu Yuan's left wrist. The semi-transparent soul projection of Xing Li only materializes within his field of vision. The golden geometric spiritual seal in the center of her forehead flashes with a rhythmic frequency. That frequency gives Lu Yuan the illusion that he is activating the pure white eye for deep analysis. Lu Yuan nods slightly. Their souls are too similar. No, or rather. Xing Li leans in closer, a cold light of analysis flashing in her golden vertical pupils. Their virtual soul structures are practically carved from the same mold. The soul is generally regarded as 2 parts in the academic classification of the mind system, the Ling and the Han. Ling refers to spirituality. It is the core soil from which consciousness is born. Without this soil, emotions and imagination cannot sprout. Most importantly, every true life form's spirituality carries absolute exclusivity and uniqueness. On the other hand, Han is the shell that carries personal experiences, external forms, and memory information. These corpses laid out on the experimental table. Xing Li points at the wild lion, and then at the monkey-like beast beside it. These boundary masters and array masters who created the sandbox clearly took shortcuts. They applied different skins over the surface of the soul, setting different appearances and instinctive reactions. But if you peel back this layer, their spirituality codes are identical. They share the same underlying logic. Lu Yuan listens to Xing Li's analysis, deeply agreeing. He sweeps his pure white eye over the various beast corpses on the table. The results confirm Xing Li's judgment. Souls may vary greatly, but the underlying spirituality is unmistakably the same. Lu Yuan looks at this incredible scene and can't help but chuckle. This is truly a monumental loophole. Just a moment ago, he had already tested it. Although these are virtual corpses, they can be used to create undead. However, the produced undead also carry virtual attributes and will dissipate after leaving the grand competition. Since they can create undead, it inevitably leads to an academic conundrum, grievance. A creature's spirituality must accumulate negative emotions like fear and anger before death, which become grievances. To create soul fire, necromancers must shatter and purify this grievance using it as fuel for the soul fire. Normally, different creatures have wildly varying grievance fluctuations. Every time a necromancer creates an undead, they must carefully sever these grievance circuits by hand. This is extremely time-consuming and prone to exploding. Unless there is a significant difference in level, crushing them allows for the creation without these meticulous methods. But now these monsters have identical spiritualities. This means that the grievance waves they emit after death have the same baseline frequency. As long as I use the pure white eye to lock onto this wave, Lu Yuan's mind begins to operate at full speed. I can completely write a specialized reverse suppression rune array. I can embed this array as a subroutine within my professional skill, grave digging. From now on, any monsters killed in this myriad phenomena paradise, if the corpses are tossed into the pit, the array will automatically identify the unified grievance wave, instantly shatter it, extract the fuel, and form soul fire. Even the final manual operation is saved. Moreover, the blue consumption can even be extracted reversely from the remaining essence of the corpses. An automatic undead factory. A true war assembly line that requires no human intervention. Lu Yuan runs through this logic in his mind, a wider smile spreading across his face. It's entirely feasible. With his rune mastery, he could probably finalize a perfect model before reuniting with that Shufeng kid. But Lu Yuan's ambition does not stop there. He looks at the lion's corpse. An even bolder plan emerges, one that could make the fourth-tier mentors outside cough up blood. Since these baseline spiritualities are public computing resources simulated by the Academy using real energy, what if he could thoroughly analyze this spirituality? Could he bypass the physical monsters and extract the environmental computing power from this sandbox, crafting the purest untainted artificial soul fire? Exploiting the official server. This is definitely an operation that could give the higher-ups at Xingluo University a cardiac arrest. However, to brute force break the underlying spiritual codes comparable to system foundations, merely relying on the brute force computing power of the pure white eye is insufficient. He also lacks the expertise in the mind system for deconstructing spirituality. Lu Yuan raises his head, his gaze naturally landing on Xing Li, who is floating beside him. Xing Li has her arms crossed. The psychic perception brought by her racial skill allows her to clearly capture the currently insane emotional fluctuations of Lu Yuan. Her golden vertical pupils slightly lower as she looks at Lu Yuan, remaining silent. It is clear she is waiting for him to ask for help proactively. She feels she needs to maintain the demeanor of a genuine fourth-year-old monster. Thud. Lu Yuan doesn't hesitate at all. A smooth sliding kneel plays out in his consciousness. What about the pride of a top-tier prodigy? What about the strongest first-tier spirit? Can it be exchanged for tons of credits and spell bonuses? Please, Xingli. Lu Yuan's tone is as sincere as it gets. Xingli raises an eyebrow. Still silent, she wears an expression that clearly says, "Is that it?" Lu Yuan looks at her attitude, which seems to be for sale. Taking a deep breath, his voice instantly shifts, 3 tones imbued with a hair-raising flattery and sweetness. "I beg you, Sister Xingli." The spiritual light around Xing Li visibly shudders. She suddenly rubs her arms, which have no goosebumps. Stop, stop, stop. This is disgusting. Xing Li looks at Lu Yuan's expressionless face, which is desperately trying to act cute in his consciousness, utterly speechless. Do you have no dignity at all? Lu Yuan pragmatically shakes his head. As long as I can crack this logic of spirituality, I can throw my pride down another 10 meters. He feels no shame, but rather stands tall. Don't forget, whether it's the soul fire of skeleton soldiers or various undead creations above second tier, they essentially all mimic real souls. As long as today in this sandbox with Xing Li's help he can grasp the framework of this baseline spirituality, his future advancements in structural studies will definitely accelerate several times at least in terms of spirituality. Xing Li rolls her eyes dramatically. Having someone like you is truly the unluckiest thing to happen to me in 8 lifetimes. Although she complains verbally, her body obediently floats above the experimental table, in a black marsh perpetually shrouded in toxic miasma. Gurgle, gurgle. A second-tier sword-toothed crocodile covered in toxic glands cautiously crawled through the muddy water, drawn by a strange sweetness in the air, preparing to hunt for food. But just as it stepped onto a solid patch of mud, several thick, barbed, dark green vines erupted from the ground, without warning tightly wrapping around its thick armor. Roar! The sword-toothed crocodile let out an angry roar just as it attempted to struggle. Splat! The mud pool in front of it was violently disturbed as a 3-meter-tall giant green ape with several small saplings growing on its back suddenly emerged from the muddy depths. With a wind-infused heavy punch, the giant ape struck fiercely at the forehead of the sword-toothed crocodile. Bang! This second-tier beast was instantly knocked out, its eyes rolling back. Then the vines that had ensnared it quickly revealed blood-red patterns on their surface. The tips of the vines turned as sharp as iron, piercing through the proud, thick armor of the sword-toothed crocodile and deeply embedding themselves in its flesh. Gurgle, gurgle. Accompanied by a chilling sucking sound, the massive body of the sword-toothed crocodile visibly shrank. Soon its skin was crazily overrun with various colorful mushroom fungi and spores. In just a few minutes, a once powerful second-tier beast was reduced to nothing but a shriveled skeleton. Meanwhile, beside the marsh, a gigantic carnivorous flower bud slowly emerged from the mud, its petals blooming outwards. Chu Feng adjusted his non-existent glasses on the bridge of his nose, brushed off the mud from his pristine leisure outfit, and stepped out from the flower bud. Another one dead. The hides of the second-tier monsters in this world are really tough, quite a challenge. Chu Feng murmured to himself. He glanced at the panel in front of him. Over 200 points now. This progress should rank me quite high, right? I wonder how Brother Lu Yuan is doing. I hope my score isn't too far behind him. As Chu Feng pondered, he stealthily approached the skeleton of the sword-toothed crocodile. He reached out and carefully picked several glowing green spores from the skeleton, bringing them close to his nose for a sniff. These specialized spores from a second-tier corpse are of excellent quality. Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction. This is his proprietary potion recipe. Consuming it not only restores a large amount of health, but also grants an hour of the effect of absolute concealment. Heart rate slows, body temperature drops, and it even emits a scent of rotting wood. A must-have divine medicine for traveling, especially against the cunning tricks of the old sixth. Chu Feng casually pinched a recovery spore and tossed it to the towering giant green ape beside him, like tossing away a peanut. The giant ape happily opened its massive mouth and swallowed it, letting out a satisfied roar. Soon after, its massive body quickly shrank, transforming into a palm-sized little green monkey that nimbly climbed onto Chu Feng's left shoulder. Just as the little monkey settled in, goo goo, the little white mushroom that had been perched on Chu Feng's right shoulder wiggled its cap, clearly displeased. It seemed to be put off by the monkey's scent. With its tiny legs, Goo Goo climbed up Chu Feng's collar and finally settled firmly on top of his head. Chu Feng couldn't care less about whether a mushroom was growing on his head. At that moment, Goo Goo suddenly reached out its tiny hand and patted Chu Feng's scalp with force. Moi. Chu Feng followed the direction Goo Goo pointed, curiously looking up towards the distance. Thanks to the keen perception of a wood mage towards the environment, Chu Feng's brow slightly raised. From afar, he vaguely sensed not only a thick, inescapable aura of death, but also a violent disturbance, as if a wave of enraged monsters had been forcibly provoked. TSK. Chu Feng sighed helplessly, silently complaining, what trouble has Brother Lu Yuan gotten himself into this time? Even the virtual world system can't stand to watch him anymore. Shaking his head, Chu Feng abandoned the plan to continue squatting here. Forget it, I should go find Brother Lu Yuan and team up. Following him will surely earn points faster. Chu Feng's figure swayed, and he blended into the nearby bushes quietly, making his way into the distance. The perspective shifted again. Many kilometers away from the toxic marsh, on an eternally snowy and icy tundra. Boom. A massive shockwave sent fine snowflakes flying. Wang Tung was engaged in a primal brawl with a small, mountain-sized snow-white second-tier polar giant bear. At this moment, Wang Tung's once handsome face was already adorned with patches of crimson dragon scales, and his pupils had transformed into formidable vertical slits. Behind him, a pair of enormous dragon wings engulfed in roaring flames fully spread out. Indeed, this core disciple of a top family in the central domain was not a pure human, but rather a high-potential half-dragon. Bang! The polar giant bear roared, its bare paw akin to an iron plate crashing down with immense force. Wang Tung's dragon wings behind him surged with a powerful flap. In a split second, he sidestepped to the side, narrowly avoiding that powerful bear paw. The paw struck the ice surface with a heavy impact, creating a massive fissure over a meter deep and several meters long, with shards of ice scattering everywhere. Come again. Wang Tung licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing an extreme and ferocious smile. He gripped the heavy dark red lance tightly. The magical energy conduit at the tail of the lance glowed with a blinding red light, while explosive fire spells were rapidly compressed at its rear. Boom! The deafening sound of an explosion echoed. The enormous recoil sent Wang Tung flying like a cannonball. In the giant bear's eyes, only a streak of fiery red light remained. A thick bare arm shot into the sky amidst a torrential rain of blood directly severed by Wang Tung's shot that utilized the explosive force. The giant bear was blasted down onto the tundra by the terrifying force, letting out a piercing scream. Meanwhile, propelled by the momentum, Wang Tung flapped his wings again, rising directly above the giant bear. "Let's see you try this move." Wang Tung's maniacal laughter echoed across the tundra. He did not aim the tip of the lance downward to cast a spell, but instead, he raised his staff. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 fiery rings, each 2 meters in diameter, instantly materialized in midair below him, resembling layers of overlapping acceleration tracks. Then he folded his dragon wings behind him sharply, and the flames at the lance's tail erupted once more. Launch. Wang Tung, with his head pointed downward, descended like an inverted meteor, piercing through the layers of accelerating fire rings. His speed instantly broke the sound barrier. Boom. The lance, carrying earth-shattering kinetic energy and terrifying heat, directly penetrated the giant bear's massive body and was forcefully driven deep into the ice. In an instant, the dense snow and ice within nearly 100 meters around were vaporized into scalding steam due to the extreme explosive force. A 2-meter-deep scorched meteor pit was blasted out around the giant bear. In the pit lay the second-tier polar giant bear, half of its body completely burned away, the remaining portion charred black, utterly lifeless. Huh. Refreshing. Wang Tung pulled the lance from the pit, laughing triumphantly as he exhaled a long plume of white steam sprinkled with sparks. As expected, can't the spell model be researched? Just do 1 battle. He glanced at his student card. His points had already surpassed the 300 mark. However, there was little pride on his face. Instead, he sighed. This giant bear was still a bit too fragile. It barely gave me a moment of thrill. I wonder where Lu Yuan has fallen into some corner. I really hope to meet him soon for a proper fight. Being far away on the icy tundra, Wang Tung was unaware of the terrifying aura of death emanating from the other side of the grassland, and could only carry his lance regretfully, continuing to search for the next prey that would make him break a sweat. At this moment, in the dense forest west of the center of Wanxiang Paradise, Lu Yuan stood in a clearing, gazing at his creation with genuine admiration. Before him stood a small mound of corpses entirely constructed from pale bones and crimson earth, measuring a few meters in diameter. This mound did not rest directly on the ground. Instead, it was connected to the back of a gigantic beast, crudely stitched together from various wild beasts' bones and flesh. This was the ultimate creation Lu Yuan envisioned, the mobile undead factory. Though it was a factory, it was still his first attempt, and with various theories still being explored, there were many imperfections. For instance, the output speed. Currently, due to the simplistic structure of this formation, it could only produce 7 skeleton soldiers from a corpse every 2 hours. This speed was far too slow. It was a long way from summoning a catastrophic undead disaster that could blot out the sky. But Lu Yuan did not mind. The greatest advantage of this factory was quality. Under the frenzied accumulation of countless materials and pure death energy, every skeleton produced here sprang to life as a level 10 elite in peak condition, with even the racial coefficients of their bones receiving perfect enhancements. As for the stitched giant beast that bore the mound of corpses, it was a chassis that Lu Yuan had whimsically created. Through guidance from Xing Li, he had discovered that the fundamental essence of spiritual energy at the lower levels of this world was consistent, as stitching together different virtual flesh showed no signs of rejection. However, Lu Yuan had never learned proper flesh stitching, and this giant beast had virtually no combat capability. It even walked with a slight limp. But it didn't matter. It was merely a tool vehicle responsible for moving the factory. As long as it could keep pace with the main force, that was enough. Lu Yuan watched the mobile factory, which was slowly operating and emitting thick death energy, feeling quite elated. Although its current efficiency was not yet capable of instantaneously producing undead, it wasn't due to any shortcomings in Xing Li's teachings or limits in his analytical abilities. It was purely a matter of proficiency. To completely decode and transform the underlying code, he needed to accumulate practical experience and time in this world. Suddenly, from the nearby thicket, a beast with blood-red eyes, seemingly insane, lunged at Lu Yuan, drooling. Without even turning his head, Lu Yuan fired a bone spike from the Death Star on his shoulder, accurately blasted. Then the mage's hand behind him skillfully lifted the still-warm corpse and tossed it into the factory's mound, turning it into nutrients for producing skeletons. Lu Yuan stood in place, surveying his surroundings. The once quiet forest had now erupted into chaos. From all directions, monkey-like beasts surged forth, as if responding to some sort of underlying system command, fearlessly launching wave after wave of assaults towards him. He wasn't even sure what he had done, as if he had completely triggered some system antivirus mechanism in this forest area. An unending tide of monsters rushed towards him. Previously facing an onslaught of beasts on this scale, Lu Yuan would have frowned, feeling a pang of concern for the battle losses of his skeleton soldiers. But now, Lu Yuan looked at the two level 10 black-armored skeleton soldiers that had just formed emerging with bone spears from the factory. He was not at all flustered, instead a gleam of excitement flickered in his eyes akin to a capitalist who had discovered free resources. Fuel and points delivered right to my doorstep. In front of this tireless mobile factory, what he feared the least was a consumption battle where resources came freely. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of top-tier level 1 skeleton soldiers formed a square formation, becoming an insurmountable wall of despair, ruthlessly slaughtering all around the factory. Meanwhile, unnoticed above, deep within the crown of a towering tree far from the battlefield, a perfectly camouflaged avian creature seamlessly blending with the surrounding leaves quietly observed the meat grinder battlefield below. In its pure black, pupilless eyes, an eerie emotional fluctuation not belonging to a virtual creature flickered. This emotion carried a sense of dread and deep disbelief. Within this emotion was a gloom stemming from disrupted plans and an unmistakable hint of fear that could not be concealed. Severely deviated from expected anomalous variables. The consciousness of this bird coldly emanated a ripple of mental energy in an obscure, incomprehensible language. The underlying antivirus mechanism of this forest area has been thoroughly activated. The scale of the beast tide is sufficient to exhaust an ordinary second-tier prodigy to death. But this human has somehow turned this beast tide into a one-sided feast. The original intelligence assessment has a critical error. This variable must be reported immediately. Before that, all lurking units must pause their harvesting plans for other prodigies. In the canopy of an ancient tree, the leaves were dense and abundant, blocking all light. In this sunless corner, two completely mismatched figures were hidden. A giant standing 2.5 meters tall asked in a deep voice that had a metallic rasp, "Why not find someone to kill that human?" This giant looked particularly wild, with bones protruding through his skin forming dark red metallic horns. He carried a mechanical shield as large as an armored vehicle door on his back, and had a heavy cannon slung over his shoulder, his body adorned with bright yellow ammunition. He was essentially a humanoid monster made of flesh and heavy industry. This form belonged to the Chibi tribe, a race specialized in warfare. Once we make a move, we will definitely alert the enemy. It will greatly affect our plans ahead. The voice replying was cold and sharp, grating to the ears. The speaker resembled a segment of boneless dead wood quietly lying on the back of the Chibi giant, securely shielded by the large shield. It had no nose, and its gills on the neck opened and closed rhythmically. The strangest part was its face, which had 6 grayish-white eyeballs that looked almost artificial. This was a member of the Shurtong tribe specialized in emotional and auxiliary combat coordination. Moreover, the world's rules are too harshly suppressive. The elders outside clearly forced us in after reducing our levels below 19. The Chibi giant gritted his teeth, producing a metallic grinding sound. "What should we do then?" "Just watch. Let's follow the plan," the Shurtong coldly stated. "The timing for those ruins to appear has already been hastened by the elders outside. What we should do now is to raid those ruins and seize enhancement buffs. As long as we gather enough buffs, we will gain access to the permissions of this world, forcibly unlocking our power restrictions and raising our levels back to their peak. So we just ignore him." The Chibi glanced at the undead factory below that was still busy at work. "How can we ignore him?" The 6 eyes of the Shurtong simultaneously narrowed, revealing a vicious glint. That nightmarish winged tribe will closely monitor his every move. Furthermore, even if we bring in these monsters, they lack strength. But if he dares to continue his rampage, the bugs that the system generates could give him a big surprise. Meanwhile, in the forest, Lu Yuan stood beside his mobile undead factory, expressionless as he gazed at a dissection knife in his hand. He was completely unaware that 2 alien races were pointing at him, even plotting something grand. His attention was solely focused on the monkey beast he had just dissected on the dissection table. After several cuts, Lu Yuan's brow furrowed tighter. He had originally intended to use the waves of monsters that kept appearing to validate his impressive idea of an automated purification reverse suppression rune array. But the results of the dissection left him feeling as if he had purchased a fake item for $9.09 with free shipping. These monkey beasts that charged in like mad dogs were nothing but empty shells. Not only did they yield a pitiful amount of soul energy, but even their basic virtual soul structure was absurdly simplistic with unchanged instincts, yet their souls were almost gone. Their muscle tissues were a chaotic mess, not resembling something produced by a main program at all, just pure garbage code. The fact that they could even run was a miracle. Compared to those exquisite and perfect virtual creatures in the previous Wanxiang paradise, these were worlds apart. This was truly shoddy workmanship. "What is going on?" Lu Yuan casually tossed away the dissection knife, his eyelid twitching involuntarily. What left him even more speechless was that killing these trash monkeys not only yielded no rewards, but even the points were miserly. Killing 10 of them gave less than a fraction of what one used to provide. It was a definite loss-making deal. He couldn't understand the reason for it at the moment, but it didn't affect his most capitalistic decision to leave. With profits this low, only a fool would continue to waste time here. Staying here any longer, who knows what kind of trouble might arise. Pack up, let's go. Lu Yuan snapped his fingers, decisively preparing to have the skeleton soldiers push the factory away. Boom. Suddenly the ground beneath him trembled without warning. Then the dense forest directly in front of Lu Yuan seemed as if an invisible bulldozer had passed over it, uprooting a dozen trees that were as thick as two men could hug, with chips flying everywhere. Roar! A roar that could shatter the heavens exploded from the dust. Then a gigantic creature resembling a small mountain slammed down in front of Lu Yuan with a loud thud. It was a green giant monkey about 5 to 6 meters tall, looking similar to the small monkeys that had been attacking him. But it was covered in a layer of hard bronze-like bark armor, and its muscular arms were wider than Lu Yuan's entire body. Green-armored, with giant ape. Race level D. This giant beast had no fancy spells. Its only advantage was sheer strength and destructive power, with tough skin and flesh, and an incredibly disgusting healing speed. As soon as this giant ape boss emerged, the already frenzied monkey monsters around it charged even more recklessly and wildly, as if on a super stimulant. You want to send a surprise, huh? Lu Yuan's eyes turned cold. The giant ape opened its mouth wide and swung its fist as large as a grinding disc down towards him. Lu Yuan stood his ground, not retreating at all. 3 clusters of Death Stars silently appeared on his shoulder. Death Star Extreme. The surface of the sphere was surrounded by a ring of highly crystallized fragments of bone, suddenly exploding with a burst of pale light. A 3-meter thick shield covered in menacing bone spikes rose in front of Lu Yuan. Boom. The giant ape's fist slammed solidly against the bone shield, producing a sound as thunderous as a heavy cannon striking a city wall. The shield was covered in cracks, looking like it might shatter. However, the sharp, deathly spikes on the shield also viciously pierced into the flesh of the giant ape's fist. As the death energy entered its body, the giant ape let out a painful cry and staggered back a step. Roar! It was completely enraged. The giant ape's eyes turned blood red, taking a deep breath. The muscles in its left arm bulged like a mountain, ready to unleash a punch with several times the force of the previous one. Just as its fist was lifted halfway, the second sphere moved. Death Star Doom. This thing looked disgusting. It was not even a sphere, it was a clump of grayish-white muck that twitched incessantly. The surface of the muck was covered in tiny illusory cracks, emanating the maddening whispers from Lu Yuan's Doom robe. Doom's curse was a double blow, a mental shock aimed at the soul, and a severe weakening of the body. An invisible ripple swept across. The giant ape, poised to strike, suddenly stiffened. Its gaze became dazed and confused. The left arm, once filled with explosive power, became limp, as if suddenly drained of strength. The charged fist simply flopped in midair. While it was stunned, a massively compressed white bone spear shot out silently. The pale spear aims for its eyeball. The instinct for survival awakened the giant ape from its curse, letting out an extreme panic scream as it immediately abandoned its attack, using its last ounce of strength to block its eyes with its powerless left hand. Puff! Boom! The compressed death energy exploded on its palm. The giant ape's half palm and several thick fingers were blown into a cloud of flesh fragments. However, the beast's most cunning recovery ability was now revealed. From the gory wound, countless robust green buds twisted and wriggled as if alive. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the shredded palm began to regrow. But would Lu Yuan give it the chance? Whoosh! A dark figure dashed forward like an arrow, using the cover of the explosion. The skeleton captain. Agilely, it executed a tactical jump, directly landing on the giant ape's arm that hung down in pain. Standing on this arm wider than a corridor, the skeleton captain steadied itself, gripping its spear tightly as it aimed for the giant ape's throat. The giant ape let out a painful roar, frantically swinging its thick arm, trying to swat the skeleton captain away like a fly. But just as it raised its arm, boom! Dirt flew everywhere. Several massive hands made purely of condensed death energy erupted from the ground, tightly gripping the struggling arm of the giant ape. If it were at full strength, it could easily break free from these hands. But in the severely weakened state of the Star of Death Misfortune, this little restraint became the last straw that broke the camel's back. It was actually forced down by these hands into the ground. Seizing this perfect opportunity for output, the skeleton captain's spear struck quickly and accurately, piercing through the gaps in the giant ape's green armor along its neck. After the misfortune curse weakened its defenses, the once solid wooden armor was easily pierced, as if it were made of paper. Dark green blood spraying wildly from the spear tip. Roar! The excruciating pain drove the giant ape completely mad. It abandoned all defense, roaring and using its remaining intact right hand with the momentum to smash anything to strike fiercely at its left shoulder, intending to crush that damned skeleton into dust. But the skeleton captain had long seen through its counterattack. In the instant the massive hand was about to come down, it pushed off heavily from the giant ape's shoulder, executing a graceful lateral flip, not only dodging the strike, but also utilizing the force to leap directly onto the giant ape's swinging right arm. The giant ape was enraged by this agile maneuver, almost spitting blood, and instinctively tried to swat back. At that moment, whoosh, 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 dozens of thick, deep green vines suddenly shot up from the ground precisely and forcefully wrapping around the giant ape's right wrist, halting its movement midair. The Star of Death Flame. This entity looked particularly unique as it lacked a complete spherical form, resembling a gas stove, without a lid, forcefully shaped by hundreds of restive, ghostly green flames into a chaotic mass. Go! With a thought, Lu Yuan commanded. From the mass, a purest soul fire burst forth, shooting like a meteor straight towards the skeleton captain, standing on the giant ape's arm, instantly entering its skull. Click! The dark and hard skeletal frame of the skeleton captain did not grow larger, but the ghostly green soul fire in its eye sockets erupted like a volcanic explosion. The raging flames even broke through the skull, forming a burning crown of death energy atop its head. Its combat power instantly surged. With one hand raised, the skeleton captain's spear became engulfed in scorching ghostly green hellfire, transforming into a devastating long blade nearly 5 meters long. Death flame piercing. Leveraging the height difference of its arms, the skeleton captain became a ghostly green lightning bolt cutting through the night sky, its body, along with the flaming spear, drawing a lethal line as it plunged down towards the giant ape's bloodshot eyeball. Puff! Without any suspense. The burning spear not only easily blinded the giant ape's eye, but its momentum did not stop, brutally piercing through its skull and deeply embedding itself in the brain. The death flames rolled chaotically within the giant ape's brain, the ultimate power of death, completely annihilating those repulsive regenerative buds at the source. Gulp! The giant ape's mountain-like body suddenly stiffened, then, as if all strength had been drained, it collapsed heavily into the earth, kicking up a large cloud of dust. The battle was over. After 2 seconds of silence in the forest, movement finally occurred. The bushes were casually pushed aside, and Chu Feng, with his hands in his pockets and a familiar lazy smile on his face, leisurely walked out from the depths of the woods. He glanced at the clasped giant beast on the ground with its brains scorched to ash, then looked at Lu Yuan standing amidst a pile of broken wood, his clothes not even rumpled. Brother Lu Yuan, I just arrived. Chu Feng pushed up non-existent glasses and shook his head in a tone of deep emotion. The commotion you made is quite huge, isn't it? Dude, this thing you created is quite intense. Chu Feng circled the weapons factory, marveling, his tone akin to that of a seasoned player encountering an overpowered cheat. Lu Yuan stood to the side, his face expressionless, but the pride in his eyes was impossible to hide. When encountering someone knowledgeable, that damn desire to show off surged forth. Not showing off would be a disservice to oneself. Just average. Mainly impressive for being fully automated. Lu Yuan casually waved his hand. Behind him, 2 freshly minted level 10 skeleton soldiers under the command of the second-tier skeleton captain efficiently hoisted the corpse of the wooden ape and brutally tossed it into the opening atop the weapons factory, becoming fuel for the next wave of reinforcements. Chu Feng's eyelids twitched as he silently mourned the ecological balance of this game for 3 seconds. Let's go out of the woods. There's a grassland over there. Chu Feng pointed east. I just left some fungal spores that detected quite a few good things, and there are some beasts around just right to earn some points. Lu Yuan nodded, and the two walked side by side out of the dense forest. Just as their feet touched the grassland, rumble. The ground shook, the sky in front twisted and folded without any warning. Following that, a bizarre tower built of black and white strange stones abruptly grew out of the grassland right before their eyes. Ding! A panel popped up in front of both of them. Discovery of ruins, bipolar reflection tower medium. Upon seeing this prompt, the relaxed expressions on Lu Yuan and Chu Feng's faces instantly vanished. Without a second thought, they both glanced at the time on the panel. Second afternoon. Chu Feng's lazy smile vanished. The panel says the third day ruins randomly appear is at least several hours off. The air suddenly fell silent. The two instantly switched to a serious battle demeanor. Something's wrong. Chu Feng, hands in pockets, scanned the surroundings with a vigilant gaze and asked, Brother Lu Yuan, what do you think is going on? Lu Yuan maintained his poker face and listed 5 options in a monotonous tone. 1. The higher-ups at the school collectively have dementia and misremembered the time. 2. The underlying code of this broken game world is a pile of garbage and the system has bugs. 3. It's the aliens. For our luck is unbelievably good and the aura of the destined ones has bent the world's rules, bringing opportunities right to our faces. 5. A high-dimensional powerhouse is making a move and trying to fast-forward the plot. After hearing this, Chu Feng sighed in a particularly strange and affected tone. Oh dear, it's so hard to guess, really so hard to guess. All 5 options were quite reasonable. It definitely wasn't option 3 right. Lu Yuan sneered. Exactly. Though they were joking, both of them understood the reality. In such a high-level competition, the first 2 options were utterly impossible. As for luck, the 2 ultimate schemers absolutely did not believe in such nonsense. The truth was singular aliens had come in and altered the rules. Yet Lu Yuan was not flustered, nor was Chu Feng intimidated. The 2 clever minds reached the same conclusion in a second. This was a project under the watchful eyes of the school's higher-ups, 4th-tier instructors, and even the legendary 6th-tier principal. If a truly unbeatable alien had barged in, the big shots outside would have torn through the space to call a stop long ago. Since there was no halt, what did that indicate? It indicated that these aliens who came in were definitely suppressed by the world suppression force of this broken place, likely at the 2nd tier, or perhaps even lower. Fighting at the same tier. Which of these 2 freaks would they be afraid of? Chu Feng tilted his head to look at Lu Yuan, raising an eyebrow. Shall we? Lu Yuan's eyes glimmered with silver. Let's do it. Since it was an opportunity, who cared who created it? They would seize it first. However, before entering the tower, Lu Yuan logically gave an order. He didn't take the undead factory inside. This thing was great for creating soldiers, but it was just a slow-moving target. Bringing it into an unknown ruin would only slow them down. He left the factory at the edge of the forest, leaving behind 10 fully leveled 1st-tier skeleton soldiers, and took the remaining elite and a 2nd-tier skeleton captain striding towards the tower's entrance. Buzz. As soon as they stepped into the range of the tower's entrance, the panel popped up again. The dual-pole reflection tower has opened. Current matching players 230. Lu Yuan thought to himself, in such a vast prairie, there wasn't even a single ghost shadow. Where would they find those 28 people? If they waited, they'd be long gone. But just as he finished mumbling, the number on the panel began to jump wildly. 530, 18, 30, 30, 30. Lu Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then understood. Since this was a large event, the system must have a player pulling function. Those students grinding monsters in other places, if there was no ruin nearby, would surely receive a teleport invitation and be directly pulled over to fill the slots. Buzz. A violent pulling sensation surged through the space. Lu Yuan's vision blurred. When he opened his eyes again, Chu Feng was nowhere to be seen. He had clearly been randomly distributed to another place in the tower. He looked around and found himself in an endless closed prairie. Above there was a cloudless sky, so clean it felt unsettling. A line of blood-red characters floated in the air, counting down from 10 seconds. Tower layer status: pure azure sky. Rule restrictions: pure physical attacks will lose effectiveness. Status rotation countdown: 10 minutes, followed by the clearance rules. The ruins have a total of 5 layers. The first 5 players to reach the 5th layer will successfully clear it. Killing the final boss of the 5th layer will grant them the buff of this ruin clearance condition. For this layer, find the hidden clearance door on the vast prairie. Once found, it can be forcefully destroyed, or a corresponding key can be found in the prairie to open the door. Time limit for this layer: 15 minutes. Those who do not find it will be eliminated. 3, 2, 1, start. The air wall blocking the front suddenly vanished. Boom. Lu Yuan stepped out without any intention of hiding. The violent death energy of a 2nd-tier professional swept out like a black storm, leaving nothing behind. Not far away, several newly transferred teams were preparing to discuss things when they were swept by this pressure, turning around to see their faces turn pale. Holy shit. It's that Lu Yuan, ranked 10th. Get away from him. Don't compete with him for the same direction. Wait. How come the number of skeletons under his feet is even more than when he appeared? Those freshers ran in the opposite direction like they had seen a ghost screaming. Lu Yuan paid no attention to these small fry, his brows slightly furrowed. Where is the door? In this endless prairie, it was just grass upon grass. The so-called door was either buried in the soil or disguised as some bizarre plant. Searching blindly in such a place for 15 minutes would likely lead to elimination. Xingli. Lu Yuan spoke softly in his mind. Got it, don't rush me. A lazy and slightly disdainful voice came from the wristband. A dignified 4th-tier powerhouse is being used as a radar by you. It's truly a sin. Despite the complaints, Xing Li's vast mental power surged over the several kilometers of prairie like a tsunami. At the same time, in Lu Yuan's deep gray eyes, a silver ring spun quickly. Pure white eye combined with 4th-tier mental scanning. Just 30 seconds passed. At 10 o'clock, 800 meters, that crooked neck tree that looks like it's growing twisted like a fried dough twist. Xing Li accurately reported the coordinates. In the vision of the pure white eye, Lu Yuan could also clearly see the distorted spatial energy within that tree. That was the disguised door. Lu Yuan quickly approached with the skeleton army. Sure enough, embedded in the middle of the crooked neck tree trunk was a stone door glowing faintly. Door found. Xing Li asked through the wristband where to find the key. The lock on this door looks pretty complicated. If forcing it open would likely trigger a trap. Find a key. Lu Yuan stood before the door, sneering. He looked up at the frighteningly blue sky. No. As soon as Lu Yuan finished speaking, the Death Star Extreme on his shoulder erupted with blinding white light. A dense and abundant death element was crazily compressed. Whoosh! A gigantic pale bone spear imbued with pure death energy tore through the air and smashed violently against the stone door. Boom! No key was needed. Under the dimensional strike of the pale spear, the door, along with the crooked neck tree, was directly blown to pieces, revealing the spatial vortex of the next layer inside. Lu Yuan expressionlessly brushed off the dust from his robe, leading the skeleton army as he stepped into the vortex. Ding! A cold mechanical voice of the system echoed in his ear. Player has found and opened the passage entering the second layer. Time taken for this layer 1 minute and 2 seconds. Under the blue sky, the wind swept across the grasslands with urgency. Physical immunity. What kind of trash rule specifically targets our Chi-Bai clan? Who came up with this nonsense? From the shattered crooked tree, a blue light flashed. A giant of the Chi-Bai clan, standing 2.5 meters tall and adorned with heavy artillery, emerged. The powered boots on his feet left a deep pit on the stone slab, yet due to the rule of physical immunity, not a single blade of grass was crushed. On his back, a sorcerer of the Shurtong clan with 6 eyes was frantically waving a bone staff. Quickly find the key. The sorcerer's voice was sharp and piercing, filled with a sense of urgency. Earlier on the first level, this Chi-Bai fool refused to believe in evil and recklessly unleashed heavy machine gun fire at that door. In the end, all he heard was a series of clanging sounds, and the door had not even lost a single layer of paint. In the end, it was thanks to their Shurtong clan that they exhausted great effort to unearth a key disguised as a grasshopper deep in the grass. Completion time 2 minutes and 24 seconds. The giant of the Chi-Bai clan glanced at the panel and muttered, "This pace, it's impossible for anyone to be faster than us. Unless there are a few third-tier freaks mixed in with this group of humans." The Shurtong sorcerer snorted coldly and opened the inter-level population display. In the next second, his 6 eyes widened in shock as if he had seen a ghost. 3 people. Including us, there are only 3. So that means there's already a skinned monkey faster than us who has entered the second level. The 2 alien beings exchanged glances, their previous arrogance replaced instantly by a fear known as dimensional suppression. Good luck. It must be pure luck. The giant gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with ferocity. This level is a library, purely an intellectual challenge. The door not only thickened according to the number of team members, but finding the key among thousands of bookshelves was like searching for a needle in a haystack. This time our speed will definitely crush them. However, just as he finished his harsh words, less than 10 seconds passed before the inter-level population panel flickered. 3 people, 2 people. The 2 alien beings were completely stunned. This meant that the person ahead of them not only had advanced a level, but also completed the second level in possibly less than 3 minutes. When did the human race produce such monsters? My luck is truly unbelievable. Chu Feng pushed open the door to the second-level library, staring at the endless rows of solid wooden bookshelves, his eyes twitching. He had particularly bad luck on the first level, as the door he found was far from his starting point. There are actually 3 people in the inter-level count. Looking at the panel on my right, if Lu Yuan the anomaly isn't here, did Wang Teng also enter this ruin? Chu Feng casually touched the mushroom on his head. Brother Lu Yuan might have already reached the 3rd level. I need to hurry up. Otherwise I won't even get to drink a hot one later. At that moment, in the 3rd level, the misty streets, Lu Yuan stood at an alley entrance filled with neon light, debris, and thick fog, casually brushing off the grayish-black substance on his hands. The second level took 1 minute and 34 seconds. The health of that door was indeed thick, but under the bombardment of 2 Death Stars Extreme, it only managed to hold on for a few more seconds. What left him speechless was that the door of the second level was actually a shabby book hidden among tens of thousands of others with the title, Guide to Preventing Baldness in Mages, written in big letters on the cover. If it weren't for the pure white eye capturing a trace of spatial fluctuation from that book, Lu Yuan felt he could search for a month and still not find the door. Where do you think the door of this level is, eh? Lu Yuan asked in his mind. Who knows? The voice of Xing Li in the wristband sounded very dismissive. The creator of such ruins probably has a twisted psyche. Look at the buildings here, every utility pole looks like a door handle. Just as the 2 were conversing, a twisted figure darted out from the shadow beside them. It was a phantom creature made entirely of black mist. Lu Yuan didn't even lift his eyelids. Whoosh! The Death Star on his shoulder retaliated instinctively, a bone spike piercing precisely through its forehead, turning it into a mass of dissipating vapor. This layer has started to present obstacles, Lu Yuan muttered softly. He activated the full power of the pure white eye and began to traverse this ghostly city. Soon Lu Yuan stopped before an unremarkable red brick door. Under the perspective of the pure white eye, this door emanated a rich wave of law fluctuations from its wooden texture. It was a door. Looking for a key? Xingli asked. No need for that. Lu Yuan replied expressionlessly. Pale spear. He pointed his staff. 1 shot. 2 shots. 5 consecutive fully charged bone spears striking the red brick door with the force of thunder. Boom. A violent explosion shattered the door panel. However, no vortex leading to the previous level appeared behind the door. Instead, a sharp piercing scream echoed out. Dozens of shadow hounds with countless compound eyes roared out from the billowing smoke. Ichovi. Lu Yuan rarely cursed, swiftly retreating. This door's disguise is quite well done, and it even has a trap alarm. The hounds charged fiercely. Crack. Crack. The originally accompanying skeleton soldiers surged forward. Although they were in the blue sky period of physical immunity, their bone spears couldn't penetrate the hounds' bodies. However, the skeleton soldiers skillfully executed the Lu Yuan-style rogue tactic. They directly discarded their long spears, opened their arms, and used their heavy skeletal mass to pin down the dozens of shadow hounds firmly on the cold floor. No matter how the hounds struggled, they couldn't escape the Lockman strongman embrace of these pain-free skeletal frames. Lu Yuan stood at a distance, his fingertips swirling with dead energy. Point kill. Point kill. Point kill. A few instant cast dark erosion projectiles flew by, effortlessly turning these defenseless monsters into pools of black water. After falling for the trick of the fake door, Lu Yuan became more cautious. He began to utilize the deep analysis function of the pure white eye to discern the true structure behind those fluctuations. After consecutively uncovering 3 traps disguised as trash cans, manhole covers, and vending machines, Lu Yuan even casually picked up a rusty key from the grass by the roadside. Eventually, he stopped at the side wall of a commercial building. On this wall, there was a red stone brick placed at a tree. If he hadn't been holding the key in his hand, and the energy fluctuations emitted by the key perfectly matched that brick, Lu Yuan truly wouldn't believe this thing could be a door. Lu Yuan approached, gently inserting the key into the crack of the stone brick. Crack. The brick vanished with a whoosh, revealing a void vortex in the wall. Got you, human race. As Lu Yuan was about to enter the passage, 2 deadly auras surged from behind him through the mist. Those 2 aliens were also risking their lives managing to catch up, and by chance they directly teleported right beside Lu Yuan. The giant from the Chi-Bai tribe had his large-caliber heavy cannon aimed at Lu Yuan's back. Yet as he looked up at the blue sky above, he was on the verge of grinding his back teeth. This damned physical immunity rule. The sorcerer from the Shirtong tribe, crouching on his back, screamed, "Then let's charge. Let's crush him alive." Lu Yuan turned back, standing before the vortex, his deep gray artificial eyes coldly gazing at them. Instead of running away, he seemed to find amusement in the situation. Who said I was going to run? Buzz. Lu Yuan didn't even raise his hand. The Death Star Extreme in midair suddenly erupted in a burst of light. A shot of pale spear trailing dozens of densely packed bone spikes produced a piercing sound in the air as it flew directly toward the faces of the 2 aliens. The giant from the Chi-Bai tribe turned pale, quickly raising his heavy mechanical shield, activating his body's metallic carapace to the maximum, bracing himself for the impact. Boom. The aura of death exploded around him. As the dust settled, the giant's body proved to be incredibly resilient, taking a powerful blow with only a few burn marks hardly penetrated. But in the next moment, the giant's eyes turned red with pain, blood dripping from his heart. My cannon. My gun. The Gauss machine gun, the heavy cannon on his shoulder, and the miniaturized railgun all hung from him. Under the corrosion of death elements and magical impact, they crunched and twisted, instantly dissolving and scattering all over the ground. They were completely turned into a pile of scrap metal. Lu Yuan stood before the vortex, satisfied, shrugging his shoulders. Goodbye, my friends. After saying that, he looked up at the sky. The glaring blue was retreating, and a suffocating dark gray began to spread across the horizon. Lu Yuan stepped into the vortex. The giant, looking at the pile of scrap metal, roared to the sky, "Damn humans." As the next layer of rules shifted, the elements and energy would become useless. Without spells, you are just a fragile waste hiding behind. I will use these fists to crush your bones into dust inch by inch. I will personally make you defeat in a CG. Time for the 4th layer, 4 minutes and 38 seconds. This was a vast void without direction or gravity. In the darkness, a giant clock face floated. Lu Yuan stood upright at the very center of the clock face. Tick-tock, tick-tock. As the second hand turned beneath his feet, the gravitational direction of the space began to tilt. If an ordinary person were here, they would have already fallen into the abyss in this chaotic spinning. But Lu Yuan stood firm, roots seemingly growing from his feet, not moving an inch. 30 seconds ago, using the pure white eye to analyze, he had gathered the crystals hidden on the scales and stuffed them all into the axis. The door to the 5th layer to confront the final boss had already opened. Yet he chose not to enter. Buzz. Suddenly, the sky above the clock face turned into a dead silence of dark purple. That color resembled a puddle of dead blood, dark purple and suffocating. A line of blood-red text suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Tower layer status, purple nightmare sky rule restriction. The gathering speed of all elements in this place is reduced by 99, and the destructive power of all energy and spells will be severely suppressed. The moment Lu Yuan saw this line of text, his brows furrowed. He clearly felt a lightness on his shoulders. The 3 death stars which were originally floating on either side, consuming death elements, suddenly went out with a poof. Lu Yuan tried to rotate his magical power within his body. The spell framework could still be constructed swiftly in his palm, but the external death elements seemed frozen, unable to be moved at all. Without elemental filling, the spell framework was just an empty shell. In addition to being unable to cast spells, the more troublesome issue was the mental link. The energy conduction was so severely suppressed that Lu Yuan felt his connection with the surrounding skeleton soldiers was almost choked to death. When he commanded the skeleton soldiers to raise shields, they had to move with a delay. This delay makes it impossible to micromanage. Lu Yuan glanced at the second-tier skeleton captain beside him. Fortunately, the green flames in the captain's eye sockets were still dancing steadily. It had a bit of intelligence and carried an independent combat program, so it wasn't too affected by this high latency. This is troublesome. Within the wristband, Xing Li's cold voice echoed, carrying a rare seriousness. I am also affected, unable to assist you in casting spells. We, the Spirit Clan, have an innate affinity for spirit and elements, and can use sorcerer's techniques as soon as we land. But in this damned place, my emotional output has also been blocked. Lu Yuan nodded silently. With spells rendered useless and necromantic control weakened, this damned rule had reduced him from a human artillery to a mere minion. At that moment, the teleportation vortex at the edge of the clock face flashed twice. The giant from the Chi-Bai tribe and the sorcerer from the Shurtong tribe, brimming with murderous intent, boom, landed on the ground. Meanwhile, a few hundred meters away on another scale, a green light flashed. After a great effort in climbing up from the second layer, Shu Feng coincidentally teleported to the 4th layer at this moment. As the 2 aliens landed, the sorcerer immediately sensed the stagnant elemental fluctuations in the air. Looking up at the dark purple sky, he couldn't help but feel a thrill. With his 6 eyes suddenly brightening, the sorcerer couldn't contain his excitement. Purple nightmare sky. He pointed at Lu Yuan in the center of the clock face, letting out a piercing laugh. Human. Without spells, what are you worth? Lu Yuan quietly stared at him, ignoring the taunt. Roar. The giant from the Chi-Bai tribe could no longer hold back the fire in his heart. Having had his gun destroyed by Lu Yuan in the upper layer, he forcefully drew a door-sized alloy battle axe from the mechanical slot on his back. Your physical immunity rule is gone. What if your ranged attacks were destroyed? This body honed in radiation is the most terrifying weapon at this distance. The giant's legs surged with power. The slanted surface of the clock face felt like flat ground to him. With a roar, he charged forward, smashing the scale beneath his feet, swinging the giant axe, and unleashing a fierce wind aimed at Lu Yuan's head. Turn into meat paste for me. Chu Feng, standing at a distance, had just stabilized himself. Seeing the exaggerated size difference and the terrifying axe, his eyelids twitched, and he instinctively squeezed a vine seed, ready to throw it to save Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan did not overestimate himself. He was well aware of his shortcomings. With a physique score of 35, he could easily beat most human mages. But facing this specialized heavy-armored mechanical race, Heidun, was sheer folly. Clang. The skeleton captain was even faster than him. A tall black skeleton suddenly thrust itself in front of the giant. The captain gripped his spear tightly, firmly blocking the descending battle axe. Sparks flew everywhere. The tremendous impact caused the skeleton captain's knees to bend, and the metal clock face beneath him let out a muffled sound as it dented. Get lost. Bone frame. The giant roared. Just at that moment, when the axe and spear were locked in a fierce struggle, Lu Yuan moved. The indeterminate mechanism on his left wrist suddenly unraveled, with liquid metal rapidly climbing up his arm, reassembling itself in the palm of his right hand into a weapon resembling the bone greatsword. Lu Yuan exerted power in his legs, his figure flickering as he directly closed in on the giant's weak side.